Chapter 1. The Decisive Kill. Defense. The fervent Butler Bulldogs fans echoed throughout the arena, with merely 3.4 seconds remaining in the game. The Butler Bulldogs held a slender lead of 5,958 against the Duke Blue Devils, and, at this moment, the prospect of claiming their first NCAA championship trophy in school history felt tantalizingly close. The home crowd was enveloped in a frenzied state, fervently chanting as if to imbue their team with additional strength. If they could thwart this final play, the championship would surely be theirs. As we return from the timeout, we anticipate how Duke will orchestrate their final offensive maneuver at this juncture. Coach K has likely revealed most of his strategic cards now. It is a battle of the players' determination. Their yearning for the title, the commentator proclaimed, reaching the zenith of his commentary prowess. This year marks Coach K's 30th anniversary at the helm of Duke, yet if they were to lose this match tonight, it would be an unparalleled disappointment. However, I am certain the Butler Bulldogs fans would not share that sentiment. Now, the players are positioned, dear audience. Let's witness the final 3.4 seconds that will determine the 2009-2010 NCAA champion. The whistle blows as Shire prepares to inbound the ball. Who will execute this final offensive play? The Bulldogs' defense is tenacious, with man-to-man coverage impeccably executed. Shire struggles to find an outlet. Duke has one timeout remaining. Will they reconfigure their strategy? Oh, Duke has executed a double screen. Jason Young navigates around the defenders, sprinting from the baseline to the vicinity of midcourt to receive the pass. He now drives towards the basket. Noticing a gap in the defense, Butler's aggressive man-to-man coverage has stretched the court too wide. With only a one-point margin, completing a layup or drawing a foul would be an astute choice. Dribbling between his legs, he shifts to his left hand, preparing to move left. A step back, and he leaps for a jump shot. 3 points. Swish, the ball went in. The ball is in. My God, Jason Young. Jason Young delivers a last-minute three-pointer, leading the Duke Blue Devils to a thrilling 61-59 victory over the Butler Bulldogs, ultimately clinching the NCAA championship trophy for the 2009-2010 season. With a mere one-point margin, he opted for a three-pointer instead of a two, defying all expectations. I can only express the unparalleled brilliance of that shot. Congratulations once again to the Duke Blue Devils for this victory, a splendid tribute to Coach 30 Burmese Chot's years of coaching. Since Coach K first took the helm of the Duke Blue Devils in 1980, he has remarkably remained in this position for 3 decades. Over these years, he has led the team to the finals 8 times, securing 4 championships, an extraordinary achievement. We remain uncertain how much longer Coach K will grace this league or the glories that may yet unfold, but I believe this championship on such a significant anniversary will forever be etched in his memory. At the same time, we must extend our congratulations to the Butler Bulldogs. Underdogs throughout the season, they fought valiantly to reach the final match. Although they did not claim the ultimate prize, their journey is commendable. I believe this experience will illuminate a promising future for them next year. Additionally, we congratulate Coach Brad Stevens, who has become the youngest coach in NCAA history to lead a team to the finals, guiding an underdog through formidable challenge and embodiment of his coaching prowess. We have every reason to anticipate his ascension as the next Coach K. in the arena. The explosive cheers have softened into a somber hush. Apart from the jubilant celebrations of the Duke players and the bustling reporters, there is a palpable quiet in the stands. Butler fans gaze in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how their team was vanquished in the final moments, their exhilaration plummeting to a chilling low. The curse of 25 years, where NCAA home teams have failed to secure a championship, continues to cast its spell. Hi, Jason. How does it feel to hit the game winner? ESPN's Aaron Andrews, the interviewer on site, intercepted Jason Young as he made his way to the locker room. Given the nature of their away victory, the Duke players celebrated briefly before beginning to exit to avoid further provoking the home crowd. Wow, this is undoubtedly the most significant moment of my life thus far. I have always believed that my hard work would pay off, Jason Young replied, his head bowed, a championship scarf draped over his shoulders. You seem quite confident. I noticed you opted for a three-pointer at the end. Was that a tactical decision from the coach? Inquired a reporter from the New York Times, extending a microphone. The coach did not specify how I should proceed. He simply said to me before I entered the game, Jason, make that damn shot. Jason Young playfully mimicked Coach K's tone, eliciting gentle smiles from the surrounding reporters. That I noticed that ultimately you achieved a remarkable performance with 10 points and 13 assists. This indicates that prior to the game-winning shot, your scoring was not particularly outstanding. What led the coach to entrust you with that crucial final attempt? Just to clarify, I am Washburn from the Boston Globe. I am uncertain myself. It was the coach's decision. Perhaps a certain quality I exhibited during practice convinced him of my capability, Jason Young replied in a measured tone. As I understand, you only began your basketball journey a year ago, yet you've already become a member of the NCAA championship team and executed the game-winning shot at a critical moment. What prompted your initial engagement with basketball? Furthermore, do you perceive yourself as a prodigy? Inquired a reporter from the Chicago Tribune, posing what he deemed a compelling question. I believe that within each individual lies a latent genius. The key is identifying that spark of inspiration. I have found mine. Catherine, can you accept my affection now? Jason Young exuberantly directed his words toward the camera nearby. My goodness, this was a national broadcast. We have observed that your average statistics this season are 9.8 points and 12.4 assists, narrowly missing a double-double for the season, and you ultimately received the MOP award Most Outstanding Player of the Final Four. But are you satisfied with your performance this season? Additionally, will you remain in the NCAA for another year or enter the NBA draft? Given the relatively weak competition for point guards this year, I perceive a significant opportunity for you. Moreover, the Los Angeles Clippers possess a first-round draft pick. Do you anticipate playing for your hometown team? The reporter from the Los Angeles Times seemed particularly interested in Jason Yang's prospects for the next season. As a fellow Angelino, he hoped for thrilling performances from Jason. For local fans, this is merely my first season, and from a personal standpoint, I am more pleased with our team's performance that I would like to express my gratitude to the coach and my teammates for their trust in me. Naturally, I would welcome the opportunity to play for my hometown team, but such decisions do not solely rest on my individual desires. Jason Young appeared genuinely intrigued by the prospect of the NBA. You are the first Asian champion since the NCAA's inception, and this year there is another Asian player, Jeremy Lin. What is your relationship with him? A reporter from the Washington Post seemed to find significance in their shared heritage. The Chinese nation is a remarkable one, and I take pride in my heritage. As for Jeremy Lin, yes, I am aware of him, but we do not have much in common. He is a senior while I am a junior, and this is just my first season. Additionally, he resides in Oakland while I am from Los Angeles, so we have not crossed paths previously. However, I look forward to the possibility of becoming friends in the future, Jason Young stated. Well, everyone, my teammates are waiting for me. I apologize. With that, Jason Young strode purposefully toward the locker room. As soon as the door swung open, a torrent of champagne doused me, sending a refreshing chill through my being. Unbelievable, rookie. You actually did it. Single exclaimed, spraying champagne with wild abandon. He reminisced about his initial skepticism, recalling his derogatory remark upon my entry into the team. This yellow-skinned monkey can play basketball? A twinge of shame crept over him, for had it not been for Jason Yang's last-minute heroics, he would have undoubtedly been the scapegoat for the team. Despite scoring 19 points and securing 9 rebounds, his failure to convert crucial shots would have branded him a villain. Hence, Jason Yang's last-second basket not only salvaged the team, but also redeemed him. Zobek approached and enveloped Jason in a hearty embrace, presenting him with a towel. He too had performed admirably, snatching the pivotal offensive rebound. Jason wiped the champagne from his brow, then hoisted the bottle above his head, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, we are champions. To victory and glory, let us rejoice." The locker room erupted in exuberant cheers, with everyone chanting for the championship, for Coach K. Nearby, Skylar, a tad too exuberant, bellowed, "All for Catherine." This quip ignited even more fervor among the crowd. The following day, the Chicago Tribune featured a headline reading, "All for Catherine, the Asian prodigy dominates NCAA for love," delving into Jason Yang's basketball beginnings. The journalists of this era are indeed relentless. Three-point buzzer-beater Asian athletes, making waves in American sports, proclaimed the Washington Post, ever keen to interlace politics into any narrative. The killer move of Coach K, announced the New York Times, showcasing a grand photograph of Jason Yang's decisive jump shot. Asian prodigy aiming for the NBA, declared the Boston Globe. Jason Young eager to serve his hometown Clippers. Are you listening? Queried the Los Angeles Times. ESPN conducted a thorough analysis of Jason Yang's performance and statistics throughout the NCAA tournament, highlighting his exceptional play in pick-and-roll situations, particularly in tandem with center Zobek. Whether rolling to the basket for a layup, utilizing the space created by the screens for a jump shot, or delivering alley-oops to Zobek, their efficiency was astounding, with a total of 48 screens resulting in 60 points, averaging an impressive 1.25 points per possession. Furthermore, Jason's court vision was remarkable. He consistently identified defensive lapses and delivered incisive passes, evidenced by his average of 12.4 assists per game. However, the article also expressed concern regarding his slender physique and its compatibility with the rigors of the NBA, noting his dismal shooting percentage following physical contact. Although he displayed commendable effort on the defensive end, he struggled to instill a sense of pressure in his opponents. Overall, he was characterized as a player with both pronounced strengths and weaknesses. The conclusion of the article speculated on Jason Yang's draft prospects, suggesting he might be selected towards the end of the first round by a team seeking to bolster its point. Guard position, Chapter 2. Confession. Let us rewind to the night of May 22, 2009. The graduation ceremony at Duke University has just concluded, enveloping the campus in a fervent yet solemn atmosphere. The grounds are bustling with crowds, punctuated by jubilant cheers erupting from clusters of revelers. Jason Yang tightens his grip on the intricately crafted paper rose. He holds a vibrant bloom fashioned from brilliant red paper, its petals resplendent under the glow of the evening. Lights. The temperature this night hovers around a pleasant 20 degrees Celsius, characteristic of North Carolina's delightful climate. Yet, Jason finds himself slightly perspiring, as if a fire burns within him. The veins in his neck stand out prominently, and his breathing comes in heavy gasps. Were a medical student to pass by at this moment, they would easily discern the telltale signs of heightened adrenaline reminiscent of a male animal in the throes of desire. Indeed, he is here awaiting his muse, poised to confess his feelings at the very moment she appears. Ever since he laid eyes on her at his roommate Anderson's birthday party a month prior, she has consumed his thoughts. Images of her dance incessantly in his mind, prompting Professor Ivy to admonish him thrice during lecture, stark contrast to the professor's usual favor towards him, with whispers suggesting that he might even take Jason under his wing as a protege. In this past month, Jason has felt bewildered and lost in his 2 decades of existence. He has never encountered such a predicament. From an early age, he exhibited remarkable intellectual prowess. Dedicating himself wholly to his studies from elementary through high school, he could have easily attended UCLA, where his parents are affiliated, yet he opted for Duke University's biology program to cultivate his independence. Now, on the brink of embarking on a path in biological research under Professor Ivy, he finds himself at a loss in the face of unexpected love. Finally, his roommate Anderson can no longer bear to watch. Why not just confess your feelings? As far as I know, Catherine is not seeing anyone, and to be honest, you are so handsome that it makes me envious. You possess great talent. I believe you have a significant chance of success if you decide to express your feelings, provided she has noticed you before. Upon hearing this, Jason's eyes brighten. Are you serious? What do you mean serious? Anderson blinks in surprise. Catherine doesn't have a boyfriend? Oh, well, we played together as children, and not entirely sure about such matters. Anderson hesitates. Then, sensing he might have dampened the spirits, adds, however, if a beauty like her were in a relationship, it would surely be a hot topic on campus forums, wouldn't it? The time is now 9:40 a.m., and Jason Yang has been lurking along this path for nearly an hour, clutching a bouquet of roses to confess his feelings to his beloved. Oh heavens, this undoubtedly stands as the most audacious act of his 20 years of existence. Leaning against a festooned lamppost, he takes a couple of deep breaths to calm his racing heart, replaying in his mind the information he has gathered. At 10 o'clock, the university basketball team will hold an internal farewell gathering, and, as the team manager, she will certainly attend. This path is the only route from the dormitory to the gymnasium barring any unforeseen circumstances. She is about to appear. Vivian, I am already in my junior year. During my 2 years managing the team, we have seen no improvement. We have consistently failed to contend for the championship, and we have struggled even to reach the Sweet 16. Next season will be my final year, and I truly hope to achieve a breakthrough for the team in order to repay Senior Jones for her trust. It has been 8 years since we last secured the NCAA championship. As if on cue, a soft voice drifts from a short distance away, sending a chill down Jason's spine and causing his heart to race with renewed vigor, his grip on the bouquet tightening. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Catherine. The first figure to catch Jason's eye is a stunning woman with cascading black waves of hair, her sun-kissed complexion suggesting a Hispanic heritage. In fact, our current strength is quite commendable. If we can recruit some talented newcomers next year, we will undoubtedly have a chance next season. As she speaks, she appears to notice Jason leaning against the lamppost. Hi, Catherine, Jason exclaims, springing upright as he finally sees his long-awaited goddess. Today, she seems even more exquisite than the last time they met. Her golden, long curls cascade down her back, and the pale yellow floral dress accentuates her statuesque figure, with her bare, alabaster legs undoubtedly captivating the gaze of all nearby males. We crossed paths at Anderson's birthday party last month. This is you. Jason's nerves threatened to spill forth in a cold sweat, and the lines he had rehearsed 100 times evaporate like mist in the wake of tsunami. Hey, I know you. Your piano performance at Anderson's birthday party was absolutely magnificent. In my opinion, the students from the School of Arts can't hold a candle to your playing. What's your name? Vivian, standing alongside, recognizes Jason, but it is clear that she remembers him for his piano performance. My name is Jason Yang, and I am a sophomore at the School of Biology. From your name, I assume you are an international student from China? Vivian inquired. Oh, not quite. I am of Chinese descent. My parents immigrated to the United States at an early age, and I was born and raised in Los Angeles. Jason Young replied candidly. Wow, is this crafted from paper? It is truly beautiful, without a doubt. Vivian's gaze was captivated by the intricately cut paper rose bouquet in Jason's hands. Indeed, this is a traditional Chinese art form known as paper cutting. My mother learned it from my grandmother, and I studied it with her during my childhood. As Jason conversed with Vivian, his initially anxious demeanor gradually began to ease. Catherine, ever since I saw you at Anderson's birthday party, I have felt an immense attraction towards you. To be honest, I was overwhelmed at first. For this is the first time in 20 years I have experienced such emotions. It has left me unable to eat or sleep, nearly unraveling my life. My friend Anderson advised me to confess directly to you, and so here I am, presenting this paper-cut rose I made myself. Please accept it. If Anderson were present, he would surely be banging his head against a nearby lamppost, exclaiming, "Oh my God, this is the worst confession I have ever heard." I apologize, Jason said, his heart racing. Catherine furrowed her brow, clearly taken aback by the sudden declaration, and was about to express her refusal. Hey, Catherine, tonight has been emotional enough. Let us not add to it, Vivian interjected. Vivian, you are aware of my situation, Catherine replied, somewhat displeased. Jason, let me ask you, can you play basketball? Vivian turned to Jason Yang. Basketball? I cannot, Jason answered honestly. However, I have watched a few games of the school team. Well, I assume you know that Catherine is the manager of the basketball team, right? She is currently struggling with the team's performance. Therefore, I am offering you an opportunity on her behalf. If you can represent the school team next season and lead them to victory in the NCAA championship, I will persuade her to seriously consider a relationship with you. By the way, your paper cuttings are quite impressive. Might I have one? Vivian's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Catherine, seemingly conveying the message. See, this is far more artistic than a direct refusal. As Jason Yang regained his senses, he realized that both Catherine and Vivian had drifted away. Looking at his empty hands, he offered a bitter smile. Recalling how the paper-cut rose that he had held was snatched away by Vivian during his moment of distraction. Was this not akin to a direct rejection? I have suffered a heartbreak. I need a place to drown my sorrows with a drink. He retrieved his phone and dialed Anderson. Heartbroken? You, my friend, have never truly been in love. Consider it merely a failed confession. Anderson chuckled on the other end. Sweetheart, could you pass me the towel? A woman's voice faintly echoed through the receiver. All right, I have other matters to attend to. If you wish to have a drink, I suggest you head to Jack's bar. Anderson hastily ended the call. Men are devoid of humanity, Jason Yang muttered resentfully. Chapter 3. The bar upon exiting the campus. Jason Yang hailed a taxi and made his way to Jack's bar, arriving at 11 in the evening, the peak hours of the establishment. The bar was teeming with patrons, the DJ energetically spinning records, while Linkin Park's classic In the End resonated through the air. Jason Yang shook his head with a wry smile, pondering that perhaps he was merely an inconsequential figure in her life. Excuse me, he called out to the bartender. Sir, is this your first time at a bar? The bartender inquired as he turned around. Indeed, this is my inaugural experience seeking a drink. I have never visited such an establishment before. How did you discern that I was a novice? Jason Yang asked, intrigued. Typically, frequent patrons will directly express their drink preferences, while those who are regulars here would shout, Rocky, pour me my favorite. I tend to remember the preferences of guests who have visited 3 times, the bartender, named Rocky, proclaimed with evident pride. As if this were a rare skill. It was only first-time visitors who would utter excuse me. Jason Yang contemplated. Indeed, the intricacies of life are a profound study, and an understanding of human nature is tantamount to eloquence. My mother was absolutely right. Could you fetch me a bottle of beer? He requested. Certainly, Rocky replied. See that corner over there? The one with the bearded man. Go join his table. That's the owner, Jack. If you sit with him, the local ruffians will dare not trouble you. These fellows are quite unruly and have a penchant for picking on newcomers. Thank you. Jason expressed his gratitude before striding toward the table Rocky indicated. May I sit here? The bearded man glanced up at him. Oh, of course. It's a rare sight to see a young man drinking alone these days. You can call me Jack. Jack's bushy beard obscured his age, yet his voice betrayed that he was no longer youthful. Well, my friend had to attend to something, and I fancied a drink, so here I am. I heard this place was quite nice. My name is Jason. Oh, a young man wishing to drink alone must have one reason. You've experienced a heartbreak tonight. Ha ha ha. Jack burst into laughter at his remark. Here's to lost love. He raised his glass filled with amber liquid and clinked it against Jason's beer bottle. To be precise, it was merely a confession that fell short. Jason replied with a wry smile. Biologically speaking, alcohol stimulates the release of dopamine in the brain, which conveys feelings of euphoria and pleasure. It also promotes the secretion of beta endorphins, which function similarly to morphine and play a crucial role in pain suppression. Thus, during times of distress, people often seek solace in drink. Oh, while I may not fully grasp your words, they sound rather profound. Are you a doctor? Jack inquired, his eyes gleaming with interest. Not at all. I am currently a sophomore at Duke University's School of Biology, Jason responded. Oh, since my guess was incorrect, let us change the subject. Are you planning to give up? In truth, I have not been entirely rebuffed, Jason pondered before continuing. Perhaps she wishes to test the depths of my affection for her, hence this challenge. Yes, it is indeed a trial. However, this test has proven so daunting that I lack even the courage to confront it. With a sigh, Jason lamented, Oh, I am truly a coward. He then downed his beer in one go. Rocky, another bottle, please. Having never drunk before, Jason's face had turned slightly flush, yet he still called out loudly to Rocky. Oh, what sort of challenge could strip you of your courage to confront it? Jack's interest was piqued. Well, the girl I admire is the manager of Duke University's basketball team. For the past few years, Duke has struggled in the NCAA tournament, and her challenge to me is to lead the team to victory in the NCAA championship before she graduates. By the way, she is a junior this year. Having spoken, Jason Young took a deep breath and raised his beer for a hearty sip. Although I had occasionally cheered for the school team, I solemnly swore I had never partaken in this beverage. At this juncture, Jason seemed to be slightly inebriated, his words flowing more freely. He expressed gratitude towards my parents, recounting how he had swiftly mastered everything since elementary school, never encountering difficulties in his studies. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, he had always been the best in his class. He excelled in piano and violin, achieving mastery in the shortest of times. Yet, he lamented, why must it be this wretched basketball? Jack fell into a moment of silence after listening to the conversation. After a considerable pause, he lifted his head and calmly inquired, Jason, do you love that girl? Do you truly love her? Not merely for her striking appearance or any other superficial attribute, but are you genuinely willing to sacrifice everything for her, even your life? I am, Jason Young replied, his cheeks flushed. Really? Indeed. Then why give up without making an effort? Did you not say you would give everything, even your life, for her? Jack continued with a composed demeanor. But basketball is different. It is not solely within my control. Jason Young softly defended himself. I understand what basketball entails. It is a team sport. However, if you possess enough strength, you can still decisively influence the outcome, Jack asserted, giving Jason no opportunity to evade the question. Tell me loudly, do you love her? Yes, Jason Young shouted in response. The unexpected exclamation drew the attention of those around them, who turned to observe the scene. Are you willing to sacrifice everything for her? Even your life? Jack pressed on. I am willing. Okay, Jack signaled DJ to lower the volume, then took a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, let us raise a toast to the love of our friend Jason. This round is on me. Woo. The patrons of the bar cheered in response. When Rocky prepared the drinks, Jack turned to ask, what is the name of that girl? Catherine. To Catherine, everything. Jack raised his glass towards the crowd. To Catherine, everything. They echoed. As the night wore on and the crowd began to disperse, Jason Young had run to the restroom countless times, expelling his stomach's contents in a chaotic manner. Strangely, his mind remained remarkably clear, though he felt dehydrated, leaving him weakly slumped over the bar. Jason? Yes, I'm listening. Would you care to hear my story? It has been ages since I met a young man like you. I feel a connection between us. Huh. Jack, that must be an unparalleled love story, right? Jason Young exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he lifted his head from the table. After retiring from the Navy SEALs, I was dissatisfied with a mundane life and chose to join a mercenary organization. Just as the Gulf War erupted, our mercenary squad was contracted by the U.S. government to operate within Iraq, targeting the Iraqi forces and disrupting their logistics. Jack's gaze turned introspective, as if he were transported back to those past days. There was a singular girl in the team, a Northern Irish woman, who had been with us for several years. They called her Redback, after the dangerously venomous Australian spider. After undertaking several missions together, I found myself hopelessly in love with her. One evening, after a mission, I invited her out under the pretense of discussing something important, where I confessed my feelings beneath a rock at the edge of the camp. Jack recounted his tale, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as if he were reliving the most unforgettable moment of his life. How romantic. Did she agree? She knocked me out cold, he replied, laughter escaping his lips. Jason yawned. Upon hearing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. The plot had taken an unexpected turn. Observing the flicker of disillusionment in Jason's eyes, Jack, with a hint of pride, continued. After she had given me a thorough beating, she asked if I was the best marksman. I affirmed, as I was the sniper of the team, known as the Eye of Death. Jack's pride swelled further as he recounted her cool demeanor. Shoot the apple atop my head from 50 meters away, and I shall be yours. With that, she produced an apple from her pocket, turning to position it on her head at the edge of a rock, approximately 50 meters away, gazing back at him. Wow, I suppose you must have won. Jason Young exclaimed, rising from his seat, his eyes sparkling with excitement. No, I gave up. The moment I reached for my gun, I realized my hands were trembling uncontrollably, rendering me incapable of aiming. Is that how it ended? What a sorrowful tale, Jason remarked, feeling a tinge of regret. No, we ended up together, Jack jested, his laughter echoing. Hey, Jack? Are you implying that I should give up? Jason questioned, puzzled. Certainly not, lad. What I mean to convey is that a woman's heart is an enigma you shall never decipher. The only thing you can do is express your love for her, ensuring she feels cherished and that you are willing to make sacrifices. Do you understand? Jack spoke earnestly. I think I'm beginning to grasp it, Jason replied, a flicker of enlightenment dawning upon him. If it's not too much trouble, Jack, may I visit your wife? Visit? Oh no, lad, she passed away. Just 27 days after that. Jack's countenance suddenly grew somber. She died in my arms, imploring me to live on in her stead. Subsequently, I left the mercenary organization and opened this bar. I'm truly sorry, Jack. It's nothing. I promised her I would live well, carrying her spirit within me. Jack smiled softly. Now, lad, go to the inn across the street, secure a room, and rest well. Remember to buy a basketball first thing in the morning. Jack. I will. Thank you for sharing your story with me. Jason Young struggled to rise from his seat and made his way outside. In that moment, he recalled another attribute of alcohol. It inhibits the synthesis of acetylcholine, thus affecting bodily equilibrium. Good night, Jack. It was a pleasure to meet you. Can we be friends? Oh, I believe we already are. Hey, wait a moment, lad. Jack called out to Jason Young once more. Jason Young turned around and leaned against the table by the door. Jack stepped into the inner room, and after a brief moment, emerged and approached Jason Young, saying, "This is for you." With that, he handed over a dark, square object that resembled a Rubik's Cube, though its material remained a mystery. Jason Young looked at it with confusion before raising his gaze to Jack. This was something I stumbled upon in an ancient tomb that had been ravaged by bombs. Inscriptions within the tomb indicated that it was a personal artifact of Muhammad, bestowing immense power upon its possessor. I have lost interest in such research and hope it may assist you. With that, he grasped Jason Yang's hand and pressed the cube into it. Chapter 4. The system. Upon waking the next day, Jason Young was beset by a splitting headache, cursing the wretched alcohol in his mind. He glanced at the wall clock, which indicated it was already 11 a.m. Struggling to rise, he splashed cold water on his face and indulged in a hot bath, finally feeling a semblance of comfort in his body. After settling his hotel bill and stepping outside, he noticed that Jack's bar across the street had yet to open. He considered engaging Jack in conversation once more, but felt that their previous discussion had been sufficiently exhaustive. Thus, he wandered aimlessly down the street, only to find himself in front of a sporting goods store. What had Jack mentioned last night? Jason Young pondered aloud, suddenly recalling. I should buy a basketball first. Cradling a newly acquired Spalding basketball as he returned to his dormitory, Jason Young, at a loss for what to do, produced the cube from his pocket and reclined on his bed, beginning to examine it. It appeared to be a four-layered cube, its dark body made of an unknown material, devoid of color, yet each square was inscribed with various lines and shapes, seemingly requiring the arrangement of these elements into corresponding patterns. Intrigued, Jason Young felt a spark of interest. He had always been drawn to intellectually stimulating pursuits while maintaining a respectful distance from physical activities. This was precisely why his spirit had sunk at Vivian's suggestion that he join the school basketball team. Without hesitation, Jason Young got up and approached his desk, meticulously tracing the lines and shapes onto paper, numbering each square, and then assembling the patterns on each face of the cube according to his tracings. Once he had devised a course of action, he began to execute it. His fingers, long and dexterous, deftly manipulated the cube as he became wholly absorbed in his exploration. Though more challenging than an ordinary colored cube, for someone with an IQ of 164 like Jason Young, it merely required a more meticulous approach during the assembly process. A rumble emanated from his stomach, and glancing at the clock on his desk, he noted it was nearly 10 p.m. He extracted his phone and dialed Anderson. "Bring back some food when you return tonight. Anything will do." "Sorry, buddy, I won't be back tonight. You know how it is." Anderson's voice came through the receiver, tinged with a hint of annoyance before the call was abruptly terminated. Jason Young huffed in dissatisfaction. There were only a few steps remaining to complete the cube. He resolved to finish it before venturing out for a bite to eat. With renewed focus, he resumed his task. With a satisfying click, he finally completed it. Setting the cube down, he stood and stretched. Realizing it had been quite some time since he last engaged with a cube, and that he had taken significantly longer to solve it than in previous instances. With a quiet murmur, Jason Young resumed his seat, once more grasping the Rubik's Cube to scrutinize it intently. The intricate patterns adorning the 6 faces of the cube bore a resemblance to various constellations and nebulae. Lacking any knowledge of astronomy, Jason found himself utterly perplexed. Just as his interest waned and he prepared to set the cube aside in search of sustenance, a flash of blue light emanated from within the cube, followed by a male voice that emerged. "Hi, Jason. Greetings. Welcome to the Alphabet Company's product. How may I assist you today?" Jason Young was taken aback. And the years of materialistic education he had received prevented him from fleeing in terror. "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" he inquired. "I am your system steward. You may call me Jimmy. I have scanned your entire being, including your memories. Hence, I know everything about you," came the reply from the cube. "A system steward? What is that?" Jason pondered, utterly perplexed. As far as he was aware, there was no technology company named Alphabet in the United States. Being a student of the biology department, he had a modicum of understanding regarding the technological realm. "Oh, Jason. Certainly not from America, nor from any other country on Earth. I hail from the planet Cybertron, approximately 15 billion light-years away from Earth," the cube began to elucidate. "Alphabet is one of the greatest technology companies on Cybertron. This cube is merely the hardware that initiates the system, and I am the administrator responsible for the operation of the system and the guidance of its users." "A system? What system?" Jason queried, recalling that Jack had mentioned acquiring this object from an ancient tomb, where inscriptions indicated it was Muhammad's personal artifact. How could it possibly be an item from another planet, especially if you just claimed it is 15 billion light-years from Earth? Jason expressed his disbelief. "Calm down, Jason, calm down. While this may sound implausible to you, it is indeed the truth. Allow me to explain gradually," the voice from the cube said soothingly. "This system is the latest achievement of Alphabet, designed to guide and cultivate young users on Cybertron, helping them excel in specific fields. Of course, the ultimate success of the user depends on their innate talent and level of effort. As for why I have come to this planet called Earth, I do not know. This is my first activation, and perhaps an interstellar traveler from Cybertron brought me here," Jimmy speculated. "All right, Jimmy. I don't know whether what you say is true or if it is merely a prank of someone bored," Jason replied resignedly. "I will return you to Jack. This is his possession." Jason believed that regardless of its authenticity, it was best to return the object to Jack. "In fact, you have no authority to handle it in such a manner," Jimmy from the cube began to explain again. "As I previously mentioned, this cube is merely the initiating hardware of the system. Once the system is activated, it will automatically scan user information, just as I have done. The system will only fully activate if the following 3 criteria are met. 1. The system is independently initiated. 2. The user's IQ must be above 150. 3. The user's physical state during initiation must be that of a child. Should any of these conditions be unmet, the system will automatically self-destruct. Once activated, the system will lock onto the user and cannot be deactivated. The capabilities of the system far exceed your imagination, Jason. Many matters are beyond your control. Nevertheless, it remains quite difficult to believe. Well, you must be quite hungry now, are you not? Let us take a break for 30 minutes, and then we shall continue our conversation." After the conversation about the Rubik's Cube, the room fell into darkness. 30 minutes was hardly sufficient for me to go out for a meal and return. Sighing, I decided to rummage through the place to see if there were any unfinished snacks. With that, Jason Young began his search. Approximately 20 minutes later, after scouring the entire room, Jason Young found no food to satiate his hunger. Just as he was about to brave the outside world, he was suddenly startled by the familiar roar of an engine. It was Anderson's Ferrari Enzo. Hadn't he said he wouldn't be back tonight? Jason Young gazed in astonishment at Anderson, who entered through the door. Indeed, I said I wouldn't return this evening. Hey, buddy. You have no idea how alluring Alice's figure is and how wild she is in bed. Throughout the entire summer break, don't expect to see me again. It will either be her demise or mine, Anderson said, sporting an expression that conveyed a shared understanding. Jason Young's eyes flickered as he gazed at Anderson, remaining silent. Oh, for heaven's sake, how did I end up here? Upon regaining his composure, Anderson shouted, discarding the pizza he had been holding, and fled the dormitory in a panic. I suppose this is for you. Have a great holiday, my friend. After the familiar roar of the engine faded, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Do you believe it now? Jimmy appeared once again, seemingly out of nowhere. Jason Young appears to be still reeling from the events, seemingly not coincidental, yet somewhat appending his understanding. After a brief moment of distraction, Jason earnestly implores, Jimmy, Mr. Jimmy, you must be able to make Catherine fall in love with me, right? No, Jimmy responds decisively. That does not conform to the program. He then shifts his tone, inquiring, Dear user Jason Young, please confirm the area you wish to develop. Note that once established, it cannot be altered. Basketball, Jason replies without hesitation. A second confirmation ensues, Dear user Jason Young, please confirm the area you wish to develop. Note that once established, it cannot be altered. Jimmy mechanically reiterates. Basketball, with the objective established. The system prepares to cultivate user Jason Young into an elite in the realm of basketball. The system is about to commence. Please wait. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jason Young, who is munching on pizza, gazes in astonishment as a swirling mass of black liquid emanates from the Rubik's Cube, flying into his body. Startled, he drops his pizza and begins to frantically search his body, fearing that the cube might transform him into a monster. However, after a thorough inspection in front of the mirror, he ultimately finds no abnormalities and begins to relax. Jimmy, Mr. Jimmy, Jason softly calls out. Jason, you can communicate with me through your thoughts. I have now become one with you, comes Jimmy's voice in his mind. But where are you? I cannot locate you. Jason replies, evidently struggling to adapt to mental communication. To mitigate unnecessary complications, you must learn to communicate with me through your thoughts. My essence resides within the inner side of your left arm. You may silently invoke Jimmy to converse with me, or simply utter system to check the system panel. Jason Young silently repeats system, opens his eyes, and before him, like a 3D projection, hovers a display of his fundamental information. Name, Jason Young. Height, 195 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Wingspan, 206 centimeters. Technical attributes, max, 20. Shooting, 0 passing, 0 dribbling, 0 defense, 0 rebounding, 0 dunking, 0 off-ball movement, 0 physical attributes, max, 20. Strength, 2 speed, 3 jumping, 3 explosiveness, 3 agility, 11 stamina, 2 balance, 3 mental attributes, max, 20. Motivation, 2 courage, 16 provocation, 0 vision, 14 calmness, 9 rhythm, 10 anticipation, 3 unallocated points, 0 methods. To acquire attribute points, 1. Complete ordinary tasks to receive rewards. Points may be allocated freely, not exceeding the limit. 2. Accumulate 10 hours of specialized training in a particular area to gain 1 point, first phase. When the project point limit is reached, no further increases will be made. 3. The mental attribute cannot be trained, but experience can be gained on the court and ultimately reflected as a value. Skills, none skill points. 0 equipment. System not activated. Number of system tasks. For main task, become a member of the Duke University Blue Devils team by October 1st, 2009. Phase 1, task description. You have chosen basketball as your target domain, and joining the school team is undoubtedly your best choice to become an elite in this field. Task reward, 5 attribute points, 1 skill point. Failure penalty. Failure to pass the preliminary trial will result in automatic destruction of the system along with the host. Task status, in progress. Beginner guide task. On a basketball task description, you have chosen basketball as your target domain. Take your first step by owning a basketball. Task reward, 1 attribute point. Failure penalty, none. Task status, completed. Ordinary task, find a coach to guide you in dribbling training for 10 hours. Task description, dribbling is the most fundamental skill in basketball. Mastering this skill is your first step. Keep it up. Task reward, 1 attribute point. Failure penalty, none. Task status, not completed. Specialized task, after obtaining coaching in dribbling techniques, strive to improve this skill. Task description, specialized tasks exist to enhance a specific attribute. Completing this task requires you to continuously dribble 3 kilometers with your right hand, 3 kilometers with your left hand, 3 kilometers with alternating hands, and 3 kilometers with both hands simultaneously. Task reward, dribbling skill attribute points 5. Failure penalty, none. Task status, not completed. Chapter 5 Task Progress Jimmy. After understanding the information on the system panel, Jason Young murmured, "Jason, I believe after viewing the system panel, you understand what you need to do now." Jimmy responded in his mind, "Jimmy, what does the failure penalty for this main task mean?" Failing to complete the first phase task indicates your inability to achieve success in this field, and once a domain is selected, it cannot be changed. The system will automatically destroy itself. Jimmy's voice was serious. But what does it mean that the host will also be destroyed? Jason Young asked anxiously. "Jason, you must understand that in any biological domain, the survival of the fittest is the golden rule. On Cybertron, the competition is far more intense than you can imagine." Jimmy replied coldly, "I understand, Jimmy. I will strive to complete it." Jason Young responded resolutely. "But what about this skill? Why is there not a single skill?" "Of course. Once your attribute points reach a certain level, you will acquire corresponding skills. Please explore on your own. What does it mean that the equipment system is not activated?" Jason Young has much to comprehend regarding the system. It will activate once you reach a certain stage, with the equipment providing robust assistance to enhance your capabilities. You can acquire it by completing tasks, and additionally, winning matches offers a chance to obtain gear. Once the system is activated, you will experience a more intuitive understanding. Now, what is this novice guide task about, and why is the task status marked as completed? You have purchased a basketball. Hence, the system has determined that you have fulfilled the requirement. You may claim the task reward using your consciousness when you access the system panel, and then allocate points to your desired attributes using the same method. Jimmy is guiding Jason Young on how to utilize the system. Following Jimmy's instructions, he successfully claimed the novice guide task reward, increasing his unallocated points to 1. Jason Young thought to himself, at 1 point to stamina. Indeed, his stamina has now risen to 3 points. Furthermore, another novice guide task has appeared on the system panel. Purchase a set of basketball attire. With a reward of 1 attribute point, he promptly opened his computer and ordered a uniform on Amazon, and the system confirmed the task status as completed. He continued to claim the reward, and the novice guide task transformed into buying shoes, which he ordered and claimed the reward for. The novice guide task finally evolved. Equip yourself and appear on a basketball court, with a reward of 1 attribute point. However, the equipment has not yet arrived, and it was evident that completing the task today was impossible. After a day of turmoil, Jason Young began to feel drowsy. He nibbled on a couple of slices of pizza before drifting into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he dominated the court, leading the Duke Blue Devils to victory in the NCAA tournament, ultimately claiming the championship and marrying Catherine, reaching the pinnacle of his life. The next day, he awoke with a fuzzy head, the aftermath of excessive drooling causing his face to flush with embarrassment as he rose to shower. Yet, shortly after entering the bathroom, Jason Young bellowed, "Jimmy, explain this to me." He stood bare-chested before the mirror, furiously pointing at the inner side of his left arm, where a beautiful tattoo read, "Everything for Catherine." The surroundings fell silent, with no response. Jason Young silently called out for Jimmy, and finally, Jimmy responded. "Jimmy, what does this mean?" "It's nothing. As the system administrator, I deemed this could motivate you to achieve your goals more swiftly, hence my form has manifested this way. Is there a problem?" Jimmy replied with apparent indifference. "Jimmy, Mr. Jimmy, could you perhaps choose a different phrase or image? This makes it impossible for me to complete my tasks. The tattoo is on the inner side of my left arm, making it easily noticeable when I raise my hand. If you cannot overcome such a minor psychological hurdle, then neither the system nor even a deity can assist you," Jimmy retorted. "Now, remember to complete your tasks. When there are no tasks, train diligently. If there is nothing else, this is how it shall be. Last night drained too much of my energy, and I require some time to recuperate." After speaking, Jimmy ceased to respond to Jason Yang. With no other options, Jason resigned himself to the situation. Once the items he had ordered the previous night arrived, he donned his basketball gear and ventured out to fulfill his novice guidance task, cradling a basketball in his arms. The weather today was splendid, yet the number of students remaining on campus during the summer break was sparse, leaving the outdoor basketball court deserted. As Jason stepped onto the court, he promptly accessed the system panel, which confirmed that his novice guidance task had been successfully completed, allowing him to claim his reward. The system now indicated that his task had transformed into making a single basket with the basketball in his possession. Without any hesitation, he positioned himself beneath the hoop, lifted the ball, and with a slight jump, released it gently. The ball kissed the backboard and swished through the net, enabling him to claim his reward once more, thus causing the novice guidance task to vanish. "Jimmy," Jason called out in his mind. "What now?" Jimmy replied, sounding somewhat impatient. "The novice guidance task has disappeared," Jason said timidly. "That task was merely designed to familiarize you with the system. Receiving 5 attribute points for free is already quite generous. Do you truly believe you could ascend to greatness in the realm of basketball through such a trivial task?" Jimmy scoffed. "But without a task, what am I supposed to do?" Jason asked, his voice wavering. Train, train, train. Look at your abysmal physical attributes. Even a random elementary school student would outshine you. God granted you a handsome exterior, but neglected to bestow upon you a robust physique. Indeed, God is fair," Jimmy teased. "That was merely because I had not previously developed an interest in sports," Jason defended himself. "You know that was in the past, right? Let us not forget that I confirmed this with you twice last night." Upon hearing this, Jason Yang was rendered speechless. "Go. Run around this field for 3 hours before returning home to rest," Jimmy commanded Jason with a serious demeanor. He continued, "Whenever you feel the urge to give up, glance at your left arm. Your training objective for this week is to enhance your endurance by 2 points. This is the last demand I shall present to you. As I have previously mentioned, the systematic approach serves as a guide and cultivator, yet the ultimate achievements of the user are determined by their innate talent and diligence. Since you meet the criteria for the system's activation, it is evident that you possess a high intellect. Make sure to utilize your mind wisely." Jason Yang smirked, rest assured. "Jimmy, I shall not disappoint her." After uttering those words, he placed the basketball beneath the hoop and began to jog around the court. Although the weather was splendid for a leisurely run, his body, having been unaccustomed to physical activity for years, proved too frail. Within mere minutes, he found himself gasping for breath, his legs weak and trembling. Everything was for Catherine. Each time he sensed he was nearing his physical limit, he silently repeated a mantra in his mind, glancing down at his left arm, as if a surge of new energy coursed through him. The initial phase required a commitment of 20 hours of training, necessitating an average of 3 hours per day to meet the weekly goal. Such a training regimen is relatively modest for an ordinary athlete. However, for someone who had scarcely exercised for over 2 decades, it was an arduous undertaking. After 3 exhausting hours of jogging, Jason felt as though he had emerged from a watery abyss. He leaned weakly against the basketball hoop, his thigh and calf muscles quivering uncontrollably. He feared to sit down, apprehensive that he might lack the strength to rise once more. He was clearly drained, and at that moment, even the prospect of walking back to his dormitory felt like a distant wish. Just then, a melodious female voice broke through his despair. He lifted his gaze to find the dark-haired girl from that evening beside Catherine. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Vivian swiftly retrieved a thermos from her backpack and carefully offered it to his lips. "Be cautious, it's hot water." Jason Yang took a breath and sipped twice, feeling a warmth enveloping his body. "What a coincidence. Could you possibly escort me back to the dormitory?" His cheeks flushed as he weakly inquired. "Certainly, no problem. But what seems to be the matter?" Vivian retrieved her water cup and stowed it away in her backpack, then linked her arm with Jason's, preparing to walk. Jason remained still, glancing back at the basketball resting by the hoop. Following his gaze, Vivian too noticed the basketball and was momentarily rendered speechless by her astonishment. Upon escorting Jason back to the dormitory, Vivian fetched a towel to help him dry off. Jason felt incredibly embarrassed. He wished to protest, yet he lacked even the strength to lift a finger. As Vivian raised his left arm to wipe it down, she discovered the tattoo on the inner side of his arm, her eyes instantly welling with tears. "I am so very sorry, Jason. I deeply regret what transpired that night. Had I not uttered those words, I doubt you would have found yourself in such a predicament." Vivian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for her unintentional mistake. Vivian, there is no need for you to apologize. This was my own choice, Jason reassured her. However, I distinctly remember you saying that you could not play basketball at all, Vivian exclaimed. Thus, I am currently dedicating myself to training, Jason replied with a smile. But Vivian hesitated, then added, please include me in your training sessions from now on. I am studying sports science, and I believe my knowledge could benefit your training. Additionally, I would like to incorporate your training process into my thesis. Vivian found it hard to believe that he could join the school team after just a few months of training. She merely sought a way to alleviate her guilt. Are you not returning home during the summer break? I have enrolled in some courses on sports management, Jason replied. Very well then, thank you, Vivian. After contemplating, Jason nodded in agreement. Although he had a system, he lacked the fundamental knowledge for training. With the guidance of Vivian, a professional in the field, his training could become significantly more efficient. In the following week, under Vivian's tutelage, Jason ran long distances for 3 hours each morning at the track to enhance his endurance. Vivian instructed him on how to adjust his breathing while running, how to efficiently allocate his energy, the range of motion for his forearms, and the length of each stride. With professional guidance, Jason no longer collapsed in exhaustion upon completing his run as he had on his first attempt. In return, Jason treated Vivian to lunch at a Chinese restaurant off campus. During these outings, he also learned that Vivian was of Mexican descent, and their shared experience as descendants of immigrants provided them with more topics to discuss, perhaps out of some reticence. Their conversations carefully avoided his tattoo and any mention of Catherine. Chapter 6. Physical enhancement after enduring a rigorous 3-hour training session under John's supervision. Jason received a call from Vivian on his way back to the dormitory. Jason, are you in search of a massage therapist? Indeed, I aspire to intensify my training regimen. Thus I require the assistance of a massage therapist to alleviate my muscle strain and avert injury, articulated Jason Young. Jason, there is no need to push yourself to such extremes, Vivian urged anxiously. Vivian, my time is regrettably limited, Jason Young replied with composure. Jason, I am truly sorry. Vivian on the other end of the line evidently misconstrued Jason Yang's intentions, weeping softly. Hey, Vivian, there is no need for you to apologize. This is not your fault. Jason Young gently reassured her. Very well, Jason, Vivian said, her sobs subsiding. I know a wonderful massage therapist. I shall bring her to meet you tomorrow. With that, Vivian swiftly ended the call. The following day, upon Jason Yang's arrival at the track, he found Vivian already awaiting him. Good morning, Vivian. Jason Yang greeted warmly. Good morning. Jason, Vivian turned to him, smiling in response. Jason Yang glanced around, perplexed, and inquired, Vivian, I recall you mentioning that you would introduce a masseur to me? Vivian smiled without uttering a word, merely gesturing towards herself. You? What, do you doubt my abilities? Vivian jested with a playful grin. No. I just didn't anticipate it would be you, Jason replied, somewhat astonished. I have informed you that my major is in exercise science. With a focus on sports rehabilitation and sports medicine, Vivian calmly responded. All right, let us commence the training. After 3 hours of rigorous training, Vivian provided him with a comprehensive muscle relaxation massage on a mat by the track. Subsequently, the two returned to their dormitories to refresh themselves before reconvening at a Chinese restaurant off campus for lunch. Jason ordered the renowned Sichuan dish, mapo tofu, which Vivian unexpectedly adored. After finishing the meal, she exclaimed in delight, prompting Jason to describe various regional delicacies from China, which made Vivian insist that she must visit China in the future to savor the culinary offerings from each province before returning home. Vivian, about the massage fee, how about I settle it weekly? Jason stammered as they neared the end of their meal. Vivian gazed at him with her sparkling eyes, smiling but remaining silent. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, Jason touched his face and asked, Is there something on my face? Jason, do you believe our friendship is worth merely $50 an hour? Vivian inquired softly. No. You know that's not what I meant. Jason hastily waved his hands, flustered. I was mistaken. Forget I said anything. Jason deflated. Vivian burst into laughter, raising her glass of orange juice. To great friendship. Cheers. To friendship. Cheers. Jason echoed. Jason Young also raised his glass of orange juice, gently clinking it with Vivian's. Over the next 2 months, adhering to the training regimen devised by Vivian, Jason devoted 6 hours each day to rigorous training. In addition to enhancing his endurance and strength, he practiced parkour at an external club to improve his agility, sought the guidance of a yoga instructor to refine his balance, and enlisted a robust coach from the track team to enhance his sprinting speed and explosiveness, while also practicing high jumps to elevate his vertical leap. After an intensive summer of training, Jason's physical attributes were as follows. Physical attributes: maximum 20, strength 8, speed 8, vertical leap 7, explosiveness 8, agility 16, endurance 10, balance 7. Apart from agility, the rest remained rather unimpressive. As August arrived, students returned to their familiar campus after the summer break. Following 2 months of physical conditioning, Jason felt it was time to acquire basketball skills. He posted on the school's BBS, seeking a basketball coach to instruct him in dribbling techniques, offering a remuneration of $50 per hour for a total of 10 hours, along with his name and contact information. "Buddy, I'm back," Anderson exclaimed as he entered the dormitory, enveloping Jason in a warm embrace. "This is for you." He handed Jason a handcrafted doll made from coconut shell, which he had purchased in Hawaii. "I apologize for not being there when you needed me most, but I believe every man must endure such trials to grow. One day, I'll have Alice introduce you to some lovely ladies, and I assure you, you will quickly forget anyone named Catherine." Anderson's skin had darkened considerably, a clear consequence of his sunbathing in Hawaii. His steps appeared somewhat unsteady, indicating he had indeed followed through on his promise, albeit with evident defeat. At this rate, if summer had lasted another 2 months, he might have truly succumbed to the allure of Alice's charms. "Thank you for your concern, but I'll pass on that." Jason politely declined Anderson's offer. "Come on, I'm a man too. I've been through it all. I once was like you, hiding away in a corner, crying my heart out. But now, who the hell remembers her?" Anderson scoffed. "Rest assured, I've seen Alice's friends, and they are all quite beautiful. You will be pleased." Watching Anderson, who resembled a brothel madam in his attempts to play matchmaker, Jason lay back on his bed, displaying a look of defeat. "That may be true for you. I'll rest early. I have training in the morning." As the semester commenced, Jason adjusted his training schedule to begin at 4 a.m. to avoid interfering with his studies, a change that Vivian readily approved. "Training? What training?" Anderson seemed intrigued. "I've lived with you for 2 years and have never seen you engage in physical exercise." Jason Young turned away, offering no response. After a prolonged silence with no reply from him, Anderson, undeterred, promptly produced a water gun and began to spray him. Evidently having acquired quite a few items during his time in Hawaii. "I am relentless in my pursuits. It's simply my style," Anderson jested as he continued to spray. Jason Young reluctantly leaped from his bed, lunging toward Anderson to seize his water gun. In the midst of their playful scuffle, Anderson noticed the tattoo on the inner side of Jason's arm. "Wow, that's really cool. It seems I have missed out on quite a bit during this time, Jason. There is a saying in Chinese, isn't there? Confess and be lenient, resist and be harsh. Don't compel me to employ more severe measures," Anderson declared with a playful growl. With no other choice, Jason recounted the events of that fateful night, including the happenings at Jack's bar, albeit omitting the final absurdity regarding the Rubik's Cube, as it seemed too ludicrous to share. "Perhaps you are right, Jason," Anderson said earnestly, after which he fell silent, seemingly lost in reflection of bygone memories. After a lengthy pause, he gently added, "Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. You know I've always regarded you as my brother." Meanwhile, in a similarly arranged dormitory room, Vivian reclined on her bed, resting a notebook on her propped-up thigh as she scribbled away. Presently, Catherine emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a robe, and approached the bed to dry her hair with a hairdryer. Vivian turned her head, glancing through the slightly ajar robe, catching a glimpse of Catherine's ample figure, then lowered her gaze to her own chest, pursing her lips. "Catherine, how was your summer vacation? Did you travel anywhere?" Vivian inquired. "Oh, you know how it is, with everyone constantly coming and going at home. I've never been fond of socializing," Catherine replied, seemingly dissatisfied with her holiday. "Ah, that's the life of the upper class, isn't it?" Vivian giggled, then asked, "Did that fellow named Bincy come by?" Catherine's expression darkened, and she remained silent, continuing her task. Goodness, what era are we in? Still playing those medieval tricks. Vivian realized the atmosphere had shifted and quickly changed the subject. "Do you remember that guy who appeared after the graduation ball last semester?" "Who?" Catherine seemed to have no recollection. "That one," Vivian said, pointing to the paper-cut rose on the desk opposite her. The vibrant red petals remained strikingly vivid. "What is this? Is he after you again?" Catherine teased. "Not at all. He wouldn't be interested in me," Vivian replied bashfully, her cheeks flushing red. After a moment, she continued. "It seems he is genuinely intent on improving his basketball skills, and plans to join the team. Catherine pondered the events of that day and exclaimed, "Vivian, isn't my life already troublesome enough?" Upon hearing this, Vivian swiftly shrank beneath her covers, pulling the blanket over her head. After a while, she peeked out, her eyes visible, and whispered, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm now his training coach and massage therapist." With that, she quickly retreated back into her cocoon. Catherine gazed at the bulging blanket on her bed, smiling and shaking her head in resignation. Chapter 7. The Storm of Public Opinion, Part 1, 3 days later. While returning home from the gym, she finally received a call inquiring whether he was seeking a coach for ball handling guidance. Jason Young affirmed and arranged to meet the caller the following afternoon at 4 o'clock on the western side of the school basketball court. When Jason Young arrived at the designated court, he found a black man standing in the center, holding a basketball, who seemed to be the person he was supposed to meet. "Hello, I am Jason. It's a pleasure to meet you." Jason approached quickly and extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Carl." The black man turned to shake his hand, then, feeling somewhat awkward, continued, "What kind of guidance do you require?" "Frankly, I don't know many complex tricks, but I will do my utmost to teach you." Carl appeared somewhat lacking in confidence, yet he was in dire need of money, as his girlfriend's birthday was next week, and he needed to prepare a decent gift. "Tricks? Oh no, no, no." Jason hastily waved his hand, indicating that he only required the most fundamental ball handling instruction, not the elaborate maneuvers he had implied. "Not? You don't wish to learn flashy basketball?" Carl asked in surprise. "In fact, I simply want to learn how to play basketball. I have never played before." "Well, that is precisely it," Jason admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Cough, cough. Carl, taken aback by the revelation, struggled for breath. "Then I believe I should have no problem." With that, he began to dribble the basketball, executing several impressive crossovers. "However, could you pay me the coaching fee up front? I have an urgent need." Carl's dark complexion flushed slightly. "Oh, that's no problem." Jason readily pulled out his wallet. "Shall we meet here every day at 3 for 2 hours over 5 days? Okay, then let's commence today." Jason Young changed into a new jersey and began to practice dribbling under Carl's guidance. When dribbling, one should maintain a natural stance with feet positioned front and back, knees slightly bent, torso leaning forward, head raised, and eyes level. The amplitude of foot movements and the degree of bending in the lower limb joints vary according to the speed and height of the dribble. As Carl demonstrated the movements, he explained the techniques, allowing Jason to replicate the actions while correcting any errors he exhibited. During dribbling, one must spread the fingers, utilizing the tips and the outer edges of the palms to contact the ball, ensuring the palm does not touch it. Carl picked up the basketball and showcased the correct hand position, emphasizing that the wrist should serve as the pivot during dribbling. Relying on the strength of the wrist and fingers, he then demonstrated the dribbling technique with a series of sharp taps. "Now, give it a try," he encouraged, handing the basketball to Jason. "Keep your fingers spread, avoid bringing them together, and use the strength of your wrist and fingers rather than your arms." Observing Jason's movements, Carl provided further guidance on areas for improvement. "Well done. Excellent. Maintain that." He instructed Jason to switch the ball to his left hand, employing the same dribbling technique. "Good. It seems your left hand is more agile than I anticipated." After switching back to his right hand, Carl commended him. "Great job. Maintain this posture." And alternate dribbling with each hand at a frequency of 20 times. Carl's coaching abilities appeared commendable. 2 hours of training swiftly passed. Although dribbling might seem simple, the continuous practice resulted in Jason's wrists becoming red and swollen. "Well done," Carl remarked as he gathered the basketball and picked up Jason's jacket, placing it over his left shoulder. "In truth, your talent has surpassed my expectations, and few can endure such monotonous training for 2 hours, especially under these circumstances." Carl glanced at Jason's inflamed wrists, encouraging him, "Keep it up, buddy. I have high hopes for you." With that, he turned to leave. "Thank you, Carl," Jason called after him, watching as he departed. "See you tomorrow." Carl did not look back, but simply waved his hand in acknowledgement. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jason filled a bucket with ice water and fully immersed his hands, a method taught to him by Vivian to alleviate muscle soreness and fatigue. "What are you doing?" Anderson asked, entering the room, looking at him with curiosity. Jason Young inhaled sharply but remained silent. Anderson stepped forward and noticed the ice cubes and the swollen wrist beneath them, roaring, "Is it really necessary to push yourself this hard?" He was well aware that Jason had begun training at 4 a.m. every day. Yet, Jason continued to remain unresponsive, casting a sidelong glance at him that seemed to convey a sardonic, "What do you think?" Anderson could only respond with exasperation. Once the swelling in his wrist subsided slightly, Jason prepared to leave. "Where are you off to?" Anderson called out. "I'm going to the gym to build my strength," Jason replied without turning around. Unable to contain his anger, Anderson kicked over the stool in front of the desk, cursing under his breath, "To hell with love." He pulled out his phone from his pocket, and as soon as the call connected, he erupted, "In 5 minutes, at Cowboy Valley, bring your crew." He then flung the phone onto the bed with great force. A few minutes later, at a bar called Cowboy Valley, Anderson leaned against a square table by the window. Facing a pallid-faced white man with a rather sinister demeanor, flanked by a few obvious henchmen. "Boss Anderson, who are we planning to take down this time? Just say the word, and I'll make sure they 1T recognize their own mother," one of the henchmen eagerly offered before Anderson could speak. "Shut your mouth," Anderson snapped, still struggling to calm his fury. "Come on, Anderson, why get worked up over this?" The sinister man said calmly. "What's the urgent matter?" "William," Anderson began, taking a deep breath to collect his thoughts, "my brother Jason Young, whom you met at my birthday party, has become infatuated with a girl. However, she has imposed some rather harsh conditions for their relationship. Jason is utterly consumed by this, and I find myself unable to intervene or offer him any assistance." With a sigh, Anderson expressed the root of his frustration. "Jason? That handsome Chinese lad. Even he has faced rejection?" William remarked with evident schadenfreude. "You know, after your birthday party, that which Amy kept inquiring about him. Huh. It seems even he can be turned down. By whom? It appears everyone on this planet loves a good gossip." "Catherine," Anderson replied. William gasped. "Don't count on me for this. I'm powerless to help." The two sat in silence, nursing their drinks. "I have an idea we could try, if we can't think of anything else," the previously scolded henchman finally spoke up. A hint of stubbornness in his tone. "Spill it." Anderson exhibited an unusual impatience. According to Freud's psychological theory, under the incessant and repetitive external psychological suggestions, a person's thoughts and behaviors may unconsciously begin to align with and complement such suggestions. In other words, if Catherine is continuously subjected to the insinuation that her boyfriend is Jason Young, over time, her mind will come to accept this notion, ultimately manifesting in her behavior. The man known as Turkey Head smugly declared, "Is that really true?" The burly man beside him wore a skeptical expression. "If you don't believe it, suggest a better method," Turkey Head urged. "All right, first tell me how you plan to execute this," William interjected, seemingly recognizing the validity of the approach. Upon hearing their superior speak, Turkey Head, without further ado, explained, "It's quite simple, create public opinion. We must cultivate a widespread narrative around Catherine that asserts her boyfriend is indeed Jason Young. There are a few crucial points to bear in mind. First, the created narrative must possess a broad reach and significant influence. Second, it should be sustained over a long period. As such matters cannot be resolved in just a few days, prepare for a protracted campaign. Third, the impact must be precise, directly affecting Catherine and her surrounding social circle. Indeed, it appears to be a sound strategy, Anderson remarked, snapping his fingers. "You take charge of this matter. You can use that Porsche 911 for now, after a while. I will provide you with $10,000 as your operational budget. If you execute this successfully, the car is yours to keep. However, should you fail, well, you understand the consequences." "Thank you, Boss Anderson. Thank you, Boss Anderson." Turkey Head, feeling the envious gazes of those around him, thumped his chest confidently. "Rest assured, I will ensure this endeavor is executed flawlessly." In the ensuing days, Jason Young continued his rigorous training regimen, commencing endurance exercises at 4 in the morning, receiving dribbling guidance from Carl after classes, and attending strength training sessions in the evening under John S. tutelage. Meanwhile, during his busy days, the campus BBS began to buzz with activity. A report surfaced. The manager of the school basketball team was suspected of being a lesbian. An anonymous article was published on the campus BBS, stating that Catherine, a third-year student in the School of Public Relations and the manager of the basketball team, who was considered a goddess by many male students, was suspected of being a lesbian for the following reasons. First, the stunning and graceful Catherine had not been linked to any romantic rumors since her enrollment, not even with male classmates who seemed slightly close. Second, numerous boys had professed their feelings for her, yet she had never reciprocated. Third, she shared a close friendship with Vivian, a charming girl from the sports academy. And from the information currently available, the two were often seen together. In summary, there was no doubt that Catherine was a lesbian. Chapter 8, The Storm of Public Opinion, Part 2. Such a blatant questioning of another's sexual orientation drew the attention of the administrators, and the post was swiftly deleted. However, as the saying goes, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire, and thus, this tempest of public opinion began to unfold. Soon, Eduardo, the heartthrob of the business school, vehemently retaliated on the BBS, asserting that the allegations were unfounded and slanderous. He vowed to unearth the despicable individual behind these rumors and promised to fight to the bitter end, swearing by his character that Catherine was certainly not the so-called lesbian. This declaration garnered an enthusiastic response from numerous male admirers, resulting in a flurry of comments that reached astronomical heights. Just as the fervor surrounding this topic began to wane, a new post appeared on the BBS, proclaiming in bold letters, "The true soulmate of the goddess is revealed." The article suggested that Dimitri, a senior from the medical school, was likely Catherine's destined partner, citing a photograph of the two engrossed in their studies at the same table in the library. Dimitri swiftly responded on the BBS, clarifying that while he felt immensely honored to share a table with a goddess like Catherine, it was merely a coincidence. The reaction on the BBS was overwhelming, with hundreds of new comments flooding in. Here are some excerpts from the responses. Post 7. Dude, you make me so jealous. If my girlfriend were Catherine, I would let the whole world know. Clearly, this individual did not buy his explanation. Post 65. Look at you. How could Catherine's boyfriend possibly be you? If she has won, it must be me. This commenter was evidently a loser. Post 173. Tell me which chair Catherine sat on. I want to worship her. This commenter seemed a bit unhinged. If he wished to pay homage, it would have to be to the chair Catherine occupied, after all. Who was he to even dream of such intimacy? The entire campus was stirred by the information circulating on the BBS, with female students seeming to take the lead. Their insatiable appetite for gossip was astonishing, as if it were inherently woven into their very being. Rumors would erupt about who was purportedly Catherine's boyfriend, only to be swiftly debunked, yet new candidates would emerge in quick succession. There were even campus reporters who came knocking at night to verify the claims, causing Catherine considerable distress. Meanwhile, Jason Young remained blissfully unaware of all this commotion, his sole focus being on rigorous training to enhance his attributes. It must be said that Carl was a competent coach. He not only imparted various dribbling techniques to Jason, but also instructed him on how to break through opponents with diverse characteristics. Carl was astounded by Jason's innate talent. He seemed to grasp everything immediately after a single demonstration, displaying prowess far beyond that of a novice. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the system indicated that the task was complete, awarding him 1 attribute point. However, since completing the task did not count as training, his dribbling attribute remained at 0. Over these few days, other training had elevated his endurance to 11 points and his strength to 9 points. Next, he intended to devote himself entirely to mastering the dribbling task and, after a period of strength training, would also focus on flexibility and balance to prevent excessive muscle stiffness from hindering his shooting touch. Ultimately, it was confirmed that he was indeed the goddess's chosen one. Yet suddenly, the BBS dropped a bombshell, as an anonymous individual, after diligent research and analysis of various pieces of information, claimed to have uncovered the truth. The author solemnly asserts that this time the information is 1000% accurate, and there will be no repeat of past blunders. Accompanying this post is a frontal photograph of Jason Yang, along with detailed information about him. Name: Jason Yang, of Chinese descent. Height: 193 centimeters. A third-year student in the School of Biology, reputed to possess an IQ as high as 164, a genius among geniuses, proficient in piano, violin, and several lesser-known Chinese instruments. It is rumored that he has caught the eye of the esteemed Professor Ivy from the School of Biology, with a significant possibility of being taken on as a protege. Upon the release of this article, the BBS was filled with lamentations, as male students expressed their dismay at their goddess being so quietly taken away, although some felt a tinge of reluctance. They conceded that Jason Yang was indeed worthy of their goddess, with some magnanimously offering their blessings. Conversely, the female students voiced their indignation, insisting that such a handsome young man should not belong to just one person, but rather to all the female students of Duke, declaring their intent to compete fiercely with Catherine, whom they deemed a rival. The jealousy of women knows no age limits. As public opinion continued to escalate, Jason Yang was soon scrutinized under a microscope, with details emerging about his parents being renowned professors at UCLA, the hospital of his birth, and the schools he attended for elementary, middle, and high school, as well as the number of girls who had confessed their feelings to him in person. Each new post garnered thousands of replies, and the campus BBS had never been so lively. Then, On the evening of the third day, an anonymous individual dropped a bombshell titled "The Purest Love in History." The article revealed that Catherine, the manager of the school's basketball team, was troubled by the team's performance, as the Duke Blue Devils had not won a league championship in 8 years. Unable to bear watching his girlfriend grow increasingly frail, Jason Young resolved to assist her in realizing her dream of leading the team to reclaim the NCAA championship before her graduation. He secretly began learning basketball, training at 4 in the morning and continuing his workouts until 10 at night. The article also featured a photograph of Jason training in the early hours. Somewhat blurred due to the lighting, yet his bright Red Bulls jersey stood out vividly, with a hint of him running on the track, each hand gripping a basketball. Additionally, the article included a commendation from John, the president of the Fitness Association, who stated, "Jason is one of the most determined individuals I have ever encountered. I could never achieve what he does in his current physical state. As for his relationship with Catherine, yes, I've heard about it, and I feel he is my mentor in this regard." John's comments undoubtedly injected tremendous energy into this discourse, marking the first time a specific individual offered an evaluation of the situation, as prior discussions were largely based on unfounded rumors. The article concludes by stating that at 8 p.m. tomorrow, the most direct evidence will be revealed, urging everyone to anticipate it. Upon the posting of this message, the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Within a mere half hour, over 3,000 replies flooded in. Concurrently, numerous discussions regarding this event surged on the BBS, creating a trend that threatened to overwhelm the platform. Humanity's greatest love celebrated their affection, offering encouragement and blessings. The inept Duke Blue Devils criticized the beleaguered university basketball team. The story I Must Tell with Jason Young sought to seize the moment for self-promotion. "Love me, please," like Jason Young, was the impassioned cry of an infatuated girl. Notably, a girl named Stacy boldly declared war against Catherine, asserting that boys like Jason Young should not be monopolized by Catherine alone. She called upon all Duke women to unite and confront Catherine. She proclaimed the establishment of the Heart Protection Society, appointing herself as its president. In no time, countless girls sought to join this newly formed society. Oblivious to all this, Jason Young commenced his training at 4 a.m., only to be bemused by the crowd that had gathered on the track field. Why were these people, who should have been resting in their dorms on a Saturday, pointing and whispering about him? Distracted, he lost control of the basketball in his left hand, having completed his specialized tasks of dribbling with his left hand, right hand. And between his legs, he had yet to finish the final task of simultaneous dribbling with both hands. This required intense concentration, which he had failed to achieve yesterday due to distractions. Today, with so many onlookers, he deemed it impossible to complete the task and decided to abandon the basketball in favor of a light jog. Eventually, overwhelmed by the situation, he neglected even to do his relaxation exercises and left with the equally perplexed Vivian. He had planned to practice agility with an external parkour instructor and then work on balance with his yoga teacher. As the clock struck 7:30 p.m., students of Duke University, regardless of gender, began rhythmically refreshing the BBS, as if eagerly awaiting a historic moment. Even some faculty members were engaged in the same activity. "Stacy, what do you think it will be?" Stacy's roommate inquired from their dormitory. "I believe it could be a photo of them kissing somewhere." "How romantic. Why have I never encountered a boy like Jason Young?" The girl mused, becoming enamored. "Whatever it may be, we must not allow that insufferable Catherine to succeed easily. Jason Young must belong to us," Stacy declared resolutely. "Also, do not forget to stand firm in your convictions. You are an officer of the society." "I will not forget," she replied. The girl responded with words, yet her heart whispered in dissent. "What business is this? It is merely your coercive imposition." In another dormitory at the school, Eduardo was engaged in a similar endeavor. As the clock struck 7:58, he began to refresh the page with increasing frequency. Reminiscent of his time as an exchange student in China, watching his Chinese roommate scramble for train tickets home before the Spring Festival. At 8 o'clock, as anticipated, a new post appeared, titled Evidence. Eduardo promptly clicked on it, revealing but a single photograph, a tattoo inscribed with the phrase "Everything for Catherine," rendered in an exquisite font unlike any he had encountered before. Beneath the image was a caption, "Jason Yang's tattoo on the inner side of his left arm." This was a clandestine capture taken by Anderson while Jason Young lay asleep. Pleased with the public relations campaign orchestrated by the Turkey head during this period, he decided not to reclaim the Porsche 911 and even awarded him $10,000 as a bonus. Now, it was not merely those around Catherine who were aware. The entirety of Duke University, regardless of gender, recognized Jason Young as Catherine's boyfriend. What shall we do next? He inquired excitedly of Turkey Head. For the next few days. We need not take significant actions. However, as I previously mentioned, subconscious guidance requires continuity. I will intermittently update information, Turkey Head replied with respect. Well done. But do not let your guard down, Anderson encouraged, patting Turkey Head on the shoulder. Thank you, Boss Anderson. Turkey Head's eyes sparkled, as if envisioning a deluge of cash descending upon him. Chapter 9. Technical Training La 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 La. As Vivian hummed a cheerful tune upon returning to the dormitory, she found Catherine leaning against the wall, arms crossed over her chest, appearing somewhat dazed, her face a mask of frost as if to freeze the very air around her. What's wrong? Is that guy Anchi bothering you again? Vivian inquired with concern. What's wrong? You dare ask me that? This is all you're doing. Catherine, regaining her composure, advanced on Vivian, dragging her to the computer to peruse the various posts on the BBS from the past few days. After a brief review of the content, Vivian stood up, waving her hands in protest. It's not me. That's not me. I've been busy arranging training sessions for Jason Young. At the mention of Jason Yang's name, Catherine's fury intensified. If it weren't for your meddling that night, would all this chaos have ensued? And you've been associating with him lately. What are your intentions? What? No, that's not it. I just felt a bit sorry for him at that time. Vivian quietly defended herself. Sorry for him? He is pitiful enough to have hundreds rallying to support him? If that qualifies as pitiful, I wouldn't mind being even more so, Catherine retorted sarcastically. Should you wish for it, not merely hundreds, but even thousands would heed your word. She added. Vivian murmured softly, you little rascal. Catherine, slightly exasperated, inquired, then let me ask you, is the tattoo on his arm genuine? Indeed, it is, Vivian replied affirmatively. Honestly, Jason is quite a remarkable young man. I truly feel that you two are a perfect match. He surpasses that scoundrel, Bianchi, by at least 1,000-fold. Why not give it some thought? Vivian added with a playful smile. Are you suggesting I don't have enough troubles already? Catherine retorted with a laugh. Aha, you've been moved. Haven't you? Vivian teased, noticing Catherine's smile. Move my foot, Catherine exclaimed, and with that, she approached and began to tickle her. The two girls erupted into laughter and playful banter, instantly filling the dormitory with a vibrant atmosphere of joy. Jason Young, as usual, diligently immersed himself in training every day. Although he felt somewhat disoriented with the attention he drew from onlookers, he endeavored to focus all his energy on his practice. Eventually, he accomplished the dribbling training task, and, upon receiving the task reward, his dribbling attribute increased to 5 points. Shortly thereafter, a new task emerged. General task, find a coach to guide you in shooting technique training for 10 hours. Task explanation, shooting is a fundamental skill in basketball, and your shooting ability will determine your scoring potential. Keep pushing forward. Task reward, 1 attribute point. Failure penalty, none. Task status, incomplete. Special task, after receiving coaching in shooting technique, defeat your coach. Task explanation, this special task aims to enhance a specific attribute. To complete this task, you must defeat your coach in shooting competitions from the free throw line, the top of the arc, and the corner. Task reward, shooting technique attribute points 5. Failure penalty, none. Task status, incomplete. He retrieved his phone and called Carl. Hi, Carl, I need a coach to guide me in shooting. Do you have any time available recently? The compensation will be the same as before. Clearly, Jason held a high regard for Carl's coaching abilities. Wow, Jason, I'm thrilled to receive your call. Your performance has been truly remarkable. I am honored to know you, Carl exclaimed excitedly over the phone. For anything concerning you, I am absolutely available. Compensation? Oh no. If my friends found out I was charging you for coaching basketball, they would surely kill me. If possible, could we take a picture together? It would be perfect if you could sign it as well. After arranging a meeting time with Carl, Jason hung up the phone, bewildered. He was perplexed by Carl's excessive enthusiasm, as he did not believe that his displayed talent in dribbling had sufficiently impressed Carl or influenced his friends. Jason remained blissfully unaware of the storm of public opinion swirling on the school's BBS. His entire focus, aside from attending classes, was devoted to training and completing tasks. Anderson, the instigator of the situation, certainly would not share any of this with him, and Vivian never broached any topics related to Catherine in his presence, nor did he inquire. The two seemed to share an extraordinary understanding regarding this matter. Jason Young remained wholeheartedly dedicated to his training, gradually acclimating to the myriad complex gazes from the surrounding crowd, as well as the occasional flirtations from various beautiful women. Upon arriving at the court, Carl appeared to be brimming with enthusiasm. He warmly enveloped Jason Young in a grand embrace, then produced an iPhone 3 and, draping an arm around Jason's shoulder, began taking selfies with great fervor, only pausing after a considerable interval. To commence, let us delve into the proper shooting technique. Carl swiftly assumed the role of a guiding coach. Adopting a serious demeanor as he instructed, hold the ball with one hand while the other supports it. Ensure that your fingers are slightly spread apart, making contact with the ball using your palm and fingers while avoiding the use of your palm. Raise the ball above your head, forming a 90-degree angle between your palm and forearm, and similarly, your elbow should also approximate a 90-degree angle. Demonstrating the motion, Carl meticulously elaborated on each step. While shooting, first aim for the position of the hoop. As you extend your arms, employ the strength of your fingers and wrists to propel the ball, refraining from relying solely on the strength of your arms. He noted that shooting posture may vary slightly depending on individual shoulder width and arm length. I recommend watching the breakdown videos of Allen Houston's shooting technique. They are widely regarded as the quintessential guide. Having concluded his explanation, Carl executed a shooting demonstration from the arc, and the ball swished through the net. Now, it's your turn, he encouraged, passing the ball to Jason Young. Jason accepted the ball, mimicked the shooting posture, and from the very spot where Carl had just shot, released the ball. Swish, it too found its mark. Carl's mouth dropped open in astonishment, capable of accommodating at least 2 duck eggs. You must be kidding. This is impossible. It cannot be true, he muttered incredulously. Try again. Regaining his composure, Carl handed the basketball to Jason once more. Swish. From the same position, the ball went in again. Do it again, Carl insisted, somewhat begrudgingly. This time, they shifted to the corner, and swish, the ball went in. Then they moved to a 45-degree angle, and yet again, swish, it went in. Returning to the arc, however, the ball fell short, grazing the front edge of the hoop. Are you certain you have never played basketball before? You can't possibly be sent by the heavens to test my patience. The disbelief etched on Carl's face was palpable. It was hard to fathom that anyone could achieve such success, hitting 4 out of 5 shots from beyond the three-point line on their very first attempt. Jason Young found the sensation of the ball surprisingly delightful, smiling at Carl without uttering a word. Well, Jason, I am now one of your admirers. You truly are a genius among geniuses, Carl remarked, his eyes twinkling with excitement. I believe there's no need to teach you the shooting form any longer. Instead, I will impart some additional shooting techniques. In the following moments, Carl began to instruct Jason Young on various offensive skills, including the stop and pop jump shot, turnaround jumper, layup, hook shot, and bank shot from a 45-degree angle. Jason quickly grasped the essentials of these movements, ultimately combining the dribbling techniques he had previously learned. They engaged in a game of one-on-one, where Carl mercilessly overwhelmed Jason. During the process, he even shaved Jason's head. The frailty of Jason's physique severely hampered his performance. Under intense defensive pressure, his shooting accuracy plummeted, and, most critically, he was completely inept at defense. When they parted ways, Carl felt a sense of triumph, as opportunities to torment a genius such as Jason were scarce. Time swiftly moved into September, and Jason continued his rigorous training, diligently completing various specialized tasks assigned by the system. He successfully tackled tasks in shooting, passing, defense, and off-ball movement, while also witnessing improvements in his physical attributes. With the new NCAA basketball season on the horizon, the Duke Blue Devils commenced their rigorous training in preparation for a fresh journey. After once again falling short in the Sweet 16 the previous year, Coach K dedicated an entire summer to fortifying the team. However, the outcome was disappointing, as they failed to recruit any standout high school players. The fate of prestigious teams without championships typically leads to 2 outcomes, either reclaiming their championship status to affirm their elite standing or descending into obscurity. If one were to assess the situation over the last decade, it is evident that the current Duke Blue Devils stand at a crossroads between potential greatness and decline. The failure to secure exceptional high school talent this year serves as a clear testament to this predicament. Meanwhile, the campus BBS continued to post various information and images regarding Jason Young, with the main themes converging on 3 points. First, only someone as handsome as Jason Young deserves Catherine. Second, Jason is willing to do anything for his girlfriend, even if it means embracing the unfamiliar world of basketball. Third, Jason is a prodigy, showcasing extraordinary abilities during training, and the school basketball team should proactively recruit him whenever a new post emerged. The members of the Heart Protectors Club seethed with jealousy towards Catherine. Some organized protests outside her dormitory, while others plastered the campus with flyers calling for a boycott of all her activities. Many opted to observe Jason during his training sessions, cheering him on and providing water and towels. This whirlwind of attention became overwhelming for Jason, Catherine, and even Vivian. Chapter 10. Preparation for Team Inclusion. Jimmy. Why hasn't the system assigned me the specialized tasks for rebounding and dunking? After completing the specialized task of off-ball running, Jason Young waited for an extended period. Yet no new missions were released by the system, prompting him to question Jimmy in perplexity. These two skills demand considerable physical attributes, specifically. A strength attribute of 12 points is required for rebounding, while a jumping attribute of 14 points is necessary for dunking. Only when one's physical attributes meet these criteria will the system issue a task, Jimmy elucidated. Do you think I'm now eligible to join the school team? Jason Young inquired further, noting that the only remaining tasks in the system were the main storyline missions related to joining the team. My role is to guide and nurture clients to become elites in a specific field, but I cannot make decisions on your behalf, Jimmy replied, clearly unwilling to provide any further advice. After fruitlessly seeking counsel from Jimmy, Jason Young returned to his dormitory, where Anderson was engaged in a phone call, his expression suggesting he was engrossed in a lengthy conversation with a girl. Upon finishing his shower, Anderson had already ended the call. Anderson, I wish to join the school basketball team. Do you have any valuable suggestions? Jason Young initiated. Woo, have you finally made your decision? Buddy, I have been waiting for you to say that for quite some time, Anderson exclaimed with excitement. He then analyzed, following the dismal defeat last season. The entire team is under significant pressure. I believe they must be eager to infuse some fresh talent to revitalize the organization. What are the specific steps to join the team? Although Jason had trained in basketball for several months, he remained a novice regarding the intricacies of basketball affairs. Fortunately, Anderson, with his extensive social connections, quickly gathered the necessary information. First, you must submit an application form to the school basketball team's manager's office, which is with Catherine. Anderson raised his eyebrows at Jason and continued, Catherine will collaborate with Coach K to finalize the list of candidates for the initial tryouts. Once decided, Catherine will arrange the first tryout, likely overseen by assistant coach Nate James. After the initial tryout, the majority will be eliminated, with only a select few advancing to the second round, which will be personally conducted by Coach K, and the final decision rests entirely with him. Without hesitation, Jason Young promptly downloaded an application form from the school team's website, printed it out, and began to fill it in. After completing his name, height, weight, and other basic information, he encountered a hurdle, the position he excelled in. Despite his extensive training, he had never practiced with others. He either trained alone or engaged in one-on-one scrimmages with Carl, leaving him entirely unsure of which position suited him best. Glancing at Anderson, who was engrossed in a magazine, Jason shook his head and took out his phone to call Carl. Carl, I wish to join the school basketball team and would like to hear your thoughts. Jason Young stated directly, My God, the moment has finally arrived. Carl seemed even more exhilarated than Anderson. When do you plan to submit your application? In fact, I'm currently filling out the application form, but there is one section where I would like your input. What position do you think I should play? Jason Young inquired sincerely. The voice on the phone, Carl, paused momentarily before expressing with some embarrassment, I sincerely apologize, Jason. I neglected to provide you with guidance in this area. Over the past month, his focus had been solely on imparting a specific technical aspect, neglecting the fundamental knowledge of basketball. Although this had been at Jason Yang's request, Carl felt a greater responsibility in this regard. After a brief hesitation, Carl continued. Your height of 195 centimeters limits you to playing as a backcourt player, which essentially leaves you with two positions to choose from, point guard or shooting guard. The point guard role requires you to orchestrate the team's offense, while the shooting guard demands a heightened focus on scoring. The choice is ultimately yours. After hanging up, Jason Young found himself in a quandary, as his basketball knowledge was rather deficient. He instinctively sought Jimmy's opinion on the matter. Jimmy reiterated his stance of refraining from interfering in the client's choices, yet he remarked that a shooting guard necessitates robust physical attributes, whereas the point guard role emphasizes mental acuity. At this juncture, Jason Young reached a decision, meticulously inscribing his preferred position as point guard. Having resolved to pursue the role of point guard, Jason Young inquired of Jimmy regarding the allocation of his existing attribute points. He had successfully completed 5 beginner tasks and 5 regular tasks, thus accruing a total of 10 points. After utilizing 1, he had 9 points remaining. Jimmy opined that a proficient point guard requires excellent court vision, exceptional ball handling skills, and a modicum of shooting ability to draw defensive attention. Consequently, Jason Yang allocated his 9 attribute points as follows: 2 to passing, 3 to ball handling, 2 to vision, and 2 to shooting. Accessing the system panel. His current profile was as follows. Name: Jason Yang. Height: 195 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms with weight gain. Wingspan: 206 centimeters. Technical attributes: max, 20, shooting, 9 passing, 9 dribbling, 11 defense, 6 rebounding, 0 dunking, 0 off-ball movement. 5 physical attributes: max, 20, strength, 9 speed, 8 jumping, 7 explosiveness, 8 agility, 17 stamina, 11 balance. 7 mental attributes: max, 20, motivation, 2 boldness, 16 provocation, 0 vision, 16 composure, 9 rhythm, 10 anticipation, 3 unallocated points, 0. Methods to acquire attribute points. 1. Complete regular tasks to receive rewards. Points can be allocated freely, but the total cannot exceed the maximum limit. 2. Accumulate 10 hours of specialized training in a given area to gain 1 point. Stage 1. Points will no longer increase once the maximum limit is reached. 3. The attribute of spirit cannot be trained or acquired. However, experience can be garnered on the court, ultimately translating into numerical values. Skills: none. Skill points: 0. Equipment: system not activated. Number of system tasks: 1. Main task: become a member of the Duke University Blue Devils by October 1st, 2009, Phase 1. Task description: you have chosen basketball as your target field, and joining the school team is undeniably the foundation upon which you can become an elite in this domain. Task rewards: 5 attribute points, 1 skill point. Failure penalty: if you fail the preliminary trial, both the system and the host will be automatically destroyed. Task status: in progress. In the basketball team manager's office, Jason Yang encountered Catherine. Her once radiant face was now marred by a frown, suggesting that her spirits were not high. What brings you here?" Catherine coldly inquired upon seeing Jason Yang. In fact, they had not crossed paths since that evening, but his mere presence ignited her anger. Ever since the public uproar on the BBS began, this so-called Love for Grass Protection Society had launched a vehement attack against her. Today, a poster accused her of incompetence in managing the school basketball team, while tomorrow, rumors circulated on the BBS alleging internal strife among the Duke Blue Devils due to her influence. All of this turmoil stemmed from the individual standing before her. "It's been a while," Jason Yang said, feeling nervous in front of the goddess, though he was considerably more composed than before, without stuttering. "I'm here to submit my application to join the team." He handed over his application form. "Are you serious?" Despite occasionally receiving updates from Vivian regarding Jason Yang's training, she still found it hard to believe that he, having trained for less than 4 months, possessed the capability to join the school team. She thought this was merely a pretext for him to get closer to her. "Yes, I feel I should take some action," Jason Yang replied earnestly. Catherine, regaining her composure, addressed him with a serious tone. "I am honored by your affections, but I believe there are some misunderstandings between us. To prevent these misunderstandings from worsening, I think it is best to clarify things." After a brief pause, she continued, "In fact, I made no promises to you that night. Of course, Vivian mentioned a few things, but her intention was merely to alleviate your discomfort. Therefore, regardless of how well you perform, I cannot accept you. I hope you understand." "I understand." Jason Yang's tone turned somber. "Thank you for your understanding." Catherine exhaled deeply and returned the application form to him. "However, that is certainly better than doing nothing at all, isn't it?" Jason Yang did not answer and turned to leave. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Coach K entered the room, and upon seeing him, Catherine quickly stood up and nodded in greeting. "Oh, our little princess Catherine, do not be overly anxious. Although last season's performance was less than satisfactory, it was within my expectations. I firmly believe that after the trials of the previous season, we shall undoubtedly achieve breakthroughs this time around." Noticing Catherine's furrowed brow, Coach K spoke to comfort her. "I have heard that we received numerous applications for the team, so I came to see if there are any suitable prospects." Upon hearing this, Catherine hastily handed over a thick stack of team applications from her drawer. Coach K took the applications and sat down on the nearby sofa, meticulously reviewing each one. In truth, when it comes to strengthening a college team, the primary strategy is to recruit high school star players. Only in the absence of such options will they delve into internal resources. Basketball is a sport that greatly relies on innate talent, and a player's potential is often evident by middle school or at the latest, high school. Those who only turn to basketball in college and achieve success are rare gems indeed. Even players like Hakeem Olajuwon, who started basketball later than most, began training at the age of 15. However, Coach K, despite a summer filled with effort, had not managed to recruit any high school stars. After several years without championships, Duke University had begun to suffer some negative repercussions. Now, he could only explore internal possibilities with a straightforward goal. If he struck gold, it would be wonderful. If not, the infusion of new talent could invigorate the increasingly despondent atmosphere within the team, instilling a sense of urgency and enhancing competition to better ignite the player's potential. As he flipped through the applications and came across Jason Yang's, Coach K smiled and remarked, "Ah, our prince is finally coming to rescue his princess." It was evident that he was aware of the happenings on the campus BBS. Catherine's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened fruit upon a tree. As she seethed inwardly, "Damn Jason Yang, trouble seems to follow you wherever you go." Ultimately, Coach K eliminated most of the applications he deemed unsuitable and returned a small stack to Catherine, saying, "Little princess, notify these individuals to come to the gym for a trial." At the very top of the stack was, unmistakably, Jason Yang. Chapter 11. The Trials, Part 1. After Coach K departed, Catherine began to peruse the personnel files. Most were guards, with a few centers, and she realized that Coach K was not entirely satisfied with the team's backcourt combination. Point guard Nolan Smith had exceptional speed but a limited vision, the kind who could not pass the ball when he charged into a crowd. Shooting guard Joan Schuel, aside from her three-point shooting, lacked other reliable scoring options, and her insufficient physical attributes rendered her a defensive liability. Center Brian Zobek was a quintessential blue-collar player. Alas, it seems that achieving breakthroughs this year will not be an easy feat. Catherine sighed as she picked up her phone to send a mass text requesting everyone to come to the gym for a tryout. After finishing his evening practice and returning to the dormitory, Jason Yang, having completed his ablutions, picked up his phone and noticed an unread message. He opened it to find, "It is with great pleasure that I inform you to come to the school gym for a tryout on September 19th, Saturday, at 4 p.m. The message was signed by the team manager, Catherine. Upon reading the message, Jason Yang leapt from his bed with exhilaration. Anderson, I am going to try out for the basketball team." "Haha," he exclaimed, rushing to the foot of Anderson's bed, excitedly thrusting his phone towards his friend's face. "Congratulations, buddy. I'm genuinely happy for you. How about we celebrate this wonderful news at a bar?" "Well, perhaps we should skip the bar. I have an early training session tomorrow. I need to rest." With that, Jason retreated back to his own bed. Ever since that fateful night at Jack's bar when he was overwhelmed and ill, he had developed a psychological aversion to alcohol. In the days that followed, Jason trained with even greater fervor. As the intensity of the training increased, so did the duration of muscle relaxation massages, which left Vivian utterly exhausted. Fortunately, being a food enthusiast, she perked up considerably when he treated her to a few delectable Chinese dishes at a restaurant as compensation. During their meal, Jason eagerly showed Vivian the tryout notification for the school basketball team. Vivian's expression revealed a hint of complexity as she raised her glass of orange juice. "Congratulations, Jason. Keep pushing forward." "I will strive to do my best," Jason replied, seemingly oblivious to her demeanor, raising his glass in response. Soon, the day of the tryout arrived. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jason entered the gymnasium, where the stands were already filled with spectators. The moment he appeared, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. "The basketball team has quite the following," Jason mused, unaware that the audience had gathered specifically for him. Just 3 days prior, a buzz had circulated on the campus BBS regarding him. Reliable sources have revealed that Catherine's boyfriend, Jason Yang, will be trying out for the school basketball team before the 19th. Will he successfully join the team? Will he transition from solitary training to a shared journey with Catherine? Stay tuned. As Jason took to the court, Stacy promptly unfurled a banner she had prepared. "Jason Yang belongs to all the girls of Duke." Immediately, another banner was raised from the opposite side. "Jason Yang, the girls of the business school will always support you." Before long, someone held up a handmade poster. "Jason Yang, take good care of Catherine. She must not shed a tear, or else you will face the consequences." What is all of this? Jason was taken aback by the scene before him, realizing that he was likely the only one on campus unaware of the situation. "Jason, you have a new mission." In his mind, Jimmy reminded him to promptly access the system panel, where indeed a new task had been added. Ordinary task, defeat Nolan Smith. Task description, you are on the path to the school team, and Nolan Smith stands as the first obstacle in your way. Overcoming him is your only option. Task rewards, 2 attribute points, 1 skill point. Failure penalty, randomly deduct 3 attribute points. The difficulty of the main quest will double. Task status, in progress. Upon seeing this task, Jason Young couldn't help but gasp. The challenge it presented was far beyond his current capabilities. Who was Nolan Smith? He was the star point guard for the Duke Blue Devils. And who was Jason Young? A mere novice who had been practicing basketball for less than half a year. It required no intellectual calculation to deduce that his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. And with such a harsh failure penalty, the doubling of the main quest's difficulty practically signaled his impending defeat. Sure enough, it wasn't long before today's examiner. Assistant coach Nate James approached to arrange a one-on-one showdown between him and Nolan Smith with the requirement to score 5 baskets to win. In truth, one-on-one matchups vividly showcase a player's comprehensive abilities, offensive techniques, defensive skills, speed, explosiveness, and other physical attributes. After several rounds, scouts could gain a fairly accurate assessment of one's capabilities. Upon witnessing Jason Yang's presence on the court, aside from the towering Zobek, the other team members seemed ready to ignite with fury. They were undoubtedly admirers of Catherine. Their own opportunities were being devoured by this unknown upstart, and it was only natural for tempers to flare. Does this yellow-skinned monkey even know how to play basketball? Sneered small forward Kyle Singler. What a ridiculous display, echoed shooting guard Joan Shayer. The atmosphere suggested that, as in previous years, the showdown would be intense. I'll make this clear. If anyone dares to hold back, don't blame me for disregarding brotherhood, Kyle Singler declared, harboring a long-standing crush on Catherine. Moments later, Nate James's voice rang out. Nolan, come over here. All eyes turned to Nolan Smith. He patted his chest, exuding an air of confidence. As he approached Jason Young, Nolan's eyes widened as he menacingly remarked, Kid, I will show you what true basketball is all about. If you end up in tears, don't forget to go home and ask your mother for some milk. With that, he picked up a basketball and ran to the center circle to initiate the game. Jason Young tossed the ball back to Nolan Smith, lowering his center of gravity in preparation for defense. Upon receiving the ball, Nolan Smith, without any embellishments, accelerated directly, breaking through from the right side and executing a low layup that found its mark. As he retreated from beneath the basket, Nolan Smith blew a breath towards Jason Yang's face, tauntingly proclaiming, Next, I shall penetrate from your left side. Let us see if you can thwart me. True to his word, Nolan Smith began his advance from the left, with Jason Young already on guard and maintaining his position. However, in a moment of misjudgment, Nolan Smith executed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his right hand. Alarmed, Jason Young hurriedly shifted his weight to the left, but in that fleeting instant of movement, Nolan Smith spun around him and switched to a left-handed layup, the ball once again finding its way through the hoop. 2-0, he declared. Rookie. I warned you I would go left. Do you even know how to defend? Jason Yang's eyes were ablaze with intensity. Nolan Smith, remaining silent, decided to elevate his game. He began to execute a series of intricate feints at the top of the arc, compelling Jason to constantly adjust his center of gravity to thwart him. However, in the realm of basketball, if the defense is led by the rhythm of the offense, it is as good as conceding defeat. As expected, Jason was ultimately left off balance, allowing Nolan to glide effortlessly to the basket. He soared high for a thunderous dunk, which, considering his height of 1.88 meters, was nothing short of spectacular. Yet, instead of applause, he was met with a chorus of boos, as the arena was filled with Jason Yang's devoted fans. Hey kid, your mother wants you home for your milk, Nolan retorted bitterly, facing the jeering crowd. Jason Young felt as if his entire body was on the verge of exploding. Yet he desperately reminded himself to remain calm, taking deep breaths to suppress the fury within. There must be a way, there must be a way. Gasping for air, Jason encouraged himself while once again pulling up the system panel to review the mission details. Yes, the task reward was an increase of 2 points in composure, indicating that if he could maintain his calm and analyze the situation accurately, he would undoubtedly discover a method to defeat his opponent. With this thought, Jason took a couple more deep breaths. I have observed his matches. His strength lies in his speed, but his explosive power is relatively weak. And his mid-range shooting is inaccurate, a notable flaw. In the several games I've watched, I have seldom seen him make successful mid-range shots. I will focus on maintaining distance, opting for outside shooting rather than driving in. Once he penetrates the paint, I will close in, utilizing my height to obstruct his view of the basket. Although I may lack strength compared to him, I must not allow him to execute his moves comfortably. Resolute in his determination, Jason bellowed, "Bring it on." His eyes sparkled with intensity. Chapter 12, The Trial, Part 2. Indeed, during the subsequent play, Jason maintained a distance of 2 body lengths from Nolan Smith while defending on the perimeter, refusing to be deceived by any of his feints. Realizing that his tactic was becoming predictable, Nolan began to drive to the right. Jason kept a steady distance, and as Nolan entered the paint, Jason suddenly advanced, pressing his body tightly against Nolan while raising his arms high. Nolan was evidently unprepared for this shift by the time he realized it. The basket was out of his sight. Jason's close proximity made it difficult for Nolan to pivot, ultimately forcing him to use sheer strength to push Jason aside and attempt a fading jump shot, which clanged off the rim. Yes. Jason clenched his fist and shook his arm in triumph. Cheers erupted from the audience, as if Jason's defensive play had granted them victory in the NCAA championship. As the game transitioned to offense, Jason shook his head before the inbound, striving to regain his composure after the adrenaline surge. He glanced at his attributes on the system panel. Technical skills, subpar. Physical attributes, subpar. Mental attributes, well, 2 at 16 points, but courage and vision seemed ineffective in this confrontation. Apart from agility at 15 points, he felt devoid of any advantages. If he could not catch his opponent off guard during the offense or leverage his agility, he remained at a significant disadvantage. After receiving the ball, Jason Young commenced a deliberate advance from the top of the arc. Nolan Smith, completely oblivious to Jason's capabilities, opted for a similar strategy of shooting rather than driving. As Jason approached the arc's apex, he raised his hand and swiftly released the ball, which swished through the net. The roar of the crowd intensified, with some spectators enthusiastically blowing horns or whistles. To his dismay, Nolan Smith realized that Jason was indeed a sharpshooter. With a heavy heart, he lowered his head, vowing to apply relentless pressure on the next play. Jason Young, with the ball in hand, leisurely advanced from the center circle. Upon reaching the arc's apex, Nolan Smith suddenly lunged forward. Yet, in that very instant, Jason Young swiftly lowered his center of gravity, propelling himself with a powerful push from his right leg, initiating a breakthrough from the left flank. Realizing the misjudgment, Nolan hastily regained his footing and pursued him. His speed was indeed impressive, though one might argue that Jason Young's pace was rather sluggish. In just a few meters, as he began his sprint, Nolan was already launching forward. By the time Nolan turned back, Jason had gained at least a 1.5 body length lead. Remarkably, just as he prepared for a layup, Nolan managed to catch up with him. Executing a feint motion as if to lay the ball in, Nolan leapt, and with a resounding thud, he collided forcefully with the basketball hoop. Fortunately, the hoop was designed with player protection measures, otherwise, based solely on the sound. One could surmise that Nolan would be bedridden for weeks. The root of the matter lay in his initial aggressive lunge, which caused him to lose his position. In his fervent attempt to defend the shot, he fell victim to such an overt feint. Slowly rising from the floor, Nolan rubbed his arm vigorously, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Having allowed this clearly inexperienced player to score 2 consecutive baskets, he pondered how he could possibly maintain his standing within the team. It was evident that he was easily deceived. A spark of joy ignited within Jason Young, sensing he had discovered a strategy. For the subsequent play, Nolan Smith remained intensely focused on Jason Young, meticulously ensuring that his footwork maintained an appropriate distance, denying him any opportunity for a breakthrough, while also positioning himself to disrupt any potential jump shot. Jason Young moved forward at a leisurely pace, but upon reaching the apex of his arc, he suddenly accelerated to break toward the right. However, his speed was rather insufficient, and Nolan Smith quickly shifted to block his path, preventing him from advancing toward the paint. Upon reaching the 45-degree angle, Jason Young executed a swift pivot, seemingly preparing for a jump shot. In response, Nolan Smith adjusted his weight to contest the shot. But at that very moment, Jason Young spun back, performing a graceful hook shot off the backboard, which found its mark. If his previous 2 baskets had been opportunistic, capitalizing on Nolan Smith's unfamiliarity with him, this shot was a true testament to skill. He exploited Nolan Smith's sluggish pivot speed and propensity to be faked out, using his own strengths to target his opponent's weaknesses, and he succeeded. After being scored upon thrice by Jason Young, Nolan Smith's composure had completely unraveled. He resembled an enraged bull in a Spanish bull ring, eyes ablaze, defending instinctively with sheer physicality. As Jason Young penetrated toward the left side of the paint, he pivoted on his right foot, executing a feint motion before spinning forward again, still feigning. Nolan Smith's balance was now precarious. And as Jason Yang transitioned into a backward step jump shot, Nolan Smith leapt the contest, only to find it was yet another feint. Jason Yang deftly sidestepped Nolan Smith, effortlessly laying the ball in. The audience at the court erupted in exhilaration. The play was simply exquisite. Assistant coach Nate James observed keenly, recognizing the echoes of Hakeem Olajuwon's dreamlike footwork, astonishingly displayed by a novice who had only just embarked on his basketball journey less than 6 months prior. The members of the school team, watching from the sidelines, were agape, seemingly so astonished they forgot to breathe. For his final shot, Jason Yang, within the three-point line, pretended to break through from the right, dribbling across to his left hand, utilizing a deceptive move to exploit Nolan Smith's shifting weight. He executed a step-back jump shot to seal the victory. The crowd roared in approval. Jason Yang's 5 baskets had utterly captivated the audience, each shot executed with breathtaking finesse. Dejected, Nolan Smith returned to his team, unable to fathom his defeat, especially at the hands of this rookie, a mere novice who had barely begun to learn the game. His loss was well-deserved. In the latter 3 shots, he had been completely ensnared in Jason Yang's rhythm. That night, the campus BBS was once again ignited with discussions about Jason Yang. It became evident that true genius could indeed manifest in such remarkable ways. Over the past years, I had often heard discussions about genius, with some even deeming me one as well. However, what characteristics should a genius exhibit? What criteria should be applied? I believe many lack a clear understanding. They tend to equate genius with individuals who achieve more within a certain domain compared to themselves. If such a standard is to be applied, then the term genius becomes rather trivial. This afternoon, on the basketball court, I witnessed the true genius that is Jason Yang. I had previously encountered stories about him on the BBS, so when I heard he was to audition for the basketball team, I went to the gym with a curious mindset. The result, however, left me profoundly shocked and impressed. In a one-on-one contest, he effortlessly defeated Nolan Smith, a key player on the school basketball team, despite having only started playing basketball 4 months ago. If anyone still harbors uncertainty about the concept of genius, let them take Jason Yang as a reference. Furthermore, let us not forget his unwavering dedication. Anyone who can persist in training from 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. in any field deserves immense respect for their achievements. Lastly, allow me to sincerely pray for their love and express my gratitude for witnessing this magnificent romance. Thank you, Jason Yang. Thank you, Catherine. Eduardo, Business School. I hereby declare once again that all Duke women, led by the Caring Grass Society, hold undisputed sovereignty over Jason Yang. Any unilateral claim to him infringes upon the rights of all Duke women and will be met with severe criticism and relentless opposition from them. Stacy, President of the Caring Grass Society. Other posts, whether praising, envying, or blessing, continually refresh the BBS page. The BBS is abuzz. While Jason Yang is dining with his friends at a Chinese restaurant off campus, expressing gratitude for their support and assistance during this period. Jason, you were truly remarkable. Honestly, when you were trailing in points, I was sweating bullets. I never expected you to win so decisively in the end. From now on, I shall be your loyal supporter. Carl said earnestly. Can I tell others that I am your basketball trainer? Of course, Carl. You are indeed my basketball coach, Jason Yang replied with a smile. Congratulations, Jason. Your performance this afternoon was outstanding. Although the final results have yet to be announced, I am confident you will make the school basketball team, John added. Equally pleased for Jason Yang. Thank you, John. Without your guidance, I would not be where I am today, Jason expressed sincerely. Acknowledging the significant improvements in strength and weight under John's mentorship, alongside a noticeable decrease in body fat percentage. And thank you, Grace, he said, raising his glass to Grace, who sat beside John. Jason, you are the perfect romantic partner. You have no idea how many girls on campus are infatuated with you, Grace said, her eyes sparkling. If only this big guy could possess even half of your charm. She turned away, wistfully. It seems their relationship has progressed remarkably over these 3 months. Thank you, Vivian. I cannot express my gratitude for you in words, but without you, I could accomplish nothing, Jason Yang said, appearing somewhat emotional as he looked at Vivian. In the past 3 months, Vivian has devoted herself immensely to him, to ensure he could balance training and studying. She rose daily at 4 in the morning to guide his workouts. After training, she would provide muscle relaxation massages, accompany him in strength training, parkour, and yoga, and meticulously arrange his training schedule and volume. During his moments of despondency, she offered him comfort and encouragement when he suffered from muscle soreness. She tended to him with massages. For his sake, Vivian nearly forfeited her own university life. With her lips pursed, she smiled at him in silence, merely gesturing for him to keep pushing forward. All right, mate, true friends never expect your gratitude, Anderson interjected. You all let me be the only one to drink to such a momentous occasion. Your lack of taste is appalling. But that's fine. I can outdrink you juice drinkers any day. Here's to Jason Young successfully joining the school basketball team and to the great love between him and Catherine. Cheers. The group rose in a chorus of celebration. Chapter 13. Joining the Blue Devils. Jimmy, how do you think I can become stronger? Jason Young inquired of Jimmy in his mind. Training. Only training will make you stronger, Jason, Jimmy replied. Your various attributes form the foundation of your success. However, it is not merely about maximizing every attribute to achieve victory. It hinges more on your judgment of the situation and the choices you make on the court. Just as you triumphed over Smith in the last trial, if it were purely a matter of attributes, you would have undoubtedly lost. So why did you emerge victorious? Jimmy countered, then answered his own question. Indeed, through your calm analysis, you identified his weaknesses and chose to exploit your strengths to defeat him. Now you understand why one of the conditions for the system to activate is having an IQ above 150. Upon hearing Jimmy's explanation, Jason Young felt a sense of clarity wash over him, dispelling the unease in his heart. Yes, with diligent training, success was within his reach. That evening, Jason Young returned to the gym for strength training. As he approached the entrance, Glory spotted him. Giggle, our perfect lover has arrived, she teased. Vivian is already waiting for you inside. Jason nodded in acknowledgement to Glory's and turned to enter the gym. Inside, the enthusiastic crowd paused their workouts to greet him with smiles. Jason, how did the trial go today? I'm sure you had no issues, Matt said. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate your kind words, Jason replied with a smile. Over the past few months, he had grown quite familiar with the people here. Haha, Matt. Jason is a genius among geniuses, and with the magic of love on his side, joining the school team will be a walk in the park. I'm already looking forward to next year's NCAA championship, Shetter remarked, casting a disdainful look at Matt, clearly believing that Jason's entry into the team was a foregone conclusion. He then turned to Jason and added, Don't forget to save me a few tickets for the finals next year. I want to bring all my friends to cheer you on. Certainly, no problem. Jason Young replied with a smile, approaching John. John, I would like to increase the weight in our upcoming training sessions. What do you think? Increase the weight? John exclaimed, taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and responded, I do not recommend that you do so, Jason. I understand your desire to enhance your physical strength swiftly. However, indiscriminately adding weight could elevate your risk of injury during training. Furthermore, a rapid increase in strength may lead to muscular rigidity, ultimately diminishing your shooting touch. It was evident that John had recently dedicated considerable effort to understanding the strength training of basketball players. He gently patted Jason Young on the shoulder and said, Jason, do not heed the misguided advice of others. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Ultimately, Jason Young heeded John's counsel and refrained from increasing the weight. After 2 hours of training, he lay on a mat in the corner, where Vivian began to administer a muscle relaxation massage. Jason, Vivian spoke up. Even if you haven't made the school basketball team, it does not signify the end of the world. She offered him words of comfort. Jason Young remained silent. While this may not hold significance for others, for him, not being able to join the school team would signal the end of his world. Turning to Vivian, he flashed a reassuring smile and said, Fear not, for I am a genius among geniuses. Vivian chuckled softly, seemingly finding the topic too heavy, and inquired, What kind of job do you aspire to pursue after graduation? I have yet to formulate any plans. After all, I am still in my junior year, he replied. But Vivian, you are in your senior year now. Have you thought about what you wish to do after graduation? Not yet, Vivian admitted. I suppose I will likely engage in a career related to sports rehabilitation. She pondered for a moment before continuing softly. You know, Jason, I practiced gymnastics for quite a long time when I was younger. It seemed she was reminiscing about the joyous days of her gymnastics training, and her hands paused in their movement as she spoke. Oh, what caused you to stop? Jason inquired with curiosity. Vivian returned to the present, her hands resuming their work. During one training session, I accidentally fell from the apparatus and injured my back. The team physician diagnosed that continuing could pose a risk of paralysis. So my coach informed me that I could no longer practice gymnastics. Her voice trembled slightly as she recalled, You know, that day when I returned home. I locked myself in my room and cried alone for 3 days. Jason Young did not look back this time. Instead, he grasped Vivian's hand firmly, seemingly wishing to convey strength and comfort to her. Vivian's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she did not withdraw her hand from Jason's grasp. After a moment, she softly remarked, "Later. I learned about the specialized field of sports rehabilitation, and I decided to pursue it. I hope to assist individuals like myself who have had to step away from their beloved athletic endeavors due to injuries." "Vivian, you are truly remarkable," Jason praised. Vivian withdrew her hand and resumed massaging him, saying, "Thus, Jason, training must be scientific and not blind. Injuries are always the greatest adversary for athletes, you know." Vivian gently cautioned him. "Jason, do you really believe you can secure the NCAA championship?" She then inquired softly. "This is the very motivation I strive for." "I will achieve it," Jason Young confidently responded. "And what comes after that? You will surely join the NBA, right?" It was apparent that Jason misunderstood Vivian's question. According to Jimmy, the system would cultivate him into an elite in the basketball realm, and the NBA is undoubtedly the pinnacle of contemporary basketball. "If you join the NBA and earn substantial wealth, you must hire me as your personal trainer," Vivian joked. Of course, Jason replied with a reassuring glance. 2 afternoons later, Jason received a brief text from Catherine. "Congratulations, Jason. Please report to the team at 4 p.m. tomorrow." In contrast to the excitement he felt upon receiving the notification for his second tryout, Jason Young experienced an incredible sense of calm upon reading the message about his successful inclusion in the school basketball team. Although this message alleviated his existential worries, he recognized that his shortcomings were numerous, and joining the school basketball team was merely a new beginning on his long journey. "Thank you. If convenient, I would like to meet in person to learn more about the team," Jason texted back. "It would be even better if I could have the honor of dining with you." His previous conversation with Catherine had not shaken his resolve in the slightest. After a considerable time, Catherine finally replied, "Let's discuss it another time." Jason Young, invigorated, raised his hand. "An opportunity, after all, is better than none, is it not?" He summoned the system panel, and indeed, the status of the main quest was marked as completed. Upon claiming the task reward, he received 5 attribute points and 1 skill point. Subsequently, the system updated the quest parameters. System tasks: 2 main quest, lead the Duke Blue Devils to victory in the NCAA championship. Phase 2, quest description: congratulations on taking your first step successfully. The pinnacle of your achievements will require the continuous accumulation of successes at each stage. Capture the NCAA championship and showcase your prowess to the world. Quest rewards: 5 attribute points, 1 skill point. Failure penalty: random deduction of 20 attribute points. Quest status: in progress. Side quest: become a starting player for the Duke Blue Devils before March 1st, 2010. Quest description: after successfully joining the team, you must present a formidable challenge to the main players and ultimately become the coach's first choice. Quest rewards: 1 attribute point. Failure penalty: random deduction of 3 attribute points. Quest status: in progress. Notably, in the second phase, it requires 30 hours of training to gain an additional attribute point. That evening, the campus BBS was abuzz with news about Jason Young. "True love is invincible," proclaimed the headline, revealing that Jason Young had joined the Blue Devils. We could not help but be once again moved by the power of great love. Although Jason's performance during the initial trial was already astonishing, the news still left me deeply shocked, even with ample mental preparation. Throughout the annals of human history, countless masterpieces have sung praises of love, such as Romeo and Juliet, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, but I still yearn for someone to transform the love story between Jason Young and Catherine into a literary classic, allowing the eternal theme of love to shine with even more brilliance. The extraordinary genius has joined. The Duke Blue Devils are aiming for the championship. I have received reliable news confirming that Jason Young has indeed joined the team. His performance during the first trial was undeniable, establishing him as the greatest talent on campus. Though last season we fell in the round of 16 once more, this season we have every reason to believe that under Jason Young's leadership, we can secure our first league championship in 9 years. Blue Devils supporters, are you ready? Chapter 14. Tactical Training. When Jason Young arrived at the basketball team manager's office, Coach K was engaged in conversation with Catherine. He gently knocked on the doorframe. "Hello, Coach." "Hi, Catherine. I'm here to report." "Hello, Jason. Welcome to the team." Coach K turned to see him. "You two continue your conversation. Meet me at the training court afterward." With that, Coach K stood and departed. "All right, Coach." Jason Young stepped aside to let Coach K pass. "See you soon. Jason, come here and select your game number." Catherine gestured towards a row of numbers on the table, indicating that he should sit down and make a selection. She continued to explain, normally, a team has 37 numbers. However, due to our school's illustrious history, 13 numbers have been retired. Excluding those already in use, these are your available options. I'll take this one, Jason Young replied, directly pointing to the far left number 0. What significance does this hold? Catherine inquired, slightly taken aback by Jason's choice of the number 0. It's quite rare for someone to choose this number. It doesn't mean much to me. I have no particular preference for numbers. If I must say something, I believe the number 0 serves as a constant reminder that the past belongs to the past, and each day is a new beginning. That's a rather unique perspective. She remarked, what shoe size do you wear? Do you have a particular style in mind? I can make the necessary arrangements. Catherine added, Nike is our equipment sponsor, and all team members are entitled to receive the gear they need at no cost. I wear a size 13. I have no specific style requirements. Just something suitable for a guard. Very well, I will select a pair of sneakers for you from the equipment store shortly. Your jersey will be provided by the sponsor. But in the meantime, you will train in a plain, unnumbered jersey that has already been placed in your locker. Here's your locker key. Catherine said as she handed him a key. Your locker is next to Brian Zobek. Catherine was quite familiar with the team's dynamics. She positioned Jason Young next to Zobek to avoid any potential friction with the other players. Jason Young took the key and said, well, Catherine, if your intention is to invite me for a meal, my response remains unchanged from last time. If you wish to inquire about your teammates, I believe it would be best for you to experience it firsthand. Do not keep Coach K waiting for too long. Catherine stood up to bid him farewell. Jason Young awkwardly scratched his head and turned to leave the manager's office. Clad in the Duke Blue Devils uniform, he approached Coach K on the training ground. Upon noticing his arrival, Coach K whistled sharply and clapped his hands. Young man, paused for a moment. At his call, all the players training on the court halted and gathered around Coach K. I shall say little, as today marks Jason's joining of our team. I wish to emphasize two matters. First, we are the Duke Blue Devils. Second, remember our objective for this season. He instructed Jason to remain while the others continued their training. With a serious demeanor, Coach K turned and summoned assistant coach Nate James. Nate, I need you to teach him the fundamental aspects of basketball, our team philosophy, and tactical strategies within 2 weeks. Is there any issue? None at all. Leave it to me. It's a perfect opportunity to study a prodigy, James replied with a smile. Following assistant coach James to the tactical research room adjacent to the training court, Jason Young sat at the table, attentively watching the projection screen as James began to explain some basic rules of the NCAA. NCAA games are divided into 2 halves of 20 minutes each, with a 35-second offensive possession. If the ball fails to touch the rim within this time frame, it results in an offensive violation, leading to a turnover. Additionally, the offense must advance the ball past half court within 10 seconds of receiving it, or it too results in an offensive violation. If a team commits its 7th ordinary foul in a half, the opposing team receives a 1-1 free throw opportunity, with the chance for a second shot only if the first is successful. Upon reaching the 10th foul, the opposing team is awarded 2 free throws. James utilized a projector to display a PowerPoint presentation and elucidated these fundamental NCAA rules. After concluding, he tentatively inquired, Jason, do you have anything to say? I believe I have a general understanding. As a point guard, I must advance the ball past half court within 10 seconds while being mindful of managing the offensive clock. On the defensive end, I need to control my fouls to avoid granting the opponent free throw opportunities. Moreover, I can leverage these rules to formulate targeted defensive strategies. For instance, if the opposing point guard struggles with ball advancement, we can employ full court pressure to induce errors. When facing players with weaknesses at the free throw line, we might strategically send them to the line to extend our offensive possessions, Jason Young replied calmly after a moment of reflection. Excellent, James responded, pleased with Jason's insight. Next, I will explain some commonly employed tactics from the previous season and the movement patterns of our players. The Duke Blue Devils style emphasizes team basketball. We do not overly rely on any single player, but value the sharing of the ball, ensuring that everyone plays a significant role within our strategies. Last season, and continuing now, we lack players with extraordinary physical gifts and possess limited individual creation capabilities. Thus, we must prioritize quicker ball movement to exploit gaps in the opponent's defense during the transfer of the ball. In the absence of opportunities created through one-on-one plays, it becomes imperative to enhance tactical execution, seeking chances through the harmonious collaboration of the team. On the defensive end, a zone defense is primarily employed, where the collective rapid movement and rotation of the team exert pressure on the ball handler within the controlled area. Thus, as a point guard, it is essential to comprehend the coach's strategic directives and, in accordance with the real-time dynamics on the court, orchestrate the entire team to ensure the tactics are executed effectively. Achieving this necessitates a profound familiarity with the distinct characteristics of all 10 players on the court, encompassing both the offensive strengths and weaknesses of teammates and the defensive attributes of opponents. On the defensive front, the point guard must read the opposing point guard to discern the direction of their offense, subsequently organizing and guiding their own players in defensive maneuvers. LeBron elaborated in detail on the style of the Duke Blue Devils and the responsibilities that point guards must undertake within the system. He assigned a task to Jason Young, stating, "Jason, I grant you 2 weeks to observe and familiarize yourself with your teammates, compiling a report on their offensive and defensive strengths and weaknesses." Subsequently, LeBron initiated the tactical video recording, providing commentary. Observe this offensive play. The point guard possesses the ball at the arc, with the center moving up to set a screen. The point guard drives right, evading the opposing point guard's defense, creating a mismatch against the opposing center. A feint followed by a sudden stop and jump shot attracts the center to contest, leading to a bounce pass to the rolling center, who finishes with a dunk. This represents a conventional pick-and-roll tactic. The key elements of this strategy are, first, that the screen set by the center must be executed precisely, with the gap between the point guard and the center kept sufficiently minimal to prevent the opposing point guard from slipping through. Secondly, after the point guard drives, they must attentively observe the positioning of the defensive players, using a shooting feint to draw the defender forward. Concurrently, the power forward should sprint towards the left side of the key, not only drawing defenders away from the basket, but also acting as a passing option for the point guard. Lastly, the bounce pass becomes crucial. As the center rolls towards the basket, any miscalculation in the height or direction of the pass could result in a turnover. Thus, the ball should be delivered in front of the center at waist height, facilitating a smooth transition from running to receiving and finishing at the hoop. Within a mere 3 seconds, the sequence from the pick to the dunk unfolds, and LeBron replayed the video 15 times, meticulously elucidating the tactical objectives, technical nuances of each movement, and positioning of players within this play. The 3-hour team training session swiftly concluded, and the players departed the gym one by one. Jason Young, however, did not partake in the team drills. He spent the entire afternoon in the strategy room absorbing LeBron's insights on team tactics and the point guard's positioning and passing. Emerging from the strategy room, Jason's eyes reflected astonishment, yet his resolve grew stronger. In the past, he had merely followed Carl to practice the fundamentals of basketball, occasionally engaging in one-on-one play, but had never been exposed to comprehensive team tactics. Thus, after listening to LeBron's exposition, he was profoundly struck by the array of tactics, both simple and complex, realizing that this is the essence of true basketball. Simultaneously, he firmly believed that by enhancing his tactical knowledge and diligently intensifying his training, he could indeed make a significant impact in this domain. Assistant Coach James, might there be any additional methods to elevate my tactical understanding? Jason Young inquired as he prepared to depart. "Just call me Nate," came the response. Methods? There is but one: to analyze game footage, particularly that of teams with a solid tactical foundation. While watching, it is best to immerse oneself in the scenario. Consider how you would handle the situation if you were on the offensive and how you would respond defensively. I highly recommend that you watch the game footage of the San Antonio Spurs. Additionally, you should study the ball handling techniques and strategies of exceptional point guards. Observe the highlights of John Stockton, a magnificent guard and the all-time leader in assists, who, much like yourself, does not possess extraordinary physical attributes, rendering him a valuable subject for learning. Furthermore, you can glean insights from how Jason Kidd organizes and directs the players on the court. James provided his response. "Thank you, Nate." "Wait, Jason," James called out to Jason Young, who was about to exit the gym. "The team's training schedule is every Saturday, commencing at 4 p.m. for 3 hours, and on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 5 p.m. for 2 hours. I almost forgot, you are merely an inexperienced rookie. To ensure that players prioritize their education in college, the NCAA has stringent regulations regarding training hours. The team's collective training time must not exceed 10 hours per week, and the presence of 4 or more players in the same venue is considered a team training session." Chapter 15, Against Maryland, Part 1. "Nate, what do you think?" Coach K asked joyfully, turning to James, who sat nearby. "Impressive work, without a doubt. Jason Young possesses extraordinary insight. His ability to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of each player within such a short time frame is truly remarkable. Frankly, I never anticipated he could achieve this level of analysis when I assigned him the task, James expressed, astonished as he glanced at the report in his hand. The report meticulously outlined the merits and shortcomings of every player on both offense and defense, accompanied by corresponding recommendations. Nolan Smith's offensive strengths, exceptional speed and finishing ability make him a prolific scorer in fast breaks. Weaknesses, limited court vision and subpar passing skills hinder his effectiveness as a point guard. His inadequate ball handling and lack of mid-range shooting capabilities render him easily constrained by opposing defenses, preventing him from energizing the team offensively. Defensive strengths, remarkable footwork makes him difficult to penetrate. Quick hands grant him a degree of steal capability. Weaknesses, his height and limited wingspan result in a constricted defensive range. He is prone to fakes, easily drawn into fouls, and can lose positioning. Recommendation: it is advised to adjust Smith's position to shooting guard. When Smith is on the court, the team should enhance the pace of transition from defense to offense. Enhance off-ball movement, utilizing cuts and backdoor runs to create shooting opportunities. On defense, the entire team must improve rotation speed to swiftly cover for any defensive lapses. Cheong Shiel offensive strengths. His exceptional three-point shooting ability provides formidable firepower for the entire team while also stretching the opposing defense. Weaknesses, lacks other stable scoring methods and the ability to create opportunities. Defensive strengths, demonstrates resilience and tenacity with a certain aptitude for drawing offensive fouls. Weaknesses, his slender physique makes him susceptible to being overpowered, particularly vulnerable against explosive players, representing a defensive liability for the team. Recommendations: when Shiel is on the court, the point guard should consistently monitor the intensity of the defense against him, ensuring that the ball is swiftly passed to him whenever a shooting opportunity arises. Design movement tactics to facilitate his access to open shooting opportunities. On defense, the team must enhance their help defense capabilities to avoid being exploited. Kyle Singler offensive strengths. An exemplary shooting small forward, his shooting prowess spans the entire court. Weaknesses, lacks low post skills and back-to-basket capabilities, and his high center of gravity makes him prone to turnovers. Defensive strengths. His impressive height and wingspan enable him to serve as a formidable perimeter defender. Weaknesses, his slender build limits his ability to defend in the low post, making him particularly vulnerable to penetrating small forwards. Recommendations: implement movement strategies to secure open shooting opportunities. Increase his pick-and-roll tactics with the point guard to leverage space created post-screen. When facing penetrating small forwards, consider switching defensive assignments with Smith. Lance Thomas offensive strengths. His explosive athleticism allows him to effortlessly complete alley-oops or secure offensive rebounds for putbacks. Weaknesses, lacks conventional scoring methods. Defensive strengths. His solid physique enables him to effectively guard most players in the low post. His exceptional footwork and jumping ability provide him with superior skills in help defense. Shot blocking and recovery. Weaknesses, his overly aggressive nature on defense can lead to easy fouls, demonstrating a reliance on physicality. Recommendations: when Thomas is on the court, utilize cuts and catches to secure scoring opportunities, relying on a strong rapport with the point guard. Given his importance in the team's defensive scheme, it is crucial to manage his foul count diligently. Brian Zobek offensive strengths at 2.16 meters tall and weighing 118 kilograms. Once he establishes position in the low post, he is exceedingly difficult for opponents to defend. His prowess in securing offensive rebounds is remarkable, and he possesses adept skills with both hands for under-the-basket hook shots. Weaknesses, his attacking capability diminishes significantly once he steps outside the paint. Defensive strengths, his height, weight, and strength make him an excellent rim protector. Weaknesses, his slow foot speed limits his defensive range. In high-pressure situations, it is quite easy to be outmaneuvered by the opposing team. It is advised that when Zobek is on the court, the point guard should remain vigilant regarding his positioning beneath the basket. Once he establishes position, the ball must be delivered to him without delay. During defensive plays, the entire team needs to be attentive to rotation, preventing a direct confrontation with the opposing backcourt players. In my personal view, in the upcoming friendlies, we should allocate more time for him to further observe his performance on the court. If his performance aligns with the insights presented in his analytical report, I would recommend adjusting Nolan's position to shooting guard, allowing him to share playing time with Cheong. Or alternatively, having Jason, Cheong, and Nolan rotate in the backcourt, thereby compensating for our deficiencies in that area. After reviewing the report, James thoughtfully proposed this to Coach K. On Saturday, October 12th at 2 p.m., the Duke Blue Devils hosted a friendly match against the Maryland Terrapins. Both teams belong to the Atlantic Coast Conference. And with only a month remaining until the NCAA's new season commences, this friendly serves as both a tactical practice and a reconnaissance mission to assess the condition of veteran players. Since their championship win in 2002, the Maryland Terrapins, much like the Duke Blue Devils, have experienced a slump, failing to reach the top 16 for 7 consecutive seasons. Shortly after the game commenced, Maryland's star point guard, Greaves Vasquez, quickly found his rhythm, scoring 10 points and leading the Terrapins to a 23-12 advantage over the Blue Devils. Despite trailing in score, Coach K remained composed, reminding himself that a friendly match is merely an opportunity to identify shortcomings. He turned to Jason Young and inquired, "Have you noticed anything?" Vasquez's dribbling rhythm appeared somewhat peculiar, catching Nolan off guard, and given his height disadvantage, he found it challenging to effectively defend against the opponent's shots. Additionally, Vasquez exhibited excellent passing skills, particularly in his connection with Milbourne, who was afforded numerous open shooting opportunities. Jason Young, maintaining his calm demeanor, continued, "However, the Terrapins' interior defense is lacking. Jordan Williams possesses weight but lacks sufficient height, making his one-on-one defensive capabilities quite ordinary. He struggles to contain Brian's offensive maneuvers beneath the basket. What would you do if you were on the court right now?" Coach K further inquired. "I would first apply pressure on Vasquez defensively, as his explosiveness is not remarkable, making it difficult for him to evade me. Moreover, my height is comparable to his, allowing me to closely contest his shots while also disrupting his connection with Milbourne. Offensively, I would initially utilize Brian to create opportunities. If the Terrapins collapse defensively, I would then exploit the openings with Kyle and Cheong." "Good," Coach K replied, seizing the opportunity during a stoppage and play to substitute Jason Young into the game. Nolan Smith, who was exiting the court, wore a displeased expression as he plopped down on the bench, pulling a towel over his head in frustration. His performance on the court was indeed lacking, yet he was more concerned about his future standing within the team. As soon as the ball crossed half court, Jason Young swiftly marked Vasquez. Upon seeing an unfamiliar face, Vasquez wasted no time and lowered his center of gravity, preparing to drive with the ball. Although his explosiveness was not remarkable, his ball handling skills were exceptional. His exaggerated feints made it difficult to discern his true path of penetration. Nonetheless, Jason Young remained unfazed. He had already garnered some understanding of Vasquez's characteristics while seated on the bench. Although unable to predict Vasquez's exact route, he adeptly maintained his position in front of him, adjusting his body's center of gravity with agility. Noticing that his feints were ineffective, Vasquez opted against seeking collaboration with his teammates and decided to take a jumper right in front of Jason Young. Jason leapt with force to contest the shot, but it clanked off the rim, allowing Zobek to secure the defensive rebound. "Nice defense. I haven't seen you before. Which high school did you come from?" Vasquez remarked, undeterred by his missed shot. He casually conversed with Jason, mistakenly believing him to be a freshman. "No, I'm a junior this year. I just learned how to play basketball," Jason replied sincerely. "Seriously? You just learned how to play?" Vasquez was incensed, interpreting Jason's words as a challenge. He silently vowed to make him regret it. The ball soon found its way into Jason's hands, and he confidently advanced past half court, signaling for Thomas to set a screen. Seizing the opportunity, he evaded Vasquez and, with the opposing power forward closing in, slipped back toward the basket for an opening. With a bounce pass to Zobek, who was positioned at the baseline, he executed a left-handed hook shot that found its mark. Once again, Jason positioned himself before Vasquez as they crossed half court. This time, Vasquez had learned his lesson, recognizing that his feints could not shake Jason. He called for Milpole to provide a screen. Jason was momentarily blocked, and before Single could arrive to help defend, Vasquez launched a three-pointer from the left side of the arc. Swoosh, it went in. "Rookie, I'm going to dominate you today," Vasquez taunted Jason. Chapter 16. Preseason preparations. A week after the friendly match, during a collective training session, assistant coach James indeed tailored specific training requirements, focusing on defensive rotations and enhancing offensive pace, particularly in fast break scenarios. Jason Young, however, received special attention. James procured game footage from the peak era of the Phoenix Suns, meticulously explaining the point guard's passing routes during fast breaks and the essential positional movements within the Suns' run-and-gun strategy. Jason Young was utterly astounded by the elegance and grace of Steve Nash, The footage showcased Nash's pinpoint passes and resolute shots during critical moments, all of which inspired him to aspire to such excellence. Even Nash's flowing locks made Jason contemplate whether he might also experiment with longer hair in the future. After a week of intensive training, the Duke Blue Devils set forth to challenge the Wake Forest Demon Deacons at Wake Forest University. Following Chris Paul's departure, Wake Forest had unfortunately become a veritable underdog in the league. Coach K's rationale for selecting the Demon Deacons as opponents was straightforward. He wanted to assess how well his players could implement the fast break tactics they had practiced over the past week. Regrettably, by halftime, the score stood at 30-22. Although the Blue Devils maintained a lead, their performance on the court was dismal. For the past few years, they had relied heavily on a half-court offense, and the moment they attempted to increase their pace, it seemed as though the entire team had forgotten how to play basketball. The myriad of errors they committed could easily be compiled into a highlight reel of mistakes. Fortunately, their defensive efforts remained somewhat commendable, and the Demon Deacons, being somewhat weakened, did not exert sufficient pressure on the Blue Devils. During halftime, Coach K cast a discerning glance across the court, refrained from delivering a mid-game address, and simply waved his hand, signaling a complete lineup change. Led by Jason Young, the substitutes commenced the second half with remarkable speed. Due to the unsatisfactory performance of the starters in the first half, the bench players were eager to seize their opportunity to shine and challenge for a starting position. Regrettably, the more they sought to impress, the worse their performance became. Each player, upon receiving the ball, hastily opted to shoot, transforming the arena into a veritable forge of missed opportunities. During this period, the substitute lineup not only struggled offensively but also faltered defensively, allowing the formidable Devils Stewart team to surge ahead with a staggering 10-0 run. As Jason Young received the ball, he gestured to slow down the pace. It was no longer prudent to rush blindly. He methodically advanced the ball into the front court, opting not to pass this time, instead signaling for Miles Plumlee to set a screen. With deft maneuvering, Jason evaded his defender and drove towards the left side for a layup. The center from the Devils' servant team leaped to block, but Jason pulled the ball back midair, executing a behind-the-back pass to the trailing Plumlee, who responded with a powerful one-handed slam dunk. This remarkable behind-the-back pass showcased Jason's acute awareness of the court, despite his back being turned to Plumlee. "Stay close to your man, defend," Jason vocally urged his teammates. The bench unit exhibited a critical flaw. Aside from him, none possessed the ability to score. If their inside offense faltered, victory would hinge on their defensive tenacity. Indeed, as the Blue Devils intensified their defensive efforts, the Devils' servants' offense faltered, failing to convert. Once more, Jason slowed the tempo, dribbling rhythmically on the right side. Plumlee approached again to provide a screen. Having learned from the previous encounter, the opposing center chose not to lunge forward, instead retreating to the paint to defend against Plumlee. Jason took advantage, nailing a jump shot from the free throw line with ease. Thus, the bench unit committed themselves defensively while patiently seeking offensive opportunities. The score stood at 68-40, with the Duke Blue Devils claiming a well-anticipated victory. Jason excelled, contributing 8 points and 10 assists in the first half, a truly impressive performance. System notification successfully transitioned the offensive tempo on the court, earning 3 points in tempo experience. Over the next 2 weeks, the Duke Blue Devils focused on perfecting fast break positioning during training, complemented by weekly friendly matches. They triumphed handily over Boston University and Clemson University with scores of 98-67 and 78-54, respectively. In these games, Jason enjoyed significant playing time, growing increasingly adept in the point guard position, particularly on the offensive end, where his court vision allowed him to fully grasp his teammates' positions and movements. His no-look passes added an exquisite flair to his playing style, captivating the audience. Notably, during these 2 matches, the Plumlee brothers also saw an increase in their playing time, displaying significantly quicker footwork than Zobek. Thomas felt elated, relishing the newfound opportunities in the fast break system, which often led to his electrifying dunks, showcasing his impressive athleticism. As the 2009-2010 season approached, Coach K and assistant coach James deliberated on tactical details and rotation strategies. "Nate, what are your thoughts?" James inquired. "I believe it is time to elevate Jason to the starting lineup. When he is on the court, the fluidity and execution of our strategy are several tiers above what Nolan offers. I am certain Nolan comprehends this as well, and he can still secure some playing time at shooting guard. It doesn't have to be a complete relinquishment." James's conviction was evident. Jason Yang's rapid development had far surpassed his expectations. Furthermore, I believe it would be prudent to extend the playing time for substitutes during the first half of the season. This would not only serve to develop the team, but also provide a modicum of motivation for the starters. I concur with your perspective, however. Do you not think it is a tad premature for Jason to start? No. LeBron repeatedly insisted with 3 firm denials, asserting that Jason Young is a genuine talent capable of transforming a team. Although he has only been with us for less than 2 months, his performance undeniably merits a position in the starting lineup. Nate, you seem to have misunderstood, Coach K remarked with a smile. Do you not think it is somewhat hasty to expose Jason Young at this juncture? LeBron paused, contemplating this layer of reasoning. After a moment, he replied, you are correct. It may indeed be a bit early. Nate, this year, the team has but one objective, the championship. Coach K's keen gaze fixed on LeBron. Thus, to avoid drawing excessive attention, we must exercise a degree of concealment. During the regular season, I plan to regulate Jason Young's playing time, ensuring he remains a substitute with no more than 15 minutes on the court. Additionally, in our off-court training, I would like you to provide him with one-on-one guidance to refine his dribbling, passing, and shooting techniques, as there are still many areas where he requires improvement. Understood. I will communicate this effectively to avoid any misinterpretation on his part. I believe his aspirations align with ours. After an afternoon practice, LeBron called Jason Young aside to inform him of Coach K's decision. I have no objections, Jason Young responded calmly. Just as Coach K anticipated, Jason's aspirations mirrored his own. He was willing to forego playing time and statistics for the sake of the championship. In the days that followed, in accordance with Coach K's directives, Jason Young adjusted his training regimen. He began his mornings at 4 a.m. with 2 hours of sprinting, feeling that his explosiveness and speed were still inadequate for creating opportunities on offense and were a liability on defense. At 3 p.m., he engaged in specialized training for 3 hours under the guidance of LeBron's assistant, focusing on dribbling, passing, and shooting. In the evenings at 8 p.m., he devoted 2 hours to strength training at the gym, meticulously filling his schedule. Vivian. Yes? November in North Carolina did not feel particularly cold. The two strolled through the tranquil campus after exiting the gym, the moon occasionally obscured, with only a few scattered stars twinkling above the thin clouds. I just suddenly wanted to express my gratitude to you. As the NCAA regular season approached, Jason Young felt a mix of excitement and reflection. Half a year prior, he had been absorbed in his studies, and an unexpected encounter had altered the course of his entire future. In these days of striving for love, the girl beside him had quietly sacrificed so much for him. Haha, Anderson is right. True friendship does not require thanks. Vivian smiled, gazing up at Jason Young. With the NCAA season about to commence, are you feeling a bit anxious? Not exactly anxious, just a sense of inexplicable reflection, perhaps. Are you nervous? More so than that night. Vivian teased, then turned serious. Jason, you are the most remarkable person I have ever met. Do not focus too much on the final outcome. What truly matters is the journey you undertake. No matter what, I will always support you. Keep pushing forward. Chapter 17, The Awakening of Catherine at 8 o'clock. When Catherine arrived punctually at the dessert shop, Jason Young had already ordered a chestnut cake, a chocolate mousse, and 2 milkshakes in anticipation of her arrival. Have you been waiting long? Catherine asked as she took a seat opposite Jason. Before their meeting, she had adorned herself with a touch of makeup and donned a pair of silver earrings she hadn't worn in ages. A crystal necklace accentuated her long, fair neck, and her royal blue coat lent her an air of elegance. Just as you sat down, I finished ordering, Jason replied gallantly. Are you adjusting well to the team? Catherine inquired, feeling a bit shy under Jason's gaze. It's going quite well. I feel that Coach K values me, Jason responded. Make sure to maintain good relationships with your teammates. Basketball is a team sport, as you know. I understand. To achieve all of this in just 5 months, I truly admire you. It's nothing. With diligent training, I believe others can achieve it too, perhaps even better than I can, Jason said humbly. That is not necessarily true. As the team manager, I know what playing basketball entails. I genuinely want to tell you, Jason, you are an undeniable genius. Haha. Jason chuckled awkwardly, feeling slightly embarrassed by Catherine's compliment. More importantly, you are far more hardworking than others. I know Vivian's schedule, so I can appreciate how dedicated you are to your training. Having never engaged in basketball before, if I didn't train hard, I would accomplish nothing. Jason, you don't need to go to such lengths for me, Catherine said, gazing earnestly at him. It's not solely for you. It's also for myself, Jason replied, his expression somewhat serious. My friend Jack told me, doing does not guarantee success, but not doing ensures no change. All right, let us not discuss this. Noticing Jason's resolute spirit, Catherine chose not to press the matter further. What are your plans for the future? Will you return to being a diligent student in the biology department? Not likely. If possible, I want to challenge myself in the NBA, Jason declared firmly. You really have audacious dreams, Catherine remarked, clearly skeptical of Jason's aspirations. No, Catherine, a life devoid of dreams and endeavors is as dull as chewed gum. Catherine was suddenly taken aback by this profound statement. Indeed, a life without dreams and struggles would be exceedingly monotonous. Contemplating this, Catherine's expression turned somber and lonely. Over the past 22 years, every step of her life has been meticulously arranged and planned: elementary school, middle school, high school, university, and in the days to come. She will enter the political arena, marrying a person she utterly despises. My goodness, is this truly my life? What were my childhood dreams? I cannot recall. All I remember is being met with my grandmother's stern reprimands. How could a member of the Bush family entertain such trivial thoughts? Jason is right. Without my own dreams and aspirations, I am merely a machine executing the commands of others, even if I appear flawless. It only serves to enhance the superficiality of this contraption. In a flurry, Catherine rose and uttered an apology before dashing away. Catherine, wait. Jason Young quickly stood up and pursued her. In a dimly lit pavilion on campus, Catherine leaned against the railing, her gaze vacant. Catherine, Jason Young called softly. Catherine showed no response. Jason Young felt a pang of heartache, yet he was at a loss as to what actions to take. After a moment of hesitation, he resolutely gritted his teeth, grasped Catherine, and enveloped her tightly in his embrace. No matter what transpired, I shall remain by your side. Everything will be all right with me. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light seemed to return to Catherine's eyes as she murmured, I am so cold, Jason, I am so cold. Jason Young felt at a loss, merely tightening his grip on Catherine's hand, attempting to convey his warmth to her. Catherine rested her head against Jason's chest, and the two remained in each other's embrace for quite some time. Jason, I think I'm about to suffocate, she finally uttered. Upon hearing this, Jason hastily released his hold. His face flushed as he inquired, Are you all right? Catherine did not respond. Instead, she gazed up at him, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Jason's features were exquisitely defined, and his chest, honed through rigorous training, was both solid and broad, a truly handsome young man, Catherine mused internally. Should I escort you back? Jason asked with concern, noticing her silence. No need. I was just, a bit lost in thought, I suppose. Please don't take it to heart. Thank you, Jason. Catherine replied, preparing to depart. Does this mean we are dating now? Jason pressed, his face reddening. Not quite, Jason. I would say we are slightly closer than friends. Your promise remains unfulfilled, Catherine stated, her demeanor returning to that of an icy goddess, though she felt a warmth that was new. If the team wins the championship, can we date then? Jason persisted, unwilling to give up. I will seriously consider it, Catherine responded with a radiant smile before turning to leave. Chapter 18. Erupting conflicts in the first game of December, the Duke Blue Devils faced an unexpected defeat against the Wisconsin Badgers, losing 69-73. Singler managed a mere 8 out of 32 attempts, scoring 24 points, while the team played chaotically, devoid of any tactical coherence. Jason did not play, and Coach K seemed to harbor deeper intentions. Although Duke emerged victorious in the subsequent 4 matches, their performances did not convey the ambition of a championship-caliber team. They merely benefited from the inadequacy of their opponents. Singler continued to amass points, averaging 28 per game, an impressive feat. Yet it was overshadowed by his more than 30 attempts per game. This month, Jason was not even scheduled for team practices. Instead, James focused on training him individually, emphasizing ball handling and deceptive maneuvers for driving to the basket. By swiftly shifting his center of gravity, he could evade defenders and either attack the rim or distribute to the perimeter, a technique that relied on rhythmic body movements rather than sheer explosiveness or speed. Coach K, is there a need for internal adjustments within the team? James queried after one training session. What aspect are you referring to? Coach K asked. Kyle Singler. I believe it's essential to have a conversation with him. At this rate, we may not reach last season's level. James expressed his concerns regarding the team's current state. Coach K turned to him, his gaze profound. Nate, a forcibly ripened fruit lacks sweetness, if he cannot awaken to his potential on his own. Any coercive measures will only yield counterproductive results. We still have time. Coach K sighed, however. I must admit, I did not anticipate Kyle's reaction to Jason would be so intense. Next month's competition should see Jason take the court, allowing him to further integrate with the starters and solidify the fruits of his training through real combat. Coach K remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, while Nate, after waiting for a long time without a response, turned to leave. As January commenced, the Duke Blue Devils secured 3 consecutive victories. However, the plethora of weaker opponents during the NCAA regular season failed to elicit any excitement among the team members. Instead, the locker room grew increasingly somber, with silence replacing the usual laughter, as if a great storm were impending. On January 9th, the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets hosted the visiting Duke Blue Devils. In the visitors' locker room, Blue Devil players sat loosely in their respective spots, devoid of laughter or discussions about the game, creating a chilling atmosphere. Coach K entered, and all eyes turned toward him, seeking guidance and insight, yet he offered no instructions, merely gesturing for the team to commence. Halfway through the first half, the Blue Devils found themselves trailing significantly at 8:30. They played as if they were headless chickens, resembling a disjointed assembly of players rather than a cohesive team, lacking coordination or strategy, each fighting their own battles. Derek Favors, the star forward for the Yellow Jackets, wreaked havoc in the paint, overpowering Thomas, who struggled to withstand the onslaught. Consequently, Zobek accumulated 4 fouls within half a quarter and had to leave the game. Coach K called for a brief timeout, substituting in Jason Young and Plum Lee without altering the game plan. Upon entering the court, Jason Young vocally directed his teammates' movements, observing from the sidelines. He recognized that once the ball reached Singler, it would not escape his grasp, leading the others to refrain from making runs, believing it futile. Over time, Jason Young's South leadership on the court grew more pronounced. His teammates came to trust that if they created open space, the ball would certainly find its way to them. Thanks to Jason Young's expansive vision and passing prowess, signaling, Thomas shifted to the wing while Plum Lee set a screen for him. Jason Young evaded the defending guard and drove left, drawing the opposing center to block, while Plum Lee slipped down, and Thomas sprinted in from the wing to set an off-ball screen at the free throw line. Plum Lee completely shook off his defender and headed for the baseline, where Jason Young, with a flick of his left hand, lofted the ball toward the rim. Plum Lee soared into the air, delivering a powerful two-handed dunk. Standing beneath the basket, Plum Lee pounded his chest with fervor, vocally challenging the opposing center. "Miles, defend," came Jason Young's commanding voice from afar, prompting Plum Lee to hastily return to the backcourt. "Secure the rebound and stay tight on the perimeter defense," Jason Young directed his teammates with authority, and at some point, the usually reticent Jason Young had assumed the role of a leader. Singler, with a grim expression, turned his face away. He did not wish to heed Jason Young's commands. This had once been his team, yet now he felt it slipping away from him. True to form, under the Blue Devils' staunch defense, the Yellow Jackets failed to convert their shot. Upon securing a defensive rebound, Plum Lee swiftly passed the ball to Jason Young, who charged forward with the intent of executing a fast break. At that moment, the majority of the Hornets players had yet to reposition themselves, leaving only their opposing point guard in front of Jason Young. Lowering his center of gravity, he executed a crossover dribble, simultaneously swaying his upper body in a rhythmic left motion. As he deftly retreated, Glenn Rice stumbled and fell to the ground, caught off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Jason Young penetrated the lane and effortlessly scored with a gentle layup. The visiting team's bench erupted with jubilant cheers, while Zobek animatedly waved his towel, celebrating the brilliance of that play. Following Jason Young's directive to bolster their defense, the Hornets' offensive momentum faltered, allowing the Blue Devils to close the scoring gap. The morale of the Blue Devils surged, as it seemed that the unfavorable start was on the verge of being overturned, with yet another victory within their grasp. However, Singler remained unperturbed, his fury reaching a boiling point, poised to erupt. Since Jason Young's entry onto the court, he had shockingly failed to touch the basketball even once. As if entirely forgotten by his teammates, merely running back and forth on the court. He perceived this as a deliberate provocation from Jason Young, and if he did not assert himself soon, he risked being usurped from his position of leadership. Just as Jason Young advanced with the ball from the baseline, Singler appeared in his path, extending his hand and fixating his gaze on him, declaring with certainty, "Give me the ball." Jason Young was taken aback, turning to Coach K at the sidelines, but Coach K remained as inscrutable as a sage in meditation, revealing nothing in his expression. Turning back to glance at Singler, Jason silently maneuvered past him with the ball. "Rookie, hand over that damn ball," Singler exclaimed angrily, lunging forward to snatch the ball from Jason's grasp. Unfazed, Jason effortlessly sidestepped Singler's attempt and executed a behind-the-back dribble, swiftly bypassing Singler. Undeterred by being outpaced, Singler pursued him, intent on reclaiming the ball. Reluctantly, Jason passed the ball to Shield on the side. Though the ball was no longer in his possession, Singler did not relent. His eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Jason, who met his stare with calm defiance. The two stood on the court, locked in a silent standoff. The spectators were astonished by this unprecedented confrontation between teammates. The referee, quick to react, intervened to separate them, issuing technical fouls to both. During the timeout, Coach K's expression darkened. He had sensed Jason's glance toward him, but he wanted to observe how Jason would handle the situation. His heart swelled with pride as Jason resolutely refused to yield the ball to Singler, yet he was taken aback by Singler's explosive reaction. Taking a deep breath to quell his emotions, Coach K opted not to adjust tactics but chose to substitute Jason out of the game. Returning to the court, the Hornets players were filled with joy, having earned 2 technical free throw opportunities, while the pivotal figure of their opponent was benched. As anticipated, the Blue Devils, upon re-entering the game, appeared disoriented and listless, save for Singler, who frantically launched shots from the perimeter, desperate to prove he could carry the team alone. Yet basketball is ultimately a team sport, and the final score read 58-71, with Duke's Blue Devils suffering a disheartening defeat. On the bus back to campus, the usual chatter was replaced by a heavy silence, with players seated quietly in their places. Some with eyes closed and others gazing pensively out the window in eerie calm before the storm, signaling change. Jason sat alone in the back corner, headphones on, his hoodie drawn over his head, as he began to grasp Coach K's thoughts and strategies. After 2 consecutive home losses, the Duke Blue Devils seemed devoid of vitality. The crowd's disappointment was palpable. Losing was not the issue, but the absence of hope was. This was not the hallmark of a championship-caliber team. Fans expressed their discontent on BBS, particularly the passionate members of the fan club, who vehemently criticized the other players and voiced their frustration over Jason's lack of playing time. Some even resorting to protests with banners at the arena. Jason, is the team in trouble? That evening, after leaving the gym, Vivian strolled through the campus and anxiously inquired of Jason Young, expressing her concern that if things continued this way, the championship title in the NCAA tournament would once again slip from their grasp. Everything is under Coach K's control. You are overthinking, Jason replied with a reassuring smile. Is Singler's performance a result of your influence? Vivian asked, having noticed the tension. Jason sighed. Perhaps he perceives my presence as a threat to his position on the team. Or maybe there are other factors at play. Yet, it often happens that the more one strives to prove oneself, the less one is able to do so. Then why doesn't Coach K make immediate adjustments? With his standing, no one on the team would dare defy his orders, Vivian questioned, perplexed. Haha. That is precisely Coach K's brilliance. How could you, my little scatterbrain, possibly comprehend it? Jason smiled gently, playfully brushing Vivian's nose with his finger. Her cheeks flushed, she retorted. If you've misaligned my nose, you must offer your own as compensation, for yours is perfectly straight and just to my liking. Chapter 19. Fierce battle at Georgetown. With the sound of the whistle, Monroe won the tip-off, his physical prowess surpassing that of Zobek. Wright received the ball and advanced into the front court, with Jason closely guarding him, denying him any opportunity to break free. However, Wright had no intention of attacking solo. He deftly passed the ball to Freeman. Freeman glanced at Smith and, without hesitation, lowered his center of gravity to drive inside. Smith quickly adjusted his position and retreat, blocking Freeman's path. Freeman did not press all the way through. Instead, he pressured Smith's defense, and upon creating space, he halted for a jump shot, successfully scoring the first point for his team. As possession changed hands, Jason quickly brought the ball up the court, executing a simple running play. Singler circled from the left to the right corner, receiving the ball and immediately launching a three-pointer, which unfortunately clanged off the rim. Monroe secured the rebound and passed it to Wright, who rapidly pushed forward for a fast break. Yet the Blue Devils' defense was equally formidable, with Jason maintaining close proximity. Seeing no opportunity for a fast break, Wright slowed his pace, and once Monroe established his position in the paint, he executed a bounce pass into his hands. Zobek forcefully attempted to push Monroe away. Despite being at a disadvantage in height and wingspan, he outweighed Monroe significantly. However, if Monroe relied solely on his physicality, he could never become a dominant force in the NCAA. With a spin move to evade Zobek, he soared into the air, aiming for a powerful two-handed dunk. Thomas, rushing in to block, was unable to impede Monroe's ascent, and instead, he committed a foul. Yes, following a spectacular dunk, the audience erupted in cheers, especially against the Duke Blue Devils, who were met with heightened enthusiasm from the crowd. At the free throw line, Monroe confidently converted the shot, once again pushing forward. Jason Young did not hastily release the ball as he had on the previous play. After slowing the tempo, Zobek emerged from the paint to set a screen. Evading Wright's defense and driving right, Monroe approached to interfere, but without a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball to Zobek, faced with Vaughn, who rotated to defend. Zobek opted not to force a play and instead passed to Thomas. Thomas dribbled once, applying pressure on the opposing defense, and then passed to the left side to Singler. At this moment, Singler found himself completely unguarded. After a series of ball movements, Georgetown's defense finally revealed a crack. However, when Singler attempted a shot that clanged off the rim, it was evident that he had yet to emerge from the shadow of the team's consecutive losses. Leaving his form in question, Freeman leaped high to secure the rebound and made a long pass. Wright shook off Jason Young and successfully scored on a layup, demonstrating that in a pure race of speed, Jason Young was no match for Wright. Having started the game with a 0-7 deficit, it became apparent that this match would be more challenging than anticipated. Exhaling to suppress his discontent, Jason glanced at Coach K on the sidelines, who offered no directives, indicating that the onus was on him. He passed the ball to Smith to initiate the offense. Jason Young began to move without the ball. After a week of training, the team's tactical cohesion had improved. Zobek and Thomas set a double screen for him, allowing him to loop from the left side to the right 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the ball, Jason Young took a decisive three-point shot, which finally found its mark. Thus, the two teams commenced a fierce battle on the court, both being formidable contenders within the league, well acquainted with each other's strategies and defenses. However, Georgetown's execution on the court proved superior. After 12 minutes of play, the Georgetown squad led by 9 points at 33-24. Facing Nolan Smith's defense, Austin Freeman shot an impressive 6 for 8, tallying 14 points with an excellent shooting touch. The Blue Devils encountered difficulties today. Singler struggled immensely, shooting 0 for 6, including 0 for 4 from beyond the arc, failing to embody the prowess expected of a star small forward. Coach K was certainly aware of the situation, following 3 consecutive high-intensity performances. Singler required considerable time to recuperate physically. More importantly, although Coach K refrained from taking action against him, Singler no longer perceived himself as the team's cornerstone. Plagued by feelings of disappointment and confusion, Coach K called a timeout to make adjustments, substituting Schuler for Smith. He chose not to bench the underperforming Singler, not out of hope for a turnaround, but rather to ensure he could occupy the opposing defense. After all, a superstar scorer averaging over 30 points this month, even in a slump, would remain a focal point for any team's defensive strategy. Cheong, when you enter the game, switch defensive assignments with Jason and closely guard Chris Wright. Do not afford him any space to drive. Jason, you will defend Austin Freeman, maintaining the strategy of allowing shots while denying drives, but strive to disrupt his shooting rhythm. Smith's defensive contributions had been insufficient. While he adhered to the strategy of allowing shots rather than drives, his shorter stature could not effectively contest Freeman's jump shots, allowing the latter to score repeatedly. Jason, on offense, we need to elevate our pace. Everyone should embrace the possibility of mistakes. When opportunities arise, shoot decisively. We must resolutely play fast. Upon resuming, the Duke Blue Devils made strategic substitutions, with John Shire replacing Nolan Smith and Miles Plumlee taking the place of Brian Zobek. Let's go, brothers. It's just a 9-point deficit. Let us channel our training, and in just a few plays, we can equalize or even take the lead. Duke Blue Devils, go, go, go. Jason Young echoed the rallying cry. As Jason Young seized the ball, he accelerated. Although his raw speed was not extraordinary, his ball handling was impeccable, propelling him forward with fervor. His defender, Wright, exerted considerable effort, staying close to disrupt him. Stay away from me, you hobbit. Jason Young taunted. Who do you think you are, rookie? Wright retorted, undeterred. I'm a rookie, but even a rookie can dominate you, hobbit. While Wright was not particularly short, the height difference was pronounced. As Jason Young stood tall at the point guard position, Jason Young recognized that, despite their paper strength, his team was not superior to Georgetown, especially with a lethargic Singler on the court. They had little chance in a head-to-head battle, so he sought to provoke Wright instead. With a gesture, Plumlee moved in to set a high screen, allowing Jason Young to shake off Wright. Monroe stepped forward to apply pressure but quickly retreated, needing to cover Plumlee's role. Seizing this fleeting moment, Jason Young confidently launched a three-pointer from the top of the arc, sinking it. "How's that, Hobbit? I told you I would dominate you." He continued to taunt. "Come on, let us go one-on-one. What is the point of relying on screens?" Wright shot back angrily. "Fine, as you wish. It's your turn now." Turning to receive the ball, Wright approached Jason Young. "Rookie, I'll show you what real basketball is about." From the right arc, Wright lowered his center of gravity, executing a flurry of fakes. Yet, Jason Young adjusted his stance swiftly, displaying agility that belied his height of 195 centimeters. While keenly guarding against Wright's preferred right side drive, through observation, he noted that Wright was right-handed and favored penetrating from that side, even if he managed to break through left. Plumlee was there to assist. Seeing that his fakes could not shake Jason Young, Wright reluctantly attempted a forceful drive from the right. Jason Young positioned himself to obstruct the lane, using his chest to push Wright outward. Although his strength was not formidable, his weight was not insignificant. Wright found himself unable to penetrate, abruptly halting for a jump shot from the right. Jason Young extended his arms, while he did not block the shot. His interference forced Wright to shoot with a higher arc, resulting in a miss. Thomas secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed to Shire for a fast break. "Ah, is this what you call real basketball? Airball? Hobbits don't like airballs." "Oh, I see. You're not a hobbit. You're a dwarf. The bearded dwarf loves to shoot airballs. But where's your beard? Did you shave it off to pretend to be a hobbit?" Les' face turned green from Jason Young's scathing remarks. "Silence, rookie. If you have the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. As you wish." Unable to find a favorable opportunity for a fast break, Shield passed the ball to Jason Young. "This time, I will break through from your left." After receiving the ball at the top of the arc, he took 2 steps back to create space for his advance. Le, hesitant to close in, knew that if he lunged forward, Jason Young could easily slip past him, lowering his center of gravity. He executed a couple of crossover dribbles and began to accelerate while significantly shifting his weight, thanks to his remarkable agility, even with his height. Such a dramatic shift in balance was effortless, rendering his movements both deceptive and graceful. Although Lay adjusted his center of gravity swiftly on the defensive end, the continuous, extensive shifts led to a lapse in his defense. Just as Jason had predicted, he advanced from the left side. At this moment, Le found it impossible to shift his balance back to the left for proper defense. Instead, he turned his back to Jason, sprinting towards the baseline. Convinced that Jason would attempt a layup, since direct defense was no longer feasible, he resolved to wait at the bottom for an opportunity. However, contrary to his expectations, Jason had no intention of driving further in. Given Monroe's physical attributes and wingspan, forcing a layup was merely an invitation for a block. Seizing the unguarded opportunity, Jason effortlessly sank a 2-pointer. The spectators at the sidelines were left astonished, unable to comprehend why the defending player abandoned his post and turned away as the opponent broke through. It was utterly bewildering. Surely, some form of sorcery was at play. "Oh, little beardless one, I believe you must be lost." With that remark, Jason Young darted away from Le, mindful of his coach's instructions to guard Freeman. Yet Le was determined not to let him escape. "I will take you down, rookie." With a fiery gaze, he evaded Shield's defense and charged towards Jason Young, forcing a shot despite the tight defense. Unsurprisingly, the attempt failed. Plumlee grabbed the rebound and tossed the ball to the already sprinting Jason Young. In a 2-on-1 situation, Jason chose not to be greedy, delivering a behind-the-back pass to Singler, who scored the first basket of the match. Noticing the situation deteriorating, Georgetown's coach, John Thompson, immediately called a timeout. "Chris, what the hell are you doing? Are you playing in a league or just street basketball? Sit on the bench and get your head straight." As he saw Led trudging off the court, covered in dirt and dejection, Coach Thompson's frustration boiled over. He turned to the bench, shouting, "Jason, get ready to come in. Guard number 0 and don't let him score easily. Pass the ball to Austin and stop being reckless." This Jason referred to Jason Clark, Georgetown's top scorer off the bench, who was of similar stature to Chris Lay but possessed greater speed and an even more unique style, akin to a wild card that even he himself feared when unleashed. Initially, under the typical rotation of Georgetown, Clark was expected to enter the game to aggressively score points, leveraging his explosive drive to dismantle the opposing bench. However, due to Wright being thrown off by Jason Young, Coach Thompson had no choice but to bring him into the game, specifically advising him to refrain from reckless plays and to facilitate the offense through Freeman. True to form, as soon as Clark stepped onto the court, he advanced the ball past half court, and swiftly passed it to Freeman. Upon receiving the ball, Freeman surveyed the presence of Jason Young before disdainfully declaring that such petty tricks were futile, for basketball is a game of raw strength. With no further ado, he made a decisive drive, stopping abruptly for a jump shot that found its mark. Jason Young struggled to keep pace, caught off guard by Freeman's assertiveness. Following the change of possession, Jason Young quickly pushed the ball up the court, executing a pick-and-roll with Plumlee before handing it off to him. Plumlee attempted a powerful move under the basket, but was met with a block from Monroe. The ball remained within reach, allowing Thomas to recover it. With no opportunity for a second attack, he passed it back to the perimeter to Jason Young, who swiftly distributed it to Shuyerl positioned at a 45-degree angle. Shuyerl, with arms outstretched, launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. The ball found its way back to Freeman, who was now closely monitored by Jason Young, determined not to allow him another breakthrough. Freeman, however, opted for a strategic play, dribbling to the 45-degree angle before lobbing the ball to Monroe, who had established position in the paint. Monroe spun around, and as Thomas approached to double-team him, he refrained from forcing the shot, instead delivering a low pass to Vaughn. Unopposed, Vaughn took a single step and executed a one-handed dunk. Thus, the two teams battled fiercely on the court, with Georgetown displaying a harmonious blend of inside and outside play, while Duke, under Jason Yang's leadership, resorted to a fast-paced strategy. Shuyerl excelled, making 3 out of 5 three-point attempts, keeping the score tightly contested. At halftime, Georgetown led by 2 points, 45-43. Chapter 20. The decisive victory. Well done, lads. Your performance fills me with pride. In the second half, we must alter our interior defensive strategy. We will abandon the double team. Myers, you need to front Monroe defensively. Mason, you will enter the game in the second half. Utilize your footwork to sever the passing lanes to Monroe from the other side, ensuring he cannot comfortably receive the ball in the paint. Offensively, we must accelerate our pace. Speed is our greatest weapon. Everyone must sprint, as long as you create space. Jason will deliver the ball to you. In the visitors' locker room, Coach K was outlining the tactical adjustments for the second half. In the first half, Greg Monroe posed a significant threat every time he received the ball in the paint. Whenever Thomas approached a double team, Monroe adeptly found openings in Duke's defense, his height, wingspan, and court vision allowing him to thrive in the interior. If his performance could not be curtailed in the second half, Duke would find it exceedingly challenging to secure victory. As the second half commenced, Duke began to apply fronting defense on Monroe, while Georgetown struggled to find ways to circumvent this strategy. Passes intended for Monroe were either intercepted or poorly executed, leaving the interior starved for touches and the perimeter offense stifled. After 5 minutes into the second half, Duke seized the momentum, executing a counterattack that resulted in a 12-4 run to take the lead. Coach K substituted Smith for Jason Young to provide him a breather. Observing the sudden shift in circumstances, Coach Thompson promptly made substitutions, opting to replace the formidable interior player Monroe with a smaller lineup to engage in a more aggressive offensive style against Duke. This strategic adjustment proved remarkably effective, as the diminutive backcourt duo of Wright and Clark relentlessly exploited Shuyer's vulnerabilities. Shuyer's sluggish movement and slow pivoting became glaringly apparent under the barrage of their attacks. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his shooting touch on the offensive end, consistently sinking three-point shots. As the clock dwindled to the final 5 minutes, the score stood tied at 75. Both coaches simultaneously reverted to their starting lineups for the climactic showdown. Freeman drove to the basket, scoring to make it 77-75. Jason Young assisted Thomas, who executed a successful dunk, leveling the score at 77. Monroe swiftly cleared the lane for Zobek, who responded with a dunk of his own, bringing the score to 79-77. Singler made a mid-range jumper, tying the game at 79. Wright attempted to pass but was intercepted by Singler, leading to a fast break where Jason Young scored a layup, reversing the lead. Freeman faked a drive before stepping back for a three-pointer, once again taking the lead. Thus, the two teams remained closely matched, trading points back and forth. With only 50 seconds remaining, the score stood at 85-85, once more resulting in a tie. The audience was gripped with tension, their palms slick with sweat as countless spectators roared their support for the home team. Having not experienced such an intense game in quite some time, the performance of both teams was reminiscent of an NCAA championship match. Wright received the ball for an inbounds play, crossing half-court before passing to Freeman, who appeared poised to execute the final offensive play. Jason Young lowered his center of gravity, closely guarding Freeman to prevent an easy breakthrough. Freeman remained calm, holding the ball with his back to the basket while his teammates from Georgetown spread across the court, creating space for him. With just 7 seconds left on the shot clock, Freeman turned, dribbled back 2 steps, while Jason Young focused intently on him, anticipating his drive. At that moment, Monroe sprinted from the baseline to set a screen for Freeman. Utilizing Monroe's screen, Freeman slipped past Jason Young's defense, accelerated towards Zobek, and effortlessly made a layup, putting the score at 87-85. The crowd erupted in jubilation, rising to their feet to celebrate the moment as if they had just secured victory in the NCAA Finals. This play took the Duke Blue Devils by surprise. No one had anticipated Freeman, who had been consistently driving alone throughout the game, would ultimately choose to utilize Monroe's screen. This decision proved to be astute, as after evading Jason Young, Zobek's attempt to cover Freeman was as sluggish as a snail. Coach K immediately called a timeout with 15 seconds remaining and one last offensive opportunity. Duke needed to seize this final chance to ensure their efforts were not in vain. Drawing up an offensive strategy on the tactical board, Coach K emphatically declared, "We have one last chance. We are the Duke Blue Devils. Boys, let your performance demonstrate to them who we are. Duke Blue Devils, go, go, go." The players formed a huddle, chanting their rallying cry before taking the court. Schuler inbound the ball, with Georgetown applying full-court pressure. Zobek dashed from the baseline, receiving the pass from Schuler, who then handed it off to the approaching Jason Young. The players spread once more, managing the clock, as Zobek set a screen. Jason Young evaded Wright's defense, while Monroe stepped up to disrupt his drive. With a behind-the-back bounce pass, he fed the ball back to the descending Zobek, while Vaughn positioned himself in the paint, ready to draw a foul. With just 5 seconds remaining, Zobek remained composed, passing to the cutting Thomas, who readied himself to take a layup with 4 seconds left. In 4 seconds, Monroe leaped to block. But Thomas refrained from taking a shot, instead passing to Schuyel on the perimeter with 3 seconds remaining. Freeman soared in, and Schuyel delivered the ball to Single at a 45-degree angle with only 3 seconds left. All eyes in the arena were fixed upon Single, as every Georgetown player capable of defending rushed towards him. Yet, Single again flung the ball away, this time to Jason Young, who had stealthily positioned himself in the corner. With 3 seconds on the clock, he leaped, and at the pinnacle of his jump, released the basketball. The arena fell into an anticipatory silence. All gazes locked onto the soaring sphere, hands clenched in tension, awaiting the final verdict. Swish! The ball went in. The Duke Blue Devils bench erupted, rushing onto the court. One player tackled Jason Young to the ground, and others piled on in a frenzy. "Do you wish to suffocate me? I can hardly breathe." Jason Young gasped from beneath the heap. "Oh, my God, Jason, you've driven me wild. I must cherish this jersey of yours," exclaimed Mason Plumlee, reaching to peel the jersey off Jason. "I want to keep the game ball too. No one shall take it from me." Thomas swiftly sprang up to retrieve the game ball. "Who says I can't claim it? First come, first served." Other players also rose, eagerly searching for their treasures. Coach K by the sidelines exhaled in relief, delighted to witness the transformation of his team, everything progressing as he had envisioned. However, the home crowd was less than pleased. While the match had been nothing short of spectacular, from a neutral perspective, witnessing such a contest was an unparalleled delight. Yet for the home fans, no spectacle could eclipse the desire for their team's victory. The spectators appeared desolate, their spirits akin to a vibrant summer bonfire, abruptly extinguished. On the bus back to school, Jason Young received a text from Catherine. "Well done." Though she hadn't traveled with the team, she had evidently received prompt updates through her channels. Jason had scored 18 points and provided 14 assists, playing a pivotal role in his team's offense. "What is my reward?" He texted back. "If you wish, I could grant you the honor of treating me to dinner." Shortly thereafter, another notification chimed. This time it was Vivian, sending nothing but a joyous emoji. Jason didn't respond, but sent her a picture of a large bowl of mapo tofu. Moments later, Vivian replied with an emoji of a foodie, accompanied by images of various Chinese dishes. Opening the task panel, the system indicated that his mission had been completed, along with the previous task of becoming a starter, totaling 3 unallocated attribute points accrued from his last double-double performance. In addition, several system notifications appeared at the bottom of the panel. System message: successfully inspired the team's morale on the field, earning 3 motivation experience points. System message: successfully provoked the opposing players, earning 3 provocation experience points. System message: executed a decisive play successfully on the field, earning 3 boldness experience points. Jimmy called out in his mind, "Jason, Congratulations, well done. It was rare for Jimmy to commend Jason, not merely for the statistics he had achieved, but for his attitude towards the game. Jimmy, I still don't think I'm good enough. Jason felt a bit shy from the praise and then inquired, I understand what provocation is, but what about motivation and boldness? Jimmy patiently explained, you should understand from the messages that when your team is trailing, you uplift and encourage your teammates through words and actions, enhancing their engagement in the game. When this becomes your skill, using it on the field will grant all your teammates a boost of 5 in all abilities for 3 minutes. However, this skill has conditions. It can only be used when your team is behind by more than 5 points. Jimmy continued, as for boldness, I mentioned it during our last discussion about skills. On the opposite side of the bus, Singler reclined and gazed out the window, his eyes vacant and mind adrift. He had only scored 6 points in the game. With a shooting percentage that was dismally low, he was acutely aware that this game signified his fall from the position of the team's leading star. And from that moment on, he no longer had the right to pursue Catherine. With this thought, a wave of inexplicable frustration washed over him, prompting him to pull his jacket over his head and drift into slumber. Chapter 21. The final piece of the puzzle. Upon returning to the dormitory, Anderson enveloped Jason in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Buddy, you always manage to surprise me. I thought merely making the school team was a remarkable achievement. But look at you now, just 2 months in and already a star player. If you can maintain this level of performance, you will undoubtedly become the linchpin of this team. At Duke, a prestigious basketball institution, news about the team spread with remarkable rapidity. Don't say that. This is still Singler's team. No, 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 Anderson replied emphatically, having said 3 no's. I've been wary of that guy since you joined the team. He hasn't given you a single friendly glance. And just look at the dismal record of the team he has led recently. I can only describe it as unbearable. Jason Young shook his head, choosing not to respond. He was acutely aware that during that period, Singler's exceptional performance was largely attributed to his own influence. Are you joining us tonight? William is hosting a party, and I assure you, the moment you arrive, all the lovely ladies will erupt in cheers. Anderson excitedly extended the invitation to Jason, seemingly waiting specifically for him. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have already departed for the celebration. No, have fun without me. I'm quite exhausted today and plan to rest early. I have training tomorrow. Jason politely declined Anderson's offer. All right then, Anderson replied, unfazed by the response. Just don't let training dominate your life, buddy. With that, he waved goodbye and exited the dormitory. Lying on his bed, Jason reflected on the day's game, hoping to harness this experience to fortify himself. He had faced considerable pressure from Freeman on the court, finding it challenging to contain Freeman's drives, and the latter's precise shooting made him hesitant to stray too far. Jimmy, what do you think I should do if I encounter an opponent like Freeman in the future? Jason sought Jimmy's counsel. Jason, you've only just begun. With your current capabilities, it is impossible for you to defend against everyone. If you aspire to achieve that, it's simple. Train diligently. Once your explosiveness and speed surpass Freeman's, you will easily be able to lock him down, Jimmy advised. The following morning at the training ground, Jason trained with even greater intensity, to the point where Vivian expressed her surprise. Jason, you're already good enough. Everyone on campus is saying you should be the star of this team. No, Vivian, I have too many shortcomings. If I become complacent, I will cease to improve. Winning the NCAA championship is my goal, but it is merely a stepping stone, Jason stated earnestly. There's no need to train to the point of injury, Vivian remarked, more concerned about his well-being. But you're here to safeguard me, aren't you? Jason replied with a smile. Today, I want Chinese food. I intend to savor every dish you promised me, Vivian playfully responded. As February arrived, the Duke Blue Devils surged with momentum, achieving 3 consecutive victories. Jason secured his position as a starter, averaging 10, 3 points and 13.6 assists per game, establishing himself as the team's strategist. In these 3 matches, the Duke Blue Devils triumphed decisively over their opponents. Regrettably, Singler's performance has been less than satisfactory. In 3 consecutive games, he has failed to achieve double-digit scoring, and his shooting percentage is dismal. Even more disheartening is his apparent lack of focus on the court, appearing lethargic and disconnected from both offense and defense, which is far from the standard expected of a star small forward. In early February, the temperatures in North Carolina reached their nadir, and Jason Young, clad in formal attire, awaits Catherine's arrival at a prestigious restaurant. The establishment's heating is ample, yet it is primarily his own emotions that are aflame, intense yet anxious. Beads of sweat form as he contemplates shedding his jacket, But he refrains, reluctant to appear less than gentlemanly, and thus finds himself in a state of internal conflict. Moments later, Catherine appears before the flustered Jason, adorned in a light pink evening gown. "Have you been waiting long?" she inquires. "No, I just arrived as well." He replies hurriedly, rising to pull out her chair. "Thank you," she says as she sets her handbag down. "Your suit looks quite nice. It complements your physique." "Really? Thank you. But I'm not quite accustomed to wearing formal attire," Jason admits, his gaze darting around awkwardly. He can command his teammates on the court with poise and engage in articulate discussions with Professor Ivy, yet in Catherine's presence, he loses all composure, even avoiding direct eye contact with her. "Why did I think of having a seafood feast? It's hardly the season for that," he muses aloud, grappling with his thoughts. "Ah, well, who knows what one should eat at this time?" He had merely searched online for dining options, choosing a lavish place for their first date, feeling that a roadside eatery would be wholly inappropriate. "Seafood does sound appealing. It's been quite some time since I've had any," Catherine remarks. "Have you decided on the dishes?" "No, I wasn't sure what you like, so I haven't ordered anything." "Why don't you choose?" he stammers, feeling out of his element. Catherine signals the waiter and adeptly selects several dishes before turning to Jason. "The team has been performing quite well lately. You've truly surprised me, Jason." "Oh." "It's nothing. My teammates are the ones excelling," Jason humbly replies. "No, Jason, I've never felt such confidence in our championship prospects as I do now." "Thank you for your efforts." Catherine raises her glass in a toast. Jason Young raised his glass and remarked, "It is my honor." The two then engaged in a delightful conversation about amusing anecdotes from campus, savoring their sumptuous seafood feast. As the meal drew to a close, Catherine's expression shifted to one of seriousness as she inquired, "Jason, given the current state of the team, what do you believe our chances of winning the championship are?" "It's difficult to quantify probability, but I shall exert every effort to contend for the ultimate prize," he replied. "Let me be more direct," she continued. "Let us discuss singular." "Kale?" Jason Young was taken aback by Catherine's sudden question. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "This is still Kale's team, and we need him. I am aware he is currently facing certain challenges, many of which stem from my own actions." Jason Young met Catherine's gaze earnestly, stating, "In the backcourt, Nolan, Joan, and I each have prominent shortcomings. Nolan lacks shooting ability, while both Joan and I struggle with our ability to create separation. We require Kale on the court to draw defenses and create space for us." Jason Young paused momentarily before continuing. "Our narrow victory against Georgetown relied heavily on Juan's three-pointers from the perimeter. However, we cannot consistently depend on Juan's precision in every game. The upcoming opponents are relatively weaker and have not posed significant challenges to us. Yet, this is merely the regular season. Once we enter the playoffs, the disparity in strength among the teams will be minimal, and any weaknesses you possess will be magnified within the intensity of the competition. The single elimination format affords no opportunity for adjustments." "I understand, Jason. I will maintain my form, and you can leave the rest to me," Catherine replied, seemingly ready to take action. This was her final season, as she would graduate in May, and her perfectionist nature did not allow for any regrets. The following day in the manager's office, Catherine and Single sat at opposite sides of the desk. She took the initiative to call Single, wishing to discuss matters with him. "Kyle, how have you been feeling lately?" "Just the same," Single answered somewhat despondently, unable to meet Catherine's gaze as he fiddled with the pen on the desk. "Let us talk about your thoughts on Jason." "Jason? Well, he is a prodigy, whether I want to admit it or not. He is indeed a genius among geniuses. I have been defeated, both on the court and elsewhere," Single lamented. "Kyle, look at me." Single set down his pen, straightened his posture, and turned his gaze towards Catherine. "I appreciate your feelings for me, as well as Jason's admiration. However, I must make it clear that I am already engaged, and thus, I cannot accept either of you. Do you understand?" Single's mouth fell agape, taken aback by this revelation, rendered speechless. Catherine continued, "This is my last season as team manager, and I do not wish for my collegiate career to be marked by any regrets. I realize this may sound selfish, but Kyle, can you secure the league championship for me this season? I have spoken with Jason, and he has indicated that this is still your team." "No, Catherine. This is already Jason's team, and the others surely recognize this as well. Nonetheless, I will strive to win this season's championship as a tribute to your graduation." "Thank you." "Kyle," Catherine extended her hand towards Single. Chapter 22, A Streak to Glory with a Remarkable 19 Consecutive Victories. The Duke Blue Devils established the longest winning streak in NCAA history and ultimately claimed the championship. The Duke University campus erupted in jubilation as they lined up at the gates to welcome their heroes, celebrating the long-awaited NCAA championship trophy after 9 years. As the double-decker bus approached the entrance, a throng of supporters surged towards the team, cheering for their beloved players. At the forefront stood Jason Young, cradling the trophy in one hand and fervently waving to the crowd, equally exhilarated and reveling in the moment. Jason Young, Jason Young, Jason Young. Unbeknownst to the instigator, the crowd on either side of the bus began to chant his name in harmonious unison, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The following day, it was only by noon that Jason Young finally emerged from his slumber. The repercussions of a night spent indulging in libations left him with a pounding headache. Turning his gaze to the other side, Anderson remained in a deep slumber, having consumed the most alcohol the previous night alongside Jason. After a brief rinse and a change of attire, Jason set out for the world beyond the campus, his destination being Jack's bar. At 1 p.m., the bar had just opened its doors. "Jack, Jack," Jason called out as he pushed the door open. Inside, there was an eerie silence. Rocky, the bartender, was silently preparing for the day's business, casting a fleeting glance at Jason before returning to his tasks. "Rocky, is Jack around?" Jason inquired. "Who are you?" Rocky scrutinized Jason for a moment before realization dawned upon him. "I remember you. You lingered at the bar that night with Jack." "Indeed. I'm glad you recall me. Where is Jack?" "In paradise," Rocky murmured softly. "He reported to the Almighty 2 months ago, succumbing to liver cancer." Placing the flowers he had brought at Jack's grave, Jason spoke softly. "Thank you, Jack. I shall never forget the wisdom you imparted that night." Though their time together was fleeting, Jason had come to regard Jack as a mentor in his life, offering encouragement and hope during his darkest hours, and even bestowing upon him a system before parting ways. Upon his return to the dormitory, Jason found Anderson nowhere to be seen, leaving him alone in his bed. He opened the system panel to examine his status. Name: Jason Young. Height: 195 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms, with weight gain. Wingspan: 206 centimeters. Technical attributes: max: 20, shooting, 14 passing, 16 dribbling, 16 defense, 8 rebounding, 0 dunking, 0 off-ball movement. 9 physical attributes: max: 20, strength, 13 speed, 11 jumping, 8 explosiveness, 11 agility, 17 stamina, 14 balance, 10 mental attributes: max: 20, motivation, for courage, 17 provocation, 3 vision, 20 composure, 11 rhythm, 10 anticipation, 3 unallocated points, 8 main quest, 5 side quests, 3 skills, 1 court insight skill points, 5 equipment: headband, none ring, left hand none ring, right hand none elbow pad, none jersey, none knee pads, none shoes, none main quest. Become a starting player for an NBA team and lead the squad into the playoffs. Task Phase 3, Task Description. The NCAA League can no longer hone your skills. It is time for you to challenge yourself in a higher-level league. Given the difficulty of the challenges at this level, the system grants you 2 seasons to become a starter for a team and lead them into the playoffs. Task Reward: 5 attribute points, 1 skill point, and a random blue equipment item. Failure Penalty: random deduction of 20 attribute points. Task Status: in progress. Regular task: selected in the first round by an NBA team during the draft. Task Description: having decided to join the NBA, strive to become a first-round pick to attain a higher status within the team. Task Reward: 1 attribute point. Failure Penalty: random deduction of 3 attribute points. Task Status: in progress. Regular task: find a coach to guide you in rebounding technique training for 10 hours. Task Description: you have met the conditions to practice rebounding techniques, which are crucial in determining the outcome of games. Enhancing the skill will empower you further. Task Reward: 1 attribute point. Failure Penalty: none. Task Status: uncompleted. Special Task: after receiving guidance from the coach on rebounding technique, diligently train to improve the skill. Task Description: this special task exists to enhance a specific attribute. To complete it, you need to practice positioning for 10 hours and vertical jump for 10 hours. Task Reward: 5 rebounding skill points. Failure Penalty: none. Task Status: uncompleted. In the third phase, 50 hours of training are required to increase 1 attribute point. Jimmy, could you elaborate on this equipment system for me? Jason Young inquired. As I mentioned before, the equipment system will be activated in the third phase. As you can see on the system panel, there are 7 pieces of equipment, with rings allowing for 2 to be equipped. The equipment is categorized into 6 levels: white, green, blue, purple, orange, and divine, with white being the lowest and divine the highest. The more advanced the equipment, the greater the powerful abilities it can bestow upon you. In an evening Chinese restaurant, Jason Yang invited Vivian for dinner, ordering her favorite mapo tofu and other renowned Huayan dishes, such as braised lioness head. Vivian, I have something very important to discuss with you, Jason said softly, observing Vivian devouring her meal. Vivian paused, her expression filled with anticipation as she gazed at Jason. I plan to confess my feelings to Catherine once again. What do you think? Haven't you given up yet? Vivian's expression instantly darkened as she looked down. I have never considered giving up. Please help me brainstorm ideas. Should I confess directly to her? Or would it be better to invite her to a movie and confess on the way back? Jason remained oblivious to Vivian's emotional shift, lost in his own thoughts. After a considerable pause, Vivian lifted her head, locking her gaze with Jason Yang. Catherine is already betrothed. The revelation struck Jason like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily speechless, his mouth agape. Jason, is this truly the case? He croaked. Indeed, it is, Vivian replied, opening her mouth as if to say more, yet ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. Even so, I shall not relent. Even if she is on the verge of marriage, I will personally bestow my blessings upon her at the ceremony. She is not worth such devotion, Jason. She simply does not merit it, Vivian murmured through her tears. Vivian, you do not understand, Jason softly uttered before rising to depart. The following morning, under the pretext of discussing an important matter, Jason invited Catherine to meet him in the same secluded corner of the campus where they had once embraced tightly. What is so pressing? Speak plainly, Catherine queried directly. Well, Jason hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring, I had intended to confess my feelings to you again, but Vivian informed me that you are already engaged. Yes, Catherine replied, showing no intention of concealing the truth. And what do you plan to do now? I refuse to give up, Jason said bitterly. Do you believe you still have a chance? If I surrender, I will have no opportunities left. Very well, accompany me home this weekend to meet my father, Catherine stated before turning on her heel and leaving. Jason was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering whether this constituted an acceptance or rejection. For several consecutive days, he found himself unable to spot Vivian on the training grounds. Training alone proved to be a challenge. He had grown accustomed to having someone by his side, offering guidance during practice, providing water during breaks, giving massages, and engaging in conversation. In her absence, a profound emptiness enveloped him, and he often glanced toward the bench, yearning for her familiar presence. Finding it difficult to focus, Jason eventually ceased his training altogether. He had intended to seek out Zobek to complete his rebounding techniques, only to discover that Zobek was on vacation. In desperation, he called Carl to inquire if he could assist him with his rebounding skills. Carl admitted he was not particularly adept either and was hesitant to impart his limited knowledge to Jason. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Jason compelled Carl to join him for practice. The duo engaged in one-on-one matches, spot shooting, and trick shots, channeling their pent-up frustrations into the game, leaving Carl utterly exhausted. On his way back to the dormitory from the gym, Jason received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? He answered. Is this Jason Yang? Came the voice on the other end in Mandarin. I am Jeremy Lin. Congratulations on winning this season's championship. You are a pride to our community. I obtained your number through a reporter friend. I simply wanted to extend my congratulations. Thank you, Jason replied. Have you decided to participate in the draft? I read in the newspaper and saw online reports stating that you plan to join the selection. I have not made a final decision yet, but my intention is to prepare for participation, Jason candidly replied. I have graduated and am ready to challenge myself in the NBA. If possible, we can train together before the training camp begins. Certainly, that poses no issue. We can coordinate via phone at that time. Chapter 23. The challenge with BNC. The weekend arrived swiftly, and after a few aimless days, Jason Yang found himself anxiously seated next to Catherine on a flight bound for Texas. He still could not comprehend the situation at hand. Throughout the journey, Catherine wore a serious expression, and Jason dared not intrude with idle chatter. Thus, in a state of confusion, he followed Catherine until they finally reached their destination, a vast ranch where an imposing white structure stood. The car drove directly into the courtyard, and upon disembarking, Jason stretched his body to alleviate the fatigue accumulated during the long journey. Before long, Jason's attention was captured by several men in dark attire who wandered around the courtyard. They appeared to be professional bodyguards. Turning to Catherine with a hint of suspicion, He whispered, "Is this your home? What are those people doing here?" "Nothing much. I informed my father that you would accompany me." "And they are merely here to intimidate you," Catherine replied, her lips curling in dissatisfaction at their presence, disinterested in the beautiful landscaping. Jason followed Catherine through the front yard and into the guest lounge in the backyard. "My dear, you have finally returned." A tall, middle-aged man approached, embracing Catherine and kissing her cheek. "Hello, sir. I am Jason Young. It is a pleasure to meet you." Jason introduced himself, extending his hand. He was well aware that this man must be Catherine's father. "Hello, young man." The man casually shook his hand and then turned to Catherine, saying, "Your grandmother is overjoyed that you are back today and has arranged for us to have dinner with her. By the way, BNC is here as well." "What is he doing here?" Catherine's tone conveyed her displeasure. "After our last conversation, I spoke with your grandmother. You know, this is her decision. And even if you are unwilling, her approval is necessary." "And what did grandmother say?" Catherine inquired urgently. She did not express any opinion. A wave of disappointment washed over Catherine. The lack of a statement suggested her grandmother was reluctant to alter her decision. Sighing, she said, "Jason, I will take you to your guest room. You will stay here tonight." "All right," Jason replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Listening to the intimate exchange between the father and daughter made him feel out of place, yet he knew he could not be rude, so he bowed slightly and said, "See you later, sir." After a comfortable bath that washed away the fatigue of travel, Jason Young rejuvenated himself. Changing into loungewear and settling into a wicker chair on the balcony, casually flipping through a novel. The warm rays of the early summer evening sun bathed him in comfort. It is now 5 o'clock, and dinner is still about an hour away. He awaits Catherine's arrival to clarify the perplexities that linger within him. A knock resounds at the door. Before he can respond, Catherine steps inside. "Jason, come and try on these outfits." "What outfits?" Turning to face her, Jason Young realizes that something seems amiss. At that moment, Catherine is exquisitely adorned, clad in a royal blue evening gown, with large ruby earrings sparkling brilliantly, while a dazzling diamond necklace accentuates her fair and elongated neck. Following her are two maids, each carrying a suit in their hands. "Set them down. You may leave now." "Catherine, I believe we need to have a serious discussion." Jason Young rises and strides into the room. "Come, try on these outfits first. I will explain everything to you gradually." Catherine gestures for him to approach and try on the garments. Jason Young approached her, fixing his gaze upon her. "How can I try if you don't step outside?" "Hurry up. Our time is limited." "You change while I explain." Catherine snapped. "What are you hesitating for? I've seen you shirtless plenty of times on the team." Reluctantly, Jason Young turned to the mirror atop the wardrobe and began to try on the clothes. "As you can see, my family boasts a certain prominence. My grandfather, known to many as Old Bush, was once the President of the United States. My uncle, George W. Bush, has just stepped down from the presidency. Do not look back. Focus on trying on your clothes. Your button is askew. My father, Jeb Bush, served 2 terms as the governor of Florida and is currently preparing for the 2016 presidential election. Within our family, however, it is my grandmother who holds sway over both trivial and significant matters. Family loyalty and selfless dedication are the principles she has instilled in our generation, with my brother serving as an exemplary model." At this point, Catherine's expression turned bittersweet, and I, poised to become the first traitor in the clan, felt the weight of her emotions shift behind me. Jason Young turned back, stepping closer to the beloved girl, clasping her hands tightly and gazing deeply into her eyes. "Do not worry. No matter what transpires, I shall always be by your side." Catherine's slender fingers gently traced Jason Young's face. Bianchi, the most cherished son of Rupert Murdoch, that very Murdoch of the media empire, had come to this estate at the age of 18, following his father. My grandmother arranged for our younger generation to hunt together, and he would always sidle up to me, much to my dismay, with his infuriatingly smug smile. Yet, at the farewell banquet, Bianchi unexpectedly proposed to my grandmother that he wished to marry me, and astonishingly, she agreed. Jason Young tenderly embraced the girl, while Catherine rested her head against his chest and murmured, "Jason, you cannot fathom how helpless and terrified I felt at that moment." I dared not speak, only pleaded with my eyes for assistance from everyone present, yet they all smiled and nodded, seemingly in admiration of that astute decision. My father, though aware of my plight, could only turn his gaze away. "Jason, your chest is solid and warm, truly comforting. Do you know? As a child, I adored falling asleep against my father's chest, which felt much like yours. However, since that night, I have been unable to experience that sensation again, even though my father continues to love me dearly. I can no longer find the sweetness and warmth of those days. And then, Catherine lowered her head and softly continued, that night, my grandmother unilaterally arranged our engagement, declaring that upon my graduation from university, we would wed. Later, I learned that when my uncle stepped down, the family had already decided that after his term, they would mobilize all their resources to support my father in winning the 2016 presidential election, and I became a part of that grand scheme, as they recognized the influence of the Murdoch Media Group in the realm of publicity. So, Jason, do you now comprehend the caliber of individuals you will encounter tonight? Catherine lifted her gaze to meet Jason's, her expression somewhat complex. Even if it means traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire, I will stand by your side, Jason declared with unwavering resolve. As the two made their entrance at the banquet, conversation ceased around the dining table, and all eyes were drawn to them. Catherine, my little sweetheart, I heard your team clinch the championship this season. Congratulations. Well done. At the head of the table sat a silver-haired elder, beaming with a smile, undoubtedly. This was Barbara Bush, the matriarch of the Bush family. Though Catherine felt a deep reluctance, she dared not resist and reluctantly took a seat beside Bianchi. The table, meant for 6, had Barbara Bush at the head, with Jeb and his wife seated to one side, while Bianchi and Catherine occupied the opposite side, clearly leaving the end seat for Jason. Welcome to the Bush family gathering, young man, Barbara remarked after Catherine took her seat, then turned to Jason Young. Allow me to introduce you. This is Jeb, Catherine's father, and it seems you have already met. This is Ganica, Catherine's mother. Jason Young offered a respectful nod to both. Despite sensing the atmosphere was far from pleasant, he wished to maintain decorum. Barbara then continued her introductions. This is Bianchi Murdoch, Catherine's fiancée, and I am Catherine's grandmother. You may call me Mrs. Bush. Catherine attempted to speak, but was silenced by a stern look from Barbara. Good evening, everyone. I am Jason Young. You may call me Jason. I am a classmate of Catherine's and an admirer of hers. Sensing Barbara's seasoned demeanor, Jason Young resolved not to be easily subdued. It is entirely normal for a young and beautiful girl to be admired. Yet, this is merely your unilateral expression of feelings, is it not? Barbara's piercing gaze locked onto Jason Young, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. Indeed, I cannot definitively ascertain Catherine's feelings toward me. Perhaps even she struggles to articulate them. However, I can state with unwavering certainty, Mr. Murdoch, that Catherine does not wish to marry you. Suddenly, Jason Young turned to Bianchi. The atmosphere grew tense as Barbara cast a cold glance at Catherine, while the others seated at the table directed their attention toward her, awaiting her response. After a moment's hesitation, Catherine clenched her teeth and declared, Yes, I do not wish to. But you were betrothed 4 years ago, Ganica interjected urgently. That was your decision. Not mine. No one ever sought my opinion. That is not my choice, Catherine retorted, her emotions boiling over. I apologize, Bianchi, on behalf of the Bush family. I regret that what Catherine expressed has caused you discomfort. Now, I would like to hear your perspective, Barbara calmly inquired, suppressing her displeasure. Grandma Barbara, I believe there is a misunderstanding regarding Catherine's feelings toward me. Over the past 4 years, I have not shown her sufficient care, nor have I been by her side as often as I should have. I sincerely apologize for that. However, I truly love Catherine, and I do not intend to annul our engagement. After we marry, I hope we will communicate more and resolve all misunderstandings, Bianchi spoke eloquently, clearly unwilling to relinquish his claim. Faced with the prospect of losing the woman he adored, no man could remain indifferent. Barbara smiled and nodded in approval of Bianchi's response, seemingly poised to make a final decision. Observing the shifting dynamics, Jason Young quickly launched an attack on Bianchi. But do you truly believe you are worthy of Catherine? You are merely a privileged son, sheltered by your father's protection, indulging in a life of excess. Having often provoked opportunities on the court, he intended to employ the same tactics once more, treating this as a desperate gamble. Where did you even come from to dare speak here? Bianchi was evidently provoked. Jeb raised his hand to interrupt the retort from Jason Young. Let the young people handle their own affairs. We should leave and give them some time. We can return later to hear their conclusions. Deep down, Jeb was reluctant to use his beloved daughter's happiness as a bargaining chip. Yet he felt he had no other choice. Ultimately, everything he did was aimed at securing the presidency. Barbara nodded in agreement. The current situation was indeed delicate. Allowing the young individuals to resolve their issues independently would be the best course of action, beneficial for both the Murdoch and Bush families. Once the three exited, Jason Young continued his tirade. You call yourself Bianca Murdoch? If your name were Bianca Young, do you honestly think you could sit here? His words left Bianca momentarily speechless. Jason had no intention of stopping. In terms of height, I surpassed you significantly. In looks, I am far more handsome. My IQ is an impressive 164. And in every conceivable way, I outshine you. What makes you think you deserve Catherine's affection? I'm richer than you, Bianca retorted, desperation creeping into his voice. Ha, you fool. It's not your wealth. It's your father's that's greater than mine. If your father's company were to go bankrupt one day, what could you possibly offer Catherine in terms of happiness? Jason pressed on relentlessly. You are no different. You have nothing to boast about when it comes to providing for Catherine's happiness. He continued, not to mention. My IQ of 164 guarantees me a stable income in any field. I just led my team to victory in last season's NCAA championship, and next season, I will enter the NBA. So there is no doubt I can provide Catherine with a secure life. Jason Young declared proudly, even if you are impressive. It amounts to merely tens of millions a year, which is just my annual pocket money. In front of Jason, Bianca could only resort to discussing wealth. Why don't you remember what I've said? It's not your money, Jason scoffed. Regardless, I will not give up. I challenge you to a duel. Bianca's face flushed with determination. A duel? Jason laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. How would we compete? In a gunfight? It was not entirely inconceivable that two individuals could settle a matter with a duel on this land steeped in cowboy spirit. You claim you are joining the NBA? While I may not play, I will buy an NBA team to manage. Whoever secures the championship first wins, and the loser must withdraw. Bianca proclaimed with conviction, adding, You must also secure the FMVP. Merely winning the championship without true merit does not count. Agreed. No turning back. Chapter 24. Resolution. Bianca personally explained the situation to Barbara, stating his intention to wait until he achieved a certain standing in the NBA before marrying Catherine. Afterward, he took his leave, casting a furious glance at Jason that conveyed a message of we shall see. The dinner ended on an unhappy note, but Catherine was the sole bright spot, regardless of the outcome. At least this year she would not have to worry. Perhaps, in the future, new developments would arise. Upon this reflection, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Jason Young. Subsequently, Barbara chose to remain alone with Jason, gesturing for the Jeb Bush family to depart. Young man, I underestimated you, she remarked. Mrs. Bush, that is not the case. I merely endeavored to exert my utmost effort, not wishing to disappoint Catherine. However, have you considered that, even if not with Bianchi, the likelihood of it being someone else is rather slim? Barbara spoke calmly. For Catherine's sake, I am prepared to do anything within my power, Jason Young retorted, unwilling to concede. You are quite young, my boy, Barbara scoffed. To the Bush family, Bianchi represents substantial political contributions and immense media influence, achievements you could never attain. I have stated that for Catherine, I am willing to do everything. Jason Young reflected for a moment before raising his head to continue. Grant me 5 years, and I believe my uncle will officially prepare to run for office. I will ensure he secures over $50 million and establish significant media influence for myself. If I fail, I shall depart willingly. Jason's expression was resolute, buoyed by his confidence in the system he possessed. Oh, Barbara began to regard Jason Young with newfound respect. Indeed, he was an exceptionally handsome young man. His chiseled features complemented by a steadfast gaze, his tall and robust physique exuding a profound sense of security. Sighing internally, it was no wonder Catherine had become infatuated with him. This is your promise. I hope you adhere to it. With circumstances as they were, Barbara found herself with no alternative. Upon returning to his room, Jason Young reclined on the bed, contemplating his future course of action. Though he had exuded confidence in front of Barbara and believed he could accomplish his objectives, he needed to meticulously devise a strategy to achieve this goal. A knock echoed from the door. Come in, Catherine. The door is unlocked. However, it was Jeb Bush who entered. Hello, Uncle. Jason Young quickly stood, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I thought it was Catherine. No need for formalities. Let us converse casually. Jeb waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Jason. Jason Young exclaimed in astonishment. What? Thank you for all that you have done for Catherine. This should have been my responsibility. I have not been a competent father, Jeb replied earnestly. No. It is evident that you care deeply for Catherine. It is just, well, perhaps this is what is referred to as the troubles of a large family. Jason Young was at a loss on how to comfort Jeb. In any case, thank you. Please take good care of Catherine, and you are always welcome to visit here. With that, Jeb turned and departed. The following day, Jason Young hurriedly accompanied Catherine back to school. As they parted, Catherine enveloped him in a warm embrace, saying, Thank you, Jason. Watching Catherine's retreating figure, Jason Young opened his mouth as if to speak, but found himself unable to articulate a single word. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jason Young was surprised to find Anderson, who had not gone out over the weekend. You're finally back. How did it go? Anderson inquired excitedly upon seeing Jason, as though he had been waiting for him. It went well. I managed to overcome the immediate challenges, Jason Young replied without elaborating further. He then shifted the conversation, asking, You must be aware of Catherine's family background? Yes, Anderson responded, but I have never heard you mention it. You never asked, Jason countered. I recall you saying that you often spent time with Catherine during childhood. Isn't your family similar to hers? That depends on your perspective. My name is Anderson DuPont, as you know. Jason Young raised his hand to touch his forehead, his expression awkward. He was aware that Anderson hailed from a wealthy lineage, yet he had not dared to associate him with the DuPont family. All right, my friend, our camaraderie transcends our origins. Anderson replied earnestly. Now, tell me, what unequal treaties have you signed? I cannot fathom that you could persuade Grandma Barbara with mere words. Anderson was all too familiar with the intricacies of large families. Without tangible benefits, even the most eloquent speech would prove futile. Jason Young had no choice but to recount in detail everything that transpired at Catherine's home to Anderson, including the revelation of Catherine's engagement and the agreement with Barbara. Wow, I had no idea Catherine was engaged. My apologies, mate. What do you intend to do next? Anderson evidently believed that had he known about Catherine's engagement, he would not have encouraged Jason to confess his feelings, resulting in the current predicament, for which he felt partly responsible. I plan to make my foray into the NBA. Only through success in this arena can I hope to fulfill my commitment to Mrs. Bush. I support you. Go for it. The campus BBS was still inundated with various posts regarding team news, as fans had evidently not yet awakened from the fervor surrounding the team's championship victory. The Duke fairy tale reached a perfect conclusion, according to reliable sources, over the weekend. Jason accompanied Catherine back to her hometown to meet her parents and discuss the details of the upcoming wedding after graduation. This truly belonged to Duke University, and Jason and Catherine would undoubtedly become the prince and princess of Duke. Let us revisit the romantic tale of the prince and princess once more. At a birthday gathering last April, the prince met the princess and fell in love. After the Duke graduation ball in May, the prince confessed his feelings and learned of the princess's plight. By September, the prince successfully joined the basketball team, officially becoming the valiant knight to rescue the princess. In February of this year, he turned the tide and saved the team from a losing streak. In April, he clinched victory in the finals, achieving a record-breaking 19 consecutive wins. Subsequently, the prince successfully proposed to the princess. I cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary power of love once again. And I am deeply moved by our prince's courage and unwavering determination for love. The Duke fairy tale will serve as a beacon of inspiration and strength for countless future generations. Additionally, there are reports that Jason Young intends to enter the NBA draft, and he will not return to the NCAA next season. If this comes to pass, I hereby call for the Duke Blue Devils to retire Jason Young's jersey number, not only to commemorate this remarkable championship record, but also to honor this epic love story. The comments section below is filled with responses, most of which resonate with the original poster's sentiments. Comment 1. I'm proud to be the first commenter. Thank you, Jason Young, for allowing me to witness this beautiful love story. Best wishes to them. Comment 2. Without a doubt, Jason Young has gifted the Duke Blue Devils with a magical history. I support the retirement of his jersey if he has indeed decided not to return to the NCAA. Wishing him all the best. Comment 10. In the end, it was Catherine, the villain, who triumphed, but the Love Protection Society will always support Jason Young. Comment 14. Wherever and whenever, I am a fan of Jason Young. The following day, Jason Young once again found himself back on the training ground at 4 in the morning, and to his surprise, Vivian appeared once more. Congratulations, Jason, Vivian said, her expression slightly bittersweet. What brings you joy? Jason Young expressed his bewilderment. I know you went at Catherine's house. The BBS claims you are planning to hold a wedding after graduation. Vivian, evidently flustered with concern, seemed to have believed these rumors. It's all baseless. I merely assisted Catherine in resolving the issue with Bianchi. Besides, how could such news circulate on the BBS? Is it true? Vivian inquired, her excitement palpable. Do you never check the campus BBS? I do when necessary, but it seems I haven't logged in this entire year, he replied. Vivian wore a look of realization before exclaiming, Let us commence training. I thought you would never return. Wasn't it you who didn't show up? Jason chuckled. Following an intense training session, Vivian began to administer a relaxation massage. Jason, what are your plans next? Are you truly considering entering the NBA draft? Indeed. I have resolved to pursue a career in basketball, as the NCAA no longer facilitates my growth. But you mentioned that if you became an NBA star, you would hire me as your assistant. You can't go back on your word. No problem, as long as you are willing, Jason smiled. However, becoming a star is not that simple. I still need to comprehend how to join the NBA, and I believe I must first find an agent. Can I be your agent as well? Vivian asked, blushing. You? Jason turned to her, eyeing her with skepticism. I took a sports management course last summer, remember? Vivian pouted, pinching him playfully before adding, but I lack the confidence to do well. It would be better for you to find someone more experienced. Oh, I don't recall. My apologies, Jason laughed. However, since you are qualified to be an agent, why should I seek anyone else? You shall be my agent, assistant, training coach. And massage therapist, what a lengthy title. But Jason, are you not worried I might botch your affairs? A rookie player with a rookie agent. What could be a more perfect match? I can hardly wait to sign the contract with you. All right, no backing out, Vivian replied with a mischievous smile. Chapter 25, Jersey Retirement, Part 1, on April 26th. Jason Young officially submitted his application to enter the NBA draft in the presence of Coach K and all the members of the Blue Devils team. After submitting his application, Jason did not immediately depart from Duke University. He wished to complete the necessary credits for graduation during this final period. And he also aimed to utilize the school's training facilities to enhance his skills, thereby better adapting to the NBA. In any field, earning money is not an easy task. He proactively increased his training regimen to 9 hours a day, commencing at the same early hour of 4 o'clock. On the athletic field, he focused intently on enhancing his speed and explosiveness, while in the evenings, he devoted time at the gym to strength training, preparing himself to better withstand the physical demands of the NBA. Mornings were diligently spent completing his studies, and afternoons were reserved for practicing his shooting skills at the arena. During this period, Catherine, who had temporarily eluded the entanglements of BNC, radiated newfound vitality. The team's championship victory fulfilled her aspirations, and her heart felt freer than ever. Unburdened by constraints, save for her thoughts of Jason Young, she had no intention of adhering to her family's wishes to enter politics. After a thorough investigation and careful consideration, she opted for entrepreneurship, setting her sights on the fitness market. It remains unclear how Catherine managed to persuade Anderson, but he withdrew $2 million from the family's entrepreneurial fund to invest in her project. Together, they pooled a total of $4 million to officially establish the Miraculous Body Company, focusing on bodybuilding and fitness products. Additionally, Catherine recruited the company's first batch of employees from her school, including acquaintances of Jason Young, John and Grace. After a year of development, the bond between the two had grown remarkably close. As graduation approached and the prospect of separation loomed, Catherine's call was met with joyful acceptance by both. With John taking on the role of technical director and Grace serving as administrative director, Catherine assumed the position of CEO. While Anderson merely held the title of a board member, his true interest lying elsewhere, particularly in the company of beautiful women. At the celebratory launch party for the company, Jason Young and Vivian were also invited, which consisted solely of the 6 of them. After a few rounds of drinks, Catherine, her cheeks flushed, gently beckoned Jason Young to a secluded corner. Against her fair complexion, Catherine's flushed face radiated irresistible allure, her sparkling eyes fixed intently on Jason Young. Jason Young struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to envelop his beloved goddess in his embrace, gently caressing Catherine's long hair. Yet, Catherine instinctively nestled her head against Jason's chest, wrapping her arms around his trim waist, whispering, "Jason, I adore the feeling of resting my head on your chest. It is so warm and substantial. If you wish, I wouldn't mind letting you rest like this until eternity." Jason raised his hand to glide over Catherine's delicate back, holding her tenderly. However, he owned to soar like an eagle rather than be a mere kite, appearing to fly high yet forever tethered by another. He expressed his gratitude for all she had done for him, stating that if one day he grew weary from flying and longed to settle, he would return to this warm embrace, should she still permit him to lean upon her. "Indeed, this place will forever belong to you." They remained embraced until the conclusion of the gala, with others wisely refraining from interrupting their moment. The following day, during training, Jason was even more fervent. It felt as if something was blocking him, compelling him to release all his emotions through rigorous training. An eagle would never build its nest beneath a roof. The mountains and cliffs were its true abode. Jason understood that unless he fortified himself further, he would lack the qualification to offer Catherine the support she deserved. Vivian was well aware of the reasons. Catherine had made it clear to her the previous night that she would not accept Jason at this moment, despite the profound emotions he evoked in her. She preferred to focus on achieving success in her career at this stage. However, Vivian found herself at a loss for how to console Jason, instead dedicating herself to ensuring his muscle relaxation to prevent injuries. On May 21st, Duke University celebrated yet another graduation ceremony. After much effort, Jason Young graduated a year early, successfully obtaining his bachelor's degree. Vivian summarized Jason's training experiences in her thesis, unexpectedly earning the award for the best thesis in their college. As evening approached, a large throng of students flocked to Cameron Indoor Stadium for the grand ceremony honoring the retirement of Jason Young's number 0 jersey. Not only local media from North Carolina attended, but numerous national outlets also converged. The viewership for the NCAA final exceeded 10 million, captivating everyone from the president to homemakers, who all witnessed Jason's performance in the finals. Subsequently, through the internet and traditional media, many learned about Jason's legendary journey. Although Jason refrained from further interviews, both fans and the general American public expressed a desire to delve deeper into the stories behind his remarkable experiences, and the media recognized this demand, viewing the jersey retirement ceremony as an opportunity. At 6 p.m., the stadium was filled to capacity. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and a powerful voice resonated. Let us warmly welcome the 2009 to 2010 NCAA championship team, the Duke Blue Devils, and the greatest championship coach in Duke history. Mike Krzyzewski. This is the commentary from Duke Blue Devils home game, narrated by Dee Dee Williams. The atmosphere is electric, as a beam of light cascades down from the arena's apex, illuminating the players' tunnel. Coach K leads his team onto the court, and when the final player, Jason Young, makes his grand entrance, the crowd erupts into a crescendo of cheers. The players file out in formation before the podium, where the NCAA championship trophy, a testament to their relentless toil, gleams proudly. As this glorious season draws to a close, one of the team's pivotal figures, the cerebral Jason Young, prepares to bid farewell to the NCAA stage and embark on a challenge in the higher echelons of the NBA. I extend my heartfelt wishes for his prosperous journey within the league, in recognition of his remarkable contributions last season. The university's board and team management have unanimously decided to retire the Blue Devils number 0 jersey, amidst the audience's jubilant applause. The central screen begins to showcase a montage of Jason Young's stellar performances, from his thrilling duels during tryouts with Nolan Smith to his valor against the University of Maryland, his heroic efforts in a hard-fought battle against Georgetown, and his composed leadership with exquisite passes during the winning streak, culminating in the breathtaking step-back three-pointer that sealed the championship. As the final frame freezes, the audience is left in awe, contemplating the extraordinary talent it takes to evolve from a complete novice to the team's leader in less than a year. Yet, amidst the reverence, a tinge of regret lingers. Such brilliance will forever be absent from Duke. Williams presents Jason with a ready-made number 0 jersey placard, inquiring aloud what he wishes to express at this moment. Cradling the placard against his chest, Jason feels its weight, a stark contrast to its seemingly insubstantial appearance. Suppressing his emotions, he takes the microphone to express his gratitude to Coach K for the opportunity to join this magnificent team, to his teammates for their unwavering trust even in the direst times, and especially to the devoted fans of the Duke Blue Devils, without whom none of this would have been possible. You are the bedrock of this team. I love you all. The crowd responds, Jason, we will always love you, no matter where you are. Excitement stirs in the stands opposite Jason, where the heart and soul supporters are fervently waving their banners and shouting in exuberance. Williams then turns the microphone to Coach K, asking for his thoughts on Jason Young. Jason is one of the most gifted players I have ever encountered, yet he works harder than anyone else. Considering he only began playing basketball a year ago, what he has achieved today is nothing short of miraculous. Behind this miracle lies his intense training, from 4 a.m. to 10 p.m., Coach K reflects, recognizing the immense dedication required to maintain such a regimen. In contrast to all this, what astonished me even more was Jason's performance on the court. He seemed as if he were born for basketball, displaying no signs of awkwardness whatsoever. He remained perpetually calm and graceful, and I felt immensely fortunate to have such a player. After expressing this, Coach K embraced Jason Young warmly. Keep pushing forward, Jason. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed. Thank you for your unwavering guidance, Coach. Chapter 26, The Retirement of the Jersey, Part 2. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Wow. Even Williams was taken aback by Coach K's commendation. To be honest, it was my first time hearing Coach K offer such high praise to a player. Haha. Now let us hear what the teammates have to say. With that, he turned the microphone toward Singler. I have never been fond of this rookie. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I disliked him, Singler stated coldly, causing an uproar in the crowd. However, I hold immense respect for his performance on the court. He is a true powerhouse. Upon finishing, Singler extended his hand to Jason Young, and after a hearty high five, they bumped chests with a shared understanding. Keep it up, rookie. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Duke Blue Devils in the NBA. You too. I look forward to seeing you lead the team to victory next season. Just so you know, don't expect me to give you tickets for the finals. Singler replied with a mischievous grin. Jason Young embraced each of his teammates in turn, offering mutual encouragement. The scene was truly moving. Williams then remarked solemnly, "The allure of basketball lies precisely in this. It unites players of diverse styles and distinct personalities into a cohesive team, unleashing a formidable force. Let us once again cheer for this team, the Duke Blue Devils. Go, go, go." The fervent fans responded enthusiastically, chanting, "Duke Blue Devils, go, go, go." Williams gestured for the crowd to settle down, stating, "Now, it is with great honor that I invite out a hero behind the scenes of this team. She has quietly protected the team over the past 3 years. She has tirelessly managed the players' needs. I believe that without this individual, this team could not possess such immense energy. More importantly, she has brought us Jason Young. Let us shout her name aloud. Catherine." The entire audience erupted in a chorus of her name. Catherine stepped out from the players' tunnel, smiling and waving to the spectators at the sidelines, then swiftly approached Jason Young. Today, he was attired differently than usual, clad in a tailored gray suit with white stripes, his long hair elegantly pinned back, exuding an air of sophistication and competence. "I hear you are about to hold a wedding?" Williams, well aware of the audience's curiosity, posed a pointed question right away. Catherine smiled at Jason Young, her expression seemingly conveying that it was his turn to respond. Jason Young reluctantly took the microphone and expressed his gratitude, stating, "I appreciate everyone's concern, but I must clarify that this news is undoubtedly false." The audience erupted in astonishment, clearly unable to accept such a revelation, which signified the shattering of the Duke fairy tale and dashed the hopes of many for a beautiful romance. Nonetheless, I firmly believe we will eventually reach that juncture. Just not at this moment. I assure you, if one day we decide to live together and form a family, I will promptly announce it on the campus BBS. With that, Jason's resolute gaze turned towards Catherine, who beamed with satisfaction, evidently pleased with his response. To be honest, I also believe that marriage at this stage might be premature, although it is what everyone wishes to see. Allow me to shift to another inquiry that piques the audience's curiosity. When did your relationship commence? In truth, we have not officially dated. Jason provided an even more startling answer. The audience, including the Blue Devils players and host Williams, was left in utter shock. It was an answer that left everyone speechless. Wait, Jason, are you saying you are not dating?" Williams quickly pressed for clarification, fearing he might have misheard. "Indeed. Then how do we reconcile all of this, Jason? Please do not leave us in confusion." Beads of sweat began to form on Williams's brow as he thought, "Buddy, don't mess this up." Although the team shattered a 47-year-old record with a 19-game winning streak to claim the championship, your statistics have yet to reach legendary status. The school's decision to retire your jersey was also influenced by the impact of the Duke fairy tale. It is certain that my initial foray into basketball was inspired by Catherine. I vividly recall confessing my feelings to her after last year's graduation dance, only to be met with rejection, which still stands. A faint smile crossed Jason's face as he continued, however, in the face of rejection, I learned that she aspired to lead the team to victory as manager before her graduation, so I resolved to fulfill her wish. Wow, that sounds incredibly romantic. Yet, I cannot fathom how someone with no prior experience in basketball could become a starter and lead the team to victory within a year, Williams remarked in disbelief, struggling to grasp the level of difficulty involved. I need to hear from a professional. Coach K, from a professional standpoint, what is the probability of success? Infinitely close to zero, Coach K replied earnestly. Had anyone mentioned this to me before, I would have dismissed them as a joke. Yet, Jason achieved it. He is a true genius. However, let us not forget the perseverance behind all of this. Not everyone possesses the stamina to endure such intense training, and that, in particular, is truly remarkable. He is an extraordinary individual. At this moment, the evidence regarding Williams appears somewhat burdensome. How have you persevered? Have you ever contemplated the possibility of failure? Jason Young smiled and said, I possess my own secret weapon. Whenever I feel on the verge of giving up, I employ this weapon. I never contemplate the outcome. I simply endeavor to do everything within my power. A friend once told me that true love requires no results. True love requires no results. Williams softly echoed this profound statement, believing it could illuminate the minds of those present. However, speaking of secret weapons, let us see if this is indeed one. At that moment, the large screen displayed an image revealing Jason Yang's tattoo. Everything for Catherine. The audience erupted into cheers, and Catherine's cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment. Jason, you have succeeded. Even with a probability infinitesimally close to zero, you have ultimately triumphed. I regret to hear that you are not yet together. As graduation approaches and you are to part ways, have you ever considered giving up? Absolutely not, Jason Young asserted firmly. The crowd responded with deafening applause, culminating in a unified chant, together, together, together. As the cheers began to subside, Williams raised the microphone once more. Catherine, in light of the audience's adulation, do you have anything to say? Jason has moved me countless times. At one point, I almost accepted him. Regardless, Jason will always hold a profoundly significant place in my heart. Should you receive news of our engagement one day, do not be surprised. Upon finishing, Catherine buried her head in Jason Yang's broad chest, and they embraced tightly. The entire audience rose, showering the couple with thunderous applause. At that moment, confetti rained down from the ceiling like snowflakes, and music filled the air. Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On, the theme from Titanic. Amidst this classic melody and the fluttering confetti, Jason Yang's number 0 jersey slowly ascended. Chapter 27. Chicago Training Camp. As Jason Young and Vivian exited O'Hare International Airport in Chicago, Jeremy Lin had been waiting at the airport exit for quite some time. They had arranged to attend the Chicago Draft Training Camp together. Despite the vastness of the airport, the sudden appearance of two tall individuals of Asian descent made them easy to find. Hi, Jeremy, have you been waiting long? Jason Young greeted him warmly. Although they had never met before, their shared ethnicity and days of phone conversations fostered a sense of familiarity. You've had a long journey. After giving him an enthusiastic hug, Jeremy Lin turned to the woman standing behind Jason Young with curiosity. Who is this? This is Vivian, my agent, Jason Young explained. He had officially signed an agency contract with Vivian. In addition to the standard terms, the contract explicitly stated that during the contract period, Jason Young would be responsible for Vivian's accommodation, meals, and overall well-being. Thus, Vivian had become Jason Yang's little shadow. Hello, I'm Jeremy. Like Jason, Jeremy Lin is also preparing to participate in this year's draft. Let's head to the hotel and rest well. We need to report to the training camp tomorrow morning. He introduced himself. After dining outside the hotel, the three returned to their respective rooms. To save money, Jason Young and Jeremy Lin opted for a double room. Jason, do you have confidence in the NBA? Jeremy Lin inquired as he lay on the bed. I will strive to showcase my best performance. There is no need to force the results, Jason Young replied softly. Words are futile. Everything must be proven through our performance on the training court. However, your talent is undeniable, Jason. I dare say no one in this draft class could reach your level in just a year. Moreover, the media's attention on you is immense. They've even dubbed you the love god. To be honest, Jeremy Lin felt a twinge of envy towards Jason Yang's innate abilities. His own physical attributes were not particularly remarkable, and he lacked absolute certainty regarding the draft, while Jason Young seemed poised to be selected in the first round. Jeremy, as long as you don't give up, fate won't abandon you, Jason Young remarked, infusing his words with a rare religious depth. The next morning, upon their arrival at the training camp, a throng of journalists rushed to Jason Young, eager to pose their questions. Following his dramatic buzzer beater in the NCAA finals and the legendary narrative revealed at his jersey retirement ceremony, coupled with his handsome appearance, he had become a media darling. Despite not being the top prospect, the public was captivated by news about Jason Young. The moniker the Love God not only reflected his extraordinary romantic history, but also signified the affection the public held for him. Jason, you're here and didn't even let me know. Upon entering the training camp, Greg Monroe greeted him warmly. Although they had suffered defeats against Georgetown in the NCAA regular season, both Greg Monroe and Jason Young held mutual admiration for each other. They had hoped to face off again in the finals, but Georgetown had been unexpectedly eliminated in the first round by Ohio State University. becoming the first seeded team to head home. Greg, it's wonderful to see you. Please send my regards to Austin. I wish him a swift recovery. Austin Freeman had recently been diagnosed with a heart condition, which might force him to retire from the sport. A rookie? It seems you truly are just a rookie. A disdainful snort came from Greaves Vasquez as he passed by, his expression revealing his discomfort. Greaves, next season in the NBA, we will all be rookies. Jason Young responded with a smile, extending an embrace to Vasquez. The Eastern philosophy suggests that having more friends opens up more paths. Although Jason Young was born and raised in America, he had not neglected the teachings of Eastern traditions. Newcomers, whether familiar or not, approached Jason Young to converse. All eager to witness the legendary love god, only John remained indifferent, coolly observing Jason Young, surrounded by the crowd. He is the frontrunner among this year's rookies. Certainly unwilling to let Jason Young steal the limelight. As the rookies exchanged playful banter, the training camp commenced promptly. The well-prepared staff approached each rookie to conduct both static and dynamic physical assessments, meticulously recording the test data. Jason Young's static physical measurement data undoubtedly evokes envy and admiration from many. Standing at an impressive height of 195 centimeters with a wingspan of 206 centimeters. He possesses a distinct advantage on the court. Under the guidance of Vivian, and after a year of rigorous training, his body fat percentage of 6.5 is commendable, comparable to that of many elite athletes. Furthermore, his large hands, capable of elegantly playing the piano, are a testament to the fine genetics bestowed upon him by his parents. However, Jason Young's dynamic physical measurement data tells a less favorable story. His feeble vertical leap of 8 inches results in disheartening scores in various jumping tests. And his strength attribute, rated at 13, falls short of the average benchmark. His speed and explosiveness, also rated at 13, are merely the fruits of a month of intense training, yet they still pale in comparison to those of his African-American counterparts. Upon the completion of the measurements, NBA team managers and scouts present at the training camp swiftly received the physical assessment reports. Team managers seeking to bolster their rosters at the point guard position eagerly compared the statistics of John and Jason Young. Even if their teams do not hold a high draft position, the opportunity to acquire a higher selection through trades remains an enticing prospect. Aside from his slightly taller stature, Jason Young lags behind John in all other metrics. Standing at an impressive 191 centimeters, John boasts an astounding wingspan of 211 centimeters and a robust physique weighing 89 kilograms. His remarkably low body fat percentage of 5.6 reveals the immense strength contained within his form, complemented by his astonishing leaping ability and explosive power. John's extraordinary physical prowess undoubtedly makes him the frontrunner for the top draft pick. Following the physical assessments, the rookies engaged in ball drills, which included dribbling around cones and shooting exercises to enable team managers and scouts to better evaluate their skills. During the dribbling segment, Jason Young exhibited commendable ball control, while his shooting practice turned into a personal showcase. His shooting attribute of 17 allowed him to achieve a dazzling shooting percentage when unchallenged, whether from beyond the arc or mid-range, leaving spectators in awe and drawing considerable attention. In this aspect, he certainly outperformed, whose shooting lacked consistency. Thus concluded the first day of the training camp, as everyone began to pack their belongings and return to their hotels for rest. However, Jason Young hurriedly approached Monroe and Greg, inquiring, "Could you guide me on rebounding techniques?" Monroe, puzzled, responded, "What does a point guard need that for?" Jason earnestly explained, "I've only been involved with basketball for a year. Previously, due to practical needs, I focused solely on skills pertinent to the guard position. Now, I wish to become a more well-rounded player. Can you help me?" The system had issued a rebounding learning task some time ago, but he had yet to seize the opportunity to learn. "I'm fine with it, but there will be more intense scrimmages tomorrow. Aren't you concerned about recovery?" Monroe queried. "It's just 3 hours of practice. I believe it won't be a significant issue. Plus, I have my own masseuse, who also happens to be my agent," Jason replied. "Then there is no problem." With that, Monroe began to instruct Jason on rebounding techniques. Jeremy Lin, noticing Jason's diligent training, also commenced his shooting practice nearby. "Given your lack of exceptional jumping ability and strength to secure rebounds on the court, you must develop superior positioning skills and enhanced anticipation," Monroe continued. "Anticipating the ball relies on both innate talent and the accumulation of on-court experience. Thus, the only aspect I can teach you is positioning techniques. Positioning can be simplified into 3 fundamental actions: establishing a base, using your body effectively, and blocking." Establishing a base requires you to anchor your position like a nail, keeping your center of gravity low and stable, ensuring you cannot be easily pushed away. Using your body effectively involves shifting your weight to your hips, employing them to resist contact. Blocking entails using your upper body to keep your opponent behind you. Mastering these breakdown movements will signify a solid foundation in your positioning skills. Monroe guided Jason Yang through various movements, explaining and demonstrating techniques. After Jason had a grasp of the fundamentals, Monroe began to instruct him on positioning techniques in different stances. 3 hours swiftly passed. Monroe remained relatively unburdened by the intensity, as his strength far surpassed Jason's. In stark contrast, Jason was drenched in sweat, his muscles trembling uncontrollably, expending every ounce of energy to contend with Monroe's formidable presence in the paint. They called Monroe to join them, and the four indulged in a hearty meal to replenish their energy. Upon returning to the hotel, Vivian provided Jason with a soothing muscle relaxation massage. After completing their evening rituals, it was already 10 o'clock when Jeremy Lin turned to Jason in bed and asked, "Jason, the newspaper claims you train for over 6 hours daily? Indeed, without relentless training, how could I have arrived at this point?" Jason replied with an expression of calm assurance. "Let's discuss Catherine. I must admit, I am quite curious about the type of girl who could repeatedly turn you down." After a day of familiarity, Jeremy could no longer contain his curiosity. "She's a very opinionated girl, with her own aspirations. Besides, even if we were together, I currently lack the means to marry her." "You still lack the means?" Jeremy exclaimed in disbelief. "Given your current performance, a first-round pick is inevitable. You're looking at a salary of at least $1 million a year. If you land in the top 10, it could exceed $2 million. $2 million? Is that all?" Jason was taken aback. "How do I see those NBA superstars making tens of millions?" "Of course, superstars command such salaries, but you are merely a rookie. NBA contracts for rookies are limited. Even if you become the first overall pick, the guaranteed contract for the first 2 years is only $400,000 annually. This is no longer the 1990s, where rookies could demand exorbitant sums." It was evident that Jeremy had a more profound understanding of the NBA than Jason. "I see. It appears I must familiarize myself with the NBA's salary structure," Jason sighed, for he had promised Barbara to secure $50 million within 5 years. And $200,000 a year was a significant shortfall. Chapter 28. A promising path. The following day at the training camp, a 3-on-3 scrimmage took place, with Jeremy Lin, Monroe, and Jason Yang forming a formidable team that showcased impressive synergy. Jeremy orchestrated the ball handling with Monroe setting screens, while Jason maneuvered on the perimeter, patiently awaiting opportunities. He excelled in the shooting guard position, displaying remarkable adaptability, effortlessly sinking open three-pointers and executing precise jump shots after utilizing screens. The managers and scouts observing at the training camp were all quite impressed with his performance. After the camp concluded, he continued to diligently practice rebounding techniques under Monroe's guidance. Just like the previous evening, the four of them gathered for dinner before returning to the hotel. Vivian was giving Jason Yang a muscle relaxation massage on the bed, while he lay there, staring blankly and lost in thought. "Vivian, do you know how the salary system in the NBA works?" Jason Yang suddenly inquired. "Yes. Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Vivian replied. Having decided to become an agent, she had conducted extensive research. She was more than willing to assist Jason with anything that might benefit him, as it was merely part of her duties as an agent. "Then tell me, if I join an NBA team, what would my annual earnings be like?" "If your draft position is high, you could secure a 2-2 or 2-1 contract, with an annual salary around $2 million. If you were the first overall pick, you could earn approximately $4 million a year, while the second and third picks would earn slightly less," Vivian explained. This was not dissimilar to what Jeremy Lin had conveyed. "Are there any other ways to increase income?" Jason Yang pressed on, not yet satisfied. "Certainly, there are additional avenues for income. If you perform well, endorsements and sponsorships can bring in significant revenue. Being of Chinese descent, you have access to a vast market in China, and major brands will undoubtedly seize this opportunity," Vivian remarked, demonstrating that she had already formulated a business plan for Jason Yang, proving herself to be a competent agent. "And how much could that be?" Jason Yang's interest peaked. LeBron James' first shoe endorsement deal was a record-breaking 7 years for $90 million. However, LeBron James is one of a kind. When he decided to enter the NBA draft, he was already a prodigious talent adored by the nation, and no one doubted he would become a future superstar. Thus, sponsors were quick to invest without hesitation. "To be honest, Jason, you have not yet reached that level. Based on media evaluations and predictions, you are projected to be at the end of the first round. If you perform exceptionally at the training camp, you might rise to the top 10 in the first round. But even with the added advantage of the Chinese market, I doubt it would exceed $3 million a year, Vivian calmly analyzed for Jason Yang, concluding with a puzzled tone, Jason, you seem quite eager for financial gain? Not at all, I was just asking. Everyone wants to earn more money, right? Besides, you are my agent, so of course, you should help me secure more income. Jason Yang chuckled, attempting to deflect the conversation. That's not the Jason I know. You must be hiding something from me. Vivian's tone left no room for doubt. Really? There's nothing, Jason Yang stammered. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Vivian fell silent, continuing to massage him in quiet contemplation. After a considerable pause, Jason Yang could no longer withstand the mounting pressure and reluctantly confessed to Vivian about his agreement with Barbara. Vivian gazed at Jason with a melancholic expression, her feelings intricately woven. After a moment's silence, she softly suggested, there exists a method that carries a certain degree of risk, but it requires unwavering confidence in your own abilities. What method? Jason's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged her to elaborate. Abandon the draft and enter the NBA through an undrafted route, signing a minimum salary contract for 1 year. If your performance is exceptional, you may secure a regular maximum salary the following year, as teams will be willing to offer you a top-tier contract. Indeed, I possess ample confidence in my abilities, and I will only improve from here on. Let us proceed with this plan, Jason declared resolutely, without a moment's hesitation. Jason, once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. A 1-year non-guaranteed minimum salary contract poses a significant risk for you. We cannot foresee what the future holds. Are you truly set on this course? Vivian maintained her cautious demeanor. Vivian, trust me, I will not disappoint you, Jason said as he rose from the bed, looking directly into Vivian's eyes with earnest determination. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall handle the logistics. However, you must perform admirably at the training camp tomorrow. The better you play, the greater my maneuvering space will be. With Jason's determination set, Vivian commenced crafting an action plan. On the second day of the training camp, major media outlets and analysts began predicting the draft order, with all unanimously casting their number 1 vote for John Wall, whose unparalleled physical prowess was simply too radiant among this year's rookies. Following 2 days of commendable performances, Jason Yang ascended from the 26th position to the 14th on the NBA draft simulated rankings. ESPN analyst Doug Gottlieb even praised Jason on Twitter, stating, Jason Yang's physical attributes align with the expectations of Eastern athletes, yet his smooth shooting touch surprises all. Coupled with his excellent vision and passing abilities showcased in the NCAA, he resembles a prototype of Steve Nash. I predict the team will select him within the top 10. Let us not forget, his hometown team, the Los Angeles Clippers, holds the 8th pick. The theme of the third day of training camp was one-on-one battles, a test of players' comprehensive abilities. Team managers and scouts arrived early, eager to indulge in this feast of talent showcased at the draft camp. Upon entering the training camp, Jason received an update from the system regarding his task, prompting him to access the system panel. Ordinary task, protect your dignity and confront the challenge posed by John Wall. Task description, the media's adulation of you has incited jealousy in John Wall. He perceives you as his foremost challenger for the number 1 spot and seeks to humiliate you during the training camp. Defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation and respond to his provocation. Task reward, 1 attribute point, a random acquisition of a green equipment piece. Failure penalty, a random deduction of 3 attribute points. A 30-point decrease in media favorability. Upon reading such a task description, Jason Yang was taken aback, undoubtedly. John Wall was the strongest opponent he had encountered since his foray into basketball, and now he had become the prey under scrutiny. Let me witness the prowess of the top draft prospect, Jason Yang resolutely affirmed within himself. Jimmy, what is this media favorability business? Why is it absent from my system panel? Whenever Jason Yang found something perplexing, he would delve into inquiries with Jimmy. Media favorability is a hidden attribute, not displayed on the system interface. The level of media favorability influences how the media reports on you. The higher the favorability, the greater your media exposure, and the more positive the media's evaluations will be. Conversely, low favorability yields the opposite effect. A good relationship with the media can bestow you with tremendous influence in the NBA and even worldwide. It will affect and ultimately determine your standing in various awards, influence your status within the league and your team, and impact your commercial value. Therefore, do not underestimate this aspect. You must manage your relationship with the media as well as possible. Jimmy imparted yet another lesson to Jason Yang. Chapter 29. Annihilating Wall as the training camp commenced. The organizers began arranging rookies of similar positions and comparable abilities to engage in competitive play. With no immediate matches scheduled, Jason Yang chose not to spectate. Instead, he focused on warming up for the formidable challenge that lay ahead. Indeed, not long after, an abrasive voice pierced Jason Yang's ears. I hear the media calls you the love god, but to me, you are merely a pretty boy who seeks to please the media. You shouldn't even be here. Hollywood is where you truly belong. John Wall obstructed his path, taunting him with disdain. Is that to say you wish to challenge me? Jason Yang retorted defiantly, standing tall and proud. He was slightly taller than Wall, exuding an unwavering confidence. Of course, soon you will be crying home to your mother, begging for milk. Wall concluded, mimicking a sucking motion, further provoking Jason. Rest assured, the one in need of milk will undoubtedly be you. Jason Yang felt a surge of anger. Never before had he experienced such an intense urge to vanquish this individual before him. As Wall and Jason Yang took the court, a stir erupted within the training camp. Particularly when the others learned of Wall's unsolicited provocation, disbelief spread across the crowd. All the other participants on the court paused, turning their attention to witness this pinnacle showdown between rookie point guards. Come, let me see your strength. Wall disdainfully tossed the ball to Jason Yang and assumed a defensive stance. After receiving the pass, Jason Yang wasted no time. He lowered his center of gravity and executed a crossover dribble, while simultaneously feigning with his upper body. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward with his left leg, accelerating past the right side. However, Wall slid into position, blocking Jason's path. Not wishing to force the play, Jason regained control of the ball, pivoted, and shifted to the left. Wall quickly adjusted his stance, leaving no openings in his defense. Jason feigned a surge forward but then retreated with a deep step-back jumper. Just as he released the ball, it was tipped, technically resulting in a block by Wall, who had anticipated Jason's offensive move and had been well prepared with a defensive strategy, denying him any shooting space. As they exchanged positions, Wall taunted Jason, saying, "Let's talk about that once you win this game." Despite being thwarted on that shot, Jason's confidence remained unshaken. "Is that so? Just watch," he replied. Upon receiving the ball, Wall approached Jason with rapid, shuffling steps. Jason steadied himself, slightly retreating. He was acutely aware of Wall's explosive power and preferred to concede shooting space rather than allow him to drive. Following the same path as Jason, Wall accelerated down the right side. His speed was astonishing. Jason barely saw a blur rush past him, leaving him no time to react. Instinctively, he leaned in. But Wall executed a behind-the-back dribble and veered left. By the time Jason regained his balance, Wall had already gained a half-step lead and surged forward, leaping into the air for a reverse layup, which swished through the net. The crowd erupted in applause, marveling at the spectacular display. Truly, Wall's unmatched explosiveness was on full display, as a simple change of direction had completely evaded Jason's defense. "Is this all you can do? I think I was right. Hollywood is your best destination," Wall coldly remarked. "Isn't it a bit premature to say that?" Jason replied, feeling the pressure but refusing to diminish his spirit. "You're left with nothing but words." No sooner had he spoken than Wall executed a swift crossover, once again bypassing Jason and barreling down to the basket for a thunderous dunk. It was an overwhelming display. Wall's explosive power and speed had utterly eclipsed Jason's 13-point capabilities, and the applause from the audience grew even more fervent. Jason Yang took a deep breath, summoned the system panel, and allocated his 8 attribute points, 7 to explosive power and 1 to speed, elevating his explosive power to 20 and speed to 14. As anticipated, upon reaching an explosive power of 20, the system notified him of a newly acquired skill, one step ahead. This skill slightly enhances the success rate of dribbling past an opponent, consuming 1 skill point upon activation and providing a significant boost for 3 minutes. With the adjustments complete, Jason Yang resumed his defensive stance. "If I were you, I would concede. It would be more dignified," he remarked. "But since I am not you, I have not yet surrendered." Without further ado, Wall attempted a rapid change of direction to bypass Jason Yang, only to be met with an unexpected challenge. With his explosive power maximized, Jason Yang kept pace with Wall, consistently obstructing his path. After several unsuccessful attempts to shake him off, Wall resorted to a sudden stop and jump shot, which Jason Yang interrupted with a vigorous leap, resulting in a missed shot. "Impossible. You cannot be this fast," Wall exclaimed, stunned by the blocked attempt. The onlookers murmured among themselves, puzzled by Jason Yang's newfound speed. Managers and scouts from various teams scoured the initial fitness reports, eager to confirm whether they had misread the results. Anything is possible, Jason Yang calmly asserted. Now, it is my turn. Mentally reciting one step ahead. He dribbled decisively towards the basket, eschewing any feints and relying solely on his explosive power to overpower Wall, successfully executing a layup beneath the hoop. The spectators were left in awe, their jaws agape. Quickly, he is undoubtedly faster than Wall was moments ago. Jason Yang pounded his chest triumphantly, the adrenaline surging through him exhilaratingly. Do you think I should pursue Hollywood or join the NBA? He taunted Wall. It was merely a momentary lapse, Wall retorted, unwilling to back down. As Jason Yang regained possession, Wall's expression turned serious, uncertain of the sudden surge in Jason Yang's explosive power. He knew he needed to remain fully alert for this contest. Lowering his center of gravity and switching hands as he dribbled, Jason Yang resolved to conclude the battle within 3 minutes. With a swift crossover, he dashed leftward. This time, Wall, fully focused, managed to keep up. Jason Yang did not fully shake off his defender. Instead, he abruptly halted, executed a spin fake, and quickly transitioned into a backward jump shot, which struck the backboard and went in. A chorus of whistles and applause erupted, signaling that the two were now truly engaged in earnest competition. He exerted every ounce of his energy to keep pace with Jason Yang's sudden directional shift. When Jason feigned a spin, he could only close in to disrupt. By then, his center of gravity had shifted to one side, and as Jason pivoted forward, he found it too late to readjust. Despite his desperate leap to interfere, he could only watch helplessly as Jason effortlessly sank the ball into the net. Once more, at the arc's peak, Jason Yang bent at the waist, using his shoulder to push aside John Wall to create space for his move. With a probing step, Wall instinctively retreated, and seizing this hard-won space, Jason decisively launched a three-pointer. Swish, the ball went in. Having been scored upon 3 consecutive times, Wall's mind began to falter. Using the same tactic again, Jason feigned a shot after his probing step, and Wall fell for it, lunging forward. Unexpectedly, Jason accelerated straight to the basket, easily placing the ball through the hoop once more. After making a 5th shot with a quick stop and pop, Jason left the training camp without a backward glance, leaving behind a somewhat dazed John Wall and a crowd of onlookers with expressions of disbelief. Chapter 30. Even God is jealous of Jason Yang. Meanwhile, the managers of other NBA teams strained their intellects calculating how to best utilize their draft picks to bolster their squads. In contrast, the Philadelphia 76ers general manager remained unfazed, as their strategy was crystal clear. Whoever the Wizards selected, they would choose another. Whether it was John Wall or Jason Yang, either could be cultivated as a core player. On the other hand, Wizards general manager Ernie Grunfeld found himself in a predicament, having struggled to sleep for several weeks. Others believed that holding the first overall pick meant the Wizards could select whomever they desired. However, only those within the organization understood their true circumstances. The Wizards were banking on this first pick to turn their fortunes around. Following the infamous gun incident involving star player Gilbert Arenas, the once formidable Washington Wizards had plummeted to the depths. When they secured the first pick with a 10-3 chance, the entire Washington fan base erupted with joy, hoping the team could once again ascend to playoff contention. Yet, should they misstep in the draft, selecting a player who fails to perform at a level commensurate with the first pick, the Wizards fans would undoubtedly rain down their discontent, and the general manager's position would be precarious. John Wall or Jason Yang? This was indeed a challenging decision. Reviewing the physical measurements, Wall was undeniably deserving of the top pick. However, if physical metrics determined everything, the infamous case of Kwame Brown would not be spoken of with such derision. Even the great Michael Jordan faced harsh criticism from fans during his time. Jason Yang exhibited a soft shooting touch and exceptional playmaking abilities. Yet whether his frail physique could withstand the rigors of the NBA remained a significant question mark. His Duke teammate, Christian Leitner, dominated in the NCAA but struggled immensely upon entering the NBA, primarily due to his inadequate physicality. Aaron Dennefield felt as though his head might explode, with tufts of hair falling out in alarming quantities, just as his wife began to express deep concern over the possibility of him becoming bald. A piece of news emerged that would ultimately save him. The headline from ESPN read, "Genius defeated by God after merely practicing basketball." He led his team to victory in the NCAA championship, his talent inciting envy even from the almighty Jason Yang. A junior from Duke University and a frontrunner for the first overall pick in the upcoming draft, was hospitalized due to influenza, only for doctors to discover he suffered from congenital heart disease, thus bidding farewell to the basketball court forever. Upon the release of this news, media outlets across the nation went into a frenzy, inundating Vivian's phone with calls seeking confirmation of the story's authenticity. In response, Vivian created a Twitter account specifically to disseminate the news regarding Jason Yang's diagnosis and impending departure from the sport, accompanied by the diagnostic report from Los Angeles City Hospital. The New York Times highlighted those NBA talents who had slipped through the cracks. Throughout the annals of history, there have been prodigies whose extraordinary abilities were met with tragic fates, forever barred from the NBA stage where they could have shone brightly. Let us recount these remarkable talents who missed their chance in the NBA. 1. Joe Hademan, a legend on the street courts. Once scored 50 points against the first generation of flying men, Dr. J, yet succumbed to substance abuse and never entered the NBA. 2. Len Bias, the eternal sorrow of the Celtics, the only player capable of overshadowing Michael Jordan on the court, tragically overdosed on drugs just a day after being selected by the Celtics. 3. Ronnie Fields, standing at 1.85 meters with an astonishing vertical leap of 1.2 meters, could outshine Kevin Garnett in one-on-one matchups. Yet an unfortunate car accident prior to the draft left him with a knee injury that ended his career. And now, yet another name shall be added to this lamentable list, Jason Yang. I concur with ESPN's assessment. Jason Yang's talent is indeed of such caliber that even God himself would feel envious. The 2010 NBA draft concluded on June 24th, with the Washington Wizards predictably selecting John Wall with the first overall pick. The Philadelphia 76ers, having lost their target, were left in disarray, ultimately selecting NCAA star guard Evan Turner after much deliberation. Derek Favors was chosen by the Nets as the third overall pick, who recognized his exceptional physicality and remarkable wingspan. The Kings selected DeMarcus Cousins with the fifth pick, while the Pistons opted for Greg Monroe at seventh. Following the news of Jason Yang's ailment, the Clippers lost their motivation to trade up, and a distressed Neil O'Shea used the eighth pick to select Al-Farouq Aminu, a decision that was met with criticism from experts. The Jazz, picking ninth, selected the NCAA dark horse Gordon Hayward from Butler University, while the Pacers strategically chose Paul George at 10th, whose formidable defensive capabilities would allow star player Danny Granger to focus more on offensive play. It is noteworthy that Jeremy Lin went undrafted, failing to be selected by any team. Meanwhile, Chinese media across the ocean closely monitored the draft, with NBA providing live video coverage. 2 Chinese-American prospects, who garnered significant attention from Chinese fans, also went undrafted. Mr. Yang Yi, what is your perspective? The portly host, Ku Fan, inquired of the commentary guest. I had previously received news that Jason Yang, afflicted by influenza, was diagnosed with a congenital heart condition during a hospital visit, which would permanently remove him from the court. This revelation was indeed shocking, as his pre-draft ranking was notably high, with some media experts even identifying him as a leading contender for the first overall pick. This was not solely due to his role as a core player for last season's NCAA champion, Duke University, but also because he reportedly dominated the current number 1 pick, John Wall, during one-on-one drills at the training camp. The commentator, Yang Yi, elaborated, noting that American media reported Jason Yang secured an NCAA championship after merely 1 year of playing basketball, demonstrating his unparalleled talent. To illustrate his extraordinary aptitude, one might compare him to a child in China who, after just 1 year of schooling, achieves the highest score on the National College Entrance Examination. Such a feat underscores the magnitude of his talent. Thus, the situation surrounding Jason Yang is indeed lamentable. After taking a sip of water, Yang Yi continued. As for Jeremy Lin's undrafted status, it was somewhat expected. His statistics in the NCAA were commendable, yet Harvard is not recognized as a basketball powerhouse, and his physical attributes do present certain limitations. Nevertheless, I hope he still has the opportunity to enter the NBA. At the press conference following the draft, John Wall became the target of relentless questioning from journalists, with inquiries largely revolving around whether he believed he would have been the top pick had Jason Yang not fallen ill. Initially, Wall responded with restrained irritation, stating, "Jason Yang is a genius, but I have unwavering confidence in myself. I will showcase my abilities on the NBA stage and repay my team's trust." However, after being asked this question repeatedly, Wall's patience waned. "I am the number 1 pick, irrespective of anyone else. If Jason Yang were to appear on the NBA court, I would defeat him head-to-head at any time. Recognizing the escalating tension, Wizards general manager Ernie Grunfeld swiftly concluded the press conference, affirming before its end, "The Washington Wizards have always regarded John as our top choice. We have never considered anyone else, including Jason Young. Jason Young is a talent, and his absence from the court is a loss for all NBA fans. However, I believe that even outside basketball, he will find success, and I wish him well." Chapter 31. LBJ's betrayal. Thus, the draft concluded, while Jason Young, visibly frustrated, gazed at the system panel. Due to failing to achieve the task of being selected in the first round by an NBA team, he was randomly penalized by the system with a deduction of 3 attribute points, specifically in explosiveness, and his skill of quickness also vanished. Having experienced the exhilarating rush of lightning-fast speed, Jason Young found himself in a state of despair, for he currently possessed merely 2 attribute points, insufficient to fully replenish his capabilities. As a result of his failure to complete a task, even the main storyline quest had shifted. Main quest: attain the NBA Rookie of the Year award for the 2010 to 2011 season. Quest description: due to your inability to be selected by an NBA team in the first round, the failure of this task has escalated the difficulty of the main quest. You must summon all your energy to accomplish this task, lest you face the most severe consequences. Quest rewards: 5 attribute points and a piece of random purple equipment. Failure penalty: a random deduction of 20 attribute points, coupled with a permanent reduction of 2 points in the maximum limit of a specific attribute. Jason Young felt a sudden jolt. The penalty of deducting 20 attribute points was undeniably severe. However, attribute points could be regained through training and completing tasks, albeit at the cost of additional time. In contrast, a permanent reduction of 2 points in any one attribute signified that he would never reach his full potential in that area, effectively resulting in a lifelong loss of a skill. This was the second time Jason Young experienced the oppressive weight of the system after the main storyline task in the first phase. The previous instance concerned life and death, while this time it revolved around love. The importance of love versus life elicited varied responses from different individuals. Firmly resolved, Jason Young vowed to complete the task at all costs. Although the penalty for failing the task would not entirely strip him of love, it undeniably heightened the associated risks, a scenario Jason Young was unwilling to endure. To attain the coveted Rookie of the Year award, one must ultimately rely on data to substantiate their claims. Having completed the rebounding training task, Jason Young dedicated himself even more fervently on the training ground. The return of Vivian to his side allowed him to concentrate better during his training and engage in high-intensity workouts. Each day, he practiced shooting for over 4 hours, followed by 3 hours each of strength and explosive speed training. "Catherine, why are you calling me out of the blue? Isn't the company entering a critical phase?" Upon receiving Catherine's call, Jason Young felt both elated and perplexed. "Jason, are you feeling all right? I'm quite worried." The previous physical examination for the school team never indicated any heart issues. Catherine's tone was filled with concern. It's nothing serious," Jason Young hesitated, unsure of how to explain his situation to Catherine. He had only confided in Vivian regarding his agreement with Barbara. "Why don't you come to the company to assist me? I have so much on my plate that I can hardly manage alone. Your help with marketing tasks would be invaluable, even if you're not playing basketball. I believe you can excel in other areas as well," Catherine earnestly suggested over the phone. For a moment, Jason Young nearly acquiesced. What could be more exhilarating than striving towards a shared goal with the woman he adored? Yet, recalling Catherine's family situation and thoughts of Barbara, he responded ambiguously. "I'm not sure yet. Perhaps circumstances will change. Jason, at any time, I absolutely will not allow you to jeopardize your health." Catherine's tone was unprecedentedly serious. "All right. I understand. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll speak to you later. Please take care of yourself too, Catherine." Jason Young hurriedly ended the call. "Jason, why didn't you tell Catherine about your agreement with Barbara?" Vivian, who had been eavesdropping, interjected. "I don't want to burden Catherine with too much pressure." Jason Young replied softly. "You always seek to ensure others' well-being while neglecting your own suffering," Vivian remarked with a hint of sorrow. "That's not true. If we're speaking of anyone, it's you, Vivian. Without you, my training would not be nearly as manageable." The atmosphere seemed somewhat heavy, prompting Jason Young to lighten the mood with a jest. Vivian remained silent, casting him an exaggerated eye roll. Following the conclusion of the draft, news about the rookies ceased to captivate the media's attention. Only local outlets continued to delve into the narratives surrounding their newly acquired talents. seeking to satiate the fans' desire for deeper insights into these newcomers, such as the nature of the media that can stir up a tempest in the face of uncertainty. Yet once the dust settles, they discard their previous obsessions as if they were worthless. In early July, the media buzzed with fervor, each outlet making predictions about the next destinations of superstars in the free agency market, which was particularly vibrant this year. LeBron James, who announced his free agency status on the 1st, was undoubtedly the most prominent figure, capturing the attention of countless fans. Cleveland supporters hoped their king would continue to lead them in pursuit of the franchise's inaugural championship, while fans of the Clippers and Knicks eagerly anticipated his arrival, which they believed would instantly bolster their team's frail prowess. In early July, LeBron embarked on what was dubbed a free agency tour, visiting teams interested in his services, including the Clippers, Knicks, Heat, Nets, and Bulls. At each location, throngs of fans gathered to express their fervor and admiration for him. Amidst the media's focus on LeBron's free agency tour, a news item on ESPN stirred considerable waves. Magic Johnson had sold his stake in the Lakers. The report indicated that the iconic figure of the Los Angeles Lakers sold his 4.5 share for a staggering $780 million. Now a successful businessman, Johnson stated that this was merely a business decision, affirming his unwavering support for the Lakers. Given that Magic Johnson was serving as a data analyst for ESPN at the time, the authenticity of the report was beyond doubt. Subsequently, media outlets began to speculate that the Lakers might be on the brink of change, especially as the health of their ailing owner, Jerry Buss, diagnosed with cancer, appeared grim. His children, Jim and Jeannie, were embroiled in disputes over who would take control of the team. On the 8th, LeBron James declared during a one-hour program on ESPN that he would be taking his talents to the South Beach. The following day, the Cavaliers officially announced a sign-and-trade agreement with the Heat to facilitate James' transfer. Together with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, he formed a formidable trio. After suffering consecutive finals defeats with the Cavaliers, LeBron felt that his CBA teammates could not elevate him further. Driven by the desire for a coveted championship ring and a more illustrious place in NBA history, he resolutely turned towards the Miami Heat, proclaiming his intention to play brotherly basketball and vowing to bring 5, 6, 7, or even 8 championships to Miami. LeBron James' defection from Cleveland to Miami sparked a considerable uproar. The fervent anger of Cavaliers fans towards LeBron James's perceived betrayal was palpable, as they collectively burned his jerseys and dismantled the grand "We Are All Witnesses" advertisement in the city center. Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert penned an open letter to Cleveland fans, vehemently condemning James's past transgressions during his tenure with the Cavaliers and cursing him to never attain an NBA championship. In stark contrast, Heat fans reveled in the news, extolling the strategic prowess of team president Pat Riley. The formation of the 2003 trio of superstars undoubtedly positioned the Heat as formidable contenders for the NBA championship. Media outlets and former players swiftly expressed their opinions on the matter. The outspoken Charles Barkley criticized LeBron James for what he deemed an act of cowardice in seeking assistance from others, declaring his transition from a fan to a critic. Michael Jordan, conversely, adopted a more subdued stance, stating that during his career, he never contemplated teaming up with Magic Johnson or Larry Bird. Amidst the cacophony of criticism, there were also faint voices of support. Reverend Jesse Jackson expressed his unequivocal backing for James's decision to follow his true instincts, suggesting that Gilbert's open letter stemmed from a mindset akin to that of a slave owner. Chapter 32. The Lakers change ownership as media experts and fans continued to debate LeBron James's defection to Miami. Another seismic development rocked the already turbulent NBA landscape. The front page of the Los Angeles Times heralded the news: the Lakers had changed ownership. The article confirmed that the Buss family's 66 stake in the Lakers had been transferred to the Murdoch News Group, pending final approval from the league. While the transfer price remained unclear, it was anticipated to reach a record high. In an instant, media attention shifted from Miami to Los Angeles. As a team freshly crowned NBA champions, the sudden change in ownership was laden with newsworthiness that every journalist recognized. Editors of major newspapers quickly pivoted from LeBron James's championship declaration to await the latest updates from their reporters in Los Angeles. The New York Times encapsulated the sentiment with the phrase, "the end of an era," reflecting on the Lakers' ownership transition. "Jerry, wishing you all the best." The Boston Globe extends its highest respects to Jerry Buss. Although the two clubs have been fierce rivals for many years, in this moment, they express profound admiration for Jerry Buss. They acknowledge that without Jerry Buss, there would be no Lakers, and thus, No thrilling rivalry between the Celtics and the Lakers in the 1980s. Jerry has become a part of history as the Lakers usher in the Murdoch era. The Chicago Tribune analyzes that Jerry Buss's decision to sell his stake in the Lakers was a reluctant necessity. His health no longer allows him to oversee the team personally, and the conflicts between his son and daughter have left him devoid of hope for the franchise's future. Rather than witness the decline of the Lakers, it is preferable to entrust them to a more capable successor. Undoubtedly, News Corp represents the optimal choice, as they have long sought to penetrate the sports industry. Following their unsuccessful bid to acquire Manchester United in the Premier League in 2000, they accelerated their endeavors in the sports sector. Holding a 40% stake in the New York Rangers and taking ownership of the Lakers would grant them considerable influence within the NBA. The following day, the league officially confirmed via Twitter that News Corp had completed the acquisition of a 66% stake in the Lakers for $1.34 billion. Expressing gratitude to Jerry Buss for his contributions to the league over the years and wishing him good health. Subsequently, the Lakers' official website was updated, revealing that News Corp now holds an 83% stake, becoming the largest shareholder. The club convened an impromptu board meeting to appoint Bianchi Murdoch as the team's president, Jeannie Buss as the team's operating director, Phil Jackson as the vice president and head coach, and Mitch Kupchak as the general manager. News Corp already possessed a 9.8% stake in the Lakers, and with Magic Johnson's 4.5% share, following the acquisition of the Buss family's 66% stake, they now commanded 83% ownership, establishing themselves as the absolute power brokers. Jim Buss has been ousted from the team, while Jeannie Buss remains in her position. Phil Jackson has attained the managerial authority he has long coveted, having grown weary of merely being the head coach. This situation also highlights Jeannie Buss's capabilities. Upon the arrival of the new owner, she swiftly removed her brother, with whom she had long-standing conflicts, from the team and facilitated her husband's promotion to vice president. At a press conference introducing the new management team, the newly appointed president Bianchi Murdoch spoke eloquently. The Lakers are a traditional powerhouse in the NBA, and I am immensely honored to serve as president of such a prestigious team. What is the goal for the upcoming season? As a storied franchise, our objective is invariably singular: to secure the championship. How do we intend to achieve this goal? A reporter inquired from the audience. Phil is the most successful active coach, and he will guide the team along the right path. Kobe is the greatest assassin in the league, and I believe he has the potential to surpass Michael Jordan's historical standing. We are already a championship-caliber team, and the core roster should remain largely unchanged. Although we will bolster the bench to some extent, rest assured, Phil will devise a comprehensive plan, and Mitch will provide us with the perfect solutions. Bianchi radiated confidence from the stage. It appears that in order to win the wager against Jason Young, Bianchi has certainly done his homework. Mr. Murdoch, you have never had any prior experience in basketball, yet you have been appointed as the president of a prestigious NBA team. If it were not for your father's influence, how likely do you think it is that you would be in this position now? A journalist inquired sharply. Undoubtedly, the answer is 100% my father's influence. However, if he did not recognize my capabilities, he would not have allowed me to sit here and converse with you all, Bianchi replied with a calm smile, showing no signs of fluster. I have heard that the Lakers are merely a toy for you to indulge in romantic pursuits. How do you respond to such rumors? Absurd. I believe no father would spend $2 billion simply to buy a toy for his son. The acquisition of the Lakers was motivated by Mr. Buss's desire to sell due to health reasons, and it aligns with the strategic planning of News Corp, Bianchi articulated, maintaining an air of sophistication. I have heard that your father's marriage to your stepmother is facing some challenges. Recently, tabloids reported that former British Prime Minister Blair has been frequently seen at your stepmother's residence. What is your take on this matter? The journalist seemed well prepared, eager to unearth some sensational news. Upon hearing the question, Bianchi's expression visibly shifted, and he suppressed his anger, stating, "My father and Miss Dang have always had a good relationship. Such gossip is best disregarded. If they were to divorce, it would result in a monumental financial settlement. Would this impact your current position?" The reporters appeared particularly intrigued by Murdoch's private life, continuing to press for answers. From now on, I shall not respond to any questions unrelated to the team, Bianchi declared, his face pale with frustration as he departed. At this moment, Jenny also recognized that the press conference had veered off course, promptly requesting that reporters limit their inquiries to team-related matters. The journalists, obliged to shift their focus, redirected their attention to Phil Jackson, asking for his views on LeBron James's formation of the Big Three in Miami, as well as the Lakers' strengthening plans. It is well known that the rivalry between 23 and 24 has always been a significant selling point for the league, with 24 having secured 5 championship rings. While 23 appears to have lost his way, the question of who is greater seems self-evident. Jackson smiled slightly and remarked, as President Murdoch stated, "The core framework will not change. The team has a plan for enhancement, and soon you shall witness Mickey's actions." After the meeting concluded, various media experts offered their commentary. Charles Barkley remained as incisive as ever, tweeting, "I see no qualities in BNC that would qualify him to be the president of an NBA team. It is absurd to think that a young man in his 20s, with no basketball experience, could suddenly become the president of a team. This position cannot simply be attained by flattering Phil and Kobe. The only thing that could evoke jealousy in me is the fact that his father surpasses mine." While the media continues to speculate about the young BNC, another piece of news has ignited discussions among the management teams of various franchises. Chapter 33. A love affair in Los Angeles. Upon returning home, Jason Young collapsed onto the bed with a dramatic exclamation, claiming that this was far more exhausting than training. Vivian sat beside him, smiling quietly without uttering a word. In truth, he had participated in only a handful of discussions, most of which Vivian had navigated alone. "Jason, let us rise and deliberate on the final decision," Vivian said with a cheerful tone, gently pulling him up. However, as soon as she released her grip, Jason reclined backward once more, muttering, "Let us put it this way, I can hear everything from my bed." The Simmons mattress creaked as Vivian joined him on the bed, declaring, "I am weary as well. I wish to lie down and speak." Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Regrettably, Jason seemed oblivious to the nuances of the moment, as he languidly remarked, "Indeed, you are even more fatigued than I, so let us proceed." After carefully scrutinizing the handsome visage of the man before her, Vivian took a moment to quell the turbulent emotions within her before thoughtfully articulating, "Among the teams in contention, the Knicks and Pacers are the most favorable options. The Rockets and Heat follow, while the Clippers are the least recommended. I would advise against the others. The Knicks have promised you a starting position. Although their team is lacking in strength, D'Antoni's fast-paced system could allow you to achieve remarkable statistics. To be frank, your current playing style might even see you become the next Nash in New York. The Pacers possess a commendable overall roster. They are in the midst of a rebuilding phase and have recruited several promising young talents. What they lack most is a facilitator, and should you join them, you could emerge as the team's organizational linchpin. Furthermore, the Eastern Conference is relatively weaker, which could make it easier for you to distinguish yourself and attain your aspirations." "Please continue," Jason said, still keeping his eyes half closed. "You have evidently dismissed the Heat, despite them being the most formidable contenders for the championship. Joining the Rockets would guarantee you a starting role, allowing you to connect with Yao Ming. However, he has struggled with injuries over the past few seasons, and his physical condition clearly cannot endure the rigors of a lengthy season. Moreover, the Rockets' roster lacks offensive prowess. Both of these teams offer the advantage of starting positions and ample commercial development potential. Yet it would be challenging to garner sufficient statistics to secure the Rookie of the Year award. And what of the Clippers? If you were to join the Clippers, you would initially have to start as a bench player, although your playing time would still be assured. On paper, the Clippers appear to have a decent lineup with potential. But the team as a whole lacks upward momentum. They have been languishing for years," Vivian elaborated with precision. Now, she increasingly embodies the essence of a manager. After a series of knocks on the door, Lu Dongmei entered, carrying a platter of dim sum. Vivian, reclining on the bed, hastily turned and sprang up. Her cheeks flushed crimson, standing awkwardly in the corner of the room. Jason Young also rose, saying, "Mom, what brings you here? We are in the midst of a discussion." Ignoring her son's complaint, Lu Dongmei fixed her gaze upon Vivian, her face beaming with delight. "Vivian, Uncle Yang has prepared some delectable Chinese pastries for you. They're absolutely delicious, and I brought them for you. Auntie, we've finished our discussion, so I'll return to my room now." Without even taking a pastry, Vivian made a hasty exit. She would temporarily reside here until Jason Yang decided on his future for the upcoming season. "Son, how do you feel?" Lu Dongmei inquired with a cheerful smile. "Very delicious indeed. Dad's culinary skills are remarkable. I should find an opportunity to learn a thing or two." Jason Young began to indulge in the dim sum. "You child, that is not what I asked you," Lu Dongmei persisted, fluttering her eyelashes towards Jason Young. "Oh, it's just tiring. These managers are sharper than the next. Dealing with them is more exhausting than my training. Never mind, I need to rest now." With that, he gently ushered Lu Dongmei out of the room. Hey. Lu Dongmei stared at the closed door, a look of bemusement on her face. Her sudden plan had faltered. Just as Jason Young was about to drift into slumber, the sound of his phone rang in his ear. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Catherine, and hastily pressed the answer button. Catherine, why are you still awake at this hour? Jason, I've been quite busy lately and only saw the news about you this evening. My apologies. Catherine's voice carried a hint of regret, then grew serious. Jason, you absolutely must sue the municipal hospital for their grave negligence, which nearly cost you a spot in the NBA. Such an error is utterly unforgivable. I believe you should demand at least $100 million in compensation, and I can introduce you to the most renowned legal team in the nation. Jason Young awkwardly remarked, there is an old Chinese saying that goes, if one can spare another, one should. Perhaps it is best to let it go. Fortunately, I still have the opportunity to enter the NBA. He dared not disclose to Catherine that this misdiagnosis incident was meticulously orchestrated by Anderson. I have seen online reports indicating that NBA teams have already engaged in negotiations with you. Have you expressed interest in joining a particular team? Since Jason Young had no intention of pursuing legal action, Catherine did not press the matter further. How is your company progressing? Do take care not to overexert yourself. Jason Young inquired with concern. Compared to you, my situation hardly qualifies as exhausting, Catherine replied with a smile. The company plans to expand its market in Los Angeles, and we have already made some progress. I will be heading to Los Angeles in a few days, and I may reside there for the next few years. Catherine then exclaimed, I remember you are from Los Angeles. Are you still there? Yes, I will remain at home until I decide to join an NBA team. When will you be coming this way? I am busy packing my belongings. It should take me about 3 more days. What, do you wish to extend a warm welcome? Catherine teased. If it is convenient for you, I do have that intention. Then I shall take this opportunity. I will contact you once I arrive in Los Angeles. It is settled then, Jason Young said, his face beaming with delight as he ended the call. The following morning at breakfast, Vivian appeared quite bashful. While Jason Young gazed intently at her, Vivian's embarrassment deepened. Unexpectedly, Jason Young bluntly stated, Vivian, I intend to join the Clippers. What? Vivian was bewildered by this sudden decision. Why the Clippers? Jason Young hesitantly remarked, Catherine mentioned that she will be in Los Angeles for the next few years, as her company aims to develop the Los Angeles market first. Vivian, who had been blushing, suddenly turned cold and replied, All right, I understand. I will contact the Clippers manager. You can take your time with your meal. With that, Vivian rose and retreated to her room, forsaking her breakfast entirely. This left Jason Young in a state of bewilderment, pondering why she had abruptly lost her appetite. Within her room, Vivian's heart was heavy, and she mumbled to herself, the words unclear. After a lengthy sigh, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Mr. O'Shea, hello. I am Jason Young's agent. Yes, we have reached a conclusion. Jason wishes to join the Clippers. When shall we proceed with the signing? Very well, please arrange this matter. After concluding the call, Vivian dialed another number. My lovely little sister. Do you have any exciting news to share with me? The voice of Aaron Andrews echoed through the phone. Of course, I called you for an exclusive scoop. Has Jason Young made a decision? Wait, let me guess. Is it the Heat or the Knicks? Andrews quizzed with keen interest. It's the Clippers. The Clippers? Andrews questioned. Puzzled, it did not seem like a wise choice. Why would he choose the Clippers? Vivian explained. Jason wishes to serve his hometown team, but for various reasons. He cannot join the Lakers. Oh, is it related to the recent transfer of Lakers ownership? Andrews, renowned as a prominent ESPN reporter, displayed her sharp instinct for news. Not only was she beautiful, but her keen sense of journalism was equally notable. Vivian, however, was not ready to divulge everything. With a light-hearted chuckle, she responded, Sister Aaron, I've granted you the exclusive. Do remember to keep me informed of any news in the future. At this moment, Vivian had fully embraced her role as a competent agent, consciously nurturing her relationships with the media. Chapter 34. The first battle against the Trail Blazers. As Jason Young stepped onto the court, Jimmy promptly informed him of a new task released in the system. He hurriedly opened the system panel to take a look. Despite over a month of arduous training, the requirement of 50 hours of practice in the third stage to gain a single attribute point meant that his progression was hardly noticeable. Name: Jason Young. Height: 195 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Wingspan: 206 centimeters. Technical attributes: maximum 20, shooting 18, passing 16, dribbling 16, defense 9, rebounding 6, dunking 0, off-ball movement 9, physical attributes: maximum 20, strength, 14 speed, 14 jumping, 8 explosiveness, 18 agility, 17 stamina, 14 balance, 10 mental attributes, maximum, 20. Motivation, for courage, 17 provocation, 3 vision, 20 composure, 11 rhythm, 11 anticipation, for unallocated points, 2 skills, 1. Court insight skill points, 4 equipment, headband, green commander headband. Enhancing assist capabilities by 2 ring, left hand none ring, right hand none elbow guard, none jersey, none knee pads, none shoes, none main quest. Obtain the NBA Rookie of the Year award for the 2010 to 2011 season. Third stage, quest description. Due to your failure to be selected in the first round by an NBA team, the difficulty of the main quest has increased. You must exert all your energy to accomplish this task, or face the gravest penalties. Quest rewards, 5 attribute points, 3 skill points, and a random piece of purple equipment. Failure penalty, random deduction of 20 attribute points, and a random permanent reduction of 2 points in the maximum limit of a specific attribute. Side quest, make a splash. The media and opponents continue to harbor strong doubts about your abilities. Earn their respect through your performance on the court. Quest description, achieve a double-double in the game against the Trailblazers, or score over 20 points, or provide over 20 assists. Quest rewards, 1 attribute point and a random piece of green or better equipment. Failure penalty, deduction of 5 attribute points. Jason Young mused to himself, this task is quite challenging. However, the greater the difficulty, the more it can awaken one's latent abilities. Without hesitation, he allocated his 2 points of free attributes to his explosiveness, once again maxing out his attribute value and regaining the skill of quickness. This match was also broadcasted by ESPN, with the commentary team consisting of Mike Breen, Jeff Van Gundy, and Mark Jackson already in position at the sidelines. Dear viewers, we meet again. After a long summer of anticipation, the 2010 to 2011 NBA season has finally commenced. I am your old friend Mike Breen, and beside me are my longtime partners, Jeff Van Gundy and Mark Jackson. Breen recited an introductory monologue. The first highlight of this match was whether the 2009 first overall pick, Blake Griffin, could showcase his prowess after a year-long absence due to a stress fracture in his left knee. Additionally, the summer's much-discussed top rookie prospect, Jason Young, could only join the Clippers as an undrafted player due to a major hospital blunder. Throughout the summer, I encountered numerous reports about him, claiming he was a super talent who, after merely a year of basketball exposure, achieved an NCAA championship as a core player, earning the media's affection and the moniker Cupid. Indeed, in the realm of basketball as I know it, it is virtually unheard of for a player to win a championship as a core member after just 1 year of training, regardless of the league's level. Furthermore, Jason Young also earned the MOP award. Jackson took over the conversation. Jeff, what are your thoughts? Do you believe Jason Young will take the court today? If so, do you think he can deliver a noteworthy performance? Breen posed the question to Van Gundy. From the lineup I've received, Jason Young is definitely set to play. But I think it's best not to hold too many expectations. The NCAA and the NBA are entirely different worlds. The NBA's pace is faster and emphasizes physical confrontation. I have previously received several scouting reports on Jason Young, and nearly every scout emphasized his physical weaknesses, making it hard for him to adapt to the NBA's intensity. Van Gundy provided his analysis. Consider that when Yao Ming made his strong entrance into the NBA, his first game yielded only 0 points and 2 rebounds. Therefore, while Jason Young is undoubtedly a prodigy, his development will require time. Jeff, I do not entirely agree with your perspective. Jackson seemed to hold a differing opinion. Jason Young is not like Yao Ming. He is a point guard, and having once been a point guard myself, I understand what is most essential for that position. To be honest, I specifically watched all his games following the NCAA Sweet 16 to prepare for this commentary. Jason Young's court vision and passing is truly astonishing. I believe that if he receives ample playing time, he can certainly achieve at least 5 assists. No, Mark. I completely disagree. Van Gundy retorted, as I mentioned earlier. The NBA places a significant emphasis on physical confrontation. Jason Young's current physical condition is wholly inadequate for the demands of the game. I do not anticipate that he will achieve any noteworthy statistics. During his tenure with the Rockets, Jeff Van Gundy consistently underscored the importance of physical contact during defense. Drawing from his roots in the tenacious Knicks, under his guidance, Yao Ming experienced a rapid increase in weight. While the commentators continued to fervently debate Jason Young's potential, The sound of the whistle signaled the commencement of the 2010 to 2011 regular season, with the Clippers hosting their opener. In the initial jump ball, Marcus Camby triumphed over Chris Kaman, securing possession for the Trailblazers. After having played for the Clippers last season, Camby was traded to the Blazers in February to create salary cap space for free agency, thus entering his first game against his former team with considerable determination. Upon receiving the ball, Andre Miller advanced past half-court and passed it to the team's linchpin, Brandon Roy. With a swift crossover, Roy evaded Gordon, penetrating the lane to face Kaman with a floater that struck the rim. However, Camby seized the offensive rebound and completed a powerful dunk. Turning to confront Miller, the bearded Davis opted to back him down, but the often criticized Miller surprisingly held his ground. After a couple of unsuccessful thrusts inward, Davis mismanaged the ball, causing a turnover. Roy capitalized on the opportunity, executing a fast-break layup for 2 points. Merely 8 minutes into the first quarter, the Clippers found themselves trailing significantly at 8-20, their offense stifled, prompting Del Negro to call yet another timeout to regroup. Despite a month of intensive weight loss training, Davis appeared to be in a state of lethargy, far from his optimal physical condition. In stark contrast, Camby, facing his former team, played with the ferocity of an invigorated athlete, remarkably swatting away 2 shots from Kaman. Meanwhile, the Clippers' other scoring threat, shooting guard Eric Gordon, wore a distressed expression as Roy's defense rendered him unable to receive the ball. Chapter 35, A Duel with Roy, Part 1. Meanwhile, in the distant Eastern Hemisphere, on the enchanting shores of the Pacific, 2 commentators were live-streaming their analysis of Jason Young's performance. What are your thoughts on Jason's first-half performance, Mr. Young? The plump host Ko-fan inquired with palpable enthusiasm. Ah, my anxious heart has finally found solace, replied the guest commentator Young, exhaling with relief. Having heard that Jason Young left the court due to a heart condition, I felt a profound sense of regret. After all, a Chinese-American guard capable of winning an NCAA championship is someone I have eagerly anticipated. Now, witnessing his performance over those 8 minutes, I can confidently assert that Jason has the potential to become the cornerstone of any franchise, and the Clippers have undoubtedly secured a tremendous advantage. Previous reports from American media indicated that several teams had extended contract offers to him, including the Heat and the Rockets. Why, then, did Jason choose to join the Clippers, a team seemingly in the midst of rebuilding? Ko-fan found this quite perplexing, as the Miami Heat were considered the most formidable contenders for this season's championship even before the games commenced. Perhaps this reflects the sentiment of local pride that we often express in China. After all, Jason was born and raised in Los Angeles. Although he has yet to visit China, his parents are undoubtedly of Chinese descent. Yang Yi also endeavored to steer the conversation towards the offspring of Chinese descent, as this would resonate more deeply with the Chinese audience. With Yao Ming increasingly distanced from the court due to injuries and Yi Jianlian struggling to deliver commendable performances, the Chinese spectators yearn for a player of Chinese or Asian heritage to carry the banner representing China or Asia. Indeed, I share this sentiment and have heard that Jeremy Lin, after going undrafted, has joined his hometown team, the Golden State Warriors. Ko-fan seemed to wholeheartedly agree with Yang Yi's assertions. We also hope for Yao Ming's complete recovery, that Yi Jianlian can showcase his talents more effectively, and that the 2 rookies, Lin and Jason Young, can establish their identities in the NBA. In the future, we aspire to see an increasing presence of Chinese, Chinese-American, or Asian players making their mark in the NBA. Now, as the halftime break concludes, let us witness the thrilling performances of both teams in the second half. As the second half commenced, Jason Young was summoned to the court, indicating that today, the bearded player would likely remain on the bench for an extended duration. The Clippers initiated the first offensive play. After bringing the ball past half-court, Jason Young passed to Gordon and began to reposition himself. Griffin provided a screen, allowing Gordon to evade Roy's defense for a jump shot just inside the 3-point line. Unfortunately, the shot did not find its mark, suggesting that after the halftime break, his shooting touch had gone cold. The ball rebounded rather far, and it was surprisingly collected by Gomez, who secured the offensive rebound. The ball returned to Jason Young's hands, who took a couple of steps back to slow the pace, resetting the shot clock to 24 seconds, with ample time remaining. Jason Young directed his teammates' movements, yet the Trailblazers' defense was exceedingly tight, leaving no favorable passing options. It became evident that he had to forge his own opportunities. Lowering his center of gravity, he suddenly accelerated past Miller on the left side. Aldridge immediately abandoned Griffin to confront him. With a quick stop, Jason Young made another rapid acceleration, evading Aldridge once more, and leaped towards the basket. Camby rushed in from the opposite side to contest the shot, but Jason Young refrained from forcing the attempt. Instead, he executed a behind-the-back pass to Griffin, who was sprinting in from the baseline. Griffin caught the ball and soared high, delivering a thunderous dunk that reverberated through the arena. The rim groaned under the strain, and the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Lawler elongated his voice, calling out Griffin's name, while the large screen above the court replayed the magnificent moment in slow motion. Indeed, the play was nothing short of spectacular. Jason Young first accelerated past Miller, and facing the approaching Aldridge, he stopped abruptly before rapidly accelerating again, leaving Aldridge bewildered. When confronted by Camby's block, he unexpectedly delivered a behind-the-back pass to Griffin, who, though out of Yang's line of sight, was keenly perceived by Young's south-astute court awareness. Ultimately, Griffin executed a thunderous dunk, undoubtedly one of the top 5 plays of the day. Amidst the fervent cheers, the Trailblazers players appeared somewhat deflated, with the exception of Roy. At this moment, Roy's eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding a hint of lethal intent. After receiving a pass from Miller, he decisively pushed past Gordon with a powerful thrust of his right leg, driving straight towards the basket. In the air, Roy sought contact with Griffin, colliding with him while leaning back significantly, ultimately sinking the ball into the hoop. Roy's answer ball was equally remarkable, showcasing the essence of his role as the core of the Trailblazers. His explosiveness, vertical leap, hang time, body control, and feel for the game were all flawlessly embodied in that single moment. As Jason Young received the ball from the backcourt, he was immediately confronted by Miller's relentless defense. Aware of his evident disadvantages in explosiveness and speed, he swiftly adapted his defensive strategy, opting to leverage his body to pressure Miller before Jason could sprint forward. Grateful for the experience imparted by the bearded player during one-on-one confrontations, Jason executed a series of 2 quick crossovers followed by a pivot, successfully outmaneuvering Miller once again. As he advanced into the front court, Miller relentlessly pursued from behind, prompting Roy to abandon his defense of Gordon and assist Jason. The moment Roy stepped in front of Jason, he deftly passed the ball to Gordon. Positioned beyond the 3-point line, Gordon took the shot, but alas, it clanged off the rim. Aldridge seized the rebound and passed it to Roy. Before Roy could accelerate, Jason quickly positioned himself in front of him. "Eric, I'll guard him. You handle Miller." He had already discerned that Gordon was entirely unable to keep pace with Roy, rendering him a significant liability on defense. Though reluctant to be directed by Jason, Gordon had been thoroughly outmatched by Roy's performance on both ends of the court, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce to Jason's directive to switch and defend Miller. "You are indeed a remarkable rookie," Roy remarked. "However, every newcomer to the NBA must undergo a trial by fire. Allow me to be your crucible." With that, Roy accelerated, and Jason quickly retreated, keeping a close watch on Roy's arm to anticipate his direction of attack. Roy executed 2 crossover steps, and Jason accurately predicted his movements, skillfully adjusting his body position to remain ahead of Roy. By this point, Roy had reached the right side of the front court at a 45-degree angle. "Impressive reaction," Roy offered, a rare compliment for Jason. "Now, let's see how you handle this." He began to turn and back Jason down. Although Miller's attempts to back Jason down in the first half had proven fruitless, Roy had already identified Jason's vulnerability and strength. With 1 step, then 2. As he retreated to the 3rd step, Jason once again forcefully stepped back. Unfortunately, Roy was not fooled. If he were of the same caliber as Miller, he would not be worthy of leading this young guard team. With a swift turn and jump shot, he effortlessly scored. Roy held a distinct advantage in strength, weighing in at 98 kilograms, a full 13 kilograms heavier than Jason. "Welcome to the NBA experience," Roy said, extending his hands and making a gesture that signified ease. "It was merely 1 basket. Now it's my turn. Show me your true strength." Chapter 36, The Duel with Roy, Part 2, after halftime. Jason Young did not engage in any passing cooperation with his teammates. He held the ball at the center circle, facing Roy, and signaled for his teammates to create space. He truly is an extraordinary rookie, displaying no signs of intimidation on the field and exuding an aura as if he were the leader of the team. With a decisive edge, Jason Young opted to unleash his skills, executing a crossover dribble to break through. Roy merely felt a blur before realizing he had been outmaneuvered, prompting him to hurriedly turn and chase back. As Jason Young broke through to the free throw line, he suddenly halted and executed a jump shot. Roy, who was trailing behind, was unable to stop in time and collided with him. Losing his balance, Jason Young leaned to the side and tossed the ball towards the hoop, crashing onto the floor. Miraculously, the ball bounced off the rim and went in. The arena erupted with deafening cheers, the audience applauding Jason Young's performance. After Roy scored, he swiftly countered, completing a 2-1 play. With poise, he converted the free throw and quickly sprinted back to defend against Roy's impending attack. Yet, to Jason's surprise, Roy did not attempt a one-on-one play. Instead, he signaled for help, utilizing Aldridge's screen to evade him, driving towards Griffin before passing back to Aldridge at the top. Aldridge's jump shot found the mark, his high-release shot leaving Jason unable to contest effectively. "Coward, why don't you challenge me directly?" Jason taunted, hoping to pressure Roy during this pivotal 3-minute stretch. "All I desire is victory. If you fancy one-on-one, enjoy it alone," Roy coldly retorted. As Jason brought the ball up court, Roy lowered his center of gravity, adopting a formidable defensive stance while Aldridge and Camby formed a defensive triangle behind him, revealing the Blazers' wariness of Jason Young. Assessing the defensive setup, Jason signaled for Griffin to set a pick. Before Griffin could fully establish the screen, Jason launched an attack, shaking off Roy while simultaneously drawing Aldridge and Camby's attention, lofting the ball high towards the rim. Griffin soared for an alley-oop, delivering a powerful one-handed slam over the leaping Camby. The crowd at Staples Center erupted, their cheers seemingly threatening to lift the roof off. While the unfortunate Camby found himself once again relegated to the background. "I, too, seek only victory," Jason declared, turning to Roy. At that moment, Roy's eyes glinted with determination. Once at the front court, he demanded the ball, driving fiercely against Jason's defense and navigating past Griffin's help for a layup. In terms of strength, Jason was ruthlessly overpowered. Back on offense, Jason continued with Griffin's screen, having learned from the previous encounter. Aldridge shifted his focus from Jason to follow Griffin into the paint, leaving Jason unguarded. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a three-pointer with ease. The third quarter evolved into a fierce duel between Jason Young and Roy, each striving for dominance. Roy possessed a clear advantage in physicality and exhibited formidable finishing ability upon penetrating the paint. Meanwhile, Jason showcased his sharpshooting prowess, exploiting his quickness to outmaneuver Roy and deliver brilliant passes inside, leaving the Blazers' defense in disarray. In a pick-and-roll with Aldridge awaiting Roy's return pass, Jason's high-release jump shot proved unanswerable. Jason Young orchestrated a merciless assault on the basket alongside Griffin, with the renowned shot blocker Camby often relegated to a mere backdrop this evening. As the third quarter drew to a close with 3 minutes remaining, both players were substituted for a well-deserved respite. In this quarter, Jason Young achieved an impressive 4 out of 7 shooting, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc, amassing 11 points and 6 assists. Roy, meanwhile, scored 14 points with 5 out of 10 shooting. Both teams exhibited a remarkable shooting accuracy and a rapid pace, captivating the audience with an enthralling performance. Following the departure of Young and Roy, Gordon re-emerged with vigor, relentlessly driving the Clippers forward, while Rudy Fernandez's slender frame proved insufficient to contain him. The third quarter concluded with the score tied at 77-77. At the onset of the fourth quarter, both teams opted to deploy their bench players, allowing the starters to recuperate. After an exhausting 3 quarters, Yang's stamina was severely taxed, as the intensity of the NBA far surpassed that of the NCAA. The Clippers bench proved more formidable, while the high-priced addition of Wesley Matthews to the Trailblazers this season appeared yet to mesh with the team, resulting in a series of missed shots. In contrast, the Clippers surged forward under the guidance of Rasul Butler, establishing an 87-79 lead. Recognizing the precarious situation, McMillan decisively called for a full substitution, reintroducing all starters to the court. Upon returning, Roy showcased his lethal prowess, executing a series of impressive plays, a pull-up jumper from the free throw line, a forceful drive into the paint culminating in a difficult layup, and an electrifying one-handed dunk following a lightning-fast break. The once dominant Butler quickly found himself outmatched. With the score at 90-89, the Trailblazers reclaimed the lead. D'Antoni promptly called a timeout, retrieving a tactical board to strategize for the decisive moment. "Jason, in the final stages, I need you to focus on guarding Roy, ensuring he does not penetrate the paint. Offensively, you will dictate the plays. Blake and Chris should stretch the floor for you, particularly Blake, as your pick-and-roll synergy in the third quarter was exceptional. The rest of the team should maintain their perimeter positioning and be ready to shoot decisively when opportunities arise. All right, gentlemen, let's seize this victory and commence the season on a triumphant note." As Jason Yang advanced the ball into the front court, Roy positioned himself directly in Yang's path, clearly recognizing him as the primary threat of the match. "Rookie, your fortunate days are over," Roy menacingly declared, locking his gaze onto Yang. "No matter how hard you try, I will claim this victory." Yang, unfazed, retorted with composure, "We shall see to whom victory ultimately belongs," as he executed a high pick-and-roll with Griffin, driving into the lane. Confronted by the arriving Camby, he deftly delivered a behind-the-back pass to Come On, who effortlessly scored with a layup. Andre Miller advanced the ball to the front court and passed it to Roy, with Yang standing just 2 steps ahead of him. "I told you I would take this victory," Roy insisted. "Then let us see who shall emerge triumphant." Having spoken, Roy lowered his stature, opting not to seek Aldridge's cover, and directly initiated his breakthrough. Though Jason Yang endeavored to impede him, the disparity in strength rendered him incapable of fully restraining Roy. In an instant, Roy had breached the perimeter of the restricted area, executing a deft dribble and shifting left. Jason, feeling the weight of Roy's force destabilizing him, silently lamented his predicament and hastily adjusted his center of gravity, retreating 2 steps. Yet, in that fleeting moment of his backward motion, Roy unleashed a sudden jump shot, sealing the confrontation. "Rookie, your defensive skills are woefully inadequate," Roy taunted, not in a hurry to retreat to his own half after making the shot. "So what? Victory shall ultimately be mine," Jason retorted as he received the inbounds pass and hurled the ball towards Gordon, sprinting forward without a glance back. Chapter 37. The climax of battle. Emerging from the paint to receive the ball, Jason struggled to elude Roy's tight defense, yet he remained undeterred. He signaled for assistance, and Griffin stepped forward to set a screen. Just as all eyes converged on Jason and Griffin, Gomez stealthily maneuvered along the baseline towards the basket. In a flash, Jason executed a ground pass that sliced through the crowd, allowing Gomez to effortlessly lay the ball in. Thus, the 2 teams alternated in leading the score. And as the game approached its final minute, the score stood at 103-102, with the Trail Blazers ahead by a solitary point. Just as the Clippers prepared to execute an inbounds play, the Trail Blazers unexpectedly initiated a frontcourt press. Griffin, unable to find an outlet, stood frozen, his mind akin to a malfunctioning machine. A whistle pierced the tension. The Clippers failed to inbound the ball within 5 seconds, resulting in a turnover. On the sidelines, Del Negro seethed with fury. At such a critical juncture, Griffin had committed an egregious error that was simply unfathomable. At that moment, Del Negro felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He struggled to suppress his impulse to substitute Griffin, continuously reminding himself that nurturing young talent comes with its own set of costs, and he could only hope that Griffin would redeem himself on the court. Roy received the ball at the top of the arc, this time opting not to engage Jason directly. After executing a high pick-and-roll with Aldridge, he returned the pass, and Aldridge, stepping just inside the 3-point line, executed a flawless jump shot. 105-102. The Trail Blazers employed their trademark full-court press once more, with Roy closely shadowing Jason Yang, rendering him virtually unable to receive the ball. Ultimately, Gordon charged into the paint, struggling against Camby's block to hurl the ball towards the rim. The basketball was still some distance from the basket when Griffin soared from the crowd, seizing the rebound and executing a powerful dunk. However, whether it was Griffin's eagerness to atone for his earlier mistake or perhaps an excess of force, the ball fortuitously struck the rim. Due to the excessive power behind his attempt, the ball ricocheted back to the Trail Blazers half. Roy, quick to respond, sprang into action and seized the ball, with Jason Yang hot on his heels. At that moment, Yang could think of only one thing. He must not allow Roy an easy score. As Roy initiated his layup, Yang lunged at him, but Roy's strength and balance prevailed. Even with Yang clinging to him, Roy managed to score. The whistle blew. An additional free throw was granted. "Rookie, game over." Without showing a hint of emotion, Roy turned and muttered this phrase before striding toward the free throw line. Only 9 seconds remained in the game. Roy sank the free throw, bringing the score to 108-102, leaving the Clippers teetering on the edge of defeat. Del Negro was compelled to call one last timeout. "We can lose, but I want to see your fighting spirit. This is our home court. Don't let the fans witness you playing like cowards," Del Negro bellowed. "There is still time. We just need 2 3-pointers to level the score. Jason, you decide how we attack on the court, regardless of whether your shots land. Our next strategy is to target Camby. His free throw percentage is the lowest in critical moments. Young men, summon your courage, brandish your blades, and take the court." Once more on the court, Jason Yang's serious demeanor radiated determination. After a reverse cut, he finally secured the ball, charging forward without hesitation, swiftly changing direction to elude Miller. Faced with Batum, Yang executed 2 swift crossovers to create space, stepping back just outside the three-point line to unleash a shot. The basketball soared through the air, akin to a precision-guided missile launched from a well, traveling a great distance before striking its target. Yes, the audience at Staples erupted in a fervor, all rising from their seats to cheer for their team, finding renewed hope in that moment. With a whistle, the Trail Blazers inbound the ball, and Griffin quickly fouled Camby. With 23 seconds remaining, the outcome still hung in the balance. Amidst the fervent disturbances from the home crowd, Camby indeed missed both free throws. Come On secured the defensive rebound and promptly handed the ball to Yang. The Clippers charged into enemy territory once more. Upon crossing half-court, Yang controlled the tempo, knowing that what he needed was not speed but steadiness and precision. Once all teammates were positioned, Yang turned to initiate his drive, with Griffin and Come On providing a double screen. Gaining space, Yang stepped back from the right side at a 45-degree angle, leaping high to release another three-pointer. Swish! The basketball plunged into the hoop. The Trail Blazers promptly called a timeout, with only 13 seconds remaining, still holding the opportunity for a final offensive play. Oh my God, this young man has truly accomplished it. With 2 three-pointers, the score was tied. Lavelle Lawler exuberantly exclaimed, an unparalleled performance. I must say, this is the most astonishing display I have witnessed during my years at Staples. Jason Young's performance tonight is nothing short of phenomenal. I have a premonition that this young man will carve out his legacy here, becoming the sovereign of Staples. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Mark Jackson in the commentary booth also expressed his excitement, stating, 25 points and 15 assists. Those are Jason Young's statistics for this game. I believe the staff backstage should swiftly verify the database and inform us who the last superstar was to achieve 25-15 in their debut. In terms of backcourt players, since the inception of the NBA, no one has accomplished this feat, not even Magic Johnson. Mark, as a veteran point guard, could you provide a brief analysis of Jason Young's performance tonight? Mike Breen subtly set the stage for Jackson. Anyone who witnessed this game would undoubtedly believe that Jason Young is destined to become yet another superstar in this league. Jackson, sharing the same point guard heritage, held Young in high regard, marveling at his adaptability to the NBA. He seems as if he was born for this stage. Although I expressed admiration for his extraordinary vision before the game, witnessing his performance live evokes another wave of astonishment. My goodness, how does he achieve all of this? I am certain that at least 2 of the top 5 plays today will feature Jason Young. Jeff, it seems your pregame predictions have fallen short. Do you have anything to say? Mike Breen did not overlook Van Gundy. As Mark mentioned, Jason Young's adaptability to the NBA is indeed astonishing. He effectively navigated his physical limitations on the court. Furthermore, I want to emphasize that he proactively sought to switch onto Brandon Roy. Although he did not manage to contain Roy effectively, this clearly demonstrates his leadership qualities and willingness to embrace responsibility. I believe that in the future, his partnership with Blake Griffin will propel the Clippers forward, with Jason Young undoubtedly taking the helm. It appears that Young's commendable performance has even won over the notoriously discerning Van Gundy. As discussions buzzed in the commentary booth, the referee's whistle blew once again, drawing the attention of the entire arena towards Brandon Roy, who would undoubtedly be the executor of the final play. Chapter 38, a legendary battle in the day's top 5 plays on the NBA's official website. Jason Young claimed the top 3 positions. The third play featured him penetrating the paint and connecting with DeAndre Jordan, resulting in a thunderous dunk that overshadowed Camby. The second play showcased Young dazzlingly maneuvering past Aldridge, penetrating the lane for a behind-the-back pass, leading to Griffin's explosive dunk, with Camby once again relegated to the background. The highlight of today, without a doubt, is his breathtaking long-range buzzer beater in the final moments, captured in a sweeping shot that elegantly showcased the entire sequence from when he received the ball to its final swish through the hoop. Post-game discussions erupted across media outlets and numerous forums, with basketball journalists, data analysts, and casual fans alike going into a frenzy over his debut statistics of 25 points and 15 rebounds. It is noteworthy that the last player to achieve such remarkable numbers in his first game was the legendary Wilt Chamberlain, who, during his debut in the 1959-60 season against New York, recorded an astounding 43 points and 28 rebounds. Chamberlain stands as the sole player in NBA history to have secured accolades such as Rookie of the Year, regular season MVP, All-Star MVP, and various All-NBA selections within his rookie season. Given the intensified competition of modern basketball compared to ancient times, the figures achieved by Jason Young are rendered even more precious. The Lakers, once revered, have faced a harsh reality check. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times pointed out that a player of Steve Blake's caliber could never truly grasp the essence of greatness. His fleeting moments of success have led to a misguided sense of pride, for he remains merely a role player within the Lakers' ranks. Mr. Murdoch, basking in the legacy of his predecessors, has ascended to the position of Lakers president, yet one must question his competence for such a role. Reports suggest that the Lakers were the only team that had not considered Jason Young, primarily because Mr. Murdoch deemed him unfit to play for the Lakers. Despite strong recommendations from the scouting team, how could someone devoid of basketball experience, lacking discernment, and exhibiting autocratic tendencies manage a prestigious NBA franchise? The article published by the Los Angeles Times left many readers astonished. They had long played the role of the Lakers' enthusiastic supporters, only to witness an abrupt shift in tone. This, however, is merely the survival tactic of the media. In previous times, the Lakers reigned supreme while the Clippers languished in weakness, compelling the Los Angeles Times to extol the Lakers for the sake of circulation. Yet, in the opening game of this season, the Clippers showcased a performance entirely contrary to expectations, particularly Jason Young, who endeared himself to local fans with his charming demeanor and post-game remarks. This shift in editorial direction was driven by the realization that a competitive rivalry is far more lucrative than a one-sided dominance. The Clippers' inaugural match heralded the emergence of their true cornerstone, as noted by Erin Andrews in her ESPN column. Indeed, that cornerstone is Jason Young. His performance in this game can only be described as unparalleled. Beyond his remarkable shooting accuracy of 6 out of 8 from beyond the arc and his miraculous game winner, Jason Young dominated the court with his passing alone. His passing serves as a directive for his teammates' positioning, and the performance of the Clippers players on the court belies the fact that this is a team that has undergone reconstruction under its coach and players for a mere 2 months. Jason Young has orchestrated the Clippers with remarkable precision. Each of his passes seems to effortlessly penetrate the defensive lines of the Trailblazers, affording his fellow teammates relatively easy opportunities to shoot. He is indeed the cerebral core of this team. Blake Griffin, upon receiving an alley-oop from Jason Young following a screen, showcased his extraordinary physical prowess, while even the rugged DeAndre Jordan managed to express his unique attributes during offensive plays. I recommend that everyone watch the highlights of Jason Young's passes multiple times to fully appreciate the intricacies of his playmaking. After half a century, Jason Young has solidified his position as the frontrunner for Rookie of the Year with a dazzling debut performance. In his column, Bob Ryan of the Boston Globe noted that it has taken the NBA a full 50 years to witness another player achieve a debut stat line of 25 points and 15 rebounds, the last being Wilt Chamberlain. Thus, there is no doubt that the league is on the verge of welcoming yet another superstar. I need not engage my intellect to foresee that the Rookie of the Year award for this season has already been preordained for Jason Young, and I am confident that anyone who has witnessed the Clippers face-off against the Trailblazers would share my sentiment. The Chicago Tribune also provided an in-depth report titled Clippers Dynamic Duo Shines, highlighting that the performance of the two rookies was pivotal to the Clippers' victory. Jason Young's remarkable 28 points and 15 assists were truly astonishing, while Blake Griffin contributed a double-double with 20 points and 14 rebounds. The future of the Clippers' twin stars, one inside and one outside, is undoubtedly something to anticipate. The article meticulously analyzed the synergy between Jason Young and Griffin, suggesting that they could evolve into the next John Stockton and Karl Malone. Although Jason Young has only signed a 1-year contract with the team, his post-game remarks expressed a desire to achieve more for his hometown, indicating that the Clippers will soon rise in the Western Conference and become a playoff-caliber team. The New York Times reported that the Knicks had an opportunity to sign Jason Young, yet he ultimately chose to join the Clippers out of love for his hometown. Had he joined the Knicks, the combination of Young, Stoudemire, and a cadre of exceptional role players could potentially replicate the success of the Phoenix Suns. D'Antoni also remarked that the Knicks are merely one engine away from soaring to great heights. Meanwhile, discussions among NBA fan forums have erupted, with a segment of fans asserting that Jason Young is already or will soon become a superstar in the league, citing the rarity of his 25-15 debut performance that has not been witnessed in half a century. There exists a considerable faction of dissenting fans who contend that the media's adulation of Jason Young is excessively exaggerated. They argue that the Trailblazers' momentary lapse allowed him to achieve remarkable statistics, Yet his frail physique requires time to acclimatize to the rigors of the NBA. This is evident in his encounters with Roy, where Roy frequently overpowered Yang with his physical strength. As other teams take note, future adversaries will undoubtedly exploit this vulnerability, rendering Yang's prospects uncertain. Additionally, some supporters of the Trail Blazers and Roy have criticized the referees for their biased calls in favor of the home team. A review of the final play clearly indicates that Yang's push on Roy while receiving the ball constituted a foul. Post-game, journalists sought Roy's insights regarding Yang and whether the latter's actions in the closing moments were indeed a foul. Roy replied, "Foul? Please, it was merely a regular season game. We ought to be more forgiving towards young players, especially a prodigy like Jason Yang. I have never encountered a rookie as intriguing as him in the league. He appears to be inherently fearless, and his insatiable thirst for victory is particularly commendable. If he can address a few shortcomings, I eagerly anticipate his future in this league." Blake Griffin, hailed by the media as one of the Clippers' twin stars, also shared his thoughts with reporters, stating, "In the final moments of the game, I made some mistakes that nearly cost us the entire match. However, Jason's extraordinary performance ultimately rescued us from a dire situation." The outspoken Charles Barkley also conveyed his perspective on Twitter, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding Yang's sudden rise to fame. He wrote, "In the game between the Clippers and the Trail Blazers, rookie Jason Yang astonishingly recorded 25 points and 15 rebounds in his debut, leading the national media to proclaim him the next Wilt Chamberlain-esque superstar. I later reviewed the game footage in its entirety and must say that the media's hype is excessive. While it is undeniable that Yang exhibited some remarkable traits, such as his passing vision and composure under pressure, I believe he is yet to reach a level comparable to Wilt Chamberlain. The game revealed his inexperience and evident physical deficiencies. If he fails to confront these flaws, he risks being lost in the media's undue adulation. We have witnessed too many such instances in the past." Chapter 39. The Purple Gear After the Game. The bearded Davis exuberantly pulled Jason Yang aside, insisting on heading to a nightclub to celebrate his unparalleled debut performance, already rallying a group to join him. Jason Yang harbored no interest in nightclubs. He was unwilling to indulge until the early hours of the morning, jeopardizing his training the following day. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to the age-old tactic of feigning an engagement with a beautiful woman, casting a knowing glance before extricating himself from their grasp. Upon returning home, Vivian, still brimming with excitement, spoke animatedly about Jason's performance on the court. "Jason, your display tonight was nothing short of extraordinary. I am confident that you will become a national sensation. If you continue to shine in such a manner, I believe your next endorsement deal could exceed $5 million. And even reach $10 million is not beyond the realm of possibility." She then lamented, "It was a grave miscalculation to sign you to Catherine for just $300,000 a year." Jason Yang retrieved 2 cans of orange juice from the refrigerator and casually handed one to Vivian, playfully flicking her little nose. "Little money grubber." "Little money grubber? Humph." Vivian took a generous sip of her orange juice and, casting an annoyed glance at Jason Yang, retorted, "I wonder who so readily promised a political donation of $50 million. Upon hearing this, Jason Yang immediately capitulated, exclaiming, "All right, I am a financial buffoon. I am a fool. Is that satisfactory? By the way, Catherine's new store should be nearing its preparations. I wonder when it will open?" Curious, Vivian leaned in, whispering into Jason Yang's ear, "If you wish to know, simply give her a call." With that, she scampered back to her room. Once Jason lay on his bed, he retrieved his phone, poised to call Catherine. Just then, the phone rang, and upon checking the caller ID, it was indeed Catherine. He hastily pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. Before he could speak, Catherine's voice resonated through the receiver. "Jason, congratulations on your unparalleled performance." Amid her calm tone, there was a hint of uncontainable excitement. "Each time I watch you from the sidelines, your extraordinary talent leaves me in awe. I have now resolved to impose no limits on you in my mind, so that I may no longer be astonished by your accomplishments. Will you be at Staples tonight?" Jason Yang could not conceal his excitement. "Oh my, I thought you were too busy to attend. This is your debut. I could never miss it. However, due to some connections with the Sterling family, I will be watching the game with them. I intended to greet you after the match, but I assumed you would be swamped with a multitude of press interviews, so I chose to call you now. How is the preparation for your gym coming along? When will it open?" After calming his earlier excitement, Jason Yang sought to learn more about Catherine's endeavors. "I am nearly ready. We will open within a few days. Don't forget, you are our brand ambassador," Catherine replied with a playful laugh. "All right, if it's not on game day, I will definitely be there," Jason Yang responded affirmatively. They continued to share amusing anecdotes before reluctantly ending the call, leaving Jason yearning for more conversation. Just as he intended to put his phone aside and sleep, he noticed a new message had arrived from Anderson. I wanted to call to congratulate you, but your line has been busy. Of course. I know who you were speaking with, haha. You were absolutely phenomenal tonight. Keep it up, my brother. You will be the best. Upon opening the system panel and claiming his task rewards, he received 1 free attribute point and a piece of purple equipment, the purple shooter's ring, which enhanced shooting ability by 6, increased shooting skill attributes by 1, and extended shooting skills by 1 minute. The skill has not yet been acquired. This is truly impressive. Just the enhancement of shooting ability by 6 is remarkable. Considering an average shooting accuracy of 40, an increase of 6 translates to an improved accuracy of 42. 4. Moreover, it grants an attribute point and prolongs the duration of skills. With a face full of surprise, Jason Yang equipped the item, thereby enhancing his shooting attribute to 19 points. He promptly allocated the newly acquired point of free attribute to his shooting skill, and the system updated with new information below. System notification, skill activation conditions met. Skill unlocked, marksman. Effect, slightly increases shooting accuracy. Active usage consumes 1 skill point, enhancing shooting accuracy for a duration of 3 minutes, suppressing the excitement bubbling within. Jason turned to Jimmy and inquired, Jimmy, I recall that the reward for the mission was green equipment. Why have I received a piece of purple equipment instead? Jason, you are mistaken. The reward for the mission is a randomly selected piece of equipment of green quality or higher. Take note, it is above green. The system assigns rewards based on your performance in the task, with green being the minimum. Given your outstanding performance in this match, where you not only achieved remarkable statistics but also led the team to victory, the system rewarded you with purple equipment, Jimmy patiently explained in response to Jason's query. After their conversation, Jason Yang drifted into a deep slumber, wearing a contented expression. At 4 a.m. the following day, as per his usual routine, Jason arrived punctually at the training center. Through yesterday's competition with Brandon Roy, he realized he had much to improve upon. Roy's physical strength overwhelmed him, and he was unable to exert any pressure defensively against Roy. As Xiuanzi stated, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. The countless superstars perched atop the pinnacle of the league owe their success to the relentless perseverance of rigorous training. As the Clippers players arrived at the training center one by one, Jason was already drenched in sweat within the strength training room. The bearded player approached him with a playful remark. I knew you would still be the earliest to arrive for training. He then turned to Chris Come On with a smirk, saying, Chris, you lost. Next time at Silver Valley, it's on you. With a look of chagrin, Come On replied, Jason, your performance already resembles that of a superstar. Why do you still train so diligently? Chris, your statement is misguided. I still have a long way to go. It is only through continuous training that I can further improve, Jason responded with a smile. It seems I must also put in more effort, otherwise my starting position will soon be snatched away by you, the bearded player remarked, hopping onto a stationary bike to begin his workout. Following a single match, the team's perception of Jason Yang had transformed. No one doubted his capabilities any longer, and their attitudes grew increasingly amicable. It was evident to all that Jason Yang was poised to become a focal point for the team's future development. Only Eric Gordon harbored feelings of discontent. He had been with the team for 2 years, and his average scoring ability of over 16 points per game was quite remarkable for a Clippers team lacking in talent. Yet, he had never been regarded by the media or the management as part of the team's future. Frankly, he felt a twinge of jealousy at the emergence of Jason Yang. Del Negro was also engaged in discussions with the coaching staff regarding the team's affairs. To be honest, the Clippers' victory in yesterday's game felt rather fortuitous, relying on Jason Yang's miraculous three-pointers in the final moments. The shortcomings exposed during the match necessitated the coaching staff's urgent attention. The overall defensive structure of the Clippers was still absent, particularly in their pick-and-roll defense, where their weaknesses were glaringly evident. Conversely, their offensive display provided some surprises. Although concerns lingered over how long Jason Yang's scorching form could be sustained, alongside the issue of his playing time distribution with Baron Davis. After a day of training, Jason Yang remained behind for additional practice, while the bearded Davis also chose to stay. His performance in the season opener could only be described as abysmal. If he did not shed his excess weight and regain his form, his starting position would be in jeopardy. After 2 hours in the gym, The two moved to the training court to engage in a game of one-on-one. Jason Young sought to enhance his ability to contend with more physical opponents and wished to test the efficacy of his fully developed shooting skills. Meanwhile, Davis was eager to reclaim his former prowess on the court. An hour later, the two exited the training facility. Jason Young wore a smile, while Davis appeared disheveled. In their hour of one-on-one, Jason Young had only needed a single step-back jumper to leave Davis utterly defeated. Davis's excessive weight severely hampered his mobility. When Jason Young executed his step back, he was wholly unable to contest the shot. With Jason Young's refined shooting ability, he hardly missed when unencumbered by physical contact or defensive interference. "You, my friend, I feel I must regain my peak form to compete with you," Davis lamented, reminiscing about his glory days. "Byron, I believe if you persist in your training, you will rediscover your form. Watch closely, I will not relinquish my starting position easily." Jason Young replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. "In fact, I want to tell you that I can also play the shooting guard position." With that, the two exchanged hearty laughter. Chapter 40. The expedition to Oakland. Upon returning home after training, Jason Young found Vivian, as usual, presenting him with a generous plate of nutritious food, while she herself indulged in a delectable homemade Chinese meal, leaving Jason with a longing gaze, forced to gnaw on his chicken cutlet in frustration. "Vivian, what do you usually do at home?" Jason Young inquired, taking a rare interest in Vivian's life. Since joining the Clippers, their time for daily conversation had dwindled to the evenings before bed. "I have many things to keep me occupied," she replied. Vivian disowned concern in Jason Young's inquiry. "I spend my days tidying up my room, shopping for groceries, and preparing meals, along with corresponding via email with heads of marketing from various brands. Life is quite fulfilling," she remarked. "So, you've already established contact with the sponsors?" Jason Young appeared genuinely astonished by Vivian's efficiency. "Of course. For someone's $50 million, I have truly given it my all," Vivian chuckled, continuing. "Both Adidas and Nike have reached out to me, along with several fast-moving consumer goods brands. They are all keen on your current media prominence. However, at this stage, I find the offers from various brands to be rather low, so we are still in a phase of mutual exploration. My aim is to secure short-term contracts starting at $2 million and long-term contracts beginning at $5 million. What do you think? If we can finalize 2 or 3 sponsorship agreements, your annual income would exceed $10 million. I am quite formidable, aren't I?" Jason Young extended his hand and playfully brushed Vivian's nose, saying, "All right, it's all thanks to you. If I could earn tens of millions, I would reward you with a grand gift. How does that sound?" "Haha, promises must be kept. I shall ponder over what I desire," Vivian replied with a hint of pride. The following morning, the Clippers set sail for Oakland, prepared to challenge the Golden State Warriors on their home turf. Given the proximity of the two cities, there was no need to arrive a day in advance. The Warriors were struggling, having been beset by a wave of injuries since the onset of the season, rendering their rotation nearly ineffective. Due to Jason Young's rising media prominence, a multitude of reporters gathered in the interview area prior to the game, inquiring about his impact from every player entering the arena. Monta Ellis, the star player of the Warriors, responded with confidence, "Jason Young? I am aware he had a commendable performance last game, but I believe that was merely a result of the Trail Blazers underestimating him. Today, at Oracle Arena, I will show him what true NBA intensity feels like." Meanwhile, fellow guard Stephen Curry remarked, "Transitioning from NCAA to NBA is an arduous journey. I congratulate him on his promising start and wish him a bright future. Yet at this moment, my focus lies solely on our team's victory." Curry, who entered the NBA last season as the 7th overall pick, initially struggled due to his slender physique. However, after enduring an unimaginable regimen of training, he adapted to the NBA's pace and showcased remarkable improvement in the latter half of the season. Rumors circulated that the Warriors management had earmarked him as a core player for the future, even contemplating a trade involving the current team leader, Monta Ellis. In addition to Jason Young, the bearded one also drew significant media attention. Since his secret signing with the Clippers in the summer of '08, which led to his defection from the Warriors, he has faced relentless criticism from Oakland's media and fans every time he returned to Oracle Arena. The depth of love often breeds a fervent disdain. As the leader of the Warriors who achieved the miraculous 8-1 playoff upset, he garnered immense influence and acclaim in Oakland. However, his clandestine departure left fans seething with animosity. When confronted with challenging questions from reporters, the bearded one remained silent, his expression grim as he swiftly entered the arena. Dismissing the reporters' peculiar inquiries, Jason Young proceeded to warm up inside the venue, soon noticing something unusual about the bearded one during his own warm-up. Baron Davis appeared breathless, his body seemingly agitated, glancing around nervously before exhaling deeply. "Baron, is everything all right?" Jason Young approached, still a rookie and lacking a comprehensive understanding of the NBA's history. "Nothing," came the curt reply. Davis's expression momentarily froze upon recognizing Jason Young, and he slowly remarked, "Once, I was the sovereign of this arena. Yet now they hurl vitriol at me, having forgotten the joy I once brought them." "Jason, remember, fans are a notoriously fickle lot." Following Davis's gaze, Jason Young noticed signs held aloft at the sidelines, emblazoned with rather unwelcoming phrases. He shrugged and replied, regardless of what is said from the sidelines, "We shall return home with this victory." "Very well, let us indeed return home triumphant." The players on both teams were engaged in pre-game warm-ups, while the commentary booth prepared for the impending event. Given the surge in interest surrounding Jason Young, TNT made an impromptu decision to broadcast the game nationally, enlisting the renowned commentator Marv Albert, who would be accompanied by legendary sharpshooters Steve Kerr and Reggie Miller. As the curtain of the new season was just lifting, one player rapidly ignited public discourse, drawing the attention of countless fans, media, and basketball analysts. Marv Albert unfolded a script, scanning it before continuing, previously unacquainted with the sport. He suddenly resolved to join his college basketball team, inspired by a serendipitous romance on campus. A year later, not only did he successfully secure a position on the team, but he also led Duke University to claim the NCAA championship during this year's March Madness. The media affectionately dubbed him Cupid, reflecting the public's admiration for him. In the pre-draft training camp in Chicago, he exhibited exceptional prowess, causing his draft stock to skyrocket from the last pick to a competitive prospect. However, a foolish oversight at the hospital led to his being overlooked in the draft. As a free agent seeking entry into the NBA, countless teams vied for his services, including the championship-favored Miami Heat, yet he surprisingly opted to join the rebuilding Clippers as a bench player. Amidst skepticism from basketball experts about his ability to adapt to the NBA's intensity, he delivered a flawless debut, posting 28 points and 15 rebounds, ultimately sealing the game with 3 miraculous three-pointers. "This is the focal point of our attention tonight, Jason Young. In many ways, he embodies a miracle," Steve Kerr chimed in. "Indeed, after revisiting the tape of the Clippers versus the Trailblazers, I witnessed Jason Young's extraordinary desire to win and his remarkable composure in the final 3 minutes of the game. It has been quite some time since I have seen such a player on the court." Following a few unsuccessful years as the general manager of the Phoenix Suns, Kerr returned to commentary this summer, praising Young's performance. He then turned to Reggie Miller with a teasing remark, "Reggie, when Jason Young pushed aside Brandon Roy to receive the ball in the closing moments, it bore an uncanny resemblance to your own move against Michael before the game winner in the '98 Eastern Conference Finals. Some experts claim it was a clear foul. What do you think?" Reggie Miller, unfazed, replied, "Foul? If the referees don't call it, how can it be a foul? That's just normal physical contact." "Indeed, in those days, I was the one who pushed Michael, yet this bears no distinction from Michael's relentless efforts to overcome countless adversaries on the court." Steve, "The fans remain indifferent to such nuances. They will only cherish the splendid moments of last-second victories." After expressing this, Miller seemed to be far from finished and added, "This league is increasingly becoming softer, with an array of weaklings emerging. While the spectacle of the game has undeniably improved, it strays ever further from the essence of competitive sports. Even during the era when the Bulls dominated the league, I would never utter the words, 'Hey, Michael, I want to join the Bulls.' Haha, Reggie, it seems your words harbor some discontent towards a certain individual's behavior," observed Marv Albert, keenly detecting the undertones in Miller's remarks. "This so-called brotherly basketball is utterly nonsensical," Miller retorted with a look of disdain. "All right, gentlemen, the game has commenced. Let us now observe Jason Young's performance in this match." Steve Kerr interjected, adeptly shifting the topic. He understood the wisdom of leaving room for future encounters and opted not to dwell on this subject, considering LeBron James is presently the league's most celebrated figure. Chapter 41. Keeping one's word. As the Warriors initiated the play from the backcourt, Jason Young immediately positioned himself in front of Ellis. His intent was crystal clear: to stifle the opponent's primary outlet and thwart the Warriors' fast break. This delay, orchestrated by Jason Young, caused the Warriors to forfeit their opportunity for a quick transition, as Ellis dribbled the ball into the front court. He scanned the arena but ultimately decided to take matters into his own hands. Learning from the previous play, Ellis chose to increase the distance between himself and Jason Young, accelerating before surging into the paint for an abrupt jump shot that found its mark. Ultimately, Jason Young's defensive skills remain quite rudimentary to evolve into a proficient perimeter defender. He requires further specialized training and the accumulation of experience on the court. 2-0, rookie, Ellis triumphantly gestured at Jason Young after scoring. Jason Young maintained his characteristic calm demeanor, embodying a paradoxical complexity. His expressions were often vivid when provoking others, yet remained indifferent when faced with provocation. As he possessed the ball at the arc, he coolly assessed the situation within the paint. Griffin had David Lee behind him, and Jason Young raised his arm, feigning a pass inward. Ellis retreated hastily, acutely aware of the Warriors' evident disadvantage in the interior, seeking to double-team Griffin for a chance to intercept the ball. However, in that fleeting moment of retreat, Jason Young decisively leaped, arms extended for a three-pointer, and the ball swished through the net without touching the rim. 3-2. I told you I would outplay you. And a true man follows through on his word. Jason Young gestured a 3-2 sign at Ellis in retaliation. Ellis felt as though his lungs might explode with anger. This rookie was utterly humiliating him. Upon gaining possession of the ball, Ellis charged at Jason Young like a warrior bearing a bomb, eschewing any embellishments. He barreled into Jason, executing a difficult layup, but the basketball circled the rim before bouncing out, ultimately landing outside the hoop. Griffin secured the rebound and promptly passed the ball to the sprinting Jason Young for a fast break opportunity. Facing the closely guarded Curry at midcourt, Jason Young forcefully accelerated, shaking off Steph. At the arc, White had already assumed a defensive stance. Jason Young executed a sudden stop, changed direction, and accelerated again. His movements fluid and seamless as he penetrated the paint for an effortless left-handed layup. In contrast to Jason Young's smooth execution, Doral White's clumsy turn made him appear akin to a bear in a circus. It's now 5-2. If you don't step up your game, you'll find yourself utterly exposed, Jason Young called out to Ellis, who had just returned from the front court. Jason Young's voice resonated clearly, even reaching the commentary booth. Albert exclaimed in astonishment, "Did I hear correctly? Did Jason Young just declare he would obliterate Ellis to the point of leaving him in his undergarments?" "Indeed, you heard right." "That was precisely his declaration," the coach chuckled. "What an amusing rookie," Cole added with a smile. It appeared this novice was ready to challenge Monta Ellis, exuding a fearlessness that I admire in players. "I shall have to keep a closer eye on him." Miller chimed in with a jovial tone. "Reggie, I know both you and Michael are masters of trash talk. How do you dazzle your opponents on the court?" Cole seemed intrigued by the topic and turned to Miller for his insights. The essence of trash talk is singular, to provoke emotions in one's adversary, to disrupt their focus, thereby diminishing their effectiveness on both offense and defense. However, what truly delivers a crushing blow to the opponent is one's South performance on the court. For instance, Jason Young just taunted Ellis with the intention of dominating him, and it appears he is indeed striving to do just that. Should he continue to excel, Ellis may find himself increasingly bewildered on the court. Conversely, if Ellis begins to score relentlessly over him, Jason Young's taunts would yield no positive results, and he would be the one to suffer a setback. Thus, players who excel in the art of trash talk are invariably superstars. This is precisely why I find Jason Young's audacity so appealing, as Miller subtly praised him while simultaneously enhancing his own image. Once again, in a fit of irrationality, Ellis charged at Jason Young, but regrettably, his fadeaway jumper clanked off the rim. When Kamon secured the defensive rebound and attempted to set up another play for Jason Young, he discovered Curry had positioned himself between Kamon and the passing lane. Realizing there was no opportunity for a fast break, Kamon reluctantly passed the ball to Gordon, who advanced it past half-court. As both teams established their formations, Jason Young slipped around the baseline and positioned himself on the left side. Yet Gordon did not pass him the ball. Instead, he maneuvered past Curry, but his layup was thwarted by a robust block from Bibby. The ball was seized by Jason Young, who anticipated Ellis's move and found himself once again matched up against him. "Now it's my turn to break through," Jason Young declared as he launched into a rightward drive. Though he did not employ any special skills, his lightning-fast first step startled Ellis, who clumsily retreated, internally exclaiming, "How the devil can he be this quick?" Seeing Ellis's disarray, Jason Young executed a sudden stop, pulling the ball back between his legs. Ellis, unable to adjust his balance in time, slipped and fell to the ground, leaving Jason Young unguarded as he confidently sank a three-pointer. 8-2, he stated simply, casting a dominating glance at the fallen Ellis. "What transpired on the court?" exclaimed the commentator. "Did Ellis truly get faked out? My goodness." Jason Yang's initial move was astonishingly swift. "Steve, who does this remind you of?" Albert appeared to be equally astonished by Jason Yang's prowess. "If I am not mistaken." Tracy McGrady was the one who provided the answer. Miller wore a peculiar grin while Ellis, akin to an elderly Chinese woman with bound feet, was unceremoniously toppled to the ground. Jason Yang had previously declared his intention to dominate him, and although the game had not yet concluded, his performance over these few minutes suggested he was indeed fulfilling that promise. Alas, Ellis was completely puppeteered by Jason Yang on the court. He lost his rhythm. And if this continued, the Warriors would undoubtedly face defeat. The Warriors coach should have substituted him to restore his composure. After analyzing the unfolding situation, Kerr made his judgment call. As expected, the Warriors replaced Ellis with Jeremy Lin and substituted Dan Gadzuric for Biedrins. The decision to bench Ellis aimed to allow him time to regain his calm, while Gadzuric was brought in to bolster the interior combat capabilities, as Biedrins was too slender to withstand Kaman's formidable presence in the paint. Meanwhile, the Clippers also began to shuffle their lineup, with Bledsoe taking Gordon's place, allowing Jason Yang to transition to the shooting guard position, while Kaman was relieved by DeAndre Jordan for a breather. Once Ellis departed the court, the Warriors exhibited a noticeable enhancement in their cohesiveness. The ball moved swiftly, and the off-ball movement of the players increased significantly. Although the interior was not fully operational, the perimeter players suddenly found their rhythm, with Curry and Wright frequently sinking three-pointers. Jason Yang struggled to adapt to Curry's off-ball movement, and his defensive shortcomings were laid bare. He was utterly at a loss regarding how to counter the opponent's movements. On several occasions, he believed he had tightly marked Curry, only to be outmaneuvered by Curry's clever cuts and effective use of screens from teammates. When Jeremy Lin came off the bench, he performed admirably on the offensive end, distributing the ball judiciously. Conversely, Bledsoe took on the role of orchestrating the Clippers' offense. Lin's lackluster defense felt like mere air to him. However, Bledsoe's choices after bypassing Lin were questionable, as his mid-range shooting lacked precision, and there was little synergy with the interior players. Consequently, the Clippers found themselves ensnared in difficulties on both ends of the court. Fortunately, the first quarter concluded swiftly with a score of 30-30, setting aside Ellis's thoughtless display following Jason Yang's provocation. It can be said that both teams showcased their distinct characteristics. Chapter 42, exploiting Ellis. As the second quarter commenced, the Clippers deployed a full bench lineup, with Randy Foye replacing Bledsoe and Jason Yang returning to the point guard position. The Warriors also made adjustments, substituting Curry for a rest, while Ellis re-entered the game, though it remained uncertain whether he had regained his composure. Jason Yang orchestrated his teammates' movements while skillfully handling the ball in the front court, with Ellis fixated on him, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. At this point, he no longer regarded Jason Yang as a mere rookie entering the league, but rather as a formidable adversary. After executing 2 consecutive dribbles between his legs, Jason Yang resolved to create an opportunity through his own breakthrough. He first dribbled right, then abruptly halted, performing a deceptive move with the ball before swiftly changing direction to the left. Following this, he once again dribbled between his legs, accelerating past Ellis on the right, charging towards the basket. Confronted by Gazuric's defensive support, he elegantly tossed the ball toward the rim with one hand, allowing Little Jordan to catch it and execute a powerful dunk successfully. Despite Ellis maintaining ample caution and exerting considerable effort in defense, if the defending side is dictated by the offensive side's rhythm, they stand little chance. He was thoroughly outmaneuvered by Jason Yang's consecutive fakes. "That shot wasn't team-made by me. It's still 8-2. Now it's your turn," Jason Yang asserted, closely shadowing Ellis to disrupt him and prevent the Warriors from launching a fast break. At this moment, Ellis felt exasperated by Jason Yang's relentless pressure. After a brief period of calm on the bench, he recognized that now was not the time to engage in a futile contest with him. As he dribbled up the court against Jason Yang's interference, Ellis opted to signal Gazuric to set a screen. He understood that breaking through Jason Yang's defense one-on-one was a daunting challenge, and he himself struggled without the ball. Utilizing Gazuric's screen, Ellis finally shook off Jason Yang's defense, and faced with Little Jordan, he executed 2 simple crossovers before driving to the basket for a low layup. After scoring, Ellis raised his arm, finally alleviating some of the pressure on the situation. 8-4, while your methods were somewhat unsavory this time, at least the ball went in. "Now it's my turn again," Jason Yang taunted. Upon hearing this, the little morale Ellis had managed to muster deflated entirely, and he could only curse inwardly, "This damn rookie." Jason Yang, with the ball in hand, orchestrated his teammates to create space. He felt increasingly adept at isolating against Ellis and resolved to exploit this advantage further. However, Ellis, having been successfully breached by Jason in the previous play, grew more cautious. This time, he allowed himself ample reaction time, yet this caused him to distance himself from Jason. After one decisive step, Jason did not continue his drive. Instead, he executed a deep retreat, re-establishing himself beyond the three-point line. With precision, he launched another three-pointer, which swished effortlessly through the net. Today, he felt an extraordinary rhythm in his shooting, having yet to miss a single attempt. It seemed that his perfect shooting attributes and skill enhancements were significantly aiding his performance. Meanwhile, Ellis could only watch in disbelief as Jason effortlessly shot from the perimeter. His initial retreat had been excessive, leaving him unable to contest Jason's shot. The score stood at 11-4, and the gap was widening. A strategy was imperative. As the Warriors prepared to inbound the ball, Jason once again closed in on Ellis. When Ellis intended to replicate his previous play using a screen, Jason shouted to DeAndre Jordan, "DeAndre, protect the paint." Upon hearing this, DeAndre instinctively halted his advance, opting to guard the key. Had he pursued further, it would likely have mirrored the previous play. As he defended the paint, his height and leaping ability prevented Ellis from penetrating to score, forcing him to settle for a jump shot from the outside. Indeed, after shaking off Jason with a screen, Ellis opted for a sudden stop and pop jump shot, but unfortunately, he missed, and DeAndre secured the rebound. Although merely 2 games had unfolded, Jason's performance had already instilled a sense of trust among his teammates. They were willing to heed his directives, and he was gradually assuming the role of a leader. Turning back, Jason once again scored over Ellis, employing a series of spin moves from the left side to create separation before successfully executing a floater. With just 5 minutes remaining until halftime, Jason was substituted for a breather. He had achieved an astounding 7-4-7 from the field against Ellis, amassing 18 points and 3 assists. While Ellis managed only 7 points and 1 assist, thoroughly outperformed on both ends of the court. The Clippers seized this opportunity to extend their lead. As Jason exited the game, Miller lauded his performance, declaring it flawless. Jason's display not only overshadowed Ellis, but also captivated me. I resolved to become his admirer. Albert glanced at the statistical sheet in astonishment, exclaiming, "Jason Yang, during his time on the court, achieved an incredible 7-4-7 shooting, including 4 three-pointers. His touch is remarkable." Steve, as a legendary three-point shooter, how do you assess Jason's performance beyond the arc? Jason exhibits exceptional judgment in his shooting selections. He never takes reckless shots. This is partly due to his lightning-fast first step, which intimidates Ellis from applying excessive pressure. Furthermore, I perceive that Jason's shooting form and arc are exemplary, akin to a textbook example, likely the result of rigorous practice. No, shooting is an innate gift, Steve. Do not mislead the audience. Within the entire league, only a scant few individuals possess a three-point shooting accuracy exceeding 40. For the majority, no amount of training throughout their lives will alter this reality. Miller evidently disagrees with Kerr's perspective, asserting that Marv and Jason Yang are unequivocal geniuses. I firmly believe that he will ascend to become one of the premier superstars in this league. You see, individuals like myself do not become casual admirers of just anyone. Reggie, I understand that Jason Yang's prowess in trash talking might be one of the reasons you admire him. But do you genuinely believe he will emerge as one of the strongest players in the league? What qualities do you think will propel him to such monumental success? Albert, clearly taken aback by Miller's assertion, inquired with a look of incredulity. Marv, do not forget that Jason Yang has only been involved with basketball for a mere year and a half. In the over a century since the inception of this sport, have you encountered any examples even remotely akin to Jason Yang? Miller gazed intently at Albert until the latter's face reflected a deep understanding, prompting Miller to continue. Why do I assert that Jason Yang will become one of the league's elite? We were just astonished by his shooting touch beyond the arc. And prior to that, his first step in bypassing Ellis was as swift as lightning. These 2 attributes alone would suffice to render Jason Yang a star player. Moreover, he possesses extraordinary court vision and passing ability, coupled with an undeniable desire to win and an unyielding composure in critical moments, as evidenced in his last game. Do you not perceive how formidable such a player could be? Reggie, I concede that Jason Yang's future is promising, yet he undoubtedly harbors numerous shortcomings. You are elevating him too highly, Kerr interjected coolly. No, Steve, Marv, you may question my judgment. but Jason Young will undoubtedly evolve in the manner I have described. Very well, Reggie, I shall closely observe Jason Young's performance in the future. Kerr, not wishing to dwell any further on the matter, suggested they redirect their focus to the ongoing game. Let's face it, there is little to discuss regarding this match, Steve. The undermanned Warriors are lacking in resources. They not only fail to contain Jason Young defensively, but their interior presence is severely lacking. As the second half progresses and the Warriors exhaust their stamina, the Clippers will decisively seize victory. Miller disdainfully commented on the game's trajectory. Clearly a staunch supporter of Jason Young, while Albert and Kerr could only shake their heads in bemusement. The match unfolded precisely as Miller had anticipated. By the latter half of the third quarter, the Warriors' stamina was evidently waning, and their collective shooting was abysmal. The Clippers extended their lead. And with just over 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, they had established a 20-point advantage. With victories slipping from their grasp, the Warriors substituted their starters, and the game descended into garbage time. In the second half, Jason Young orchestrated the team's offense through his passing, while Cumon and Griffin dominated the paint with unwavering authority. The Clippers triumphed over the undermanned Warriors with a score of 112-89, marking their second consecutive victory of the season. Jason Young exhibited a flawless performance, scoring 21 points and delivering 13 assists, maintaining his brilliance on the court. After Ellis began to avoid him in the latter half, Jason lost his desire to force plays and instead focused on feeding the ball to the interior. He attempted only a single open three-pointer during the entire second half, which he successfully converted. Chapter 43, A Bright Financial Outlook. The discussions surrounding Jason Young have continued to gain momentum within the realms of media and the internet, much to the delight of Vivian and her colleague. Vivian has been inundated with emails and phone calls, as various sports brands have expressed keen interest in sponsoring Jason Young personally, with offers reaching levels that Vivian had previously dared not imagine. Neil O'Shea, in the general manager's office, couldn't contain his joy as inquiries regarding advertising placements from China flowed in incessantly, promising that the Clippers' home arena would soon be adorned with advertisements from affluent Chinese investors. Jason and Vivian leaned against the doorframe, with Vivian gently rubbing one foot against her other calf, her eyes glimmering with excitement as she gazed at Jason Young. Fresh from the training center and just out of the shower, Jason felt a bit uneasy under her intense scrutiny and inquired, "Is everything all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Vivian remained silent, her gaze unwavering. Jason pressed on, "Is there something wrong at home?" Unexpectedly, Vivian leaped into his arms, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Jason, we are about to become incredibly wealthy." Ha! Caught off guard by Vivian's sudden attack, Jason stumbled backward onto the sofa, instinctively embracing her to prevent her from falling. Unfazed by the situation, Vivian straightened herself, straddling Jason's waist as she continued, "Jason, I guarantee you won't guess how much they are willing to offer." Ha! The latest offer from Nike is a 5-year deal worth $35 million, while Adidas has proposed $24 million for 3 years. With that, she leaned in closer, wrapping her arms around Jason's neck. "Jason, you are soon to become a millionaire." With a smile on his face, Jason Young remarked, "We must first reward you, the great contributor." As he inhaled the enchanting fragrance of Vivian's hair and felt her warm body temperature, Jason felt a hint of awkwardness, unsure of how to position his hands, ultimately resting them on the sofa as he inquired, "What is the standing of this price range within the league?" "Certainly within the top 10, Vivian replied, sitting up with a serious demeanor. After finishing her statement, she nestled back down, pressing her face against Jason's chest like a kitten cherishing its cozy nook. Whenever the conversation steered towards work, Vivian's expression would shift to one of utmost seriousness, only to revert to her languid and spirited state once the topic changed. "Wow, it seems they hold me in high regard," Jason thought to himself, feeling a sense of pride as he continued, "What would the larger contracts look like?" Vivian straightened once more and said, "Kevin Durant signed a 7-year, $60 million deal with Nike during his rookie season, and given his current performance and popularity, his next contract will undoubtedly exceed $20 million per year." LeBron James, after the largest rookie contract in history expired, reportedly re-signed with Nike for $20 million annually. Kobe Bryant's figures are around $15 million. Notably, this year's number 1 draft pick, John Wall, signed with Reebok for 5 years at $25 million, and your current offer has already surpassed his, indicating that these brands value your potential highly. "And I bet you can't guess how much the highest earner in the league makes?" Vivian paused slightly, then answered her own question with a chuckle. "A staggering $100 million annually." Michael Jordan, the face of Nike, often referred to as the basketball god. How do you know so much? Jason asked, somewhat astonished, aware that Vivian, like him, was a novice in the world of sports management. What do you think? Vivian shot him a proud glance. But why can Michael Jordan command such a figure? He's already retired, Jason queried. Nike established the Air Jordan brand exclusively for him, allowing him to earn approximately $100 million each year from the brand's profits. Impressive, isn't it? Is there any possibility for me to replicate his success? Jason asked tentatively, fully aware of the improbability yet feeling an impulsive desire not to be outdone by others. You? Vivian's eyes widened as she stared at him, momentarily lost in thought before responding. Jason, are you serious? Oh, just joking, he replied. By the way, it seems that most of those big contracts you mentioned are with Nike. What about Adidas? Jason shifted the subject. The largest contract under Adidas is with Tracy McGrady, a lifetime deal worth $10 million annually. Unfortunately, since undergoing minimally invasive knee surgery, his competitive ability has dwindled to the level of the NBA's bottom tier, leading to a diminished focus on him within Adidas's brand strategy. Currently, the flagship of Adidas is Dwight Howard. However, the unyielding principle that giants do not sell shoes suggests that his tenure as the face of the brand may be short-lived. This predicament elucidates why Adidas is willing to offer a substantial contract of $24 million over 3 years, as they are in dire need of an external superstar to elevate the brand's prominence. Additionally, there are various endorsements with fast-moving consumer goods, and I am in communication with several Chinese manufacturers. I will update you on any progress. After Vivian concluded her thoughts, she reclined once more, half closing her eyes to ponder. Very well, you may take the reins on these commercial matters. I shall focus on my performance on the court. Together, we shall forge a path to unify the NBA. Upon uttering these words, Jason Young found himself amused by his own declaration, bursting into hearty laughter, while Vivian remained nestled against his chest, suppressing a smile. Jason Young lay on the sofa for an extended period, and when his body began to tingle, he attempted to rise, only to discover that Vivian had fallen asleep on his chest. It seemed that she had devoted considerable effort toward securing his sponsorship contract in recent days. He draped a blanket over Vivian and closed his eyes, sinking into deep contemplation. Opening the system panel, he perused the information within, while also organizing his thoughts regarding future developments. His equipment inventory revealed a new item, the White Guardian knee pads, which enhanced his rebounding ability by 1 point. This item had been randomly awarded by the system following their victory over the Warriors. Better than nothing, he decided to equip it. In the previous game, he had unleashed a barrage of trash talk that left Ellis in a state of bewilderment, earning him 3 points of provocation experience, bringing his total to 10. Consequently, his provocation attribute increased by 1, elevating it to 4 points. It appeared that his skills in trash talking still required refinement, as his attributes needed gradual enhancement. Currently, Jason's abilities allowed him only to rattle a simpleton like Ellis, while his initial encounter with Roy had yielded no effect whatsoever. His off-ball movement attribute stood at a mere 9 points, resulting in a disappointing performance when he assumed the shooting guard position in the last game. This was due, in part, to the lack of synergy with Bledsoe, and more critically, his inability to shake off Curry's defense to create space. Conversely, Curry easily evaded him to secure shooting opportunities. After reviewing all the information, Jason was acutely aware of the myriad areas that required improvement. However, such progress could not be hurried. He could only continue to enhance his training while awaiting the emergence of system tasks. It appeared the system had sensed his aspirations, for as he finished perusing the system information, a new task emerged, one never before encountered. Chain task. Honor Harvester's task description. Your commendable performances over 2 consecutive games have reshaped the league's perception of you. However, to ascend to the ranks of elite players, you must accumulate a series of honors to solidify your foundation. Task rewards: 5 attribute points, 5 skill points, and 1 random divine item. Task Stage 1. Achieve the NBA Player of the Week honor. Task description. Completion of this task is required to advance to the next stage. Task rewards: 1 attribute point and 1 random green equipment item. While the total number of stages remained uncertain for Jason Young, additional stages, though indicative of greater challenges, also promised the potential for more attribute points and equipment, thus maximizing his capabilities. Chapter 44. A miraculous transformation. When Vivian awoke from her sweet slumber, she was astonished to find herself resting on Jason Young's chest. Blushing, she quickly glanced up at him, relieved to see that he appeared to be asleep. The gentle morning light streamed through the window, illuminating Jason's face, complementing his fair skin and handsome features, resembling a prince from a brother's grim fairy tale. A sudden surge of uncontainable impulse erupted within Vivian, compelling her to prop herself up and gently kiss Jason Young on the forehead. When Jason awoke, the sun was well on its way to noon. The intense training and competition had left him utterly exhausted. Following their victory against the Warriors on the road yesterday, the coaching staff granted all the players a day off to genuinely relax and rejuvenate. After stretching and rising from the sofa, he found Vivian already bustling about in the kitchen. The delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen suggested that her culinary skills had indeed advanced. Leaning against the kitchen door, he inquired, "Shall I lend you a hand?" "You've finally decided to rise. However, your assistance is unnecessary here. Instead, you should select an outfit for this afternoon's opening ceremony at Catherine's," Vivian replied, skillfully stirring with a spoon, not even glancing back. After a period of preparation, Catherine's first gym in Los Angeles was officially opening today, a date seemingly chosen to align with Jason Yang's schedule. Jason Young returned to the living room, disregarding Vivian's suggestion to select attire, and instead turned on the television to watch the NBA channel. The screen showcased highlights of Kevin Durant, the youngest scoring champion in history. After watching for a while, Jason was left in awe of Durant's offensive prowess. He was undoubtedly a formidable shooting machine, a perfect amalgamation of exceptional physical attributes and extraordinary shooting finesse. His swift and agile footwork enabled him to utilize his towering height to outmaneuver defenders while effortlessly evading opponents to score. Once Vivian set the table with their meal, she called Jason over to dine, increasingly cherishing the warmth and sweetness of the moment, reminiscent of home. "Today, I'll allow you to indulge a bit. You've been eyeing food like a cat spotting fish lately." Upon hearing this, Jason, who had been on a month-long regimen of nutritional meals, felt tears of happiness welling in his eyes. On one side lay the enticing aroma of his beloved Chinese dishes, and on the other, the blandness of boiled chicken breast. What a torment it was. At 2 p.m., Jason and Vivian arrived at Catherine's newly opened Miracle Body Fitness. Located on the renowned Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, adjacent to Beverly Hills and not far from Hollywood, catering to a high-end clientele. The two-story building, with its metal framework and expansive glass facade, appeared remarkably transparent, adorned with a massive advertisement featuring Jason's photo from his first game-winning shot, accompanied by the slogan, "Believe in yourself, and you will create miracles." As soon as Anderson arrived, he enveloped Jason in a warm embrace. "Buddy, you've been doing an incredible job lately. Honestly, even if you claim to be the son of God, I would wholeheartedly believe it. For miracles seem to happen so naturally around you." "Come on," Jason replied enthusiastically, playfully retorting, "You should have come to Los Angeles ages ago. This is where all the beautiful people gather." Laughing heartily, Anderson responded, "This time, I truly intend to stay for a while. Tomorrow, I'll be at Staples watching the game, so don't embarrass me." After exchanging jovial banter for some time, Anderson finally noticed Vivian standing behind Jason. "Hi, Vivian. Long time no see. I heard you're this guy's manager now. Would you like me to introduce you to some business opportunities?" "Oh, please. Just don't let your flamboyant self distract Jason from his training," Vivian shot back with a roll of her eyes. She had little patience for Anderson's playboy demeanor. With a resigned expression, Anderson feigned indifference as he led them into the venue. Upon entering the hall, Jason Young spotted Catherine engaged in conversation with a strikingly beautiful woman at the center. He approached her to extend his congratulations, saying, "Catherine, congratulations." Today, Catherine had her hair elegantly styled atop her head, and her fitted blazer accentuated her well-proportioned figure. With a subtly enhanced complexion and delicate features, she radiated beauty without being ostentatious, exuding both grace and competence. Turning to face Jason, her delight was unmistakable as she replied, "Thank you, Jason." As her gaze swept over him, her smile broadened. Jason was adorned in the very suit she had chosen for him during their university days. "Allow me to introduce this lovely lady." Before Catherine could finish, the enchanting woman behind her extended her hand, saying, "Scarlett Johansson, Hollywood actress." "Jason Young, NBA Clippers player," he replied, shaking her hand lightly. "The box office for Iron Man 2 was impressive, and Black Widow is quite a formidable character. Your performance was remarkable." "Thank you. Have you seen any of my other work?" Scarlett Johansson seemed curious about the handsome man's level of interest, but unfortunately, she did not receive the response she anticipated. No, but I promise to support all your future films," Jason replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. Deal. And in return, I will come to the arena to cheer for you, Scarlett smiled. Are you Chinese? She inquired. I am American, of Chinese descent. Jason joked with a grin. I imagine you must be exceptional, as the basketball realm is predominantly dominated by African Americans. And any Asian athlete excelling in the NBA must be extraordinarily talented, much like Yao Ming. You know Yao Ming? Jason was taken aback, realizing that Yao Ming had significant recognition in the United States. Of course, I pay attention to all things related to Chinese culture, as contemporary China resembles an inexhaustible treasure trove, Scarlett explained. Do you have many fans in China, Jason? I'm not sure how many, but I believe there are some, especially since the NBA is broadcasted in China, Jason replied sheepishly, uncertain whether any of his games had been aired there, given that the season had only just begun. Remember to include me in any promotional activities you have in China, Scarlett said with a sweet smile. With China's GDP soaring for several consecutive years, the cultural and sports markets have flourished unprecedentedly, and no Hollywood star would forsake the opportunity to cultivate a fan base in China. Catherine, Vivian is coming over excitedly from a distance. So many Hollywood stars are present today. Guess who I just saw? Leonardo DiCaprio. After which, Vivian struck a playful pose, adding, do you think if I go ask him for an autograph, he would refuse? All right, little starstruck one, don't get too carried away with the handsome faces. You can seek an autograph later. Catherine pulled Vivian close, playfully teasing her. The grand opening ceremony, held in the form of a lavish dinner, drew numerous Hollywood stars and social elites, a testament to the stature and influence of the families of Catherine and Anderson within the upper echelons of American society, despite it being merely a small establishment. Chapter 45, TNT Commentary. Shortly after turning on the television, Vivian found herself infuriated by the bombastic remarks of Charles Barkley. Barkley incessantly droned on from the commentary desk, disparaging rookie Jason Young for his modest achievements, claiming it was a profound disrespect to the entire NBA league. He criticized the media for their undue adulation of Young while neglecting to acknowledge his abysmal defense. Ernie Johnson interrupted Barkley's torrent of words, inquiring about Barkley's perspective on what level Jason Young might attain in the future. As TNT's premier host, Ernie Johnson's adeptness at maintaining a broad perspective and control during commentary has garnered widespread industry acclaim. I believe Bones is a ceiling, Barkley scoffed. Bones is the moniker of Brent Barry, son of Rick Barry, one of the NBA's top 50 players, renowned for his ability to soar despite being white. With career averages of 9 points, 3 assists, and 3 rebounds, he was a typical role player, notable for his impressive 43-point shooting rate. He swiftly joined TNT after retiring from the Rockets last year, becoming part of the TNT commentary team. Kenny, what are your thoughts? Kenny Smith spared no mercy for Barkley, asserting that the fool must have stuffed his tiny brain with so much fat that he could utter such nonsense. Bones never managed to produce a 2010 stat line throughout his career. This spirited banter between Barkley and Smith has become a captivating highlight of the commentary table. Kenny, so what is your viewpoint? Ernie Johnson maintained the focus of the discussion, pressing for substance from Kenny Smith. Many believe that Jason Yang's prototype is Steve Nash. And I concur with this perspective, Smith asserted. We know that Jason Yang is the first Chinese-American member of an NCAA championship team, and his journey in basketball is quite legendary. Charles, what was your level of play in your first year after engaging with basketball? Barkley shook his head vigorously, emitting a series of NOs. Ernie, I know what you're getting at. I concede that this guy is a genius in a certain light. But the NBA and NCAA are worlds apart. The pace of the NBA is swifter, the competition fiercer, and the pressure on spacing is far greater. I still do not believe he can reach the heights the media has lauded him for. I have witnessed too many who thrived in the NCAA falter in the NBA. Charles, this is sheer jealousy, for Jason Young possesses far more charm than you, my hefty friend, and today his rumored romantic interest has also graced the sidelines. Smith chuckled as he teased Barkley, and at that moment, the television camera panned to reveal Catherine seated behind the Clippers bench. After jesting with Barkley, Smith adopted a serious tone. Ernie, Charles, being a former interior player, tends to assess players through the lens of strength, physicality, and defensive prowess. This inclination elucidates his persistent advocacy for LeBron James, despite the latter's betrayal causing him profound distress. However, if we were to evaluate players through Charles's perspective, John Stockton would scarcely find a foothold in the NBA, while Steve Nash arguably should not even grace the court. Kenny, why do commentators hailing from an outside player background so highly esteem Jason Young? In previous broadcasts, Mark Jackson, Steve Kerr, Reggie Miller, and now yourself have all shared this sentiment. What particular quality does Jason Young possess that prompts such unanimous admiration? Oni Johnson's inquiry struck a chord, resonating with the audience's curiosity. First and foremost, Jason Young exhibits an exceptional ability to read the game's dynamics, regardless of whether the Clippers are ahead or trailing. He consistently makes the most judicious choices. Secondly, his shooting touch is a rare talent that cannot be easily cultivated through practice. Lastly, his expansive vision and passing abilities are remarkable. It seems he perceives the court without any blind spots, swiftly identifying every opening. His passes to the interior are impeccably timed, allowing for seamless movements, devoid of awkwardness, once the ball is received. Smith spoke with calm assurance, then raised his voice, emphasizing that what I have just described merely qualifies Jason Young as a star-caliber point guard. The true attribute that heralds his potential to become a superstar lies in his audacity and the courage to propel his team forward in times of adversity. That is indeed a lofty appraisal, and I dare say Jason Young ought to compensate you handsomely for your fervent endorsement, jested Ernie Johnson. Charles, having heard Kenny's commendations, you must feel compelled to present your case as to why you believe Jason Young may falter in the NBA. Kenny's praise may deceive those who lack understanding, but it shall not mislead the astute Sir Charles Barkley. Jason Young's initial performances have been commendable, yet they occurred in the absence of formidable defenders, and his opponents have not regarded him with the seriousness he warrants. This leniency is about to dissipate, as his shortcomings will be meticulously scrutinized and exploited by adversaries. Barkley finally seized the opportunity to express his thoughts, declaring that Yang's defensive performance resembles that of soft dough, and he lacks the ability to position himself effectively on the court. Thus, when the ball is not in his hands, he becomes a liability on the offensive front. Even when he does possess the ball, he exhibits trepidation in confrontations, fully aware that any physical engagement diminishes his threat level significantly. Thus, esteemed coaches of the NBA teams, allow Sir Charles Barkley to enlighten you on how to contend with the rookie Jason Young. Firstly, employ relentless full-court pressure to prevent him from easily obtaining the ball. Secondly, even if he does acquire possession, engage him with utmost vigor, ensuring he is afforded no space whatsoever. Pray, Charles, this strategy is clearly reserved for superstars. Smith can only lament in helplessness. Well, I trust that after listening to the analyses of the two, you at home have formed your own judgment. Ernie Johnson successfully concludes the pre-game discussion concerning Jason Young and transitions to the next segment. I have obtained the starting lineups for both teams. The Mavericks maintain their regular configuration. As Ernie Johnson casts a glance at Barkley, he remarks, Byron Davis is sidelined due to an unfortunate incident, missing 57 games. Thus, Jason Young will start as the Clippers' point guard. What do you predict regarding his performance against Jason Kidd? Struggling. Aside from that, I can think of no other term. Jason Kidd ranks second historically in assists and steals. He will undoubtedly instruct this young man on both ends of the court. Barkley beams with a grin. As for statistical performance, 7 points, 5 assists, coupled with a plethora of turnovers. Very well. Kenny, what is your forecast? Approximately 15 points and 8 assists. Jason Young will showcase his capabilities, yet he must gather more experience through competition to reach the heights we anticipate. When Kidd entered the NBA, Smith had yet to retire. He is certainly aware of Kidd's prowess. It appears you all harbor doubts regarding Jason Young's confrontation with Kidd this evening. What will the outcome be? Let us eagerly await the impending match. Chapter 46. In dire straits as Kidd dribbled into the front court, he presented his solid back and ample posterior to Jason Young. With a few strides, he utilized his physical advantage to maneuver to the edge of the key, executing 2 feints before forcefully leaning back, pivoting, and executing a delicate jump shot to secure 2 points. Jason Young stood beneath the basket, hands on his hips, panting heavily. He had exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, yet found himself utterly powerless, particularly after Kidd's final push, which caused him to stagger back 2 steps before regaining his balance, helplessly watching as Kidd executed a smooth jump shot. On the sidelines, Barkley could hardly contain his amusement. This rookie resembles a piece of soft noodle standing upright on the court. Turning back, Jason Young found himself once again thwarted by Kidd, leaving him no choice but to pass the ball to Foy, who attempted a desperate 3-pointer that missed the mark, allowing the Mavericks' Brendan Haywood to secure the rebound. When Kidd approached the front of the paint once more, DeAndre Jordan had no alternative but to leave Haywood to double-team him. However, after a couple of feints, Kidd opted not to shoot himself. Instead, he executed a concealed bounce pass to Haywood, who, unguarded beneath the basket, delivered a resounding dunk. After being scored on twice in quick succession, the Clippers' hard-earned point deficit widened yet again. Foy stepped forward and suggested to Jason Young, "Jason, perhaps we should switch our defensive assignments, allowing you to conserve more energy for offense." "Thank you, Randy, but I wish to continue trying." Jason Young declined Foy's well-intentioned advice, eager to observe and experience more in order to discern kids' weaknesses sooner. Upon reaching the front court once again, Jason Young refrained from attempting to take Kid one-on-one. Having concluded that he was unable to overpower him, signaling to DeAndre Jordan to pull out and set a screen, Jason Young freed himself from Kid's defense and, together with Jordan, charged into the paint. Haywood, caught off guard by the dual threat, hesitated momentarily, allowing Jordan to soar up and complete an emphatic dunk. The collaboration between Jason Young and Little Jordan elicited cheers from the audience at Staples for the first time tonight. However, on the defensive end, Jason Young remained powerless against Kid's post-up plays. Whenever a double team approached, Kid would effortlessly distribute the ball to an open teammate. And if the Clippers opted not to double team, he could easily score over Jason Young. In the middle of the second quarter, the Mavericks reintroduced their entire starting lineup, resulting in a more fluid and aggressive offense, with Kid alternating between post plays and orchestrating the offense from the center. Nowitzki and Terry, one tall and one short, formed a formidable duo that struck from both inside and outside with relentless vigor. Following a wave of offensive onslaught from the Mavericks, Jason Young was substituted out once more. The score had escalated to 52-30, leaving the Clippers significantly behind. Upon returning to the bench, Del Negro offered consolation. "The outcome of a single game does not define anything, Jason. This is a phase that every young player must endure in the league." Jason Young remained silent, gulping down the Gatorade handed to him by a teammate, before once again resting his head in contemplation. "Kenny, the future star you speak of has been thoroughly demoralized. It seems he has lost the courage to fight again." Barkley teased with a smirk. "Let us examine the statistics of your highly touted future star for the first half. 4 points and 4 assists. His performance on the court gives me no indication of his potential to become a superstar." Nearby, Catherine cast an indignant glare at Barkley. Had her gaze been lethal, he would have perished on the commentary desk. Smith, keenly observing the situation, poked Barkley with his pen and jested loudly. "Charles, take a look at that furious beauty beside you. Are you certain your bodyguard can guarantee your safety? I suggest you invest in a $1 million life insurance policy, with me as the beneficiary." However, Ernie Johnson chose to disregard their banter and turned to Smith, inquiring, "Kenny, up until this point, I have yet to witness the change you mentioned. Do you still firmly believe that Jason Young can alter the current unfavorable circumstances?" Truth be told, Smith himself found it difficult to answer, but in order to maintain his rivalry with Barkley, he stubbornly asserted, "I remain quite confident. However, it may require a stroke of luck. You know, inspiration for a genius needs to be ignited, much like Newton's apple." At this moment, Jason Young's mind was racing like a high-speed CPU, grappling with the reality that Kid's physical prowess and defensive skills utterly overmatched him. He could no longer afford to engage with him. Moreover, Kid's back-to-the-basket play posed a dilemma. If he did not double-team, he would surely be dominated. Yet if he did double-team, how could he prevent the ball from being passed to an open teammate? What was the solution? As the whistle blew, signaling the end of the first half with a score of 59-34, the Mavericks led the Clippers by a significant 25 points. The Clippers players trudged towards the locker room, their starters and bench alike failing to shine. Even Griffin, who had performed admirably in the previous games, felt the weight of Nowitzki's seasoned experience. One by one, the Clippers players entered the tunnel, while Jason Young remained seated on the bench, showing no inclination to rise. "Hey, has this rookie become so disheartened that he has lost his wits?" Barkley seized the opportunity to mock Jason Young, adding, "While I do sympathize with the blows this rookie has taken, the harsh reality is that the NBA has never welcomed the weak." Clippers assistant coach Robert Pack noticed this predicament and quickly pulled Jason Young up to return to the locker room, with the television broadcast capturing the moment faithfully. Meanwhile, Vivian, watching the live broadcast from a hotel in Portland, felt her heart wrench in anguish, wishing she could instantly return to Jason Young's side. In the Cena live broadcast room, upon witnessing this scene, host Kufan found himself at a loss for words, finally stammering, "Young-e, could you provide an analysis of both teams' performances in the first half? How shall I put it? One might say that the concerns we have harbored have finally come to fruition." Young-e, with a resigned smile, remarked that Jason Yang's frail physicality was magnified in this battle. Prior to the game, the Mavericks undoubtedly conducted a thorough analysis of Jason Yang's performance footage. Kid has become astute. Any weakness you possess will be pinpointed and relentlessly exploited, and he is entirely capable of doing so. I noticed that Charles Barkley did not seem particularly amiable towards Jason Yang. Does Teacher Yang know the backstory behind this? This is a lengthy tale, and as it just so happens, during the halftime break, I shall share this matter with everyone to enlighten our fans. After taking a sip of water, Yang continued. Following Jason Yang's post-game interview after the match against the Warriors, where he spoke about some of the less savory aspects of NBA culture, which could be considered unwritten rules. One of these is the tendency to toy with rookies, both on and off the court. For instance, veteran players may instruct rookies to perform menial tasks or make them face humiliating defeats in their matchups, euphemistically referred to as experiencing the NBA baptism. McGrady was particularly fond of this practice. So what led to the confrontation with Barkley? Ku Hao inquired, playing the role of the eager listener. Upon hearing this, Barkley took exception. He expressed on his Twitter, "Who are you? Just because you've played a couple of good games, you dare to critique the culture of the league." He asserted that these practices are part of the NBA's legacy, stating that to succeed, one must embrace and perpetuate these traditions, reminiscing about how, upon joining the Philadelphia 76ers, he served legendary figures such as Moses Malone and Dr. J. In response, Jason Yang, undeterred, retorted on Twitter that Barkley, at that time, was only fit for doing menial tasks within the team. Moreover, Yang's tweet garnered widespread support from numerous rookies, most notably receiving a like from LeBron James. Given the currently tumultuous relationship between James and Barkley, it is not surprising that James would endorse Yang. There is an interesting twist to this story, Yang hinted, creating a sense of intrigue. "Oh, this sounds fascinating. Do tell," Ku Hao eagerly responded. When LeBron James, heralded as the chosen one, first joined the Cavaliers, the locker room leader was Ricky Davis, a rather eccentric character who, on LeBron's very first day, commanded him to fetch his shoes. Although Davis was soon traded to the Celtics, this incident became a lifelong source of humiliation for LeBron. Yang narrated this tale with the flair of a seasoned storyteller. "It seems there are indeed countless tales within the NBA." Ku Hao chuckled in response. Chapter 47. A stunning kiss as the third quarter commenced. The home crowd and journalists were astonished to discover that the Clippers' starting point guard was none other than Bledsoe, while Jason Yang remained on the bench, appearing utterly distracted. Del Negro paced helplessly along the sidelines, unable to devise a solution on either end of the court. He could only hope that his players would perform well enough to avoid a humiliating defeat at home. Meanwhile, Jason Yang's mind replayed frame by frame the moments of his confrontation with Kidd. He had found ways to advance offensively, yet defensively, he seemed utterly perplexed by Kidd's maneuvers. No, there must be a solution. Jason silently encouraged himself, refusing to succumb to despair. He opened the system panel once more, meticulously reviewing its contents. At that moment, Catherine, seated on the Clippers bench, was pained by Jason's current state. Since their acquaintance, Jason had always struck her as optimistic, resilient, and relentlessly forward-moving. But now he appeared so despondent and helpless. Recalling that night on campus when he had given her a steadfast embrace during her moment of despair, she knew she had to take action. As the game continued, a commotion erupted from the Clippers bench, where Catherine had crossed the front row to stand before Jason. The live broadcast swiftly captured the scene, relaying it truthfully to viewers across America. Catherine pulled Jason up from his seat, cradling his face in her hands. "Jason, look at me." It was only then that Jason snapped back to reality. "Catherine, what are you?" Before he could finish, Catherine rose on her toes and pressed her lips against his. In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ernie, Charles, did you see that? OMG. What a passionate kiss." At this moment, all I can think is, why isn't the leading man me? He quickly returned to his composure, adding, "I believe this could be the turning point for Jason Yang in this game." Jason Yang's mind fell into a profound void. As if he were but a speck of dust drifting through the cosmos, oblivious to everything around him, his thoughts utterly extinguished. "Jason, win this match, and we shall officially begin our relationship," whispered Catherine shyly in his ear after a fervent kiss, which jolted him back to the realm of reality. At that moment, a spark ignited in Jason Yang's eyes. He tore off his Player S jacket and strode purposefully towards Del Negro. "Coach, I want to play." Only 2 minutes had elapsed in the third quarter, and the Clippers had made adjustments, substituting Jason Young for Bledsoe. The score stood at 64-34. With the Clippers failing to score a single point in 2 minutes, the deficit widening to 30 points. As the Clippers prepared to inbound the ball, Jason Young had no intention of receiving it. Instead, he began to maneuver along the baseline. When Come On received the ball and noticed Jason Young's disinterest in taking possession, he had no choice but to pass to Gordon. Gordon aggressively drove against Terry, but his jump shot fell short. However, Griffin snagged the offensive rebound, deftly tapping it in for a second-chance score. During the Mavericks' offensive possession, Kidd exhibited no discernible change in expression to him. It made little difference whether he faced Jason Young or Bledsoe. Within the Mavericks system, Kidd did not require prolonged ball handling. Nowitzki served as the primary offensive pivot. Once the ball passed through his hands, he determined whether to attack or return it to Kidd. Kidd utilized his game-reading acumen to await opportunities on the perimeter. When the ball found its way back to him, he swiftly sought the next advantageous point. Such was the case here, as Nowitzki, after a couple of pivots in the paint, turned twice but found Griffin, who had been frustrated throughout the game, finally unyielding. With no space for a shot, he returned the ball to Kidd. Kidd refrained from distributing the ball again, as his matchup with Jason Young represented the Mavericks' opportunity. He executed a back-to-the-basket move. As Kidd approached the edge of the restricted area, Jason Young signaled for Come On to come over for a double team, leaving Chandler unguarded. Everything seemed to mirror the first half. After faking left and right, Kidd detected an opening and passed the ball out. He could already envision Chandler wreaking havoc on the rim unopposed. Yet, a hand of golden hue appeared in the trajectory of the ball, intercepting it. After Jason Young intercepted the ball, he surged rapidly towards the front court, with the Mavericks' Terry desperately chasing him down in defense. True to his nickname Little Plane, his speed was remarkable, and he managed to position himself in front of Jason at the arc. However, Jason paid him no heed, leaping high beyond the three-point line to release a shot that swished perfectly through the net. For Terry, Jason was simply too diminutive. At long last, the Staples Center erupted into cheers, celebrating Jason's spectacular performance of stealing the ball, executing a fast break, and sinking a three-pointer. A striking contrast to his lackluster display in the first half. "Hey, buddy, I told you that breathtaking kiss would mark a turning point for Jason Young," one might say. Are you aware of the moniker the media has bestowed upon him? It is God of Love. Without a doubt. That astonishing kiss infused him with a surge of vital energy. Smith finally discovered his own moment of brilliance, yet dismissed it as mere luck, claiming he saw nothing noteworthy in that play. What an impressive shot, Kenny. How did Jason Young manage that steal? Ernie Johnson pinpointed the crux of the matter. You know, sometimes the power of the divine is beyond our mortal comprehension, Smith replied, his words adding little clarity. On the court, Kidd was equally eager to decipher this phenomenon. This time, he refrained from passing the ball, instead orchestrating his teammates to create space while he backed down. "How did you know I would pass it there?" he queried. "What do you think?" Jason responded with a radiant smile, in a manner reminiscent of before, as Kidd backed into the paint. A more concealed behind-the-back pass was once again intercepted by Jason Young. After racing down the court, he launched another three-pointer, leaving Terry in his wake. Witnessing Jason reclaim his form with consecutive baskets, the home crowd revived their energy, rising from their seats to cheer for their team. Catherine clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her face alight with joy. Thanks to the intervention of Nell O'Shea, Catherine was not ejected from the arena by security. All of this was the result of Jason Young's meticulous calculations. After scrutinizing the various attributes and skills displayed on his system panel, he finally discovered the solution to his dilemma, a skill he had never utilized before, court insight. Upon activation, this skill granted him a 360-degree awareness of all players' positions and movements for a duration of 3 minutes. As Kidd back down, he could discern the positions of players near the baseline through deceptive pivoting. If the Clippers opted to double-team, Jason would be able to swiftly pass to the open space. However, facing away from the baseline, Jason was initially oblivious to the situation behind him. The court insight skill adeptly resolved this issue. And once he comprehended the vulnerabilities in his team's defense, he understood the trajectory of Kidd's pass. Like a cheetah lying in wait on the African savanna, he merely awaited Kidd's passing motion, then struck with lightning speed to complete the steal. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Jason Young activated both his court insight and sharpshooter skills. In the blink of an eye, the Clippers surged ahead with an 8-0 lead. However, Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle refrained from calling a timeout, fully aware that his team maintained a substantial lead and that Kidd had nearly perfected his craft, rendering any adjustments unnecessary. Indeed, could refrain from fixating on isolating Jason Young, despite his strong desire to uncover the reason behind his previous turnover. In a conventional play that combined both inside and outside strategies, Caron Butler scored 2 points. Chapter 48. A scoring frenzy as the Clippers initiated a baseline play. Jason Young showed no intention of holding the ball. Instead, he swiftly passed it to Gordon and began sprinting across the court. Through his observations and calculations during the first half, he discerned one critical weakness in Kidd, his age. At 37 years old, Kidd found himself among the last of his generation still striving for a championship, alongside Grant Hill. Yet, the deterioration of his physical capabilities rendered him incapable of sustaining the explosive performances of his youth. Jason Young's objective is distinctly clear: to utilize off-ball movement to exhaust Kidd's stamina and ultimately overwhelm him. As Gordon brings the ball up the court, he exchanges passes with Gomez along the perimeter, while Jason Young has already maneuvered into the paint. Although his speed is not exceptional, Kidd's steps appear increasingly cumbersome, and a subtle distance begins to form between them. After weaving through the throng in the key, Jason Young reaches the left corner, receives a pass from Gomez, and sinks a three-pointer. At this moment, Kidd has been thoroughly distanced from him. His continuous parkour training and agile physique are on full display, enabling him to swiftly navigate through the forest of bodies in the paint. Charles, after a fervent embrace reminiscent of a French kiss, Jason Young regains the energy of the love god. I have previously stated that such extraordinary shooting touch is an innate gift. He is a true prodigy. Upon witnessing Jason Young's flawless three-point shooting, Smith begins to deride Barkley, exclaiming, "You foolish swine dared to suggest that Jason Young could score no more than 7 points and 5 assists. Look now, it is only halfway through the third quarter, and he already boasts 13 points and 4 assists. Damn it, this rookie must have ingested some performance-enhancing substance during halftime," Barkley retorts bitterly. The Mavericks' subsequent offensive attempt falters, and after Griffin secures the defensive rebound, he hands the ball back to Gordon. The Clippers sprint forward with fervor, and after several successful attacks, they have fully grasped Jason Young's intentions. When Jason Young traverses the paint to the right corner and nets another three-pointer, the cheers from the audience reach a crescendo, releasing the pent-up tension from the first half. With Jason Young's miraculous touch, the Clippers unleash a devastating 14-2 scoring run. Carlisle, left with no choice, calls a timeout. The score stands at 66-47, with the Mavericks still leading by 19 points. Del Negro is exhilarated by the recent surge and forgoes his clipboard, instead vocally rallying the players encircled around him. "Well done, boys. Let us continue executing this strategy." The entire team must closely coordinate with Jason's movements, while Blake and Chris, you must provide screens in the paint to help him shake off his defenders. Upon returning from the timeout, Nowitzki scores 2 points with a high jumper, while the Clippers persist with the same strategy. As Jason Young runs to an open spot to receive the ball, Butler quickly closes in on him. This is Carlisle's adjustment. Kidd continues to guard the primary offense, but when Jason Young drives into the paint, Butler takes over the defensive assignment from the wing. Faced with Butler's close defense, Jason Young proactively retreats to create space, swiftly dribbling forward. After 2 deft fakes, he decisively accelerates past Butler, stopping abruptly at the free throw line for a jump shot. Unfortunately, it appears he exerted too much force, hitting the rim. Griffin leaps to swat the ball to the perimeter, where Gomez beats Kidd to the ball and promptly passes it to the unguarded Jason Young, who effortlessly sinks another three-pointer. Jason Young. Let us celebrate the power of the love god. As the elongated tones of Ralph Lawler resonate through Staples Center, the home crowd waves inflatable sticks and begins to chant in unison, "Love God, love God, love God." Once again, Carlisle made a substitution, bringing in Marion to replace Butler. The defensive strategy remained unchanged, but Marion's superior defensive prowess replaced Butler's role. Kidd maintained his composure, expertly managing the ball while dismissing the cacophony of the arena, calmly directing his teammates. Throughout his illustrious career, he had encountered numerous similar situations, and with a 16-point lead, there was no need for haste. This time, Nowitzki positioned himself high to execute a pick-and-roll with Kidd, and despite Jason Young's defense, he confidently sank a three-pointer. In critical moments, the true essence of a superstar shone through. Young's height, leaping ability, and defensive skills paled in comparison to Nowitzki. As the Clippers initiated a baseline play, Jason Young altered their offensive strategy, aware that the Mavericks' recent substitution of Marion rendered their previous tactics ineffective. Eric Gordon was signaled by Young to set a screen. Beginning from the baseline, Young's adjustment completely disrupted the Mavericks' defensive setup. After evading Kidd, he drove straight to the basket, prompting Marion to abandon his mark to provide defense. In that instant, Young deftly passed the ball to Gomez, who made an open three-pointer. The third quarter became a fierce three-point battle, with the Clippers seemingly in finer form. Young played the final 10 minutes of the quarter, scoring 23 points and providing 3 assists, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage of 8 for 9, including 6 for 6 from beyond the arc. The Clippers scored 38 points in the quarter, significantly narrowing the gap. Charles, as the third quarter concluded, the much-discussed rookie you mentioned was being thoroughly outperformed by Kidd, with Young amassing extraordinary statistics of 27 points, 7 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals. Do you have anything else to say to the fans at home? Smith had no intention of letting Barkley off the hook, relishing the opportunity to catch him off guard, and vice versa. Feeling somewhat hungry, Barkley abruptly left to buy some donuts, leaving his headset behind in a huff. The audience, however, had grown accustomed to his peculiar antics at the commentary table. Kenny, I still cannot comprehend how Jason Young could explode in performance. He had no advantage over Kidd on either end of the court. Ernie Johnson found himself momentarily bewildered. This was entirely a manifestation of Yang's high basketball IQ. In the first half, he was thoroughly outmatched by Kidd, but in the second half, his performance was transformed. Offensively, he cleverly utilized his agility and his teammate screens to avoid physical confrontation with Kidd, while defensively, it remained a mystery how he managed to steal the ball from Kidd twice in succession. Smith's commentary left the audience unsatisfied, as he overlooked the very aspects they were most eager to understand. As the fourth quarter approached, Del Negro vocally instructed the rotation on the sidelines. Defense, defense, defense. This is my sole request, to maintain a tight scoreline, allowing the starters ample time to recuperate. Just 45 minutes, and we shall have our chance. Sitting on the sidelines, Jason Young's thighs trembled slightly, and he breathed heavily, a clear indication of physical exhaustion. Throughout the third quarter, he had been sprinting relentlessly, for it was the only way to create scoring opportunities, yet his stamina waned rapidly. At that moment, Jason could not help but glance towards the opposing bench. Although he could not see Kidd, he could well imagine that Kidd's condition was no better than his own. However, being younger than Kidd, his recovery would be swifter. According to his plan, the final segment of the fourth quarter was to be the commencement of the ultimate showdown. Chapter 49, Relentless Pursuit. Yet, as the fourth quarter commenced, the Clippers' rotation faltered significantly on the court. Del Negro called for 2 brief timeouts, yet the downward spiral remained unbroken. The Clippers had never been known for their defensive prowess, and it was evident that Carlisle's coaching was proving its worth. With a score of 92-74 and 9 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the Clippers had no choice but to reintroduce their starting lineup. Confronted by the Mavericks' unconventional lineup of 1 big and 4 small players, Jason Young quickly stabilized the situation with his passing upon entering the game. Griffin relentlessly attacked Brian Cardinal in the paint, scoring with ease. With 6 minutes and 11 seconds left in the game, the score stood at 92-82, a mere 10-point deficit. Following a timeout called by Carlisle, he reinserted his starters, while Marion remained on the court as a wing defender. After the Mavericks executed an inbounds play, Jason Young began to harass and pressure Kidd, mirroring Kidd's earlier tactics against him. Kidd, using his body to shield Jason, brought the ball up court, then began to slow the tempo after crossing midcourt. As time ticked away, Kidd, still bearing down on Jason, initiated his move, with Nowitzki stepping up to set a screen for him. Surprisingly, after freeing himself from Jason, Kidd chose not to return the ball to the high position occupied by Nowitzki, opting instead for a one-on-one against Griffin. He smoothly glided past Griffin, executing a deft hook shot that found the net. The seasoned veteran demonstrated that even seemingly simple maneuvers could yield devastating results, leaving Griffin completely off rhythm. Once again, Jason Young passed the ball to Gordon, while he himself sprinted with all his might, evading Kidd. However, as he maneuvered through the paint and broke free to the perimeter, the Mavericks unexpectedly executed a no-ball double team against him, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. It appeared to be Carlisle's strategy. They preferred to leave Gordon unguarded rather than allow Jason Young to make a play. Gordon, positioned just beyond the three-point line, found himself momentarily at a loss regarding how to address the situation. Jason Young was besieged on the left by both Terry and Marion, while Gomez was being closely guarded by Kidd, who was positioned behind him. Griffin and Common were entangled in a fierce battle inside against Nowitzki and Chandler. With no opportunities available, Gordon was left with no choice but to take a desperate three-pointer, devoid of confidence, which, unsurprisingly, did not find its mark. Chandler leaped high to secure the rebound, and as he turned, he caught a glimpse of Terry charging towards the front court. With a powerful long pass, the ball soared through the air but was intercepted by Jason Young, who reacted swiftly, diving horizontally to complete the steal, landing heavily on the floor. Gordon instinctively cradled the ball in his arms. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Jason Young scrambled to his feet, demanding the ball from Gordon. Seizing the moment for a 5-on-4 advantage. As Jason Young received the ball, me.Windy immediately closed in on him. Adhering to Carlisle's instructions to staunchly defend against him and prevent any shooting opportunities. Yet, Jason Young cleverly passed the ball to Gomez in the far corner, who took a wide-open three-pointer and scored. With Gomez's crucial shot, the Clippers finally narrowed the gap to within 10 points at 94-85, witnessing their team's resurgence. The Staples Center crowd erupted in fervor, rallying under the guidance of Raph Law, chanting in unison, "Defense, defense." Kidd continued to press against Jason Young as the game wore on, both players visibly fatigued, their heavy breaths echoing in the arena. Once past half-court, Kidd once again opted for a familiar approach, allowing the clock to dwindle before initiating his move, using Nowitzki's screen to penetrate the lane. This time, Griffin had learned from previous encounters. Instead of retreating, he positioned his imposing frame to obstruct Kidd. Realizing the opportunity was closed, Kidd passed the ball to the perimeter, finding Nowitzki. Upon receiving the ball, Nowitzki backed in a step before pivoting for a jump shot, which swished effortlessly through the net. For Jason Young, Nowitzki was an insurmountable challenge, and the deficit ballooned back to 11 points. With 4:42 remaining, Jason Young, sensing the urgency, activated his skills. Though earlier than he had intended, he plunged into the decisive moments of the game. Upon gaining possession, Jason Young executed a sharp change of direction, accelerating past Kidd, whose agility had waned since the first half. Meanwhile, Jason Young's relentless off-ball movement and baseline screens had left him with an unexpected choice, causing Carlisle on the sidelines to tense up, realizing the potential peril of the situation. Jason Young surged towards the front court, while Terry hurriedly approached, only to be deftly maneuvered past by Jason's behind-the-back dribble. At the three-point line, facing me.Windy, Jason executed a sharp stop-and-go, accelerating seamlessly, leaving me.Windy utterly unresponsive. Positioned at the edge of the paint, Nowitzki stood vigilant, his gaze fixed on Jason. At that moment, Jason's speed reached its zenith. He subtly shifted to the left before pivoting sharply to the right, gliding past Nowitzki with elegance and leaping into the air. In the face of Chandler's looming block, he executed a mid-air switch, sending the ball through the hoop. The audience erupted into fervent cheers once more, while towels waved enthusiastically from the Clippers bench. "Ernie, I have foreseen the future. Jason Young is destined to become the new emperor of the court, and the NBA will transition from a battle of giants to a free-for-all among warriors," Smith remarked with unexpected calm to Ernie Johnson after witnessing the play. He then glanced towards the vacant commentary seat, musing, "Charles, the winds of change within the league have shifted dramatically. I hope you do not awaken too late." Kidd remained unfazed. As a seasoned veteran in the league, such circumstances bore no weight upon him, especially since the Mavericks still held a 9-point lead. Once again, it was Nowitzki attempting to exploit his size advantage against Jason, but this time, it seemed Nowitzki was slightly affected, his high jumper veering off course. Coman swiftly secured the rebound and instantly passed the ball to Jason. Against Kidd's defense, Jason first accelerated to the right, then abruptly halted, snatching back the basketball before swiftly shifting to the left and speeding forward. By this point, Kidd was clearly showing signs of fatigue, stumbling as Jason glided past him. Devoid of physical support, all technical prowess in offense and defense became mere castles in the air. When Jason unleashed his sprint, neither Terry nor me.Windy could impede his progress. This time, Jason did not penetrate further into the paint. Instead, he executed a jump shot from just beyond the free throw line. Nowitzki could only watch in wide-eyed disbelief. Powerless to intervene, Carlisle called another timeout, needing to devise a strategy to contain Jason Young. Del Negro was unusually exhilarated. The momentum was palpably with the Clippers, a development no one had anticipated prior to the game. The aging Mavericks players were nearing their limits. "Youngsters, unleash your utmost energy and surge towards victory," Del Negro urged, rallying the Clippers. He then began to outline the team's defensive strategy, intending to fully double-team Nowitzki in the paint while simultaneously cutting off passing lanes to Chandler. Jason Young wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, gulping down Gatorade to replenish his hydration. At this moment, his legs could no longer suppress their tremors. His physical endurance was nearing its limits. Upon the resumption of play, Kid opted for an off-ball roll, passing the ball to Terry while he moved slowly forward. His stamina, too, had reached its threshold, making his tussle with Jason Young unusually arduous. After advancing the ball to the front court, Terry executed a standard play, delivering a high pass to the interior where Nowitzki awaited. Suddenly, the two Clippers' big men converged, sandwiching Nowitzki between them like a filling in a sandwich, with Griffin and Come On tightly enclosing him. As the three players continued their struggle in the paint, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a 3-second violation against the Mavericks. It turned out that Chandler had been desperately calling for the ball, but Nowitzki, unable to pivot due to the double team, failed to notice the opening. Following this successful defensive stand, the Clippers' morale soared. With 3:37 remaining and a 7-point deficit, they were poised for an epic comeback, and the forthcoming possession would be crucial. When Jason Young attempted to receive an inbounds pass, he was met with an unexpected off-ball double team from the Mavericks as Terry and Marion effectively trapped him, denying him the opportunity to receive the ball. Gomez had no choice but to pass to Gordon. As Gordon advanced into the front court, the Mavericks maintained their focus on Young, opting to leave Gordon unguarded. Standing beyond the three-point arc, Gordon steadied himself, adjusted his breathing, and released a shot from the top of the arc. The swish echoed, signaling the failure of the Mavericks' defensive strategy, prompting Carlisle to call a timeout to regroup. Indeed, this timeout proved effective. Nowitzki quickly recognized the double team and dished the ball to an unguarded Chandler, who effortlessly dunked for 2 points. With a score of 98-92, the Mavericks finally alleviated their scoring drought. In Chapter 50, Kid's clutch shot, as the Clippers inbound the ball, the Mavericks still opted for a double team on Jason Young, preventing him from receiving the pass. However, once the ball crossed half-court, the Mavericks switched back to man-to-man defense. This time, Gordon unexpectedly took a 3-point shot against Terry's defense from the same spot. Having made his previous shot, he was brimming with confidence, eager to play the role of the team's savior. Unfortunately, this attempt fell short. Marion secured the rebound and handed the ball to Kid. As Kid advanced, he was mindful of the clock, turning to protect the ball. Once the time was nearly spent, he passed it to Nowitzki. Today, Nowitzki was in remarkable form, maintaining a high shooting percentage both inside and outside the arc, prompting the Mavericks to exploit this advantage. The Clippers refrained from double teaming. Such unconventional tactics were effective only once. Nowitzki began to aggressively attack Griffin, taking one step, then another. Just as Nowitzki prepared to pivot for a jump shot, Gomez swiftly closed in on him. This new defensive strategy from the Clippers involved waiting until Nowitzki initiated his move before applying the double team, thereby limiting his reaction time. Such a defensive strategy imposes exceedingly high demands on the assisting defender. A mere moment's hesitation could result in a foul. On this occasion, the Clippers succeeded, leaving Nowitzki no choice but to pass the ball once again to Kid on the perimeter. With the shot clock nearly expired, Kid was compelled to attempt a hurried three-pointer against Jason Young's defense, which unfortunately clanged off the rim. As Come On secured the rebound, he promptly handed the ball to Jason Young, presenting an excellent opportunity for a fast break. Kid managed to fend off Jason Young momentarily with 2 shoulder bumps, preventing an immediate breakthrough. However, as Young executed a change of direction and accelerated while dribbling behind his back, Kid's already waning footwork could no longer keep pace with Young's rhythm. As Jason Young soared for a layup, the ball found its mark, and the referee's whistle pierced the air. It turned out that Terry, in a desperate attempt to block Jason from behind, had unintentionally committed a foul, granting Jason a free throw opportunity. Approaching the charity stripe, Jason took a deep breath to steady his rhythm, executing a flawless shot that added another point for the Clippers. The score stood at 98-95, with the Clippers trailing by a mere 3 points. Once again, the arena erupted with deafening chants of defense. With the unwavering support of the fans, the Clippers successfully defended against this possession as Terry's outside shot clanged off the rim. Griffin secured the crucial rebound, prompting Del Negro to call a timeout with 33 seconds remaining. Grabbing the tactical board, Del Negro began devising the most pivotal offensive play of the game. As the Clippers prepared to inbound the ball, Jason found himself surrounded. The Mavericks' defensive strategy was to apply relentless double teaming, while Del Negro insisted that Jason must receive the ball at all costs. Consequently, Come On and Gomez stepped forward to provide screens, aiding Jason in his escape from the crowd. However, the ball never reached Jason's hands. Gordon took possession and advanced the ball, realizing that Jason had yet to find an opening. Reluctantly, he passed to Gomez for a one-on-one against Kidd. Yet, Gomez's primary role was as a three-point shooter, lacking the average skill in backing down or driving, rendering him ineffective against Kidd's close defense. As the 24-second shot clock wound down, Jason, exerting every ounce of energy to break free, finally utilized Kamon's screen to emerge from the throng. Overjoyed, Gomez swiftly passed the ball to him. Jason, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left, received the ball, pivoted, and launched a shot in one seamless motion. Marion could only watch in dismay. He had done all he could. Swish, the sound of the ball kissing the net was exquisite. The audience erupted once more, chanting "Love God, love God, love God," in unison, celebrating Jason's nickname, while the entire Clippers bench leaped to their feet, applauding the breathtaking play. The score was tied at 98, with just 13 seconds remaining. The Clippers had remarkably equalized after trailing by 30 points in the second half, thanks to Jason's extraordinary performance. Carlisle called for one last timeout, realizing the intensity of the game exceeded his pre-match expectations. The Mavericks now faced the possibility of faltering after such a commanding lead. A loss at Staples would undoubtedly inflict a severe blow to their championship aspirations. Fortunately, the Mavericks still held the advantage, possessing the opportunity for a game-winning shot, and if that failed, they could at least aim for overtime. As Carlisle set aside the tactical board, he glanced towards the Clippers' side, where the players were clustering around Jason like stars orbiting a planet. What he initially anticipated to be a massacre had turned into a display of remarkable prowess from this young player. With a resigned smile, Carlisle reflected on the unexpected turn of events. In the final showdown, the roar of the home crowd reached a crescendo, threatening to shatter the very heavens. The Mavericks once again passed the ball to Terry, who swiftly advanced into the front court and delivered it to Kidd with only 10 seconds remaining. Kidd, calm and collected, exhibited no sign of the tension that accompanies a game-deciding moment. With 7 seconds left, it was evident that the Mavericks were resolute in their intention to consume every second of the shot clock, denying the Clippers any chance to respond. Griffin grappled fiercely with Nowitzki in the paint, opting to navigate around to prevent Nowitzki from receiving the ball, as per Del Negro's instructions. However, if Nowitzki were so easily thwarted, he would not be dubbed the German tank. With a deft couple of spins, he placed Griffin behind him, and Kidd's pass followed suit. With 3 seconds remaining, Nowitzki began to back down, executing one pivot, then another. Gomez hurriedly vacated Marion to assist. But Nowitzki's signature move, a turnaround jump shot from a standstill, was a technique that had brought him fame. The Clippers preferred to allow Marion an open three-pointer rather than permit Nowitzki any opportunity to shoot from that position. Yet, Nowitzki refrained from forcing a shot and did not pass to the open Marion. At that moment, Kidd utilized an off-ball screen to shake off Jason Yang's defense and surged into the paint, receiving Nowitzki's pass. He halted at the edge of the key and made a jump shot that found its mark. A dull sound echoed from the arena's timer, signaling the end of the game. The final score stood at 100-98, with the Mavericks clinching victory through Kidd's last-second shot against the Clippers. Contrary to the dramatic finish one might envision, the Mavericks delivered a decisive blow with this simplest of plays. The arena fell into a hush, as fans on the sidelines seemed to require a moment to reconcile the emotional upheaval. Gradually, a round of applause began to resonate from an unknown source within the quiet venue, swelling into a collective ovation as the entire crowd stood in appreciation. Whether for the Clippers' commendable effort despite their loss or for the thrilling contest both teams had provided to the fans, Jason Young leaned heavily on his thighs, gasping for breath, his eyes vacant and fixated on the floor. He had poured every ounce of strategy and effort into this match, exhausting even the scant 3 skill points he possessed. Yet ultimately, the Clippers succumbed to defeat. Kidd, having executed the game-winning shot, bore no trace of elation on his face as he approached Jason, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You performed admirably, young man. However, we still triumphed over you. You did not defeat me. Rather, our collective strength proved superior." With those words, Kidd turned and departed, leaving behind a fleeting remark, "I have faith in you. Keep pushing forward." After hearing Kidd's words, Jason stood in the center of the court, lost in contemplation. Indeed, the disparity lay in the overall strength of the teams. The Mavericks boasted a more balanced roster and executed their tactics with precision, qualities the Clippers sorely lacked. "Jimmy, how can I enhance the team's overall capability?" When faced with uncertainties on the court, Jason had grown accustomed to conferring with Jimmy. "There are 2 avenues," Jimmy replied. The first is to engage in trades to acquire players who are stronger and whose playing style complements yours. The second is to inspire and elevate your teammates to become more exceptional players. The first path requires you to be influential enough to sway the team and have the general manager heed your counsel. As for the second, you must voice your encouragement more assertively to motivate your fellow players. Jason, basketball is not solely about relentless training. You must unite the team as a cohesive entity, a facet in which you currently fall short. This is why your motivational attribute stands at a mere 4 points. Jimmy's explanation plunged Jason back into his thoughts. Chapter 51. The young Under Armour bathed in the gentle morning sunlight streaming through the window. Vivian relished her breakfast in the hotel room. Thoroughly pleased with the events of the previous night's game between the Clippers and Mavericks, despite the Clippers' home loss. Of course, the passionate kiss shared between Jason and Catherine on the sidelines was a detail best omitted. The tranquility of the morning was abruptly shattered by the urgent ringing of her phone. It was Dean Smith. Vivian smiled slightly, taking her time before answering the call. "Good morning, Mr. Smith." "Good morning, Miss Vivian. I apologize for disturbing you at such an early hour. However, I believe the news I bring will bring you joy." Smith's tone was calm and measured, exhibiting poise even in less than favorable circumstances. Nike's latest offer stands at 3 years for $30 million, with an annual signature shoe release. Additionally, Jason will receive a 5 share of the sales. To be candid, a 5 sale share is quite alluring. Should Jason ascend to the status of a top-tier superstar? Given his position as a backcourt player and the vast Chinese market backing him, his shoe sales could rival those of Kobe Bryant. Currently, Kobe's signature shoe sales approximate $100 million annually, which would translate to $5 million for Jason. Thus, over the course of 3 years, Jason's earnings from just the shoe deal could surpass $45 million. In the realm of contemporary sneaker sponsorship agreements, this is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Yet Vivian remained unmoved. Responding with a light chuckle, "Mr. Smith, the market potential of Jason Yang is evident to anyone engaged in brand promotion. While your offer is indeed sincere, our terms for signing will not be altered in the slightest. Miss Vivian, Nike cannot disrupt the existing athlete sponsorship framework. We are open to negotiations on every aspect, except for the establishment of a new brand." This was the reality of Nike, and Mr. Smith was powerless, despite his optimism regarding Jason Yang's future. The Nike of today is no longer the audacious pioneer of the 1980s. The bold, risk-taking mindset of its founders has gradually become more conservative. "I believe our divergence is fundamental, Mr. Smith, making it exceedingly difficult to reach a consensus in the future. Miss Vivian, Nike can match any conditions proposed by other companies, except for that particular one. I am convinced that with Nike's support, Jason Yang will flourish within the league." Mr. Smith could only hope that Nike's current influence in American sports would resonate with her. Unfortunately, Vivian exhibited no hesitation, expressing, "Thank you for your sincerity. I hope we can explore other avenues of collaboration in the future." Glancing at the wall clock, which indicated that there were still 45 minutes until 8:30, Vivian rose to prepare for the upcoming negotiations. As Under Armour's headquarters is not located in Portland, their representatives had flown in the previous afternoon, and both parties had agreed to convene in the hotel's designated meeting room. The phone on the table rang again. This time, it was Mark von Ludwig. "Vivian, good morning." "Mark, calling me this early? Since when has Adidas become so efficient?" Vivian smiled slightly, feeling quite cheerful. "Vivian, you know the German temperament. They do not hastily make decisions. I'm calling merely to confirm if Adidas would be willing to offer Jason Yang a lifetime contract. Would he be inclined to abandon his plans for establishing a brand?" "No," Vivian replied without a moment's hesitation. Having come this far, she had no reason to relent. Ludwig could only express his intent to explore every possible avenue to propose this to their German headquarters, while hoping Vivian would leave the decision to the final resolution from Adidas headquarters. As Vivian entered the hotel meeting room, the representatives from Under Armour had already been waiting for quite some time. This negotiation was led by Anthony West, the Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer, accompanied by 3 assistants, clearly demonstrating Under Armour's eagerness for Jason Yang. This athletic apparel company, which gained fame through its fitted garments, has experienced remarkable growth in recent years and is no longer content with a singular market focus, now seeking to expand into other domains, with basketball being their primary target. "Gentlemen, I trust you all witnessed Jason's extraordinary performance last night. It is now time for your company to demonstrate its sincerity." Vivian casually placed the folder in her hand on the negotiation table, leaning back against the chair, exuding an air of ease and comfort. Although Under Armour is a relatively young company, I believe our company's developmental journey resonates profoundly with Jason Yang's own experiences, both embodying miracles. Initially, Mr. West did not propose any terms. Indeed, I have come to understand that Under Armour's rise from a niche market to its current market share is nothing short of astonishing. However, this is not the condition under which Jason seeks to sign with Under Armour, Mr. West, Vivian retorted calmly. In negotiations, the party with the upper hand often wields greater influence. The proposal was for 10 years and $200 million. With the commitment to develop more than one signature sneaker annually, and all of Under Armour's branding resources would be directed towards Jason Yang. Furthermore, the contract could be adjusted every 3 years based on Jason's achievements in the NBA, with the contract value only increasing. Mr. West slowly articulated their prepared terms. Indeed, Under Armour made a remarkable first impression. Although Vivian maintained an impassive expression, she was internally astonished by Under Armour's bold offer. It was evident that Under Armour had a clear goal to replicate Nike's success in the realm of basketball. In light of this, it is even better. It is clear that your company possesses a vigorous ambition for market expansion. Since you are being so forthright, allow me to discuss our terms as well. Vivian corrected her posture and stated earnestly, Jason needs to establish his own brand. As soon as Vivian spoke, the three individuals opposite, aside from West, began to whisper among themselves, as if they had heard something extraordinary. West tapped the table with his pen, falling silent. Upon receiving this information, the assistant on the far left was the first to speak. Miss Vivian seems to have an unwavering confidence in Jason Yang. If there were no confidence in Jason, I imagine the four of you would not have traveled such a distance. After all, a vacation is best enjoyed in Miami, Vivian replied with a light laugh. We hold a high regard for Jason Yang's future, but your demands do not align with our interests. Under Armour has not yet reached a capacity to simultaneously support two brand promotions. The individual in the middle was candid, explaining that Under Armour is currently striving to expand across multiple domains, rapidly promoting its brand, and aiming to surpass Adidas in terms of market share and sales data. Introducing a second brand would undoubtedly siphon some of Under Armour's promotional strength, presenting a risk for them. It is evident that you aim to replicate Nike's success. And when discussing Nike's triumph, one cannot overlook a particular individual. Vivian looked at West with a knowing glint in her eye, conveying an unspoken understanding. Does Jason Yang believe he can become the next Jordan? West finally broke his silence, his tone tinged with excitement. No, Mr. West. Jason will not become anyone else. He will only become himself. Vivian's gaze sharpened as she looked into West's eyes, radiating an unwavering determination, asserting that Jason would surpass anyone who came before him. Miss Vivian. Such statements are utterly unfounded. West raised his voice, unwilling to concede any ground in their confrontation. Your presence here signifies your readiness to embrace risk, does it not? Vivian lightly tossed this remark aside, reclining against the back of her chair. Is there no room for negotiation? West remained undeterred. Vivian offered no further response, merely gesturing with her right index finger in dismissal. Very well, I shall submit a report to the board of directors, and once their resolution is reached, I will contact Miss Vivian again. West gathered the documents from the table, preparing to return home. As Vivian had noted, this was a considerable gamble, one that surpassed West's authority to decide. He required the board's counsel and final resolution. During the afternoon negotiations, Vivian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The representative from the Chinese brand Li Ning acquiesced to all her demands, even voluntarily increasing Jason Yang's sales commission. As a homegrown sports brand in China, Li Ning has maintained a high market share, while also facing a slew of formidable challengers. Currently, their strategic focus is on expanding into the global market and establishing themselves as an international brand. In recent years, Li Ning has been strategically positioning itself worldwide, making significant strides in Eastern Europe and Latin America, influenced by the widespread popularity of gymnastics, badminton, and other sports in China. Now, they are poised to enter the United States, the foremost nation in sports goods consumption. Their marketing ambitions have grown bolder, and the emergence of Jason Yang has captured the attention of Li Ning, which is actively seeking new targets. Jason Yang's Chinese heritage, coupled with the athletic prowess and potential he exhibits on the court, aligns perfectly with Li Ning's aspirations to solidify a foothold in the domestic market while also vying for a competitive edge against Nike and Adidas in the American arena. This is the rationale behind their relentless pursuit to secure Jason Yang at any cost. Chapter 52. The stinging veteran, despite Jason Yang's pregame declaration of his intent to strive for victory, the Clippers' performance on the court appeared utterly lackluster. Coach Del Negro's multiple adjustments yielded little improvement. The Spurs, renowned for their top-tier defensive efficiency, held the Clippers, one of the league's most defensively challenged teams, firmly in check. The Spurs dictated the tempo of the game, stifling the Clippers' fast breaks and leaving them at a loss for effective strategies once settled into their half-court offense. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Spurs had allowed the Clippers a mere 12 points. Jason Young sat on the bench, panting heavily. Having faced relentless double teams from Tony Parker and Gary Neal, rendering him incapable of orchestrating a viable offense. Meanwhile, the other Clippers players seemed devoid of any desire to win. Yang's pregame assertion that the youthful Clippers possessed the potential to evolve into a formidable team was starkly contradicted. Griffin found himself thoroughly dominated by the similarly sized yet more robust DeJuan Blair, leaving him with no opportunities, while Comont's matchup against Duncan was even more dismal. As he was utterly overwhelmed on both ends of the court, the Spurs capitalized on the Clippers' weaknesses, notably Eric Gordon's inconsistent outside shooting and lack of playmaking ability. Effortlessly establishing a significant lead, Del Negro was incensed by his players' lack of effort, vociferously reprimanding them. "Are you here merely for a stroll? I see no semblance of an NBA game in your performance. You should be representing the Los Angeles City Senior Citizens team." Throughout the match, the Clippers exhibited a distinct lack of movement beyond the arc, failing to execute the tactical strategies practiced earlier that morning. In the first quarter, Jason Young played for 9 minutes, scoring 3 points and providing 1 assist. From the moment he executed a well-timed screen and made his first three-pointer, the Spurs intensified their defensive efforts against him. Whenever he attempted to penetrate the paint seeking another screen, Spurs players would converge upon him, effectively stifling any opportunity for him to shoot, despite his relentless speed and effort on the court. At this moment, the arena's overhead screen unexpectedly shifted its focus to Catherine. Seated in the back row of the bench, the director seemed to understand the home crowd's sentiments. They believed that the goddess of love could provide Jason Young with the energy he desperately needed. Following extensive media coverage after the previous game, the entire city of Los Angeles was now aware of her status as Jason Young's muse. Just 1 minute into the second quarter, Jason Young requested to re-enter the game. Though the Clippers' rotation did not allow the score to widen further, Jason Young was eager to close the gap or even take the lead. And he had devised a strategy to do so. The Spurs, featuring a backcourt of Billy and George Hill, made a tactical adjustment to better contain Jason Young by starting the more robust rookie, Gary Neal, in place of Billy. This substitution ensured that Jason Young would not be at a significant disadvantage in physical confrontations, while Billy continued to handle the ball for the Spurs' offense, leaving George Hill without the ball, as no threat to the Clippers. As Jason Young held the ball at the top of the arc, the Spurs refrained from double-teaming him, for the Clippers had substituted in the sharpshooting Randy Foye. Unlike their initial strategy against Gordon in the first quarter, the Spurs could not afford to leave him unattended. Faced with George Hill's defense, Jason Young opted against isolating himself. With a subtle gesture, he signaled for DeAndre Jordan to come set a screen, and utilizing the pick, he swiftly maneuvered to the right side. Drawing the attention of Splitter, he lofted the ball into the air, allowing Jordan to soar and execute a thunderous dunk. Antonio McDyess, it seemed, had succumbed to the passage of time. Though his physical strength and awareness remained intact, his foot speed could not keep pace with the agile Jordan. Following the Clippers' emphatic dunk, the previously somnolent atmosphere of the arena was momentarily lifted, rousing the fans from their drowsy stupor. The Clippers' lackluster performance contrasted sharply with the Spurs' poise, making it no surprise that the audience had found themselves dozing off. As the Spurs advanced into the front court, Jason Young exchanged knowing glances with Foye, prompting both to converge on Ginobili. In a mirror of the first quarter's tactics, the Clippers opted to double-team Ginobili, leaving Hill completely unguarded. Caught off guard, Ginobili failed to pass the ball out and was stripped by the physically imposing Foye in a swift 2-on-1 transition. After 2 quick passes, Foye finished with a layup, demonstrating that while Ginobili's defensive skills were commendable, he was not yet capable of defending against 2 opponents simultaneously. With 4 consecutive points, the Clippers seemed poised to rally. Meanwhile, Coach Popovich observed the unfolding drama with an impassive demeanor, akin to a monk in deep meditation. After the Spurs executed a baseline inbounds play, Ginobili resumed ball handling duties. When the 2 Clippers defenders advanced to double-team him, he cleverly fed the ball into the paint, where McDyess attempted to attack the interior. Once renowned for his graceful footwork and mid-range shooting, Age had weighed heavily on McDyess. His movements had become labored, and his pivoting speed noticeably diminished. After being pressured by Jordan, he found himself unable to turn, resorting instead to a contested turnaround jumper, which unfortunately clanged off the rim. Jordan's remarkable leaping ability allowed him to secure the defensive rebound effortlessly, which he then passed to Jason Young. Hill rushed forward to intercept, but Young eluded him with a deft behind-the-back dribble. As Ginobili emerged from the side, attempting to steal the ball, Young skillfully pulled it back and, with a discreet motion, delivered it to Foy, who had relocated to the left corner beyond the arc. Foy raised his arms and sank the three-pointer, extending the score to 40-25. With the Spurs still leading by 15 points. On the Spurs bench, Popovich rested his head in his hands, glancing sideways at the court with an expression that suggested he was merely an ordinary spectator rather than the head coach of a professional team. True to his moniker, Ginobili relinquished the ball this time, handing it over to Hill before initiating his own movement. The Clippers found themselves devoid of a target for double-teaming, while the Spurs, after a series of 4 to 5 passes, sent the ball to the elusive Ginobili, who deftly evaded his defender and sprinted to the corner. Ginobili, of course, did not squander such an opportunity, sinking a three-pointer that stabilized the situation for the Spurs. Meanwhile, the Clippers' offensive efforts were primarily concentrated on McDyess. When Jason Young executed a pick-and-roll with DeAndre Jordan, he switched to guard Young, but Young, utilizing his speed, cleverly maneuvered past him, leading to a 2-on-1 situation with Jordan against Splitter, which often resulted in an alley-oop. Conversely, when he did not switch and followed Jordan down the lane, Young was able to capitalize with a mid-range jump shot. In the second quarter, after actively requesting to enter the game, Young played for 5 minutes, during which the Clippers exploited McDyess's sluggish footwork, surging with a 16-6 run. With a score of 46-33, the Spurs welcomed back their starting lineup. Despite his energy reserves nearly depleted, Young yearned to remain on the court, unwilling to let the second half devolve into garbage time prematurely. Once the Spurs starters returned, Duncan began to assert his dominance. Whether facing Jordan or Griffin, Duncan found scoring opportunities with ease, showcasing his arsenal within a mere 3 minutes, bank shots from the 45-degree angle, powerful drives, back-to-the-basket plays, and hook shots from both sides of the rim, single-handedly overpowering the Clippers' interior defense. As the first half concluded with a score of 57-40, Young gazed at the scoreboard, reluctant to depart the court. If the previous game against the Mavericks had left him feeling powerless against Kidd and Nowitzki, the Spurs' overall performance now instilled a sense of dread within him. The Spurs players were in constant motion, their ball movement seamlessly orchestrating the game, consistently identifying and exploiting gaps or mismatches in the Clippers' defense to score effortlessly. Although Young managed to narrow the gap in the second quarter by capitalizing on the Spurs' bench weaknesses, throughout the entire first half, the Clippers found themselves suppressed on both ends of the court whenever the Spurs starters were present. Chapter 53, Fury as the third quarter commenced. Young activated his shooting prowess, acutely aware that if he did not erupt soon, the game would devolve into garbage time before the fourth quarter. Facing Tony Parker's defense at the arc, he forcefully launched a three-pointer that struck the rim and ricocheted skyward. Remarkably, as the basketball descended, it fortuitously landed within the confines of the hoop, a stroke of luck indeed. Jason Young vociferously commanded his teammates to retreat on defense. Yet the other players of the Clippers appeared perpetually a step behind. As Parker, leveraging Duncan's screen, penetrated to the basket, both Griffin and Common stood idly by, watching in disbelief as Parker executed a successful layup. Jason Young, witnessing this scene, was consumed with rage at the lack of commitment displayed by the Clippers players. Although seething with fury internally, he could only suppress his emotions. In the absence of the bearded star, the Clippers lacked a vocal leader capable of inspiring and motivating his teammates, resulting in visible trepidation among the players. With their off-ball movements suffocated by the Spurs' relentless defense, he resolved to receive the ball at the baseline and take matters into his own hands. He executed a clever backdoor cut to elude Parker's tight marking, swiftly receiving the ball and charged forward despite Parker's defense. Gary Neal approached to double-team him, but Jason Young elegantly maneuvered through the two defenders, accelerating past DeJuan Blair. Faced with the last line of defense, Duncan, he quickly pivoted, arching his body in midair to lay the ball in with finesse. This singular effort by Jason Young pierced through the Spurs' entire defense, and applause erupted from the stands. The large screen did not replay this moment in slow motion but rather captured the standing ovation of Catherine, prompting even louder cheers from the audience. The Spurs continued to adhere to their rhythm, Despite Jason Yang's exceptional penetration of their defense, they remained unfazed. With no one shouting for retaliation or willing to confront him one-on-one, they maintained their movement and ball rotation, with Duncan receiving the ball inside. After 2 unsuccessful pivots to create space, he passed the ball to Parker. As Parker charged in at high speed, the Clippers converged on him. But in a moment of deception, he flicked the ball to Gary Neal, who had stealthily positioned himself in the corner, unguarded, sinking the open three-pointer. This exemplified the Spurs' basketball philosophy. They operated like a finely tuned machine, perpetually composed and efficient. On the sidelines, Del Negro wore a look of resignation, acutely aware of the disparity in skill level. With a deep sigh, he slumped into his seat, seemingly resigned to the outcome. Only Jason Yang continued to sprint fervently, with Parker clinging to him like a shadow. Although Parker was not the most formidable defender within the Spurs lineup, his speed and positioning were his strengths. Unable to shake him off, Jason Yang resorted to positioning himself near Gomez to request the ball. They executed a swift give-and-go, with Gomez adeptly turning to block Parker behind him. Seizing this precious moment of space, Jason Yang decisively launched a three-pointer, which swished through the net. This shot served as a retort to the Spurs, signaling that the Clippers had not yet surrendered. As the Spurs prepared to inbound the ball, Jason Yang closely shadowed Parker, denying him an easy reception. Even though the Spurs did not necessarily require Parker to orchestrate every offensive play, Jason Yang aimed to ignite his team's defensive awareness through his relentless effort. With Parker unable to receive the ball, it found its way to Gary Neal, who advanced past half-court before delivering it to Duncan inside. Come on, alert to the threat, closely guarded Duncan to prevent him from easily turning. However, Duncan did not force the play. Having played under Popovich since joining the NBA, he understood the importance of ball movement within the system. After taking a step inward, Duncan passed the ball back to Parker's hands. In a low position, Duncan could keenly observe the positioning of all his teammates, and Parker's deft maneuver to shake off Jason Yang was certainly within his purview. When Parker received the ball at the three-point line, Jason Yang swiftly took a shortcut to obstruct his path to the basket, knowing full well that Parker's three-point shooting was unreliable. Thus, he preferred to allow Parker to remain beyond the arc rather than grant him an opportunity to penetrate the paint. Reluctantly, Parker took a shot from the three-point line, which, as expected by Jason Yang, clanged off the rim. As he caught sight of Griffin powerfully grabbing the rebound from the corner of his eye, Jason Yang surged forward with all his might, the ball soon landing in his hands. In terms of sheer speed, Parker was certainly competitive with Jason Yang, closing the gap in just a few strides while intermittently reaching out to disrupt him. However, Jason Yang had no intention of driving into the paint. Instead, he halted at the three-point line and took his shot, completely disregarding Parker's interference. The ball once again swished through the hoop, marking his third consecutive three-pointer. Jason Yang's performance evoked memories in the home crowd of his explosive display in the third quarter against the Mavericks, prompting them to roar praises for the love god. The big screen flashed once more with the image of Catherine, yet her face bore no trace of a smile. Her stern expression and clenched fists betrayed the tension brewing within her. Jason Yang's 3 consecutive three-pointers revitalized the Clippers, allowing them to regain some spirit and re-establish their defensive tenacity. However, on the offensive end, they became overly reliant on Jason's prowess. Every time they advanced into the front court, they would merely stand by and watch Jason perform, occasionally offering a screen. Eager to close the gap, Jason found himself repeatedly forced to take difficult three-point shots. And once his shooting ability cooled, the predictably low success rate of these forced attempts became apparent. In an astonishing display, Jason played the entirety of the third quarter, attempting an impressive 14 three-pointers and sinking 6 of them, amassing 20 points in that single quarter. By the time he left the court, he was drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted. With 32 minutes of playing time logged and only a brief 4-minute respite, this marked the second consecutive game of such strain. As he lay on the bench, receiving a muscle massage from the team's medical staff, Catherine felt a wave of concern wash over her. Jason's current state was unlike anything she had witnessed during his time at Duke University. Indeed, during his days with the Duke Blue Devils, Jason exuded an air of ease and grace. His purpose on the court was straightforward: to win games and bring joy to Catherine, to capture her affection through championship victories. Even during the few games when Kyle Singler departed from the team, his mindset remained unaffected. Yet now, it seemed Jason bore an excessive burden. His feelings for Catherine transcended mere admiration. He yearned for her to break free from her family's constraints and embrace a more liberated and fulfilling life. To achieve this, He needed not only to triumph in his wager with Bianchi, but also to honor his commitment to Barbara. Furthermore, he aspired to alleviate Vivian's pressure in commercial negotiations through his performances on the court. Chapter 54, Hatred. 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, the score stood at 92-73. With the Spurs enjoying a commanding 19-point lead. Given the Spurs' stability, the game appeared to be effectively over. Yet Jason struggled to rise from the floor, approaching Del Negro. "Coach, I want to play." Del Negro's face registered surprise as he firmly declined. "No, Jason, you need to recover your stamina. I will assess the situation and determine if you should return to the game." "Coach, please let me play." Jason locked eyes with Del Negro, his resolve unwavering. After a prolonged moment of mutual gaze, Del Negro relented. "All right, Jason, I will allow you to play. But the duration of your time on the court will be at my discretion." Jason nodded in agreement, taking advantage of a dead ball. The Clippers made an unexpected adjustment at the start of the fourth quarter, with Jason substituting for Bledsoe. Upon entering the game, Jason once again executed a successful double team with Foy against Ginobili, leading to a crucial steal by Russell Butler as Ginobili attempted a cross-court pass. As Jason Young seized the ball, he found himself once more in a 2-on-1 situation with Faye at the forefront. However, upon reaching the three-point line, he halted his advance, transforming into a marksman as he activated his skills and released the shot, which found its mark. The spectators on the sidelines erupted in applause for Jason Yang's performance. Yet only Catherine stood with her hands clasped tightly against her chest, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Despite his staggering gait, Jason Young gritted his teeth and pressed close to George Hill, his mind consumed by a singular thought. If he could defend this shot, the Clippers might still have a chance. Yet, the seasoned Spurs had no intention of granting the Clippers any opportunity over the past 5 seasons. Whenever the Spurs entered the fourth quarter with a lead, their ultimate victory rate soared to an impressive 90. Swiftly, the Spurs capitalized on quick ball movement to create an opportunity, with McDyess nailing a jumper from the high post for 2 points. Turning back, Jason Young once again faced George Hill's defense beyond the arc, but this attempt went awry. After several frantic laps on the court, Jason Young had reached the limits of his stamina. His jump was insufficient, and the arc of his shot had flattened. DeAndre Jordan leapt amidst the crowd to secure an offensive rebound, yet as he attempted a second chance, he was yanked down by McDyess, failing to convert and instead earning 2 free throws. Breathing heavily with his hands resting on his knees, Jason Young watched as DeAndre Jordan approached the free throw line. Lacking any semblance of a shooting form, it was evident how torturous this moment was for him. The first shot clanged off, a complete airball, met with scattered boos from the home crowd, seemingly blaming the Clippers for failing to alleviate Jason Yang's burden. Even DeAndre Jordan, in a moment of shame, concealed his face with his hands. The second attempt was equally fruitless. This time, not wishing to embarrass himself again, he overexerted, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim and soar into the air. McDyess and Splitter positioned themselves to seize the rebound, but DeAndre Jordan charged in from behind, soaring above them to tip the ball outward. The sphere flew directly toward Jason Young, who, upon receiving it, surprisingly did not leap to shoot, but released the ball from a standstill, his body too fatigued to elevate. The trajectory of the shot was remarkably flat, yet it inexplicably swished through the net. DeAndre Jordan rushed over to celebrate with a high five, but Jason Yang's face remained stoic, casting a sidelong glance as he uttered 2 words, defense. However, for the Clippers at this juncture, defending was as daunting as having DeAndre Jordan shoot free throws. The Spurs swiftly advanced as Ginobili penetrated the lane, executing a sweeping hook for points. As the Clippers pressed forward, Jason Young committed a turnover, losing control of the ball as he attempted to maneuver past George Hill, who nudged him, causing the exhausted Young to falter and watch helplessly as the ball skittered out of bounds, awarding possession to the Spurs. Del Negro promptly substituted Jason Young out of the game with 6 minutes remaining, opting for an all-bench lineup, signaling their abandonment of the contest. Ultimately, the Spurs triumphed with a decisive score of 107-87 over the Clippers, marking the latter's second consecutive home defeat. In this match, Jason Young tallied 36 points and 7 assists, launching an astonishing 22 three-pointers, successfully netting 9. Apart from Jason Young, none of the Clippers' starting lineup managed to score in double digits. Griffin was completely stifled by Hood and Blair, finishing with a mere 7 points and 11 rebounds, marking his poorest performance since the season commenced. In contrast, Duncan of the Spurs single-handedly dominated the Clippers' 2 key interior players, amassing an impressive 27 points and securing 21 rebounds, achieving a remarkable double-double that proved pivotal for the Spurs' victory. Following the conclusion of the match, the Clippers players hurriedly retreated to the locker room, heads downcast. Although there remains a significant disparity in strength between them and the Spurs. Losing by 20 points in front of their home crowd left them feeling disheartened, especially considering their lackluster performance on both ends of the court. Yet Jason Young did not return to the locker room. Instead, he gravitated towards the court, seizing the basketball to commence shooting three-pointers. He aimed to ingrain this sensation of release in his muscles, so that when confronted with similar circumstances in the future, his shooting accuracy would be enhanced. To be candid, that last three-pointer in the fourth quarter was purely fortuitous. Given the same conditions, even 10 attempts might not yield a single successful shot. However, he did not wish to entrust his future to the capricious whims of luck, but rather sought to grasp it firmly within his own hands. Catherine, too, remained on the sidelines, adorned in a flowing white gown that evoked the image of Athena, the goddess of wisdom from Greek mythology. She stood quietly, observing Jason Yang's movements on the court. The basketball soared repeatedly from his fingertips, each time finding its way into the net. After watching for a considerable duration, Catherine approached him and spoke softly, "Jason, do not exhaust yourself. You need not bear so much." Jason Young turned around, his gloomy expression instantly transforming into a smile directed at Catherine. A true man should be a bit harsh on himself. At this moment, the arena was deserted, with only the staff remaining to tidy up the scene. In one of the seats by the exit corridor, Latta Simmons sat quietly, observing everything on the court. Although Duncan's impressive double-double of 27 points and 21 rebounds would undoubtedly steal the spotlight at the post-game press conference, he was acutely aware that the readers of the San Francisco Chronicle were solely interested in Jason Young. Noticing Jason Young and Catherine showing signs of departure, he stood up and swiftly approached them. "Jason, how do you perceive today's defeat? You had previously declared that the Clippers are indeed a formidable team. Do you still hold this view?" Ignoring Catherine's piercing gaze, Simmons's initial inquiry was quite pointed. Jason Young had initially intended to avoid the post-game media inquiries, as his extended practice sessions on the court were aimed at just that. However, upon seeing Simmons, he mustered the energy to respond, considering this individual was his media mentee. "Rithies, you have been covering basketball for quite some time. You should understand that a team's roster strength does not necessarily equate to their on-court prowess. Therefore, I still regard the Clippers as a formidable team. We simply lack sufficient chemistry at this moment. Additionally, I have mentioned that we are a young team, and fluctuations in performance are quite normal for youthful squads. This is also our second consecutive game, and although suffering a significant loss to the Spurs is disheartening, we will identify the issues we face and strive to resolve them." During the match, I observed that the other Clippers players evidently lacked confidence in their pursuit of victory, and their level of commitment was insufficient. How do you perceive these performances? Simmons' query was precisely what troubled Jason Young, as the deep-seated issues were not easily remedied. The Clippers had endured a prolonged period of decline, and the mentality of capitulating before even facing a strong opponent could not be rectified overnight. "I abhor defeat," Jason Young uttered through gritted teeth, before departing alongside Catherine. At the press conference on one side of the arena, Duncan became the unequivocal center of attention. The journalists, besides congratulating him on achieving his 21st career double-double, naturally inquired about his thoughts on Jason Yang's performance. Undoubtedly, he is one of the most anticipated stars this year, and his performance tonight was commendable. However, it also indicated that the Spurs' defense still requires improvement. Tonight, Popovich's windblown hairstyle would certainly be a good look for Tony and George, eliciting laughter from the press. "Tim, what do you think Jason Yang's future holds?" The external consensus predicts he could become the next Steve Nash. Only when you believe he will become the next Tim Duncan can I offer an assessment. "You might want to save that question for Steve Nash," Duncan replied with his signature dry humor, deftly sidestepping the inquiry. When a reporter posed this question to Popovich, he elongated his face and retorted, "Would you prefer the good news or the bad news?" "Either will suffice," the reporters replied, uninterested in the nature of the news. Anything uttered by Popovich was newsworthy. The good news is that Miami did not acquire this guy. Otherwise, the Heat would have become a nightmare for all teams this year. The bad news is that we also failed to secure him. In recent years, the Spurs, particularly Popovich, have exhibited a significant shift in their demeanor towards the media, transitioning from resistance to gradual concession, and now even engaging in lighthearted banter. Chapter 55. Finding one's voice upon the Clippers' return to the training center. The players began to leave one by one. Meanwhile, Jason Young opted to don a training uniform in the locker room. Just as Blake Griffin was about to exit, Jason called out to him, prompting DeAndre Jordan, who was nearby, to halt as well. The two turned around in astonishment, gazing at Jason Young. If their memory served them correctly, this marked the first occasion on which Jason Young had spoken in the locker room. After a period of quiet contemplation in the locker room, Jason Young resolved to engage in a meaningful conversation with Griffin. He understood that to secure the coveted O'Brien Trophy, he must not only possess formidable strength himself, but also require the support of capable allies. Even the great Michael Jordan's Bulls faced defeat in the playoffs against the Pistons prior to acquiring Scottie Pippen. Griffin was one of the chosen targets for collaboration. Blake, what aspirations do you have for the upcoming season? Aspirations? Griffin initially intended to express his desire to win the Rookie of the Year award this season. However, upon realizing that Jason Young had already firmly set his sights on that very accolade, he hesitated, his mouth agape, and his gaze began to evade Jason's piercing eyes. Jason Young, upon observing Griffin's expression, discerned his inner thoughts. Griffin's aspiration to attain the Rookie of the Year accolade is a yearning shared by nearly every fledgling player entering the league. A coveted honor unless one is devoid of ambition. Griffin, characterized by his introverted and timid demeanor, stands in stark contrast to his explosive physical attributes, a trait that often leads him to evade challenges in times of adversity. Making his debut in the NBA as the first overall pick marked a minor pinnacle in his life, yet he soon faced setbacks. Beginning with an indefinite hiatus due to a stress fracture in his left knee, followed by the necessity of surgery owing to inadequate healing, resulting in a season-ending injury. After painstakingly regaining his footing and preparing for a significant comeback, he found himself overshadowed by Jason Young, who, in his inaugural game, seized the limelight and boldly proclaimed his intention to claim the Rookie of the Year award. Griffin, having endured repeated disappointments, felt his resolve wavering, a sentiment subtly reflected in his on-court performance. In his first match, he dominated the paint against Aldridge, achieving a double-double with 20 points and 14 rebounds, prompting the media to liken him to Jason Young as a dual star for the Clippers. However, in his second game against the Warriors, he managed only 14 points and 10 rebounds against David Lee, and in his third outing against the Mavericks, he recorded 16 points and 9 rebounds without achieving a double-double. In his fourth match, his output plummeted to a meager 7 points and 11 rebounds, signifying a downward trajectory with each game. Blake, you possess the full capability to contend for any accolade. It's merely that you have yet to fully unleash it on the court, Jason Young stated earnestly. Griffin refocused his gaze on Jason's face, remaining silent, yet his expression implored him to continue. I cannot ascertain whether it is the injuries or other factors, but it is evident that you lack courage on the court. When faced with Hooten Blair, you began to shy away. Against Tim Duncan's relentless attacks, your defense became feeble. Frankly, during those moments, you resembled a complete coward. Jason Young elevated his voice, finally releasing the pent-up frustration that had accumulated within him during the game. Griffin exhaled sharply through his nostrils, manifesting his evident fury upon hearing Jason's tirade. Nevertheless, he subsequently let out a long sigh and turned to leave. As Jason Young observed the situation, he realized that his attempt to provoke Griffin had backfired. The latter's psychological fortitude was far weaker than he had anticipated. Hastily, he spoke again. Blake, do you not wish to take action? If you leave in this manner, I fear you shall become yet another disappointment in the league. Following in the footsteps of Kwame Brown. Upon hearing the term disappointment, Griffin found himself momentarily paralyzed. He understood that it represented a source of ridicule within the league, as well as a blemish on Michael Jordan's illustrious career, and he was determined to avoid becoming the next target of such derision. Take action? Griffin remained turned away from Jason Young, offering no response. Upon hearing this, Jason Young felt a surge of joy. At last, he had not overstepped. To be frank, he wished for Griffin to achieve even more, yet he feared that speaking too much might frighten him away. Thus, he gently suggested, there remains much to be done. But let us first take that initial step by honing your mid-range shooting. Why prioritize mid-range shooting over post techniques? Griffin finally turned back. Your physique dictates that you may not excel as an effective finisher in the paint. Jason Young began to reason with him. Your height and wingspan make it challenging to find opportunities amidst the towering giants of the interior. At this stage, you require space to unleash your explosive power and leaping ability, which can only be attained by stepping outside the restricted area. He continued, now, consider this. If you were to achieve a mid-range shooting percentage exceeding 45, you would undoubtedly become a nightmare for defenders. Should they contest you? You could drive forcefully to the basket for a dunk, and if they concede, you could easily score with a shot. All right, I shall heed your advice. How should I practice? Though Griffin maintained a stoic expression, he was evidently moved by Jason Yang's words. Jason Yang's gaze swept over Griffin, and in an instant, Griffin understood. Promptly returning to his locker to change back into his training attire. Jason, could you also analyze me? Jordan, who had been listening attentively from the sidelines, finally seized the opportunity to speak. I heard in the media that your IQ is as high as 164? My mind may be a bit dull. But if what the media says is true, then your guidance must be invaluable. After appraising the eagerly expectant Jordan beside him, Jason Yang replied, Why don't you practice your free throws? If you manage to sink 500 shots daily before heading home, I believe your free throw percentage could reach at least 50 in a year's time. Although Jordan was not one of Jason Yang's chosen targets, having an additional person could only bolster his influence within the team, especially considering Jordan's exceptional physical prowess. Once Griffin and Jordan had changed into their training outfits, Jason Yang commenced instructing the two muscular men on proper shooting techniques, reminiscent of how Carl had once taught him. After explaining the fundamentals, he dedicated time to correcting their flawed postures before allowing them to practice freely and engage in their strength training. It was not until deep into the night that Jason Yang concluded the training, sending the three of them off to their respective homes. Before parting ways, he added, Tomorrow at 4 a.m., we will continue today's training. Jason, I think I'll pass on that, Jordan groaned, rubbing his already sore arms, his expression one of reluctance. Jordan, what is your current annual salary? Jason Yang inquired without revealing his own thoughts. $850,000, which is even less than yours, Jordan replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a second-round draft pick from 2008, his contract reflected such a modest level, albeit gradually increasing over the years. If I recall correctly, this year marks your contract year. How much do you think your next contract will be worth? Jason Yang fixed his gaze on Jordan, continuing to probe. Probably a mid-level exception, Jordan blurted out. Then sheepishly added, at least a mini-mid-level exception. Given his average statistics of 5.5 from the previous season, securing a mid-level contract seems somewhat challenging, especially considering the frequent criticisms regarding his basketball IQ. If I told you to train according to my specifications, perhaps your next contract could be worth $10 million. Before Jason Yang could finish, Jordan erupted, $10 million? Jason, do you really think I could earn $10 million? If so, I'll show up at 2 a.m. instead of 4. Jordan was extraordinarily excited. A $10 million salary was a figure he had never even dared to dream of. Griffin regarded Jason Yang with a skeptical expression, seemingly attempting to read something from his face. Could Jordan really earn $10 million? He found it hard to believe. Blake. Jason Yang appeared to sense the skepticism in Griffin's gaze and turned to address him. I have already secured the Rookie of the Year award. How about we join forces to make a push for the upcoming All-Star game being held here? Little Jordan stood agape, astonished. Two rookies were poised to collaborate towards an All-Star bid, a notion far more surprising than his own annual salary of $20 million. With a loftier ambition in sight, such basketball becomes infinitely more exhilarating, does it not? Paying no further heed to the duo, Jason Yang casually draped his shirt over his shoulder and turned away from the training facility. Chapter 56. The surge of the point guard. Upon returning to the ground floor of his apartment, Jason Yang discovered the lights were aglow within, igniting a warmth in his heart that quickened his steps homeward. Indeed, Vivian had returned from Portland. The moment she saw Jason enter, Vivian chided him. I knew you would be training at this hour. Yet, as she spoke, she emerged from the kitchen bearing a large platter of food. I'm sorry, Jason. I couldn't make it to your game tonight. However, I caught the replay online, and your performance in the past 2 games was quite commendable, she said, smiling as she supported her head with her hands, watching him devour her culinary creation. Data devoid of victory holds no significance, Jason replied nonchalantly, preoccupied with how to alter the team's prevailing mentality of weakness, thus indifferent to the statistics. How can it not hold significance? Vivian retorted, her lips pursed in discontent. The sponsors only pay attention to your statistics. Without impressive numbers, they will overlook you entirely. All right, I concede. Jason relented quickly. By the way, what brings you back today? Has everything been settled? The conditions have been discussed. It now hinges on the other party's decision. However, the terms I requested are rather demanding. Those seasoned negotiators won't reach a conclusion easily. Thus, it is imperative that you perform well during this period so we can secure a stronger position. Jason Yang gestured with a hand indicating he had finished, clearing the plate of food before contentedly patting his belly, feeling quite satisfied. Vivian smiled with a look of fulfillment as she tidied the table. It's getting late. You should rest early. All right, after a long day, you should also retire early, he replied. Jason yawned as he made his way to his room, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's events. The back-to-back games had drained his stamina to its limits, and he nearly collapsed on the court during the fourth quarter. Despite the Clippers suffering consecutive losses at home, the discussions surrounding Jason Yang on the internet and in the media have surged. In the last 4 games, the Clippers achieved 2 victories and 2 defeats. A decent performance for a team that has struggled for years, especially considering that their losses were against top-tier teams in the league. Remarkably, Jason Yang averaged an astounding 31 points and 5 assists over these 4 games, becoming the first player in NBA history to average 30-10 in his first 4 games. Moreover, his average of 31 points has shattered the expectations of basketball analysts, placing him at the pinnacle of the scoring leaderboard, with Kevin Durant at 28.5 points, Kobe Bryant at 28 points, and Carmelo Anthony at 26 points trailing behind him. Who will he be next? This was the question posed in Aaron Andrews' column on ESPN during his NCAA days. Many regarded Jason Yang as the next John Stockton due to his court vision and organizational prowess. However, following his NBA debut, opinions shifted, with many believing he would evolve into another Steve Nash, showcased through his performance in transition. Now, the anticipation builds for the revelation of who he will ultimately become. Magic Johnson, also a data analyst for ESPN, expressed on his show that Jason Yang's emergence could usher in a new era within the league. Reflecting on the past several seasons, it is evident that the league experiences periodic transformations in positional play, from the dominance of centers in the 90s to the emergence of shooting guards in the new millennium. Presently, the league is in a fierce competition among small forwards, and it is undeniable that point guards are poised to take the reins moving forward. In recent years, the point guard position has witnessed an explosion of talent, with a wave of exceptionally skilled players emerging as the core of their respective teams. Chris Paul and Deron Williams, both entering the league in 2005, have already become all-stars. Rajon Rondo has risen to be the 4th cornerstone for the Celtics. Derrick Rose has established himself as the leader of the Bulls. Russell Westbrook stands as one half of the Thunder's dynamic duo, and John Wall is positioned as the future cornerstone for the Wizards, alongside Jason Yang. The point guard position in NBA history has never been as overflowing with talent as it is today. The diminishing prominence of the shooting guard position undoubtedly affords these exceptional point guards greater opportunities to showcase their talents. Following Magic Johnson's commentary, numerous basketball experts, commentators, and players have engaged in this discourse. Mark Jackson has consistently held Jason Yang in high regard, expressing in his program that point guards have always played a pivotal role in the league, albeit without the current level of brilliance. He perceives Jason Yang as a synthesis of Steve Nash and Reggie Miller, possessing Nash's playmaking prowess alongside Miller's sharpshooting talent and unyielding composure. Mark Jackson's sentiments were echoed by Reggie Miller himself, who took to Twitter to express his belief that Jason Yang would surpass all of his 3-point shooting records. Charles Barkley, however, remained steadfast in his critical view of Jason Yang, undeterred by the recent doping scandal that necessitated an apology from him, which was a considerable blow. He tweeted, "Guys, are you all out of your minds? This guy has only played 4 games, and you're discussing his potential to lead a league transformation? This is the biggest joke I've heard so far. Please, just go to sleep." LeBron James's tweet was succinct. "I can still dominate the league for 710 years. And next will be Kevin Durant." Kobe Bryant added a more intriguing remark. "Can one discuss dominance without a championship? I currently possess 5 rings. And soon there will be a 6th and 7th. Experts, players, and fans fervently debated Jason Yang's potential to spearhead a transformation among point guards. While the Los Angeles Times harshly criticized the performance of the Clippers, notably excluding Jason Yang from their critique, the article suggested that in their last 2 games, the Clippers players displayed a remarkably unprofessional attitude when facing formidable opponents. Del Negro seemed utterly at a loss in the face of complex situations and lacked control over the team, leaving Jason Yang isolated on the court. Conversely, the San Francisco Chronicle continued to extol Jason Yang, criticizing the other Clippers players for their lethargic, almost leisurely demeanor on the court, while portraying Jason Yang as the quintessential American lone hero. Chapter 57. the prince of the bar the following early morning. As Jason Young arrived punctually at the training facility, Griffin and DeAndre Jordan were already present. A good beginning is half the battle. Jason Young wore a contented smile. Even though DeAndre Jordan was yawning incessantly, clearly still in need of more rest, Jason Young, fearing the monotony of repeating yesterday's training, proactively suggested a shooting competition among the trio. With little Jordan at the free throw line, Griffin executing mid-range jump shots, and Jason Young launching from beyond the arc. They engaged in a series of 10 shots each to determine whose shooting percentage would reign supreme. Throughout the morning, Jason Young left the two utterly defeated. Although they were aware of his shooting prowess, it was only at this moment they truly grasped the terrifying precision he possessed. In this non-confrontational setting, he scarcely missed a shot. By the end of the morning, both Griffin and little Jordan, their faces smeared with dust, vowed never to compete against Jason Young in shooting again, as the prospect of victory seemed utterly unattainable. When the other Clippers players arrived at the training center, they were taken aback by the scene before them, quickly calculating in their minds. Until now, it had solely been Jason Young who consistently arrived early at the training center. But it appeared that Griffin and little Jordan had now joined him. It seemed evident that the intensity of the Clippers' training would need to escalate. Jason Young and Griffin were undoubtedly the future cornerstones of the team, and their formation of a close-knit group was unmistakably clear. In the entirety of the NBA, for role players to secure contracts, they must not only contribute positively on the court, but also cultivate good relationships with the team's core players. At times, the latter holds even greater significance, a well-known example being Dennis Rodman's transition from the Spurs to the Bulls, where Phil Jackson, in order to communicate effectively with Rodman, insisted on bringing along the Spurs water cooler attendant, Jack Haley, solely because Rodman considered Haley his closest confidant. Eric Bledsoe watched the three on the training court with fervor. He was still afforded some playing time, albeit due to the Beard's injury. However, once the Beard returned, it would be challenging for him, as the team's third point guard, to find minutes on the court. As this year's 17th overall pick, Bledsoe yearned for consistent playing time, regardless of position or role. Conversely, another Eric, Gordon, wore a disdainful expression. Deep down, he harbored resentment towards Jason Young, believing that his arrival had usurped opportunities that rightfully belonged to him. Prior to the start of today's training, Del Negro delivered an unusual address, criticizing the team's previous performance, particularly the interior defense, where Tim Duncan appeared to be enjoying a bubble bath on the court. Del Negro was acutely aware that media sentiments towards him were far from amicable, with the Los Angeles Times bluntly stating his lack of leadership abilities. The mounting pressure has weighed heavily upon him, and he too yearns for some transformation within the team. In their upcoming match, the Clippers will continue to host the visiting Oklahoma City Thunder, faced with the formidable perimeter duo of Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. It is evident that the Clippers possess a distinct advantage in the paint. Del Negro's strategy is to exploit the Thunder's vulnerabilities in the interior, aiming to execute a robust inside offensive. This necessitates Jason Young orchestrating improved performances from Griffin and Come On in the post. Today's tactical practice focused primarily on positioning within the paint, the timing of feeding the post, and pick-and-roll strategies. Yang's performance during training was impeccable, earning the admiration of Del Negro, who recalled Young's emphasis on post-collaboration during his time at Duke. Notably, his current Clippers teammates exhibit superior individual capabilities compared to collegiate players. The intensity of the intra-squad scrimmage escalated, and after Yang's motivational speech, Griffin displayed newfound assertiveness in practice, a quality previously unseen. With both Young and Griffin leading the charge, the Clippers players exhibited greater engagement during training, a promising shift. Observing from behind the manager's office window, O'Shea felt a surge of joy. If the Clippers continue to evolve in this direction, they are destined to become a formidable force in the league. It seems the time has come to contemplate a trade involving Baron Davis, O'Shea mused internally. Initially, he believed that it would take until the latter half of the season for Young to meet the criteria for trading Davis. Yet who could have anticipated that just 4 games in, Young would emerge as the unequivocal cornerstone of the Clippers? The benefits reaped from this development have further exhilarated O'Shea. Today, the marketing department secured an agreement with brands from China for in-arena advertising, with Anta, Mengyo, and ZTE sharing the Clippers' advertising space, which will yield an additional $16.6 million annually. Furthermore, in the Chinese market, the Clippers' promotional efforts have made significant strides. They plan to collaborate extensively with Sina, which includes launching an official Weibo account in Chinese and offering Clippers jerseys and shoes as prizes for Sina NBA live broadcasts, with Yang's number 0 jersey being the most coveted among fans. Yang has also established a Weibo account, a request from Vivian, to expedite his influence in China, especially amidst the Rockets' uncertain prospects. The Clippers are diligently preparing as Del Negro seeks to halt the team's recent slump following 2 consecutive losses. While Yang aims to infuse a winning mentality into the squad, the most effective means being to strive for victory. In the NBA, if a team suffers over 5 consecutive defeats, player morale can plummet, leading to apathy towards losses and a propensity to surrender at the slightest hint of adversity. Meanwhile, the Oklahoma City Thunder, upon arriving in Los Angeles, appear to have encountered a bit of trouble. After a night of rest, the following day saw local media and social networks inundated with reports of several Thunder players, led by James Harden, reveling at the newly opened Playhouse until the early hours. In Los Angeles, a photograph emerged featuring James Harden adorned with a hefty gold chain, a cigar clasped in his right hand while his left arm encircled a blonde companion. Eyewitnesses claimed that Harden reveled in the dance floor, lavishly showering dollar bills, engaging in merriment with teammates until the early hours, departing with 2 voluptuous women in tow. The media's interest in the clash between the Thunder's dynamic duo and the Lakers intensified notably following the news of the Thunder players' night out. As the game approached, Durant and Westbrook entered the mixed zone with grim expressions, offering no words as they hastily made their way into the arena. Only Coach Brooks briefly paused to address a few inconsequential inquiries, dismissing questions regarding the nightlife incident entirely. When Jason Yang appeared before the media, a throng of reporters surged forward, encircling him, for he had undoubtedly become the darling of Los Angeles and its prominent press. Jason, what are your thoughts on the Thunder's escapade last night? With the Thunder remaining tight-lipped, reporters looked to the Clippers for a story, hoping to capture a headline that included Jason Yang's insights. I expressed profound indignation, Jason Yang declared emphatically. Although he had transformed into a training fanatic, he had been keeping abreast of the situation through Twitter, where familiar journalists would tag him with the latest developments in the league. Why? Shouldn't you take some delight in the Thunder players' revelry? A reporter queried, puzzled. What? Jason Yang fixed his gaze on the reporter, retorting firmly. What you describe is the demeanor of the weak, while the Clippers respond with outrage. I deem such conduct a blatant affront to the entire Clippers organization. We are not so feeble that we could be easily defeated even if our opponents indulge until dawn. Are you suggesting that you will seize victory in this match as a rebuttal to your rival's attitude towards the game? The reporters, sensing a promising narrative, leaned in, eager for the unfolding drama. Jason Yang stated with utmost seriousness, Indeed, you are absolutely right. We shall teach them a formidable lesson at Staples. Chapter 58. The jealousy of Westbrook today. There were 2 NBA broadcasts on Cena, and in the earlier match, the Houston Rockets suffered a defeat at home, losing 99-107 against the New Orleans Hornets, marking the start of the season with 3 consecutive losses. Yao Ming managed to score only 15 points and secure 5 rebounds, having taken just 11 shots throughout the game, ranking 5th within his team. From certain performances during the match, it appears that the current Rockets have transitioned from a balanced inside-outside team to one that relies solely on outside shooting, with you primarily engaged in running back and forth on the court. This has incited considerable anger among Chinese fans, who believe that the Rockets and Coach Adelman have not afforded Yao the tactical prominence he deserves. Inside the broadcast studio, Co-Fan began warming up the audience, inviting everyone to continue watching our NBA Live program. In the recently concluded game, it is unfortunate that the Rockets lost to the Hornets with a score of 99-107. The next match, which is highly anticipated by Chinese fans, features the Los Angeles Clippers, led by Chinese player Jason Yang, as they host the Oklahoma City Thunder. While watching the program, we encourage everyone to interact with us and follow the official Sina Weibo of the Los Angeles Clippers for a chance to win exquisite gifts prepared by the team, including a signed jersey by Jason Yang. Now, let us welcome Teacher Yang to provide a pre-game analysis. Both of these teams are among the youngest in the NBA, each led by exceptionally talented twin stars. For the Thunder, we have Durant and Westbrook. One was the 2nd overall pick in 2007, the other the 4th pick in 2008. Meanwhile, the Clippers boast Jason Yang and Griffin. One is a prospective number 1 pick this year, and the other was last year's number 1. In a straightforward comparison of their twin stars, the Thunder might hold the advantage in strength. Durant became the youngest scoring champion in history last season, and Westbrook has shown remarkable growth over the last 2 seasons, with their synergy improving steadily. On the other hand, both Young and Griffin are rookies, and there remains a slight disparity in their capabilities, particularly for Griffin, whose recent performances have not been particularly stellar. Teacher Young offered his predictions on the outcome of the game. After providing an overview of both teams' fundamentals, Ko-fan continued to engage the audience. This is quite difficult to ascertain. In terms of strength, the Thunder should have the upper hand, considering their relative maturity. However, the Thunder are notoriously known as a poor-performing team on the road, and they are currently enduring a challenging away journey, having recently suffered an upset loss to the Jazz. They are now facing the first game of a back-to-back, which will test their energy management. Additionally, reports from American media indicate that the Thunder players were involved in a collective night out prior to the game, which could negatively impact their performance. Meanwhile, the Clippers have suffered 2 consecutive losses at home, albeit to playoff-caliber teams. Clearly, their coaching staff will strive to avert a 3rd consecutive defeat, as such a streak could inflict a significant blow to the fragile psyche of their young players. In summary, the Clippers are expected to invest more intensity into the game than the Thunder, should Jason Young continue his remarkable performance from the previous 4 games. The Clippers may have a slight edge. For Chinese fans, the focal point of this match undoubtedly lies in the duel between Jason Young and Russell Westbrook. Teacher Young pondered briefly before stating that, in the realm of point guards, it is challenging to ascertain who will shine brighter. Though both athletes don the number 0 jersey, their styles are fundamentally dissimilar, making comparison difficult. Generally speaking, Westbrook's gameplay leans heavily on his physical advantages. While his mid-range jump shot possesses a certain level of proficiency, it lacks consistency, as he predominantly scores by driving to the basket. In contrast, Young exhibits a rapid first step, but prefers to avoid physical confrontation, favoring perimeter scoring instead. His shooting from beyond the arc is exceptionally impressive, as evidenced in the previous game against the Spurs. Consider the Spurs' caliber of perimeter defense. Young astoundingly netted 36 points, shooting 9 out of 22 from outside. We extend our gratitude to Teacher Young for his insightful commentary. As the game is about to commence, let us first review the starting lineups. For the Clippers, they remain unchanged from previous matches. At point guard, Jason Young. Shooting guard, Eric Gordon. Small forward, Ryan Gomez. Power forward, Blake Griffin. And at center, Chris Kaman. The Thunder's lineup features Russell Westbrook at point guard, Kevin Durant at shooting guard, Jeff Green at small forward, Thabo Sefolosha at power forward, and Nenad Kirstic at center. As the broadcast captures both teams gathering at center court, they prepare for the opening jump ball. With the sound of the whistle, the clash between these 2 stars begins. Kaman skillfully secures possession for the Clippers. As Young orchestrates his teammates' movements from the perimeter, Westbrook closely shadows him, constantly making physical contact and employing distracting maneuvers. Evidently, the Thunder's defensive coach has advised him on how to guard Young. "Rookie, I hear you're quite the hotshot these days," Westbrook taunted, his competitive spirit ignited. Wearing the same number 0 jersey, it is clear that Westbrook harbors a fierce jealousy towards Yang's current achievements. Becoming the tactical linchpin of the team has always been his fervent aspiration, one he has yet to realize. In his naturally arrogant disposition, he has never considered himself inferior to Durant, nor has he accepted the notion of being merely Durant's sidekick, despite public perception labeling him as the Thunder's second-in-command. "Hello there. Second-in-command," Young remarked, striking a nerve with Westbrook, who nearly spat out blood in frustration. Yang's trash-talking skills have matured, a testament to his keen observations. "Rookie. Today I'm going to show you what," Westbrook retorted, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "Well, your little sausage lips do look quite appealing," Young replied, with a hint of playful sarcasm. Jason Young offered a gentle smile, raising his hand to deliver the ball to the paint. Kaman established his position, successfully executing a hook shot over Scottie. Weighing in at over 10 kilograms more than Scottie, Kaman found it challenging for the latter to restrain him once he secured his place in the interior. As the Thunder initiated their play, Westbrook seized the ball and immediately targeted Jason Young. A man of his word, he was determined to make an impression on Jason. Braving Jason's defense, he penetrated the lane, pivoted while using his back to shield Jason, and then executed a one-handed layup that found its way into the basket. Despite Jason's attempt to keep pace with Westbrook's drive, the disparity in strength rendered him unable to withstand Westbrook's onslaught, and Kaman's help defense arrived a tad too late. "Rookie, how does that feel? Get ready for a thrilling experience ahead." After scoring, Westbrook couldn't suppress his smugness, convinced that the coach's strategy was indeed astute. The rookie's lack of strength was glaringly evident. Jason Young remained unaffected by his adversary, turning his focus back to the game. With a swift gesture, he summoned Griffin to set a screen. Griffin's robust frame served as an impenetrable barrier. After utilizing the pick to shake off Westbrook, Sifo Rosa quickly closed in, showcasing his nimble footwork as an exceptional wing defender. However, Jason Young had no intention of taking the shot himself. After a couple of decisive steps inward, he tossed the ball over his head. Griffin, moving in from behind, caught it effortlessly and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The rim groaned under the strain, and upon landing, Griffin exuberantly pounded his chest, releasing the pent-up frustration that had accumulated within him over the previous 2 games. Jason Young, utilizing a strategic cover, penetrated the paint and executed a behind-the-back pass. Griffin, upon receiving the ball, delivered a thunderous two-handed dunk that ignited the fervor of the spectators, undoubtedly marking it as one of the top 5 plays of the night. Chapter 59. Durant, consumed by jealousy as Westbrook prepared to surge toward the basket once more, Come-On finally positioned himself for help defense, although his footwork was somewhat sluggish. His height and wingspan provided a significant deterrent when adequately prepared. With an average of 1.2 blocks per game, Come-On's performance was commendable, especially for an athlete with limited agility. Westbrook was compelled to pivot and execute an unconventional sidestep fadeaway jumper, but alas, the shot missed its mark, allowing Griffin to leap and secure the rebound. After acquiring the ball in the front court, Jason Young playfully teased Westbrook before once again executing a pick-and-roll with Griffin to drive toward the basket. Just as the Thunder's interior defense focused intently on Griffin, Young deftly delivered a behind-the-back bounce pass to Come-On, who effortlessly tipped the ball into the hoop, securing another 2 points. The score stood at 2-6, as the Clippers capitalized on their interior advantage. When Westbrook, armed with explosive energy, prepared to launch another offensive thrust, Durant approached him, extending his hand for the ball. He had sensed Westbrook's unsettling mood and recognized the need to intervene. Despite Westbrook's reluctance, he ultimately complied, revealing the root of his jealousy toward Jason Young. As the secondary star of the team, he was relegated to a supporting role, unable to play with the same freedom as the team's primary leader. Upon receiving the ball, Durant leveraged his height advantage to execute a clean jump shot over Gordon, the ball swishing through the net. Gordon's short arms proved utterly inadequate against Durant's prowess, which he disregarded entirely. After sinking a three-pointer, Durant's expression remained stoically composed, concealing the tumult within. At the onset of the game, a casual glance revealed that one of the 3 beauties seated in the second row was none other than his ideal woman, Scarlett Johansson. Elation surged within him, momentarily believing she had come to watch him play. However, his excitement swiftly dissipated upon noticing that she donned a Clippers jersey emblazoned with the number 0. A wave of cold reality washed over him. His goddess was a fan of another. What could be more infuriating for Durant? He resolved to seize victory in this game, determined to prove to Scarlett Johansson who truly dominated the basketball court, himself or Jason Young. Jason Young remained unfazed as Durant effortlessly sank a three-pointer over Gordon, a scene that felt all too familiar. He meandered into the front court, awaiting positioning in the paint. Despite Westbrook's relentless harassment, he dared not make a reckless attempt to steal the ball, fully aware of Jason Young's swift first step should he lose his footing. Young would not hesitate to exploit the opening for a decisive drive. Once Come-On settled into position, he received a pass from Young and executed a graceful hook shot, though it narrowly missed, gliding off the rim and into the hands of the Thunder. As the ball found its way to Durant, he wasted no time waiting for his teammates to settle, once again delivering a blow to Gordon with a flawless shot that swished through the net. The score shifted to 8-6, with the Thunder taking the lead. The fury simmering within Durant translated into a fiery intensity in his hands. Meanwhile, the Clippers persisted with their aggressive approach inside. Young passed the ball to Griffin, who, backing down against Cephalosha, attempted to score, only for the referee to whistle an offensive foul. Griffin, eager to create space, executed a somewhat subtle shoulder dip, prompting a chorus of boos from the crowd, who expressed their discontent with the officiating on home turf. After Durant once again elevated and scored over Gordon, Del Negro had no choice but to call a timeout. Durant's shooting prowess posed a significant threat to the Clippers, necessitating a reevaluation of their defensive strategy. At 193 meters, Gordon was simply too diminutive to contend with Durant. Although the timing for adjustments was less than ideal, Del Negro opted to substitute Gordon for Al-Farouq Aminu, who had yet to make an appearance since being drafted but had shown some defensive promise in practice. Del Negro hoped that Aminu, with his height comparable to Durant's, could stifle the latter's three-point momentum. Noticing Griffin's urgency, Jason Young slowed the pace after crossing half-court, signaling for Griffin to set a screen. After shaking off Westbrook, Young toyed with Cephalosha, first bursting to the right before abruptly halting. Cephalosha, unable to stop in time, fell back, creating space. However, rather than shooting, Young shifted left, performing a delicate spin to evade Cephalosha, leaping to attack the basket. Kostick had no choice but to abandon Come On and rush toward Young, lest the latter secure an easy layup. In midair, Yang paused his layup motion, drawing the ball back and executing a behind-the-back pass to Come On, who emphatically dunked the ball. If one were to encapsulate Jason Yang's performance in that moment, the only fitting adjective would be spectacular. With Aminu on the court, Durant could no longer act with the same freedom he had against Gordon. His attempts at deceptive moves beyond the three-point line failed to fool Aminu. And after a few errant shots, he passed the ball back to Westbrook. A glimmer of joy flickered within Westbrook as he thought, finally, it's my turn to shine. Once again, he advanced with his robust physique against Jason Young. When Come On stepped up for defense, he intended to deliver a bounce pass to the unguarded Kosti. Unfortunately, he overestimated his passing ability. The angle of the bounce was too shallow, and Kosti, despite bending down, failed to catch the ball, resulting in a blunder. Second in command. Such flamboyant maneuvers are not suited for you, as they render you akin to a jester. You ought to emulate your leader, Durant, who continuously scored before me. Only then could you truly challenge me. Jason Young incessantly taunted Westbrook, who was closely guarding him, causing the latter's eyes to blaze with fury. When Jason Young once again assisted Griffin with an alley-oop, Westbrook, indeed, halted abruptly to execute a jump shot in front of Young. Durant had just provided him with an excellent demonstration. If he could force Young to be substituted, he would undoubtedly experience immense psychological gratification. Alas, his jump shot was erratic, and he exerted too much force, hitting the rim instead. Naturally, the Clippers seized the rebound. Their interior dominance was starkly evident. As the game progressed, Westbrook's recklessness was fully exposed. Whenever the ball was in his hands, he unthinkingly took shots over Jason Young, and the resulting shooting percentage was predictably poor, allowing the Clippers to gradually extend their lead. In the first quarter, Jason Young played for 9 minutes without attempting a single shot, focusing entirely on feeding the ball to the interior players, amassing 7 assists in this period. Chapter 60. Condemnation in the Cena Broadcasting Studio. Ku fans sighed deeply, lamenting, this game has finally concluded. Although the Clippers secured victory, the manner in which it unfolded leaves me at a loss for words. Teacher Young, what is your perspective? This match was entirely unexpected, he replied. Before the game commenced, I believed the Thunder had a better chance of winning. However, from the very first minute, the Clippers asserted complete control. They capitalized on the Thunder's frail interior defense, relentlessly attacking and leaving no opportunities for the Thunder. Jason Young orchestrated Griffin's performance in the paint, leading to a series of dazzling alley-oops, which ultimately ignited a confrontation between the two teams in the third quarter. The moment Griffin fell, Jason Young rushed to his aid without hesitation. Does this not indicate that he has now become the leader of the Clippers on the court? One could indeed argue so. Typically, such actions on the court are taken by either the team leader or a reckless player. Jason Young evidently belongs to the former category. During Byron Davis's absence, Jason Young not only earned the trust of his teammates through his unparalleled performance, but also began to assume the responsibilities expected of a leader. I believe that under his guidance, the future of the Clippers will only grow brighter. At long last, the opportunity arose for Yang to lavish praise upon Jason Young. However, during the match, both Jason Young and Russell Westbrook found themselves ejected by the referees due to their impulsive actions. Given the current stringent disciplinary measures enforced by the NBA for such incidents, a suspension appears inevitable. The duration of this suspension will depend on the deliberations of the league's officiating committee. This news undoubtedly casts a shadow over the Clippers, as their upcoming schedule promises to be particularly grueling. As the broadcast drew to a close, Ku fan expressed gratitude to the fans for their viewership and encouraged them to follow Cena NBA for further updates regarding Jason Young and the Clippers. In this match, Jason Young achieved a remarkable feat, amassing 10 points and 20 assists by the end of the third quarter, thus becoming the fastest player in NBA history to reach 20 assists in a single game. Coupled with his altercation with Westbrook on the court, he once again became the focal point of media attention post-game. Aaron Andrews was granted the first question, addressing Jason, congratulations on yet another historic achievement. However, there were some imperfections during the process. Do you have anything to say? Jason Young, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head before responding earnestly. I would like to apologize to the audience for my lack of composure during the game. Such behavior should not be part of the competition. Personally, I am not overly concerned with statistics. What truly matters is that we secured the victory. He had just taken a moment to compose himself in the locker room, lamenting the loss of a composure attribute point due to his uncharacteristic behavior, which had cost him dearly, reverting his hard-earned attribute back to 11 points. What circumstances led to your loss of composure? Could you elaborate? Aaron inquired. I believe everyone has seen the replay of that moment after the game, Jason replied, visibly agitated. I was infuriated by Serge Ibaka's actions on the court. Such conduct should never occur in a basketball game. I consider this kind of personal violation to be criminal. If the league allows such behavior to go unpunished, we will soon witness a second and a third instance. When the topic shifted to the moment Blake Griffin fell, Jason Yang's anger was palpable. With 5 consecutive games scoring in double digits and an impressive average of 13. 2 assists, many view you as the undeniable star of the Clippers. How do you perceive your role within the team? Do you agree with the media's assessment? Aaron Andrews' question left Jason Young momentarily speechless. After a thoughtful pause, he replied, Byron will soon return to the team, and Chris is a veteran player. I do not concern myself with such matters. What I care about is victory. And as for the rest, Coach Del Negro will manage everything. My focus is to give my all on the court. Following Aaron, Ben Bolch took his turn, expressing concern over whether injuries would affect the Clippers' performance. Jason, how's Griffin's physical condition? Will he need to sit out for a while? With the addition of Byron Davis and Randy Foye, the Los Angeles Clippers roster faces considerable challenges. Has the team's performance consequently been affected? The status of Breb's injury requires further observation, yet I hope everyone in the league can maintain their health, particularly avoiding unnecessary injuries. Nonetheless, injuries are an inherent aspect of the game, and they undoubtedly influence the team's performance. I remain optimistic that we can surmount these adversities and deliver commendable performances on the court. For the Clippers to evolve into a formidable team, we must bravely confront various challenges. Jason Young seizes every opportunity to inspire his teammates, striving to instill a champion spirit within the team. On the court, your physical contact with Westbrook might result in a suspension from the league. Are you mentally prepared for the possibility of further roster depletion for the Clippers? I accept any punishment the league may impose. I acknowledge my error. I have already apologized for my lack of composure during the game to the audience. And now I wish to extend my apologies to my teammates. I regret that I may be unable to play when the team needs me most. Before the game, you criticized the Thunder's off-court antics. What are your thoughts on the excessive nightlife of current NBA players? The question is posed by Lattice Simmons. Players are human. They require some off-court life to unwind. While I personally do not favor nightclubs, I do not wish to prevent others from engaging in appropriate leisure activities there. However, as professional athletes, we must maintain a profound respect for our work, our fans, and the NBA. It is unprofessional to revel until 4 a.m. the night before a game. Jason Young once again condemned such behavior. This is criminal conduct, accompanied by a close-up photo of Ibaka's brutal foul. As reported by the Los Angeles Times, the article vehemently criticized such barbaric actions on the court and called for severe punishment for Ibaka. It referenced the infamous foul by Horion Nash during the 2007 playoffs between the Spurs and the Suns, arguing that failure to impose strict penalties for such actions could lead to teams deploying bench players to target opposing stars as a strategic maneuver. The Los Angeles Times report garnered strong agreement from the Arizona Republic, which not only condemned the savage defense on the court, but also asserted that had the Spurs not resorted to underhanded tactics leading to Amare Stoudemire's suspension, the Suns would undoubtedly have secured the championship that year. ESPN echoed similar sentiments, noting that there have indeed been instances in the past where teams have employed such strategic maneuvers. Meanwhile, Aaron Andrews' column suggests that after the 2 rigorous encounters with the Mavericks and Spurs, Jason Young has nearly eradicated any shortcomings in his point guard position, aside from physical strength. If Jason Young can maintain his health, the Clippers are poised to emerge as a dark horse in the playoffs. In addition to tracking Jason Yang's statements, Mark Medina from the Los Angeles Daily News interviewed Scarlett Johansson in the post-game parking lot. Surprisingly, the Hollywood siren revealed herself to be a fan of the basketball star, a revelation that undoubtedly piqued interest. Scarlett, when did you first become a fan of Jason Young? Medina, known for his knack for uncovering exclusive stories, was taken aback by her response. Since his first game in Los Angeles, he has epitomized miracles. following a physical altercation between Jason Young and Westbrook during the game. Medina probed further, "Has this incident affected your perception of him?" "Not at all. In fact, it has intensified my admiration for him," she replied fervently. "His performance embodies true masculinity. He is a leader who courageously defends his teammates and shoulders responsibilities. I believe anyone who has witnessed the game shares my sentiment." Scarlett Johansson's response was imbued with a fervor akin to that of a devout believer. "Today, your opponent, Kevin Durant of the Thunder, claimed he would drink your bathwater," clearly indicating he is your superfan. "Do you find that exhilarating?" "Not in the slightest," she retorted. Her subsequent comments were even more incendiary, suggesting that Durant's on-court demeanor lacked masculinity, while Westbrook's presence resonated more as a team leader. It was evident that Johansson was unimpressed by Durant's evasive tactics during the confrontation between the two teams. Her statements quickly spread through the media, highlighting a shift in allegiance among Hollywood stars who had traditionally favored the Lakers. Now, with Jason Yang's influence, the Clippers seemed to be on the brink of a resurgence. Upon hearing this news, Durant promptly unfollowed Scarlett Johansson on Twitter, declaring, "Forget the foolish whims of youth. I am no one's fan." Johansson's response was succinct yet cutting. "Hypocrite." The media coverage post-game gravitated entirely towards Los Angeles, where Lakers Kobe Bryant achieved a triple-double with 30 points, 12 assists, and 10 rebounds against the Kings, his 17th career triple-double and fourth instance of surpassing the 30-10-10 milestone, riding a 5-game winning streak. The Lakers were enjoying a scorching start to the season, with many media outlets and experts predicting their championship defense. Should they succeed, it would mark a third consecutive title, and Kobe would join Jordan in claiming 6 championships. Chapter 61. The Confucius Institute contract the day following the game. The NBA swiftly imposed penalties on both the Clippers and the Thunder based on the referee's reports. Thunder's Ibaka faced a 1-game suspension and a 15,000 fine for a flagrant foul, while Westbrook was suspended for 2 games due to a violent incident on the court. On the Clippers side, Jason Young has also been suspended for 2 games due to an incident of on-court violence. Upon learning of this news, Jason Young expressed his outrage on Twitter, stating, "I am certainly aware of the league's regulations, yet such a superficial punishment is, in essence, condoning criminal behavior." Jason Yang's remarks have garnered widespread approval, with numerous star players from various teams sharing his tweet. During games, they often become the focal point of attention from their opponents, who will go to great lengths to curtail their performance, employing tactics that can be dark and even unsportsmanlike. Steve Nash retweeted this statement, adding that he is not one to complain, yet he feels the league owes the Suns a championship. Amare Stoudemire echoed this sentiment, despite no longer being with the Phoenix team. LeBron James also shared the tweet, and observant fans have noted that he seemingly retweets almost every message from Jason Young. However, it must be acknowledged that LBJ's style of play has made him one of the stars frequently subjected to malicious attacks from opponents. In response, ESPN created a video montage highlighting the most egregious fouls in the league over the past 5 years, with LBJ ranking first in terms of fouls committed against him. Charles Barkley once again made headlines, seemingly aligning himself with Jason Young, as he tweeted that the NBA has always been a man's game, where whiners who cry for their mothers are not welcome. Barkley's comments found support amongst several defensive stalwarts in the league, including Kevin Garnett, James Posey, and Rasheed Wallace, who expressed similar views to the media. Interestingly, Lakers player Ron Artest made headlines after a practice, boldly proclaiming to Los Angeles Times reporter Eric Pincus that he intended to make Jason Yang's life miserable in the upcoming Los Angeles Derby. Meanwhile, Bianchi seized the opportunity to stoke the flames, expressing strong agreement with Artest's comments on Twitter, and expressed hope that Phil Jackson would assign Artest to defend Jason Young in the next match against the Clippers. Jason Young completely disregarded these remarks. He was not one to engage in verbal sparring, preferring instead to let his performance on the field speak for itself. Amidst the clamor of the media, he met with Chan Yongxing and Vivian at a business hotel in Los Angeles. "Congratulations on another splendid victory, Mr. Young," Chan Yongxing began, his words laced with a hint of insincerity. As the principal representative of the Confucius Institute in the United States, this meeting with Jason Young was pivotal for his future prospects. Jason Young quietly sipped his tea, seemingly immersed in the world of tea culture, without uttering a word. Vivian spoke up, "Mr. Chin, we have reached a consensus on the general direction through our emails. If there are no issues with the details, we can proceed with the contract today." Upon hearing Vivian's words, Chan Yongxing was filled with delight. With Jason Young as the spokesperson, It signified that a significant portion of his plan had succeeded. Due to the philanthropic nature of the Confucius Institute, we are unable to offer Mr. Yang any sponsorship fees. However, we have secured a partnership with the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The bank will provide Mr. Yang with an annual fee of $10 million in exchange for his endorsement of the Suanzi Academy and the bank. This is not a problem. We have one requirement. Jason's advertisements must be aired simultaneously in China. Vivian's intent was to deepen their foothold in the Chinese market. And having multiple advertisements in China would undoubtedly elevate Jason Yang's visibility. This would serve as a beneficial enhancement to Jason Yang's advertising value. This is agreeable. The Industrial and Commercial Bank not only aims for successful internationalization but also wishes to solidify its position in the domestic market. Mr. Yang is the ideal spokesperson for them. Chen Yongsheng said cheerfully, taking a sip of tea before voicing his request. The Confucius Institute hopes that Mr. Yang can collaborate with our promotional activities. We desire not only his endorsement but also hope to invite him to host a television program promoting the Chinese language. That is possible. But I do not have much time. Jason Yang proactively agreed before Vivian could respond. As a descendant of Yin and Huang, promoting Chinese culture is an inescapable duty for him, though he was concerned about his limited availability. Qin Jiangshen's prompt reply alleviated his worries. Our teaching materials are already prepared, structured into 3-month seasons, with one lesson broadcast each week, lasting 20 minutes. We can record everything in 2 days and then air it in segments. Both parties exhibited genuine sincerity, and soon the contract was ready to be signed, awaiting Chun Yongxing's arrangements for the advertisement shoot. Once outside the hotel, Vivian jubilantly exclaimed, throwing herself onto Jason Yang. Jason, this is the first multi-million-dollar contract I've secured for you, but I know this is merely the beginning. There will be increasingly more contracts awaiting your signature. She then lamented, 30,000 a year, and I signed you to Catherine. I feel so defeated. Jason Yang beamed at Vivian, suggesting they return home so his father could treat her. Upon hearing this, Vivian's eyes sparkled with delight. After Jason made a call to Yang Jiangwo, the two ventured to the Grove Shopping Center, indulging in a shopping spree. During their outing, Vivian eagerly insisted on riding the famous antique tram at the Grove. She dashed about joyfully, intermittently returning to Jason's side to link her arm with his, clearly reveling in her elation. When Vivian appeared at the doorstep, Lu Dongmei was overjoyed, promptly ushering her inside to inquire after her well-being, leaving poor Jason to lug in bags and find his own drink. After a while, Yang Jiangwo emerged from the kitchen, greeting them with a casual, "You're back," before returning to his culinary endeavors. "Mom, I am your biological son," Jason muttered with a roll of his eyes, eliciting a fit of laughter from Vivian. Before dinner, he unpacked the gifts they had purchased, all meticulously selected by Vivian, who had scarcely bought anything for herself. Following a sumptuous Chinese feast, Jason and Vivian prepared to return to their apartment near the training center. However, before parting, Lu Dongmei pulled Jason aside, her tone serious. "Who was that girl during the last match?" she inquired. "Which one?" Jason replied, utterly perplexed. "What do you mean, which one? How many are there?" Lu Dongmei pressed, her expression stern. "What do you mean by how many? Mom, clarify," Jason exclaimed, bewildered by the situation. "Hey you. I'm asking you about that girl who was by your side during the last match." Although she didn't follow the NBA closely, Lu Dongmei never missed a game at the Clippers. "Ah, you mean Catherine? She's my quasi-girlfriend," Jason responded with a hint of frustration, thinking that had it not been for Kid's buzzer beater, he might be confidently declaring that she was his future daughter-in-law. Quasi-girlfriend? And what about Vivian? Lu Dongmei pressed urgently. "Vivian? She's my manager," Jason clarified. "Well, that's that then. I foresee you having quite the time ahead," Lu Dongmei retorted with frustration at Jason's nonchalant demeanor. Chapter 62. The Ascendant Bledsoe. The following morning, after a brief training session, the Clippers headed to the airport for an upcoming away game. This journey comprised 4 consecutive away matches, including 2 back-to-back games, with merely 1 day for rest in between, a rather unfavorable situation for the injury-stricken Clippers. Although Jason Yang has been suspended for 2 games, he chose to travel with the Clippers rather than remain in Los Angeles, showing unwavering support for his teammates from the sidelines. Their first matchup will take them to the picturesque state of Colorado, where they will face off against the prolific scorer Carmelo Anthony and his team, the Denver Nuggets, during the 2008 to 2009 season. After acquiring Chauncey Billups through a 3-way trade involving Allen Iverson, the Nuggets soared to the Western Conference Finals, only to fall short against the eventual champions. the Los Angeles Lakers. This remained the pinnacle of the Nuggets' achievements in their history. However, following their unexpected first-round elimination by the Jazz last year, the team has struggled to maintain a competitive edge. This situation has led to a shift in the mindset of their star player, Anthony, with rumors suggesting he is determined to leave the Nuggets in pursuit of playing for a relatively weaker team in the Eastern Conference. Despite these changes in attitude, Carmelo Anthony continues to live up to his reputation as an offensive virtuoso. On the court, whether driving to the basket or executing back-to-the-basket plays, he poses no threat to his counterparts, whether it be Ryan Gomez or Rasul Butler from the Clippers. Anthony showcased his prowess by scoring 30 points on 14 of 20 shooting, leading his team to a 111-104 victory over the Clippers. On the Clippers side, Blake Griffin delivered an outstanding performance, amassing 26 points and 10 rebounds, effectively exploiting the Nuggets' frail interior defense and emerging as the best player for the Clippers. With the absence of the injured star and Jason Yang's suspension, Eric Bledsoe was elevated to the starting position. Although he performed reasonably well, his ability to orchestrate the offense remains a work in progress. Perhaps eager to seize the opportunity to shine, his inconsistent mid-range shooting forced him to attack the basket, consequently limiting space for Chris Kaman, who managed only 10 points and fell short of his usual standards as a star center. Jason Young, off the court, diligently attends to his teammates by fetching water and handing out towels, or engages in tactical discussions with Del Negro. In essence, he endeavors to convey a message: even if I cannot take the court, I am present, and the Clippers remain a cohesive unit. Despite the loss, the morale of the players remains commendable. The point differential was not excessively large, and each player performed admirably in their respective positions. The defeat can be attributed to a disparity in skill levels and an abundance of injuries. The Clippers made no prolonged stay in Denver, opting to fly overnight to Salt Lake City following the game, where they will face the Jazz. On the airplane, Jason Young deliberately chose to sit beside Bledsoe, which took Bledsoe by surprise. He recognized that with the return of Baron Davis, his opportunities for playing time would diminish significantly. However, with Jason Yang's guidance, he felt assured that he would not be overlooked within the team. Though both were rookies, their standings within the squad were worlds apart. "Eric, shall we have a discussion?" Jason inquired. "Of course, Jason. I realize my performance in the last game was lacking, but I promise to give my all whenever I am on the court," Bledsoe replied, nodding earnestly. "No, Eric, in truth, you performed quite well. Your ability to attack the rim is something I lack." Jason Young began by commending Bledsoe's efforts before revealing his intention. "However, we are a team, and each individual on the court has a role corresponding to their position. Therefore," before Jason could finish, Bledsoe interjected, "Jason, everyone says you are a genius. Could you assist me in analyzing how I might improve moving forward? I understand I may not be a starter, but even as part of the rotation, I wish to contribute positively to the team." Jason Young gazed at the earnest expression of Bledsoe, his heart swelling with delight. This was the attitude he most cherished. He believed that the team did not necessitate frequent incursions into the paint by the point guard, as this would constrict the space available for Chris and Blake. Typically, opposing teams struggle to counter the formidable interior duo of Blake and Chris, thus our offensive strategies should prioritize the interior. What are your thoughts? Bledsoe, after a moment of contemplation, lifted his gaze and replied, "I understand. I will be mindful of that on the court. Additionally, I have observed that your passing often lacks finesse, which can lead to your teammates making errors. Even if they catch the ball, it becomes challenging for them to execute fluid movements. This is an aspect that requires your diligent practice in future training sessions. Jason, may I join your training group?" Bledsoe inquired with hopeful anticipation. "Certainly, I welcome anyone," Jason Young responded with a smile, yet his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "However, should you choose to join, you must remain committed, regardless of the difficulties of the training." "I will," Bledsoe affirmed resolutely. As Jason Young departed from Bledsoe's side, a smile graced his lips. Thus, his 4 a.m. club had gained another member. This signified that he was gradually influencing his teammates, fostering a collective strength. The Utah Jazz, too, found themselves in turmoil this season. The rebellious Carlos Boozer was lured away by the Bulls with a lucrative 5-year, $80 million contract during the summer, leaving Darren Williams to bear the burden alone. Although the Jazz subsequently acquired star center Al Jefferson from the Timberwolves, Jefferson's skill set did not seamlessly align with Sloan's pick-and-roll strategy, and the current roster struggled to recapture the former glory of the Jazz's dynamic duo. Indeed, even as the Jazz faced the distant Clippers at home, they found no advantage on the court. Following Jason Yang's guidance, Bledsoe notably reduced his drives and enhanced his passing to come on. Ultimately, the Jazz secured a hard-fought victory after 2 overtimes, taking advantage of the Clippers' fatigue as they succumbed to a narrow 2-point defeat. In this match, Deron Williams showcased his prowess, scoring 30 points, embodying the role of the Jazz's leader, while Paul Millsap contributed 25 points, seizing additional opportunities in the wake of Boozer's departure. On the Clippers' side, Coman led the scoring with 27 points, followed by Gordon with 22. However, his dismal performance from beyond the arc, missing all 6 attempts, epitomized the team's struggles. The absence of Jason Young deprived the Clippers of a reliable 3-point threat, proving decisive in the outcome of the game. After 2 consecutive losses on the road and an exhausting double overtime battle, the Clippers players began to show signs of fatigue. The atmosphere on the plane was somewhat somber, with players donning sleep masks to seize moments of rest. It was only past 2 a.m. when the plane finally arrived at their destination, New Orleans. Upon arriving at the hotel, the players of the Clippers swiftly retreated to their rooms to rest. Given the intense schedule of back-to-back games, inadequate recovery could significantly heighten the risk of injury during competition, a scenario that no NBA player wishes to encounter. Chapter 63. New Orleans. Early the next morning, Jason Young rose to engage in a leisurely run at a nearby park. Although the travel fatigue from being on the road lingered, his biological clock roused him punctually at this hour. As sweat soaked through his athletic shirt, the dawn gradually brightened, and the number of people exercising in the park began to swell. Jason paused beside a basketball court in the park center, where 2 boys, approximately 8 or 9 years old, were engaged in a one-on-one showdown. He took a seat on a nearby bench, intrigued by their spirited competition. Soon, the taller and sturdier boy leveraged his physical advantage to claim victory in the duel. "I am the Chris Paul of the Riveland community," he proudly proclaimed to the smaller boy, reveling in the glory of his triumph. "Chris Paul wouldn't rely solely on his physique to win. Even if you beat me, it proves nothing. My skills are what truly mirror his," retorted the smaller boy, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. Amused by this entertaining exchange, Jason Young chuckled softly, noting the immense reverence that Chris Paul commanded even among such young children, who took pride in emulating him. Indeed, this admiration is well-founded. Following the devastation of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, Chris Paul joined the then-chaotic Hornets, who played their first 2 seasons in a rented venue in Oklahoma before returning to New Orleans only before the conclusion of their second season. In the subsequent 2007 to 2008 season, Paul averaged an impressive 21 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds, and 7 steals, leading his team to a remarkable 56 wins and securing the top spot in the Southwest Division. Although the MVP trophy was controversially claimed by Kobe Bryant, Paul's exceptional on-court performance and leadership established him as an emblematic figure in the hearts of New Orleanians striving to rebuild their community. Tomorrow night, Jason Young will face off against the league's premier point guard, Chris Paul, at the New Orleans Arena. The Clippers had no training scheduled for today, allowing players to take advantage of this rare opportunity to relax and alleviate their physical and mental fatigue. While some players ventured out for various leisure activities, Jason retreated to his room to delve into a compilation of Chris Paul's highlights. Paul's style of play is characterized by stability, exceptional court vision, and precise mid-range shooting, which forms the foundation of his scoring. On the defensive end, his lightning-fast reactions grant him remarkable stealing ability. Paul is nearly indefensible on the offensive end. He is one of the rare players in the league who possesses an innate system of his own. However, it is on the defensive side where his lack of explosive physicality becomes his Achilles heel. After watching every available video on Chris Paul in his room, Jason Young finally stretched and emerged, intending to practice his physical strength in the hotel gym. 2 games of suspension had left him brimming with energy that needed to be released. Upon entering the gym, he spotted the sweat-drenched DeAndre Jordan vigorously working on the strength equipment. Jordan's muscular physique evoked a tinge of envy in Jason, undoubtedly. He was the most formidable player in the Clippers, far surpassing Griffin in sheer physical power. "Hey, DJ, why aren't you out with the others?" Jason approached DeAndre with a friendly greeting. "Jason, I've played only 20 minutes over the last 2 games. I hardly need a break," DeAndre replied, wiping the sweat from his face with a towel, then muttering under his breath, "Is there any chance I could earn a multi-million-dollar contract in this short time?" Though DeAndre's words were barely audible, Jason caught them and chuckled. "Don't worry, DJ, there will be bread on the table. Remember, I'm also on a minimum salary contract." and it's not even guaranteed. Come on, Jason, as long as the team managers in the league aren't blind. I'm sure any one of them will offer you a max deal at the end of the season. DeAndre retorted with a look that clearly conveyed he wouldn't be fooled. But we must earn that through our performance, right? That's why we are here training. Jason smiled slightly. Keep it up, DJ. With that, he moved to another piece of equipment to begin his own workout. The two spent the entire afternoon in the gym. Training with a partner proved to be more engaging than solitary workouts, allowing for camaraderie and lighthearted moments. Motivated by Jason's encouragement and the allure of a lucrative contract, DeAndre channeled all his energy into his training. The upcoming game attracted considerable media attention, with Jason and Paul becoming the focus of numerous reporters before the match. When asked how he perceived Chris Paul, Jason's response thrilled Ben Bolch, who recognized it as prime material for coverage. Chris Paul is one of the top point guards in the league, and I hold him in the highest regard, Jason stated, before shifting his tone. However, the greatest respect for an opponent on the court is to give your all to defeat them, and I believe Chris Paul shares that sentiment. So, do you have confidence in your ability to defeat Chris Paul on the court? Bolch inquired, his voice tinged with excitement. Before the game concludes, no one can predict the outcome, but I will bring my utmost energy to the floor. Chris Paul won the Rookie of the Year award in his debut season and subsequently became a superstar in the league. It seems you aspire to follow in his footsteps. Do you regard him as a role model for your career? No, I do not wish for others to label me as a certain second generation. I shall solely be myself, regardless of the accolades or failures I may achieve in the league in the future. Jason Yang's response was resolute. As the season commenced, the Hornets had secured a remarkable 6 consecutive victories, marking their best start in history, while the Clippers were reeling from a series of away defeats. What do you believe are the Clippers' chances of triumph tonight? I can only assert that the Clippers are not here for leisure. We shall strive diligently for victory. Jason Young is certainly committed to securing a win, as the system has assigned him a new task to overcome Chris Paul and his New Orleans Hornets. Basic task: prevent a third consecutive loss. Task description: during your suspension, the team has suffered 2 consecutive losses, halting their momentum. Should we face another defeat in this match, morale will plummet drastically. You must exert your efforts to bring victory to the team. Task reward: 1 attribute point, 1 random green equipment item. Failure penalty: random deduction of 3 attribute points. Task status: in progress. Similarly, Chris Paul was queried by the Hornets beat reporter regarding his views on Jason Young during practice. Paul responded, "Yes, I have noticed the recent extensive coverage surrounding Jason Young. I hope for a bright future for him in the league. However, at the New Orleans arena, we will not allow victory to slip through our fingers." Paul's words exuded confidence. With the team on a 6-game winning streak, their morale was soaring, and he did not believe the undermanned Clippers could pose a significant threat on their home court. Chapter 64. The party the following day. Jason Young arrived punctually at the team's training center. Last night, Vivian not only prepared a nutritious meal to replenish his energy, but also provided a muscle relaxation massage before bedtime. Although the coaching staff granted the team a day off, he felt his physical condition was entirely satisfactory. To his surprise, on the training court, Jason Young spotted Bledsoe practicing his free throws. "Eric, why aren't you resting today?" Jason approached him with a greeting. "Byron is set to return to the team, and my playing time will significantly diminish, so I see no need for a break. Besides, I want to train hard and improve alongside you all," Bledsoe candidly replied. Just as the two were about to converse further, Griffin entered, followed by a yawning DeAndre Jordan. "I thought you two wouldn't show up today," Jason remarked with a smile upon seeing them. "Being an all-star isn't achieved by sleeping in," Griffin quipped humorously. His spirits lifted after 2 commendable performances in back-to-back games. "And my hefty contract," DeAndre Jordan added, though he appeared still somewhat groggy, his tone serious. The 4 engaged in an invigorating morning of training, partaking in one-on-one matchups and 2-on-2 skirmishes. The focal point of concern regarding little Jordan's defensive capabilities lies in his training. He is too easily deceived. In the previous match against the Spurs, a mere lift of Duncan's hand sent him soaring, which ultimately led to his 6 fouls before the third quarter concluded. Bledsoe's physical prowess justly earns him the moniker of Little LeBron. Yet this reliance on his athleticism detracts from his skills as a point guard, as his passing remains below par. After the morning training session, Jason Young halted the 3 players who were preparing to head home. "I wish to host a gathering to celebrate the team. What are your thoughts?" Little Jordan, after a moment of reflection, inquired, "Why?" He then feigned realization. Are you and that charming young lady dating? Jason revealed that they had recently signed an endorsement deal worth celebrating, especially given the team's current injury was affecting morale. And he hoped to enliven the atmosphere with this party. Have you secured an endorsement deal so quickly? How much? Little Jordan's curiosity about financial matters was evident. $10 million for 1 year, Jason replied candidly, without intention to conceal. What? This revelation astonished not only Little Jordan, but also Griffin and Bledsoe, who exclaimed in unison. Which brand is so generous? Griffin's curiosity was piqued, as such high-value contracts are rare in the NBA. It's from a bank in China. Is that price significant? Significant? It's at the pinnacle of the league's standards. It seems they truly believe in you, Bledsoe remarked, tinged with envy. After finalizing the party details with the trio, Jason Young promptly extended an invitation to Catherine. As Jason's prospective girlfriend, she was eager to participate in the Clippers team events. Meanwhile, Baron Davis was experiencing a tumultuous period. Despite the healing of his knee injury and his return to the team, the media was fervently debating whether he or Jason Young was more deserving of the Clippers' starting point guard position. Reports indicated that experts, media, and fans alike overwhelmingly supported Jason. Baron recognized that Jason was the future of the Clippers, yet he remained in his prime, still capable of competing robustly. He aspired to fulfill his contract as the team's leader before wholeheartedly supporting Jason Young. The management had yet to comment, but the fans appeared to be impatient. A ringing phone abruptly disrupted Baron's thoughts. Upon checking, he saw it was Jason Young calling. Hello, he answered, opting for silence thereafter. Hi, Baron. Are you resting at home to the point of rusting? Jason's cheerful voice resonated through the receiver. The team is organizing a party tonight, and I wanted to personally inform you. I already have plans for the evening. In a deep, somber tone, the bearded man gently declined, expressing his reluctance to partake in the team activities amidst the current circumstances. He was uncertain how the other members of the team would regard him upon his arrival. Hey, as the captain of the team, how could you not participate in our collective endeavors? Don't let us down, Byron. Jason Young's voice resonated with the familiarity of their initial moments leaving the training facility. Captain of the team? Davis murmured, a hint of self-mockery evident in his tone. Of course, Byron, disregard the nonsense from the damned media. The Clippers need your guidance to navigate the stormy seas. 6 o'clock tonight, don't be late. After hanging up, the bearded man's gloomy demeanor lightened. He could discern that Jason truly regarded him as a leader. The Clippers players began to arrive at the spacious residence rented by Griffin, bringing their families along. Among the team, he ranked third in salary, following the bearded man and Kaman, while the others were bound by mid-range contracts, only able to afford apartments, thus borrowing his space to host a grand barbecue party in the backyard. When Jason Young arrived with 2 lovely ladies, the players, busy tending to the grill, erupted in a chorus of whistles and playful jests directed at him. Gomez quipped, if I were O'Shea, I would lavishly recruit Miss Catherine to travel with the team. That way, the goddess of love could replenish her energy at any moment. His jest elicited laughter from the entire Clippers roster, while Catherine, adorned in a simple yet elegant long dress, gracefully linked her arm with Jason's, smiling and nodding to everyone, radiating poise. Only DeAndre Jordan remained serious as he approached. Miss Vivian, would you consider being my agent? Vivian, standing behind Jason, was taken aback by the suddenness of the inquiry. Caught off guard, she instinctively asked, why? Joel isn't sufficient to negotiate a substantial contract for me, and I believe you possess that capability, as evidenced by Jason's endorsement deal, Jordan replied. Upon hearing this, the other Clippers players turned their eager gazes toward Vivian, having heard whispers that today's celebration was a result of Jason Young securing a lucrative sponsorship deal. Apologies, but I am currently Jason's full-time agent and have no immediate plans to represent other players, Vivian responded, leaving Jordan visibly disappointed. As the bearded man arrived fashionably late, Jason Young stepped forward to embrace him warmly, announcing to the rest of the Clippers, let us see if our captain has recovered enough energy to lead us on our voyage. The bearded man patted his chest and signaled a thumbs up, while the other Clippers responded with enthusiastic whistles, fully understanding the underlying implications. Only Vivian wore a perplexed expression, casting a bewildered glance at Catherine, only to discover that the latter was smiling and nodding in apparent agreement with Jason Young's actions. Ultimately, the party concluded amidst the raucous cries of the Clippers players. Observant individuals would notice that, aside from a few notable injuries, only Eric Gordon was absent from the gathering. After departing from Griffin's grand residence, Jason Young drove Catherine back to her apartment in Yongjangwo's fort. Let me gift each of you a car, Jason Young blurted out nonsensically while driving. Catherine smiled at him through the rearview mirror but remained silent, while Vivian, puzzled, inquired, why the sudden desire to buy me a car? I mentioned that upon securing a lucrative contract, I would present you with a grand gift. Moreover, it's quite inconvenient for you to go out without a vehicle. Previously, circumstances did not permit, but now it is feasible, Jason Young responded, sensing Catherine's gaze through the mirror. He added softly, "It is merely a desire to share this joy with you." Catherine's smile widened, and she slightly nodded in assent. "Humph," Vivian huffed, her nose wrinkling in discontent. Without hesitation. Upon returning home, Jason Young began searching for cars online. Thanks to the advancements of the internet, ordering a vehicle no longer required time spent at a car dealership. Soon, he identified two models that met his approval. He reserved a Mini Cooper for Vivian, its compact design perfectly suited to her personality. For Catherine, he selected a Maserati Quattroporte. As she would likely find herself in various professional settings, the elegant aesthetics and formidable performance of the Maserati harmoniously matched Catherine's demeanor. Upon reflection, Jason Young realized that using Vivian's car would be too small for his own needs, thus he also purchased a Ford F-450 pickup truck as a reward for himself. Chapter 65. The Giants lament on November 10th. In American time, the long-anticipated NBA China Derby unfolded once again, with the Washington Wizards hosting the Houston Rockets. Jianlian had been traded from the Nets to the Wizards this season, and fans hoped he could showcase the prowess of the 6th overall pick from the 2007 draft amidst the Wizards' frail interior. Meanwhile, Yao Ming had just recovered from a severe injury sustained in the previous season, and fans similarly anticipated his return to the form of the premier center in the Western Conference. Regrettably, this match was destined to shatter the hearts of Chinese fans. Merely 6 minutes into the game, Yao Ming fell during a confrontation with JaVale McGee, subsequently being substituted by Jordan Hill and escorted directly to the locker room, never to return to the court. At this moment, Jianlian sat on the bench, yet to make his appearance. As the much-anticipated China Derby faded into disappointment amidst the anxious murmurs of the fans, John Wall delivered an exceptional performance, achieving a triple-double, while Adelman seemed to have made an inexplicable decision. Despite Aaron Brooks being sidelined due to injury, he opted for Isaiah Smith, a rookie who was overlooked in the draft, to start instead of Kyle Lowry. In return, Wall rewarded him with a commendable triple-double of 19 points, 13 assists, and 10 rebounds. However, post-game media attention shifted significantly to Yao Ming's injury. In the locker room, Yao expressed his concerns to reporters, stating, "My foot feels very sore, and I can't exert any strength. I am uncertain about what the issue might be. This type of injury is the most terrifying. I only hope it will not impact my career." Tragically prophetic, subsequent examinations revealed that Yao had sustained a third stress fracture in his left foot, leading the Rockets to announce his indefinite absence from play. While local media in Washington reported on this, the rest of the media lamented the Giants' misfortune. Shaquille O'Neal, once a formidable force, now merely plays a minor role in Boston, and with Yao's recent injury, the Giants who once dominated the NBA are gradually fading from public consciousness. The truth that proximity to the basket often leads to championships seemed on the verge of being overturned. As the media and fans mourned Yao's condition, John Wall took to Twitter, expressing his outrage over what he perceived as a lack of respect from the media. As the new millennium's rookie with the fewest games achieving a triple-double, he could not tolerate being overlooked. In a moment of reckless abandon, he even asserted that individuals of Asian descent should not be present on the NBA court, completely disregarding the fact that his own team included a Chinese player. In the course of the game, Jianlian finally took to the court for 29 minutes, contributing 13 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 blocks, emerging as a vital asset off the Wizards bench, thus providing some solace to the heartbroken Chinese fans. Although Wall promptly deleted his tweet, he could not escape the keen eyes of onlookers. Despite its swift removal, the text circulated widely through screenshots. The media criticized his inappropriate remarks, and several NBA legends suggested that Wall had yet to reach the psychological maturity required to lead a team. However, Charles Barkley publicly supported Wall on Twitter, stating, "John Wall is the one rookie I hold in the highest regard. I cannot envision anyone more outstanding than him. Young individuals may make impulsive statements. It is not unusual. In our era, we were far more outrageous, and I do not believe he is wrong. Individuals of Asian descent are indeed less suited for basketball. Otherwise, given China's population base, they would have long since become world champions." Barkley's comments faced stern rebuke from Reggie Miller, who countered, "When I first stepped onto the basketball court, I faced ridicule from others, but so what? Those who mocked me never entered the NBA, while I became the holder of the NBA three-point record. Basketball, irrespective of skin color, belongs solely to those who possess a deep passion for the sport." However, Paul George recently took to Twitter to retort against John Wall, stating, "It seems someone has forgotten the lessons learned during training camp. Heh, as a point guard, perhaps you should achieve a single game with over 20 assists before you speak." Subsequently, prior to the game between the Clippers and the Pistons, Jason Young was asked for his thoughts on Wall's comments. This time, Young refrained from mocking Wall, responding earnestly, "The NBA is not a game for any singular race. It belongs to all of humanity. If one must assign a category, I believe it is reserved for those who strive tirelessly for their dreams." John Wall achieved a triple-double, marking him as the first player among this year's rookies to accomplish such a feat, a journalist inquired. "Currently, he is your greatest rival in the rookie rankings. Do you feel this brings additional pressure?" Young praised Wall's performance, stating, "I must congratulate him. Perhaps he could become the second most formidable rookie of all time. In terms of confidence and the commanding presence he displays to the media, Young is, at the very least, leagues ahead of Wall." Additionally, the starting point guard position for the Clippers has garnered significant attention from reporters, yet Young merely offered a mysterious smile in response, hinting that the answer would soon be revealed. After a grueling stretch of 5 games and 4 nights on the road, the Clippers are set to face a relatively lenient schedule, with their next opponent being the Detroit Pistons, a team currently in the midst of a rebuilding phase. The once formidable squad from the 2003 to 2004 season now lies in disarray. Even Richard Hamilton and Tayshaun Prince, who remain, are shadows of their former selves. Meanwhile, Ben Wallace, who left in pursuit of a lucrative contract only to return to the Pistons, is now noticeably aged and far removed from his previous prowess. The current Detroit Pistons are anchored by point guard Rodney Stuckey and this year's 7th overall pick, Greg Monroe, as they embark on a rebuilding journey. Supported by a cadre of seasoned veterans, with hopes of reclaiming their former glory in the not-too-distant future, it is noteworthy that Tracy McGrady, affectionately referred to as My Z by Chinese fans, has joined the Pistons this year on a veteran minimum contract at the age of 31. It is indeed a poignant reflection on his career that he has found himself in such circumstances at this stage of his life. The order of player introductions has reverted to its previous state, with Jason Young making his entrance second to last, allowing the spotlight to shine on the bearded star. However, the audience expressed their preference through raucous cheers, with Jason Young receiving a thunderous ovation upon his arrival, while the cheers for the bearded star had noticeably diminished. Prior to the game, Jason Young and Greg Monroe embraced warmly, having forged a bond during their time together in training camp, despite not frequently communicating now. In this match, Coach Del Negro made a strategic alteration to address the starting point guard dilemma between Jason Young and Davis by deploying both players simultaneously, positioning Jason Young at the shooting guard spot and relegating Eric Gordon to the bench, further aggravating Gordon's already simmering discontent towards Young. At the outset of the game, the Clippers primarily relied on the bearded star to orchestrate the offense, while Jason Young made off-ball movements on both sides of the court. However, his movements appeared rather naive in the eyes of Hamilton, who, as a physically imposing, adept shooting guard, excels in off-ball running and mid-range catch-and-shoot techniques, standing at the pinnacle of the league. Under Hamilton's defensive scrutiny, Jason Young struggled to create offensive opportunities and repeatedly found himself outmaneuvered by Hamilton on the defensive end. Having endured the media's scrutiny regarding the starting position, the bearded star was eager to regain the fans' approval through his performance on the court, thus opting for a more self-reliant approach, believing he possessed the capability to single-handedly attack Stuckey. Indeed, he demonstrated the ability to score over Stuckey. Yet if a playmaking guard prioritizes personal scoring over team dynamics, the overall outcome for the team becomes quite predictable. After 8 minutes into the first quarter, the Clippers found themselves trailing by 6 points at home to the similarly rebuilding Pistons, with Jason Young failing to register any points or assists on a shooting attempt. In response, Coach Del Negro initiated adjustments, opting to replace Jason Young with Gordon, rather than substituting the bearded star, while emphasizing the need to stretch the defense outward to provide the two guards with more space to penetrate the basket. In the final 4 minutes of the first quarter, two guards from the Clippers took turns attacking the Pistons' interior, yielding some results. However, the point differential remained unchanged at 30-24. As the Pistons scored 30 points in the quarter, revealing the Clippers' lackluster defense. As the second quarter commenced, Jason Young re-entered the game, returning to his familiar position At that moment, the Pistons' rotation featured Tracy McGrady at the point guard position. McGrady, during his tenure with the Rockets, was frequently assigned to the one spot by Adelman, and his court vision and passing prowess are widely acknowledged. Following the Clippers' inbound pass, McGrady instinctively approached Jason Young, observing the lean and dapper young man before him. He found it difficult to comprehend the immense explosive power concealed beneath Yang's yellow skin. Having been a teammate of Yao Ming for many years with the Rockets, he was intimately aware of both the strengths and weaknesses of his fellow countrymen. Jason Yang's first step was as swift and fierce as it had been during his peak, a sentiment echoed by renowned basketball experts across the United States. Jason Young, indifferent to the thoughts swirling within Tracy McGrady's mind, harbored a singular intention. The team was trailing in points, and within the Clippers' feeble rotation, his aggressive performance was paramount. With a forceful lean of his back, he harnessed the recoil to propel himself forward, evading McGrady to seize the ball and initiate the offensive play. McGrady, however, refrained from close defense. Ever since his minimally invasive knee surgery, his knee could no longer endure the intensity of muscular explosiveness. Acknowledging the futility of competing in this moment, he retreated to the backcourt, positioning himself defensively to brace for Jason Yang's advance. Jason Young advanced to the frontcourt, orchestrating his teammates to create space. With no feints, he propelled himself forward with his left foot, effortlessly bypassing McGrady on his left side. McGrady merely offered a token swipe, yet he was thoroughly outmaneuvered by Jason Young. In the prime of his career, McGrady could have annihilated opponents with such a move, but now, with his explosiveness severely diminished, he was incapable of withstanding such an assault. Observing this development, Ben Wallace quickly retreated to the paint, seemingly having anticipated the situation and devised a strategy. Should Jason Young dare to attack the rim, Wallace was more than willing to demonstrate the defensive prowess emblematic of the Bad Boys. Jason Young, after surpassing Tracy McGrady, chose not to advance further. Instead, he resolved the confrontation with a sudden stop-and-jump shot. He had no intention of charging into a head-on clash with Ben Wallace, an act that would undoubtedly be deemed unwise. Although Ben is now nearing the twilight of his career, in his prime, he was a formidable force, unmatched in bench press prowess across the league. A character so imposing that even the great Shaquille O'Neal felt overshadowed. Despite his decline, Ben still possessed formidable attributes that should not be underestimated. Jason Yang's choice left Ben with no recourse. He could no longer burst forth from the paint as he did 6 years prior and deliver a jaw-dropping block to his opponents. The key player for the Pistons, Ben Gordon, was acquired last year from the Bulls with a hefty salary, yet he has struggled to adapt since his arrival. Far from his average of 20 points per game during his tenure with Chicago, under the defense of Aminu, Gordon struggled to shake free, ultimately passing the ball back to McGrady. Upon receiving the ball, McGrady presented his back to Jason Young. Having lost some explosiveness and gained weight, he had strengthened his post-up skills, which proved advantageous against Jason Young today. After 2 steps inward, McGrady executed a series of deceptive fakes, culminating in a spin move that left Jason Young behind, successfully finishing with a right-handed layup. As the play resumed, Jason Young once again utilized his first step to break past McGrady. This time, Ben did not linger in the paint, aware of Jason's exceptional shooting touch. He opted to challenge him early. Unfortunately, while he recalled Jason's shooting ability, he overlooked the fact that Jason was now second only to Rajon Rondo in assists. A well-timed bounce pass left Ben lamenting as Brian Cook effortlessly deposited the ball into the basket. "You are impressive. I believe you can achieve greater heights than Yao Ming," McGrady remarked, rarely vocalizing during the game. Upon hearing of Yao Ming's indefinite leave due to an old injury, McGrady felt a twinge of sadness. Although he did not attain a career breakthrough with the Rockets, and ultimately had a falling out with the team, his memories of Yao Ming, of China, and of those with yellow skin remained cherished in his heart. "Thank you, but right now I only wish to secure victory in this game," Jason Young replied, not forgetting the weight of responsibility on his shoulders as he reached out to disrupt McGrady's pass. However, the ball was lofted high and found its way to McGrady's hands, whose height and wingspan gave him an advantage. Once again, he went to work in the post, albeit through a different approach this time. Utilizing the space gained from Jason Yang's retreat during his turn, McGrady executed a jump shot that echoed the remnants of his prime. As he watched McGrady retreat, Jason Yang's gaze sharpened. Surrender was far from his nature. With a rhythmic advance into the front court, Jason Young quickened his dribbling pace as he faced off against McGrady. Simultaneously, he executed exaggerated body movements to feign a change of direction. McGrady felt a pang of anxiety. This was more excruciating than being directly beaten. His knee, having undergone multiple surgeries, could no longer endure such a rapid shift in rhythm. The slight ache and numbness emanating from his knee compelled McGrady to reluctantly retreat a significant step in order to thwart Jason Yang's potential penetration into the paint. Jason Yang soared from beyond the arc, executing a flawless shot. Tracy McGrady, arms akimbo, observed the retreating Yang as he returned to half-court defense. A faint smile gracing his lips, that moment was reminiscent of his own days in Toronto. In the first 5 minutes of the second quarter, McGrady exhibited immense enthusiasm, his offensive prowess evoking nostalgia for his past glories. Yet, Yang's performance eclipsed his own. Although he struggled to contain McGrady's scoring, McGrady was utterly unable to defend against Yang, whose passing was notably sharper. Within 5 minutes, Yang amassed 9 points and 4 assists, propelling the Clippers to a 44-40 lead. As both teams began to reintroduce their starting lineups, Yang transitioned back to the shooting guard position. When the bearded player returned to the court, Yang approached him with a grin, saying, "Byron, don't rush it. You have plenty of young ones to look after, like Griffin." For once, the bearded player felt a blush creep across his face. "Haha, I've done my part in the first quarter. It's time for Blake to shine before the home crowd." He was well aware of Griffin's distinct advantage at the power forward position. After hearing Davis's remarks, Yang gave Griffin a thumbs up, signaling him to perform well. Griffin felt a surge of warmth. This is what true leadership looked like. In the first quarter, he had been running back and forth, securing only 3 rebounds without a single shot opportunity. Indeed, after Davis's attentive passes to Griffin, he began to dominate against Austin Daye, exploiting their considerable physical disparity. As the Clippers opened up a lead from the inside, Pistons coach John Kuster promptly adjusted their defensive strategy, initiating double teams against Griffin. Meanwhile, the Clippers' perimeter shooting began to flourish, with Yang and Gomez sinking consecutive three-pointers. A scoring surge of 14-4 left the Pistons bewildered. They could not decipher the Clippers' offensive strategy. Ultimately, the Clippers triumphed at home with a score of 104-89 against the visiting Pistons. Griffin, having found his rhythm in the latter half of the second quarter, amassed an impressive 18 points and 18 rebounds, relishing the game. With more offensive opportunities, 5 Clippers scored in double digits, including Young with 17 points and 9 assists, narrowly missing a double-double. Davis contributed 16 points and 5 assists. Gomez added 11 points, while Gordon scored 14. Post-game, the Clippers' performance garnered praise from Del Negro, who remarked to reporters that the team was on the right path. As for the question of whether Young or Davis is better suited for the starting point guard position, he noted that it warranted careful consideration. Greg Monroe had a lackluster outing, struggling against the stronger DeAndre Jordan, managing only 5 points and 5 rebounds. In the NCAA, Monroe thrived in the paint. But the transition to the NBA presented a starkly different challenge, and he would need time to adapt. During a post-game chat with Young, Monroe expressed some dissatisfaction with Stuckey, feeling that Stuckey lacked the ability to deliver passes to the interior, which was quite frustrating for him. Jason Young could only encourage him to persist in his training and enhance his abilities. Chapter 67, Rookie Rankings following the game against the Pistons. Griffin became increasingly dedicated and proactive in his training. He was on the verge of achieving a substantial double-double, which filled him with excitement and heightened his expectations for the future. Maintaining such performance, an all-star? Who's to say it isn't possible? DeAndre Jordan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Griffin's fervor. "Jason," he quietly murmured during practice, "you must look out for me as well. Without statistics, how can I secure a contract worth millions?" Upon hearing this, Jason Young chuckled softly. "Xiao, Greg's mobility is hardly inferior to yours. Even if you establish position in the paint, what means do you possess to score? A turnaround jump shot or a hook shot?" Xiao Jordan's face flushed with embarrassment. He currently lacked any low-post skills, yet his desire for a substantial contract was exceedingly fervent. "Well then, remember to pass to me the next time you encounter someone slower than you. I assure you, I will convert all your assists into dunks," he said. "You ought to refine your offensive techniques further and do not neglect your free throw practice." After dismissing Xiao Jordan, Jason Young welcomed Bledsoe, just as Bledsoe anticipated, with Davis's return. Even Gordon was relegated to a displeased bench role, leaving this primary point guard with no opportunity to play. Aminu's recent defensive performances had been commendable, prompting Del Negro to think of him first when defensive needs arose, which would undoubtedly compress Bledsoe's playing time significantly. When will these trying days come to an end? Although he had only missed 1 game, Bledsoe was acutely aware that, barring any changes within the team, his future playing time would be severely curtailed. Eric, To secure some minutes on the court, you must ensure the coach remembers your performance in training. AL's defensive prowess has made a lasting impression on the coach, which is why he frequently sees playing time. And you? Sharp in driving? Precise in mid-range shooting? Tenacious in defense? Not quite. Eric, you are merely lacking a bit in every area, which renders you quite mediocre. You need to sharpen your distinct attributes, so the coach will take notice. In response to Bledsoe's incessant complaints, Jason Young did not mince words, directly addressing the core issue Bledsoe faced. Bledsoe's previously grim expression suddenly turned crimson. "I'll head to practice shooting," he conceded, recognizing the areas he needed to improve. Today, the NBA officially released the rookie rankings. John Wall had excelled in his past 4 games, averaging 5 points, 75 assists, 5 rebounds, and 4 steals, surpassing Jason Young to claim the top spot. Although Jason Young's performance was also impressive, his 2-game suspension due to a conflict with Westbrook cost him valuable points. Ranked 3rd was Blake Griffin, followed by DeMarcus Cousins in 4th. As a rare interior player in the league, he was heavily utilized by the Kings, averaging a double-double. 5th place went to Gary Neal, an undrafted player and the Spurs' greatest discovery at the season's outset, who seamlessly fit into the Spurs system, consistently providing firepower from beyond the arc with a 3-point shooting percentage exceeding 45 in the past 4 games. Evan Turner, Greg Monroe, Derek Favors, Landry Fields, and Wesley Johnson rounded out the 6th to 10th positions. As the 10th overall pick in the first round, Paul George failed to make an appearance on the list, overshadowed by Granger during his time with the Pacers, and still struggling to secure consistent playing time. Upon the release of this list, John Wall undoubtedly emerged as the most exhilarated individual. In an interview with reporters, he could hardly contain his excitement, proclaiming, "Now everyone recognizes that I am the rightful number 1 pick. Unlike certain individuals who rely on off-court sensationalism to garner attention, I shall devote my entire focus to the game. From this moment forth, I intend to maintain my position on this list until the season concludes." He expressed his thoughts on the physical attributes of individuals of Asian descent, noting that they typically do not fare well in the fiercely competitive environment of the NBA, citing the recently fallen Yao Ming as an example. Thus, he advised sponsors to keep their eyes wide open to avoid squandering their investments. This statement reveals Wall's keen awareness of Jason Young, even being informed about Young securing an endorsement deal, a fact known only to a select few. It is evident that Wall harbors jealousy over Yang's substantial endorsement earnings. When reporters inquired about Wall's comments, Jason Young responded, "John Wall, Rookie of the Year? Hey, buddy, don't kid yourself. Let him score 30 points first." Following their game against the Pistons, the Clippers enjoyed a 2-day respite. Seizing this rare opportunity, Del Negro employed various tactical combinations during practice. Given the circumstances of their match against the Pistons, it appears that Young and Harden are still struggling to coexist. After more than a month of intensive training, Yang's strength has finally increased by 1 point, reaching a total of 15, which is nearing the league's average level. Entering the 3rd phase of training, he needs to invest 50 hours to gain just 1 attribute point, making progress exceedingly slow. In the coming period, he hopes to enhance his off-ball movement, which is crucial for his performance at the shooting guard position. At 4 a.m, the club's quartet remains fervently dedicated to their training. The focus of their practice centers around the intense offensive and defensive battles between Griffin and DeAndre Jordan in the paint. Griffin needs to refine his attacking techniques at the rim, while Jordan must bolster his defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, on another court, Bledsoe is diligently practicing his mid-range shooting, setting himself the ambitious goal of sinking 2,000 shots each day. Jason Young continues his training on off-ball shooting, occasionally engaging in offensive and defensive drills with Bledsoe to hone his defensive skills. Jason Young is diligently focused on enhancing his abilities, while Vivian is equally occupied, managing all affairs outside of the court. Today, she has arranged a meeting with the Clippers general manager, Neil O'Shea. In a business CAF not far from the Clippers training center, Vivian, elegantly attired in a tailored suit, leisurely savors her coffee, reminiscent of basking in the gentle sunlight of the Colombian Andes. In stark contrast, Neil O'Shea, seated across from her, finds no solace in the fine brew, which tastes only of bitterness in his mouth. "Mr. O'Shea, allow me to extend my congratulations on your official appointment as the general manager of the Clippers. I am confident that you will soon leave a significant mark on the team's rather shallow history." Vivian's tone is as soothing as the gentle breezes of the Andes. "Signing Jason was undoubtedly a remarkable decision, one that fills me with pride," It stands as the most pivotal and correct choice of my professional journey thus far. Jason Yang's current performance has undoubtedly elevated O'Shea's standing. Without his remarkable emergence, O'Shea might have been preoccupied with worries over mortgage payments. Now, I believe it is time to fulfill our initial agreement. Jason's performance has far exceeded our expectations, has it not? Faced with Vivian's pressure, O'Shea's expression darkens. Miss Vivian. Jason is undoubtedly the most crucial element in the Clippers' future plans. There is no doubt about that. However, now is not the opportune moment for a trade. That is not a matter I need to consider, Mr. O'Shea. I only recall our initial agreement. Once Jason achieves 5 double-doubles, the Clippers should trade Davis and allow Jason to take the helm as the starting point guard. Vivian's voice suddenly shifts, mirroring the unpredictable climate of the Andes. The origin of her coffee. Miss Vivian, Byron Davis has only just recovered from his injuries. He is not yet suitable as a trade asset. A forced trade would only diminish the Clippers' strength, especially now that the team is without Chris Common. I doubt Jason would wish to see the team's capabilities decline. O'Shea begrudgingly outlines the current situation as he articulates the reality. Just emerging from obesity and injury, Davis cannot deliver commendable statistics. And no general manager would be interested in such a player. Then you must provide both Jason and me with a timeline, allowing him to dedicate himself fully to the Clippers, Vivian asserts, her gaze directed pointedly at O'Shea, her implication clear. Chapter 68. The resentment of Farmar upon receiving the ball. The bearded player attempts to assert dominance in the paint. However, this time, Humphries has gained experience, closely shadowing Griffin and positioning himself directly in the path of Griffin's drive. Realizing that passing to Griffin presents no opportunity, the bearded player begins to seek alternative outlets. Anthony Morrow applies the most stringent defensive pressure on Jason Young, fully aware of the threat he poses from beyond the arc. After numerous attempts to break free, Jason Young was unable to escape. He exchanged a knowing glance with Gomez, who promptly approached to set an off-ball screen. As they crossed paths, Gomez effectively shielded Morrow, while Jason Young sprinted with determination toward the corner. Just as he reached his designated spot, the pass from the beard whistled through the air. Jason Young, seizing the opportunity, launched a decisive three-pointer, which swished through the net. In recent team practices, creating shooting opportunities for Jason Young had been a focal point emphasized by Del Negro, and this moment showcased some of the fruits of their labor. Once Jason Young managed to physically engage Harris, the Nets' offense began to stagnate, losing its fluidity in ball movement and relying increasingly on Lopez's isolation plays. Conversely, the Clippers benefited from the considerable threat Jason Young posed on the perimeter, which opened up space for the beard, granting him a plethora of options whether to attack or distribute the ball. The Clippers swiftly surged ahead with an 8-2 run. Faced with the unfolding situation on the court, the young General Johnson appeared to be at a loss for effective solutions, maintaining standard rotations and substituting the starting lineup. The Clippers mirrored this strategy, as Del Negro instructed Jason Young to return to the point guard position, leading the second unit into action. Jordan Farmar pushed the ball into the front court, casting a dismissive glance at Jason Young, scoffing, "Isn't it merely about shooting threes? What's so remarkable? I can do it better." Jason Young was nearly rendered speechless by the words he had just heard, his jaw almost dropping to the floor. He blinked in disbelief, questioning whether it was a fever-induced hallucination or a figment of his own ears. The meaning behind Farmar's statement eluded him. Was this a provocation? Yet, if it were indeed a challenge, how could this discarded player, cast aside by the Lakers, possess the audacity to utter such claims? "I will defeat you at the three-point line," exposing the frailty of the player the entire league currently idolizes, Farmar declared, his gaze fixed firmly on Jason Young. Since being abandoned by the Lakers, Farmar's temperament had grown increasingly volatile. He believed that not only had the Lakers obliterated his contributions towards their championship aspirations, but their refusal to renew his contract was a profound insult to his abilities. He was determined to demonstrate through his performance on the court that the Lakers had made a grievous mistake, leading him to excel at the three-point line like never before. Today, in Staples Center, he aimed to showcase his prowess to the city of Los Angeles. Defeating his current adversary would undoubtedly elevate his reputation. Are you serious? Jason Young thought, perplexed by the audacity of this underdog. He mused internally. Could it be a feigned three-point attempt to drive past me? With that thought, he instinctively retreated a step. However, Farmar was genuinely confident in his three-point shooting. During the early part of the season, he had elevated his shooting percentage from beyond the arc to a staggering 44, a personal best in his career. Jason Yang's retreat inadvertently granted him the opportunity to shoot, and Famar launched a three-pointer that swished through the net flawlessly. "This one is for the city of Los Angeles," Famar taunted, locking eyes with Jason Yang post-shot. "Well, you really mean it," Jason Yang replied, now genuinely furious. Having spent years as a dependable player, he never anticipated being outmaneuvered by an unknown rival. "It's my turn now." Upon receiving the ball, Jason Yang charged towards Famar, feeling compelled to reclaim his honor after being outsmarted by this newcomer. Famar positioned himself defensively at the three-point line, awaiting Jason Yang's approach. He was convinced that under his full defensive pressure, Jason Yang would be unable to make the shot. Jason Yang dashed before Famar, his form momentarily poised as if to retaliate with a three-point shot from beyond the arc. At that moment, Famar leapt with all his might, yet in the air, he found himself unable to perceive Jason Yang's presence. Jason had no intention of executing a jump shot. Instead, he merely feigned a shot in front of Famar, whose nerves frayed, causing him to impulsively spring into the air. Jason Yang surged into the paint without a moment's hesitation. Confronted by Derek Favors' defensive effort, he executed a graceful spin move, deftly maneuvering past him to deliver a low left-handed layup that found its mark. As he closed in on Famar, the latter shot him an indignant glare. "Didn't you say I could only shoot threes? Look, I just scored a two-pointer," Jason Yang remarked innocently. Famar, momentarily at a loss for words, could only push Jason aside and signal to his teammates for the ball. Given his extraordinary performance beyond the arc, the ball soon returned to his hands. At this juncture, Jason Yang comprehended the situation. He tightened his defense on Famar, denying him any space to shoot. However, Famar remained unfazed. Bolstered by his recent three-pointer, he shrugged off Jason's close coverage, creating just enough room with a shoulder dip before rising for a shot. Swish. The ball swished through the net once more. Jason Yang felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was evident that Famar had entered a state of madness, teetering on the brink of insanity. If he did not manage to bring him down, the outcome of this match could indeed hang in the balance. A scenario he was determined to avoid as he aspired to claim the title of Best Player of the Week. As he received the ball in the front court, Jason Yang charged towards Famar, pointing to the three-point line at the top of the arc, declaring, "I will make a three-pointer from this spot. You should stay close." Famar scoffed at this, dismissing such tactics as ineffective, believing that he would not be fooled again. Jason Yang feigned a shot, propelling himself forward with a push from his left leg. However, Famar swiftly retreated a step, positioning himself in the path of Jason's advance, exclaiming, "Is this the best you can do with such petty tricks?" Yet, almost immediately, his eyes widened in astonishment. Jason Yang did not continue his advance. Instead, he took a step back to the three-point line, the very spot he had just pointed to. Leaping high, he released a three-point shot, which swished through the net once more. I had instructed him to stay tight and avoid appearing weak. Upon hearing Jason Yang's barrage of taunts, Famar felt a surge of irritation, gritting his teeth as he spat out three words. "Just wait." As soon as Famar received the ball, he charged towards Jason Yang like a man possessed, consumed by rage and having lost all semblance of reason. It seemed that Jason Yang's provocation had once again succeeded. At the very spot where Jason Yang had just scored his three-pointer, Famar, determined, forced a shot against him. However, this time, fortune did not favor him, as his attempt ricocheted off the rim and was secured by the Clippers. Jason Yang swiftly pointed ahead, signaling his teammate for a quick pass, while he himself darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Famar, in hot pursuit, finally managed to intercept Jason Yang's path just before the three-point line. Jason Yang executed a swift feint in his attempt to shoot, but this time, Famar had learned his lesson and refrained from leaping recklessly. Sensing the moment, Jason Yang swiftly dropped his left shoulder and accelerated towards the basket. Famar, struggling to keep pace, retreated rapidly to match Jason Yang's speed. However, Jason Yang did not charge forward uncontrollably. After taking two decisive steps, he abruptly halted, lowering his body to dribble behind his back and transferring the ball to his right hand, simultaneously leaning into the movement. Famar, recognizing the speed of Jason Yang's first step, was determined to reposition himself to thwart the impending attack, aware that failure to do so would render his defensive efforts futile. Nonetheless, Jason Yang's rightward advance was merely a ruse. After a sweeping motion with the ball in his right hand, he deftly shifted towards Famar's left side. At this juncture, Famar found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to adjust his balance, and ultimately stumbled, falling to the ground as he helplessly watched Jason Yang effortlessly score with a layup. Besides shooting threes, I can occasionally engage in other feats, Jason Young jested as he passed Famar on his way back to half-court, not missing the opportunity to taunt. The humiliation of being outmaneuvered on the Staples center floor left Famar, who had aspirations of making a significant impact against the Los Angeles team, feeling utterly deflated, devoid of any fighting spirit. Seizing the opportunity presented by such a demoralized opponent, Jason Young capitalized on the moment, effortlessly widening the score gap. With 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Clippers led 42-30, extending their advantage to double digits. As Jason Young accumulated 14 points and 3 assists in just 11 minutes, spearheading a surge of offensive prowess for the team. Chapter 69. The despondency of Gordon. Jason Young was substituted, and the two teams reintroduced their starting lineups. In the absence of Yang's influence beyond the arc, Harden encountered the same challenges as in the first quarter, compounded by the Nets' intensified defensive efforts against him. Whenever he drove into the paint, Lopez would unhesitatingly double-team him. The Clippers struggled to organize their offense, relying solely on Harden and Griffin to create scoring opportunities through individual prowess. Meanwhile, the Nets began to close the gap. Ottolo emerged as a force beyond the three-point line, consistently sinking difficult shots and seemingly regaining his rhythm. By the end of the second quarter, the Clippers had managed a mere 8 points during Yang's absence, while the Nets flourished with contributions from multiple players. Ottolo hit 3 of 5 attempts from beyond the arc, alongside scoring from Harris and Lopez, allowing the Nets to equalize just before halftime. The score stood at 48-48, returning both teams to a level playing field. In the Clippers' locker room during the intermission, the atmosphere felt somewhat subdued. Faced with a Nets team that had only secured 12 victories the previous season, they not only failed to establish an early lead, but were also outplayed by the Nets' momentum in the latter part of the second quarter. Eric Gordon sat with his head down, his face wrapped in a towel. As the starting shooting guard, he had managed only 1 basket from 7 attempts in the first half, totaling a meager 2 points. In the current Clippers lineup, Gordon struggled to find his rhythm, with his average points per game plummeting from 16 for last season to below 10, a situation that clearly posed challenges for him in a contract year. Jason Young sat quietly by his locker, harboring no intentions of speaking. He firmly believed that Del Negro would enact changes in the second half. It was evident to any discerning observer that the Clippers' starting lineup was being thoroughly countered by the Nets. As anticipated, Del Negro adjusted the starting lineup for the second half, pairing Jason Young once again with the Beard, while Gordon was relegated to the bench. Upon hearing this news, Gordon lowered his head even further. With the sound of the whistle marking the beginning of the third quarter, the Clippers, with Jason Young on the court, noticeably accelerated the pace of their ball movement. The Beard, applying pressure inward, swiftly passed the ball to Jason Young, who, without hesitation, delivered a direct pass to the interior. In a lateral movement, Grigg evaded Humphries to successfully score with a layup. With Jason Young stretching the floor on the perimeter, the Nets could not condense their defensive line, thereby granting Griffin more space to evade the sluggish Humphries. Young General had little remedy for this situation. As the Nets' interior players were not particularly known for their defensive prowess, they could only hope to compensate for their shortcomings on the offensive end. Indeed, in response, the Nets retaliated from the paint, as Lopez once again utilized his footwork to shake off DeAndre Jordan. Faced with the approaching Griffin, he opted not to force the play but instead passed to the unguarded Humphries, who scored with a bank shot. Stay steady, Jordan. No matter how he pivots. Remember this, only jump after he has left the ground. Seizing the opportunity during the retreat, Jason Young imparted this wisdom to DeAndre Jordan, effectively neutralizing Lopez's impact, which could lead the Clippers to victory. As the Clippers prepared to replicate their previous successful strategy, Humphries had wised up. He no longer followed Griffin but staunchly guarded the path to the basket. Receiving the ball at the free throw line, Griffin found himself unchallenged yet failed to convert, indicating that his mid-range shooting still required considerable improvement. Turning around, DeAndre Jordan transitioned from defense to offense, and despite Lopez's several deceptive maneuvers, he remained unfazed. Ultimately, when Lopez attempted a jump shot, Jordan leaped swiftly, delivering a resounding block. The crowd erupted in applause for Jordan's splendid defense when Lopez took off. Jordan had yet to react, but at the precise moment Lopez aimed, Jordan's massive hand swooped in, showcasing his remarkable speed and jumping ability. The Nets, now inbounding from the baseline, found themselves in a precarious situation. Lopez had consumed too much time on offense, leaving Ottolo no choice but to catch the ball on the perimeter and force a shot, which surprisingly found its mark. His shooting touch today was frighteningly hot. Upon reaching the front court, The Beard promptly handed the ball to Jason Yang. With their interior tactics failing, it was time to alter their approach. Holding the ball at the arc, Jason Yang directed his teammates to spread the floor further. Once his allies had positioned themselves, he retreated a couple of steps to create space for Morola, then executed a swift change of pace, effortlessly shaking off the ladder and driving towards the basket. Alarmed, Lopez rushed to provide help defense. At the edge of the restricted area, Jason Yang attempted a delicate floater, but alas, it was deflected by Lopez's fingertips as he leaped to block it, causing the ball to strike the front of the rim. At that moment, the unguarded DeAndre Jordan soared into the air, securing the rebound and emphatically slamming it home with a two-handed putback. The audience's applause and cheers grew increasingly fervent. Unlike Chris Common, DeAndre Jordan's style of play is more direct, more aggressive, and better stirs the passion of the spectators. When Harris found himself thwarted by Jason Yang's defense and unable to penetrate, the Nets' offense became stagnant. However, today, Outlaw's shooting touch was nothing short of extraordinary. He continually sank three-pointers from beyond the arc, completely disregarding Gomez's defense. Although the Clippers maintained a lead, the margin never widened, lingering between 3 and 7 points. Del Negro, with a decisive gesture, made adjustments. He substituted Aminu for Gomez to guard Outlaw at the small forward position and brought Gordon in for Beard, allowing Jason Yang to return to the point guard role to orchestrate the team's offense. Yet, just as the Clippers completed their adjustments, the Nets struck back with a surprising blow. Anthony Morrow evaded Gordon's defense to land a three-pointer from the corner. Gordon's performance today was dismal. He struggled offensively and repeatedly failed to mark his man defensively, appearing almost as if in a daze on the court. Jason Yang orchestrated the tempo in the front court, maintaining a lead that did not warrant any sense of urgency. Once his teammates had positioned themselves after waiting at the left side of the arc, he gestured towards DeAndre Jordan, who understood the cue and moved to set a screen. Utilizing the pick, Jason deftly evaded Harris's defense and charged toward the basket. However, Lopez, ever vigilant, closely tracked Jason's movements. Rather than continuing his drive, Jason executed a precise bounce pass to the descending DeAndre, who received it with force and delivered a thunderous dunk, leaving Lopez in awe as it surpassed his defensive capabilities. DeAndre, elated, approached Jason for a shoulder bump in celebration, seizing an opportunity he had long anticipated. Under Jason's guidance, the Clippers showcased the fruits of their training on the offensive end, yet on defense, Gordon faltered again. Morrow effortlessly eluded him with a simple backdoor cut, sinking another three-pointer and narrowing the gap to just 4 points. "Eric, pull yourself together," Jason exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Gordon's expression darkened upon hearing this, as he trudged toward the front court, evidently disregarding Jason's fervent admonitions. Jason Yang turned to Del Negro, awaiting the coach's instructions. With a resigned sigh, Del Negro called for a timeout, substituting Gordon, who had just played 2 possessions, back out for Bledsoe. Having spent an inordinate amount of time on the bench, Bledsoe burst onto the court with unrestrained enthusiasm, immediately crashing into defenders on offense and giving up 3 free throw opportunities to Morrow on defense. Del Negro's frustration deepened as his adjustments seemed to falter at every turn. "Eric, relax. Your excitement is getting the better of you. On defense, just stick to him. Avoid unnecessary fouls," he advised Bledsoe during the Nets' free throw break. Morrow missed his final free throw, and DeAndre Jordan secured the rebound, showcasing an impressive performance today, especially in the third quarter, where he effectively neutralized Lopez as fakes and fulfilled his role as a paint protector. Chapter 70, the double-double. In the latter half of the third quarter, Jason Yang relentlessly emphasized defense to his teammates, with Aminu leveraging his height and wingspan to contain Otero, and Bledsoe closely guarding Anthony Morrow. The net scoring stagnated, relying solely on Lopez for occasional points in the paint. Meanwhile, the Clippers intensified their inside offensive play, with Jason Yang frequently executing pick-and-rolls, delivering exquisite passes to Griffin and Jordan in the post. The Staples Center erupted with cheers as the audience reveled in the spectacular displays reminiscent of a slam dunk contest, featuring a variety of moves: one-handed tomahawk dunks, alley-oops, and two-handed back slams, with the Clippers widening their lead. The third quarter concluded with a score of 80-72 in favor of the Clippers. Though Jason Yang contributed only 2 points in this quarter, he remarkably dished out 8 assists. However, in the fourth quarter, the battle of the benches saw the Nets gaining an edge. Without Jason Yang's influence, Farmar, utilizing Favors screens, consistently hit 2 3-pointers and provided 2 assists to Favors. On the other hand, Greg Smith struggled to match Favors in terms of strength and agility, leaving him at a loss. Had it not been for Bledsoe's aggressive drives resulting in numerous free throw opportunities, the Clippers might have relinquished their lead. For minutes into the fourth quarter, Del Negro hastily reinserted his starting lineup, a move mirrored by the Nets, who kept the revitalized Farmar on the floor, opting for a dual point guard setup. With the score at 82-85, the game entered its decisive final moments. The Clippers also adopted a dual point guard strategy, with Del Negro assigning Jason Young to guard Harris while Davis took on Farmar. As Jason Young commenced the game with a well-placed mid-range jumper following a pick-and-roll, he instilled a sense of stability within his team. Nearly 5 minutes into the fourth quarter, the Clippers finally managed to score from the flow of play. The Nets swiftly executed their strategy, leveraging the scorching form of Farmar, who drew the Clippers' defense before assisting Otrillo, who sank a three-pointer. With the score at 85-87, the Nets trailed by a mere 2 points. Under Jason Yang's leadership, the Clippers maintained their composure, deliberately pacing their offensive efforts without rushing to widen the gap. They consistently attacked the Nets' interior, executing a brilliant play where Young, after a pick with Griffin, delivered an exquisite pass, allowing Griffin to powerfully dunk the ball over Lopez's defense, converting a 2-1 opportunity. With 4 minutes still remaining in the game, the Clippers adeptly exploited the Nets' sluggishness in the paint, with Young orchestrating Griffin's drives to the basket. DeAndre Jordan also seized occasional opportunities to showcase his skills. In just 4 minutes, Young accrued another 2 points along with 5 assists, bringing his tally to 18 points and 16 assists for the night, seemingly on the path towards a double-double. However, the Nets displayed remarkable resilience. The young general, Johnson, known for his tenacious playing style during his career, made it his mission to instill his basketball philosophy within the Nets, urging his players to maintain unwavering effort regardless of the scoreline. With the score at 96-99. Despite the Clippers having pierced through the Nets' interior defense, the margin remained narrow, as Young prepared to advance the ball once more. The young general waved his hand decisively from the sidelines, prompting the Nets to unveil their final desperate measure. Otrillo rushed forward to embrace the unguarded Jordan, prompting the referee's whistle, signaling that the Nets had reached their foul limit in the fourth quarter. Jordan stepped to the free throw line, facing the brunt of the young general's ultimate strategy, Hack a Jordan. With a pallor of frustration etched on his face, Jordan silently cursed the Nets for their audacity. Yet he had to proceed with the free throws. His first attempt was overly forceful, ricocheting off the rim, while his second attempt was too timid, grazing the front of the hoop. With both free throws missed, Lopez secured the rebound. Returning to the defensive end, Young orchestrated his teammates to establish a perimeter defense. After Davis entered the game in the fourth quarter with less than favorable results, his cumbersome frame unable to keep pace with Farmar's agile movements, he proved less effective than Bledsoe. Yet, Harris unexpectedly unleashed a long-range shot, catching Young off guard as he had crept too close to the paint. Harris seized the opportunity, launching a sudden three-pointer that found its mark. With the score now at 99-99, the Nets had equalized. The bench erupted with enthusiasm, while Young signaled to his teammates that the responsibility for that basket rested on his shoulders. Indeed, he had been careless, allowing Harris, who had been penetrating throughout the game, to exploit the gap he had created. As the Clippers inbound the ball, the Nets once again targeted Jordan, once again standing at the free throw line. The expression on DeAndre Jordan's dark face was so grim it seemed as if it could drip with despair. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to regulate his breathing rhythm. Yet he struck iron twice consecutively, suggesting that his recent free throw practice had been in vain. Seizing the opportunity, the Nets' Atkinson penetrated past Gomez, making a layup to put the Nets ahead at 101-99. A heavy silence enveloped the Staples Center as the Clippers fans struggled to come to terms with the unfolding events. They had led throughout the game, only to be surpassed by the Nets in the final moments. Doc Rivers had no choice but to call a timeout, substituting Jordan with Brian Cook, unable to endure Jordan's dismal free throw performance any longer. The bench Jordan lamented his performance, reflecting on how the situation would have been drastically different had he made those 2 shots. Upon resuming play, Jason Young once again utilized Griffin's screen to penetrate the lane, facing the defensive duo of Humphries and Lopez. With a deft floater, he secured 2 points, stabilizing the Clippers' position while also marking his 20th point of the game. The Nets, however, began to aggressively target Cook, who was unable to withstand Lopez's dominant presence in the post. Lopez backed down Cook and executed a hook shot, regaining the lead for the Nets. The Clippers swiftly retaliated, leveling the score once more. Griffin set a high screen, and following the pick and roll, Yang attracted the Nets' two big men, delivering a behind-the-back bounce pass to Cook, who effortlessly finished at the rim. At this juncture, the challenge for the Nets was how to contain Yang's offensive prowess. Once Griffin set a high screen, the Clippers had a plethora of options, whether Yang penetrated the basket for a direct attack or set up Griffin for a thunderous alley-oop. It posed a significant challenge for the Nets' interior defense, particularly given their two big men were more offensively inclined than defensively adept. On this play, Humphries and Lopez attempted to trap Yang, only to be thwarted by his subtle behind-the-back pass that broke their defensive line. If they could not hold on the defensive end, they would have to find answers on offense. The young general injected a tenacity into the Nets that far surpassed expectations throughout Los Angeles. Once again, they isolated Lopez for a one-on-one, prompting Griffin to double-team, aware that Cook could not hold his ground. Yet, as Griffin moved, Lopez dished the ball out, allowing Humphries to hit a bank shot from the 45-degree angle. Thus, the two teams remained locked in a tight contest. When Griffin received the ball and soared to dunk over Humphries with one hand, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. The chants of MVP, MVP, MVP reverberated throughout the arena, as the Clippers not only equalized the score but also saw Jason Yang achieve his 20th assist, culminating in an impressive tally of 22 points and 20 assists, a grand double-double. Chapter 71, The Decisive Victory. With just 33 seconds remaining in the game, the young general decisively called for a timeout. At this moment, both the Nets and the Clippers possess one final offensive opportunity. The team that successfully scores will seize the chance to claim victory in this match. The Clippers take advantage of the situation by substituting DeAndre Jordan back into the game. If they defend well on this play, the fate of the game will rest in their hands. The Nets initiate their attack by targeting the interior, yet Jordan adeptly fulfills his defensive duties. Lopez, despite executing 3 consecutive spins, fails to create a shooting opportunity and is compelled to pass the ball to the perimeter. Harris, upon receiving the ball, does not attack. Instead, he takes a step inward while partially guarding Jason Yang and subsequently distributes the ball to Famer. Famer, closely guarded by Davis, pivots and passes to Odolo. With only 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Odolo, holding the ball in his left hand, breaks along the baseline, forcefully challenging Gomez as he drives into the paint for a layup. Gomez, wary of a foul call, refrains from making any defensive gestures. As the basketball ascends, reaching its zenith before beginning its descent, a robust, dark hand swats it away. DeAndre Jordan, soaring high, delivers a resounding block to Odolo. The ball ricochets back into the fray, where Jason Yang, quick on his feet, retrieves it and promptly calls for a timeout, with just 14 seconds remaining in the game. Observing this, the young general on the sidelines can only sigh in dismay, having fought valiantly throughout the game, yet failing to seize the initiative. He gathers the Nets players, emphasizing the need to utilize their time wisely for defense. Devin, once you're on the court, I need you to closely guard Jason Yang. Jordan, as the secondary defender, be ready to assist if Yang breaks through. You may relax your coverage on Byron Davis. The Clippers must cut off Yang's passing lanes during screens, and Brook, position yourself at the edge of the restricted area to thwart Griffin's path to the basket. Let us go, boys. If we endure these final seconds, we shall triumph in overtime. Upon returning from the timeout, the Clippers prepare to inbound the ball. Meanwhile, the jubilant cheers from the audience begin to fade, as the fans hold their breath, anxiously observing the Clippers' final offensive maneuver. Harris remains relentlessly attached to Jason Yang, his outstretched arm obstructing Yang's ability to receive the ball. Yet, the Clippers do not intend to pass to Yang. Instead, Griffin delivers the ball to Davis at the baseline, who is poised to advance. Davis crosses half court, pausing for a few seconds before initiating his drive. The Clippers' offensive strategy completely blindsides the Nets, rendering their prior preparations ineffective. The ball is not in Yang's possession. He merely occupies the right corner to create space for the Clippers. Nevertheless, Harris continues to shadow Yang, unwilling to relent even slightly. Harden steps inside the three-point line, backing down Famer. The Nets' defensive setup has entirely unraveled, leaving them reliant on their players to make situational judgments. 1 step, 2 steps, Harden presses against Famer, applying pressure as the clock dwindles to 4 seconds. At this juncture, Harris faces an internal conflict. Should he commit to double-teaming Davis or persist in his close coverage of Jason Yang, neglecting to provide assistance on defense? Davis could potentially breach Famer's guard, as the disparity in their physicality is considerable. However, engaging in defense risks, allowing Jason Yang to slip through. A formidable threat in his own right. Just as Harris hesitated internally, Jason Yang made his move. Sprinting to the high post before executing a sudden stop and darting along the baseline into the paint. Harris felt a tightening in his chest, realizing the impending disaster, and took off in pursuit. DeAndre Jordan set an off-ball screen in the paint for Jason Yang, effectively blocking Harris from following. Humphries and Lopez, sensing the impending trouble, attempted to trap Jason Yang within the paint, but their reaction came a moment too late, allowing him to weave through the defenders. At this juncture, the Nets recognized that the Clippers' ultimate offensive weapon was indeed Jason Yang. The young general on the sideline shouted, "Stop him! Block him!" At that moment, the Nets' perimeter defense was solely reliant on Outlaw, but Gomez had already secured his position to thwart him. With only 1 second remaining, Jason Yang surged out from the paint, receiving a pass from Harden at a 45-degree angle on the left side. He pivoted and leaped, releasing the basketball at the apex of his jump. The arena fell silent. All eyes, be it those of the spectators, coaches, or players from both the Nets and the Clippers, were fixated on the ball soaring through the air. Swish! The basketball plunged through the hoop. The home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers as Jason Yang ultimately secured victory for Staples Center. The commentator, Ruff Lawler, elongated his tone. The final decisive shot comes from the god of love, Jason Yang. Amidst the desolate expressions of the Nets players, DeAndre Jordan rushed forward, tackling Jason Yang to the ground. Quickly joined by Griffin, Gomez, Davis, and others. "DeAndre, you're committing murder," Jason Yang exclaimed, his face flushed from the weight of the moment. "No. This is merely an expression of everyone's adoration for you," DeAndre bantered back. After a prolonged moment of playful torment, the group finally relented and allowed Jason Yang to rise. Disheveled, he approached the sidelines where Aaron Andrews awaited. "Jason, congratulations on yet another spectacular performance. It seems every time I interview you live, you deliver a game-winning shot. I must be your good luck charm," she remarked with a smile. Chuckling, Jason replied, "Well, I should first inquire if the lady at the sidelines has any intentions of stepping down." He gestured towards Catherine, who was smiling back at him. "Perhaps I should reconsider, lest I incur the wrath of Los Angeles fans. I only desire the title of Lady Luck," Aaron teased. She then pivoted the conversation. "Tonight, you achieved a remarkable double-double with 25 points and 20 assists. I know the newly released rookie rankings placed you behind John Wall, and Charles Barkley has voiced skepticism regarding your prospects. Does tonight's performance serve as a rebuttal to them?" "No, I never pay attention to such remarks, as they serve only to distract me. My sole focus lies in giving my utmost effort in every game to secure victory for the team. Furthermore, I do not believe there is any suspense regarding the Rookie of the Year award." Jason Yang once again blatantly disregarded Wall, continuing to exhibit his commanding presence. "Wow, I admire your spirit. The upcoming schedule for the Clippers appears relatively manageable, and my intuition suggests you will achieve something noteworthy during this period. Perhaps Player of the Week?" Aaron Andrews is all smiles. Interviewing Jason Yang seems to be a delightful experience for her, as she consistently finds what she seeks within it. Jason Yang's response was remarkably forthright. He did not exhibit any humility, but rather expressed himself with conviction. "Of course, I would be delighted to receive such an award. You know, it recognizes the best performer of the week. Although the NBA is rife with competition, I aspire to be the best, both now and in the future." It appeared that he would be staying in Los Angeles for a while, where he would witness the miraculous moments destined for him. Once again, congratulations on your victory in the game. Aaron Andrews smiled as she concluded the post-match interview. It was time for her to return to her writing. Chapter 72. Persuading Gordon. At the post-game press conference, Jason Yang faced a barrage of inquiries from the media, marking the first instance this season where a player not only scored over 20 points but also delivered more than 20 assists. For the first time, a Chinese journalist graced the press conference. Following Yao Ming's indefinite hiatus, the Houston Rockets' media attention had significantly waned, as Houston no longer held much news value. The only updates concerned Yao Ming's recovery progress through the team's medical staff. At this juncture, Wang Ming, the Sports Weekly's correspondent in Houston, received directives from his superiors. His next destination was Los Angeles. Although prepared to leave Houston, Wang Ming was taken aback by the unexpected assignment. He had anticipated traveling to Washington to cover Yi Jianlian's situation with the Wizards, not realizing that the Clippers had garnered such attention in China. Nevertheless, upon his arrival, Wang Ming felt compelled to fulfill his duties as a journalist. Seizing the opportunity to ask a question, He inquired in Chinese, "Hello, Jason, I am Wang Ming, the sports weekly correspondent in Los Angeles. Congratulations on your victory and your first significant double-double in your career. Is there anything you would like to convey to your fans in China?" To be honest, Jason Yang was momentarily startled by the question posed in Chinese. He had not expected a Chinese media representative to be covering him at this stage. This development would undoubtedly enhance his popularity within China, and Vivian would surely be thrilled to hear the news. With this thought, Jason smiled and replied in Chinese, "Thank you for the support from Chinese fans. I hope to have opportunities for closer interactions with them in the future." Wang Ming, feeling somewhat anxious, proposed, "Could we possibly arrange an exclusive interview soon to discuss your experiences in Los Angeles with your Chinese fans?" He had heard that Jason Yang was quite dedicated to training and was uncertain whether he would agree. To his surprise, Jason readily acquiesced, saying, "Sure. Let us do it in the next couple of days. You can first contact my agent. She handles these matters for me." After the press conference concluded, the Clippers players were jovial on the bus back to the training center. Despite the game's ups and downs, they ultimately secured the victory, and the atmosphere on the bus was filled with joy. Only Gordon threw himself into the last seat at the back of the bus, gazing forlornly out the window. Within the current Clippers roster, Gordon found himself increasingly unsure of his position. This season had unfolded with such rapidity that he struggled to adapt. After all, he had been the team's second leading scorer last season, heralded by the media as a burgeoning star in the shooting guard position and the future cornerstone of the Clippers. Yet, at the onset of this season, he discovered that everything had been usurped by the meteoric rise of Jason Yang. He yearned to reclaim his former standing. But Jason Yang's increasingly stellar performances robbed him of the courage to challenge, leaving him in a state of confusion. "Hey, Eric, may I sit here?" Gordon lifted his head in surprise to find it was Jason Yang, to which he merely shrugged in noncommittal acknowledgement. Jason Yang plopped down beside him and turned to ask, "Been dealing with something lately?" Gordon remained silent, his expression darkening as he continued to stare out the window. He was uncertain how to communicate with Jason Yang, lacking the mental readiness to engage in conversation, so he turned his head towards the scenery outside. "Eric, if I recall correctly, this is your contract here. Are you planning to continue performing like this?" The question jolted Gordon's attention back. Yes, this was indeed his source of distress. If he continued to perform poorly with the Clippers, no team would offer him a respectable contract at the season's end. Observing Gordon's troubled demeanor, Jason Yang continued, "Your style of play requires more ball control, and with Blake operating in the paint, your driving lanes are constricted. However, your mid-range shooting has been inconsistent, which has contributed to your recent struggles. I doubt there will be any fundamental changes moving forward." Gordon sighed upon hearing this. "I understand your point. I will request a trade from the team." "No, Eric, you've misunderstood me. Instead of seeking a trade, why not earn a lucrative contract through your performance?" Gordon looked perplexed. Moments ago, Jason Yang had remarked on his incompatibility with the current Clippers, yet now he was suggesting that Gordon strive to earn a substantial contract. What was the meaning of this? Why not consider the issue from a different perspective? Feeling the moment was ripe, Jason Yang laid out his proposition. "What do you mean?" "Eric, as mentioned earlier, your style doesn't mesh well with mine or Blake's. Why not try out the sixth-man position?" Jason Yang fixed his gaze on Gordon with determination. "You possess extraordinary explosive capability, and I believe that in a bench role, you would discover a position that feels most comfortable for you, allowing you to deliver impressive statistics. This could lead you to your next contract, even if it's not with the Clippers." Gordon looked at Jason Yang in silence, but his expression suggested he was already accepting the proposal. Truth be told, with the return of the beard, the starting position was now virtually out of reach for him. Given Jason Yang's current popularity in Los Angeles, the Clippers could hardly ignore the fans' reactions. His confusion stemmed from his inability to navigate his relationship with Jason Yang, especially considering their earlier friction on the first day of training. Was this now a gesture of allegiance? Upon reflecting on this, Gordon felt an inexplicable irritation. "I shall exert my utmost effort in the role of the team's sixth man, yet this does not imply that I harbor any fondness for you. Given the chance, I would still choose to depart." In response, Jason Yang merely shrugged and rose to leave, having achieved his objective. Chapter 73, Audie's Crisis. The following afternoon, when Vivian escorted Wang Ming to the Clippers training facility, O'Shea greeted him with a beaming smile, personally guiding him through the various amenities and their functions within the center. Wang Ming was utterly taken aback. Although he had spent many years reporting on the Houston Rockets, he had never before received such a warm reception from a general manager, which underscored Jason Yang's current standing with the Clippers. During a brief interlude in training, Wang Ming commenced his exclusive interview with Jason Yang, initially posing several questions that intrigued domestic fans, such as whether it was true that he began learning basketball only in his junior year of college and inquiries about his arm tattoos. Jason Yang candidly addressed each question, and additionally shared insights about the Clippers, including some amusing anecdotes, to help domestic fans better understand this relatively unfamiliar team. In conclusion, Wang Ming conveyed the well wishes from the domestic fans, expressing hope for Jason's continued excellence on the court and also relayed the fans' dissatisfaction regarding his infrequent updates on Weibo. To this, Jason Yang expressed gratitude for the fans' concern, acknowledging his own neglect of Weibo, and promised to engage more with domestic supporters in the future. Furthermore, he revealed that he had become the spokesperson for the Confucius Institute in North America, pledging to contribute to the promotion of Chinese culture in the region. After the brief interview, Jason Yang returned to training. Observing his diligent execution of positional drills, Wang Ming turned to Vivian and inquired, "Miss Vivian, how long does Jason typically train on days like today?" "Unless there are special circumstances, he usually practices until around 10 p.m., Vivian casually replied, her gaze still fixed on the tall figure on the court. Upon hearing her response, Wang Ming couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, this training regimen is no less rigorous than Yao Ming's. Each year, countless talents enter the NBA, yet only a rare few manage to remain and succeed in this league. I believe the disparity lies in these very details. Vivian coldly remarked, the world remembers only his glamorous presence on the court. Who pays attention to the sweat and toil he silently endures off the court? After returning to his residence, Wang Ming quickly organized the day's interview into an article and sent it to his domestic publication. The next day, the Sports Daily featured a full-page report on his interview with Jason Yang. Soon, this special feature ignited a fervent discussion among basketball enthusiasts in the country, who eagerly sought to delve into every detail regarding the player they admired, Jason Yang. However, some seasoned fans expressed skepticism. Hasn't he always been in Houston? Why is he now in Los Angeles conducting an interview with Jason Yang? Is this merely a fabrication? It is no wonder that Chinese fans felt apprehensive. Over the years, both basketball and football aficionados have been severely let down by so-called exclusive interviews. Just when Chinese fans were joyfully watching their beloved stars express appreciation for China and its supporters, revelations surfaced claiming these were false interviews, riddled with deceit. Such occurrences would test anyone's endurance. Quickly, Jason Yang updated his Sina Weibo. I express my gratitude to Mr. Wang Ming for bringing your concern and affection to me. I hope to bring you more joy in the future. I will frequently appear here to engage with you more. Meanwhile, at the Adidas headquarters in Bavaria, Germany, Mark van Wage was presenting to the board led by CEO Herbert Hainer. After submitting his proposal for new market expansion and receiving no approval, Van Wage returned to Germany to advocate for his plan. Gentlemen, we no longer have the luxury of time, he asserted. Our sluggish decision-making process has cost Adidas numerous opportunities, and we must not repeat the mistakes of our past. Our rival Nike has left us far behind, while the young Under Armour is steadily closing in. I am not exaggerating when I say that Adidas stands on the precipice of a crucial gamble. Indeed, as you mentioned, Adidas is currently facing challenges. But do we truly need to place such a significant bet on a single player like Jason Yang? Questioned a board member from the podium. Gentlemen, before you lies a third-party investigative report on Jason Yang, revealing the extent of his media attention in North America and China. Given his current performance on the court and his striking appearance, I have no doubt that he could become another David Beckham in the realm of basketball. Even David Beckham, an Adidas athlete, never demanded to establish his own brand. Moreover, we already have Derrick Rose in the NBA, countered another board member, evidently opposed to Van Wage's proposal. We need courage. Look at the success of our rival Nike. That is the fruit of taking risks. Herbert Hainer closed the documents in hand, removed his glasses, and set them aside, quietly inquiring, Mark, what are the chances of success for your plan? Since assuming the role of CEO of this esteemed German company in 2001, Herbert Hainer's capabilities have been repeatedly called into question, largely due to Adidas's dwindling market share, which has now fallen significantly behind Nike. Furthermore, his orchestrated $3 billion acquisition of Reebok failed to yield the anticipated synergistic benefits, instead plunging Adidas deeper into turmoil for various reasons. Rumors have begun to circulate that Adidas will not renew his contract upon its expiration, and Hainer himself yearns for a change to amend his current predicament. 50-50. Van Wade replied thoughtfully after a brief pause, but we need not make an immediate commitment. If Jason Yang fails to meet the conditions he proposed within 2 years, we will incur no losses. This will be a greater gamble for him, yet since he dares to take the risk, I believe he will perform wonders. After all, he is synonymous with miracles. What if we increase the contract amount? Or perhaps alter other conditions? I have tried all of that. Even a lifetime contract did not elicit any hesitation from the other party. Vanderwade sighed, his mind conjuring the resolute face that belied the petite stature. Gentlemen, I invite your opinions, Hayner said, spreading his hands, seeking the counsel of the other board members. From what I hear, Under Armour is poised to accept the conditions. Vanderwade closed his eyes, falling silent as he awaited the final decision from the board, his previous remarks akin to dropping a heavy bomb in the small conference room. A cacophony erupted among the attendees, and after a considerable time, Hayner rapped the table to restore order before speaking again. Mark, given that your proposal is excessively radical, the company will convene an expanded board meeting to deliberate cautiously. After all, this is unprecedented in the history of Adidas. Vanderwade could only sigh deeply as he rose to depart. Although he did not achieve the desired outcome, he was not entirely dismissed, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 74. In each other's company dragging his weary body, the Clippers finally returned to Los Angeles, where they would receive a day of respite. Upon arriving at his apartment, Jason Yang collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. Achoo! Achoo! After 2 resounding sneezes, Jason stirred awake, rolling over from his bed. Giggle. Vivian let out a series of melodious laughs, wielding a slender green vegetable leaf, evidently the instrument of her mischief against Jason. Look at you, big lazy pig. Sleeping in the middle of the day. It's already 6 in the evening. Jason Yang turned over and rose, stretching languidly. His attire disheveled as he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Vivian, with a sly smile, stepped aside, keenly observing the unfolding spectacle. In an instant, Jason Yang retreated back into his room, pondering when Catherine had arrived and why she hadn't informed him. Vivian, with a playful chuckle, dashed outside, exclaiming, "Today marks my first attempt at making hot pot. I invited her over to savor it. Who could have guessed that you, the slothful creature, were napping at home?" Recently devoid of business, Vivian frequently visited Yang Jiangwo to hone her culinary skills while Jason Yang was away on assignments. It seemed that this hot pot was indeed a product of her recent endeavors. After tidying his attire, Jason Yang emerged from his room once more, donning a cheerful expression. "Catherine, what brings you here?" he inquired. Upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, Catherine burst into laughter, remarking, "The membership numbers at the company have surged recently. And with smooth business operations, I finally have the leisure to pay a visit. I must admit, this is my first time here." Jason Yang could only chuckle foolishly as he slipped into the bathroom to wash up, leaving Vivian and Catherine bustling in the living room. It seemed these two had put considerable effort into enjoying this Chinese delicacy. "Vivian, what prompted your sudden interest in hot pot?" The 3 gathered around the steaming little table. As Jason poured refreshing drinks to counter the heat, continuously posing questions to Vivian. Having nearly mastered Huaiyang cuisine, I thought it prudent to delve into other culinary realms. Moreover, with winter approaching, Sichuan cuisine is perfectly suited for the season. "Hee, I have certainly inherited Uncle Yang's true culinary legacy," Vivian replied with an air of pride. "Well, I know you are quite the foodie," Jason remarked, disregarding Vivian's small boast, and turned to Catherine. "What are your plans moving forward?" "At the moment, nothing significant. Thanks to you, our brand's recognition is already substantial. The most pressing concern for me is to strengthen our management system and enhance our service level. This presents a greater challenge for me," Catherine explained. With Jason's stellar performance on the court, their complicated relationship became a favorite topic among Los Angeles media and fans, leading to an increase in Miracle Body's membership. However, complacency was not in Catherine's nature. She aspired to soar in the business realm, much like Jason had in the NBA. "I have faith that you will excel," Jason said softly, gazing into Catherine's eyes. Even though their communication was not frequent, he could effortlessly discern her inner thoughts. "Those damn sponsors." After all this time, still no response, Vivian complained, observing the exchanged smiles between the two. Whether her grievances were truly directed at the sponsors or stemmed from dissatisfaction with the romantic tension between them remained uncertain. "What's meant to come will come. There's no need to rush," Jason replied, playfully tapping Vivian's nose. He was not worried at all, since signing the sponsorship contract with the Bank of China. He had gained a clearer understanding of his market value. "Humph," Vivian huffed, her nose in the air. The trio eagerly devoured all the ingredients, and it seemed Catherine was quite enamored with the fiery flavors. Although it was her first experience with hot pot, she managed to eat quite a bit. Jason encouraged the two to relax on the sofa while he began to tidy up the aftermath. Vivian felt a swell of pride watching Jason diligently work, while Catherine appeared contemplative. Once the table was cleared and everything in the kitchen was organized, the two in the living room had turned off the lights and started watching a movie. Jason plopped down in the center of the sofa, taking this opportunity to unwind after the relentless games with the team. However, the ensuing atmosphere completely disrupted his plans. He was unsure who had chosen the film, but the dimly lit screen and the eerie music emanating from the speakers indicated it was a thriller. As Jason Young settled into his seat, Vivian leaned in closer, resting her head upon his shoulder while her fingers clutched tightly at the hem of his shirt. His breath quickened. Despite having shared a living space with Vivian in the past, and even having engaged in intimate encounters, this moment felt entirely different, especially under Catherine's watchful gaze. He glanced nervously at Catherine, who appeared engrossed in the unfolding narrative and remained oblivious to his discomfort. Just as Jason contemplated shifting away from Vivian to create some distance, Catherine reached out, intertwining her fingers with his in a firm grip. At that moment, Jason's mind was completely consumed, leaving him unable to focus on the film. He was at a loss as to how to navigate this precarious situation. Jason Young remained perfectly still in this position until the film concluded. Only then did Vivian straighten up, her face filled with terror. "Please, never let me watch such a genre again," she exclaimed before rising from the sofa to turn on the lights. As the room illuminated, Catherine's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly withdrew her hand from Jason Young's grasp. "Well, it's just about time for me to head back," she added. Jason Young awkwardly said, "Let me give you a ride." He sighed with relief in his heart. Amidst the roaring of the Maserati's V8 engine, Catherine lowered the window and remarked, "I truly appreciate your gift. I'm glad you like it. When will you take me to meet your parents?" Catherine's cheeks flushed, and she spoke softly. "What?" Jason Young felt a surge of joy, fearing he might have misheard. "Nothing. I'll be at Staples again tomorrow. Good luck." With that, Catherine executed a graceful launch and sped away, leaving Jason Young scratching his head. It seemed Catherine had been enjoying this car quite frequently. "I just wanted to confirm," he mumbled helplessly as he returned to his apartment. Chapter 75. A drawn battle. Stoudemire, hands on hips, fixed his gaze on Felton, who was returning to receive the inbound pass, clearly indicating, "Pass me the ball." As the leader of the Knicks, he was determined to respond to the opponent's provocation. Felton executed a bounce pass to Stoudemire, who was already in position at the left 45-degree angle, his most comfortable spot for offense. Stoudemire held the ball for a moment, but this time Griffin remained still, having learned from a previous encounter. Stoudemire remained unfazed, possessing a plethora of techniques at his disposal. Lowering his center of gravity, he drove to the right, taking 2 quick steps before performing a pivot and mimicking a layup. At this moment, Griffin, who had been outmaneuvered by Stoudemire's turn, leapt into the air, but it was merely a feint. Stoudemire seized the opportunity, leaping from his spot to dunk the ball, while Griffin, desperately attempting to thwart his opponent, incurred another foul. As one of the league's premier power forwards, Stoudemire's finesse and face-up play is often overlooked, primarily due to his imposing physicality, which leads to highlight reels filled with thunderous dunks, creating a misleading perception. 2-1, "Rookie, you're still too green. Welcome to the NBA," he taunted after converting the free throw. While Stoudemire excelled offensively, he found himself helpless against the Clippers' high pick-and-roll. Whenever Jason Young received the ball at the top of the arc, the Knicks players felt a pang of anxiety, as the Clippers consistently found success, whether through Jason Young, Griffin, or other teammates. D'Antoni observed the unfolding events without any intention of calling a timeout. In his basketball philosophy, defense was a non-issue. His coaching creed revolved around always scoring one more point than the opponent. Moreover, the reason the Knicks were trailing was not due to their offensive performance, which was commendable, but rather the Clippers' merciless shooting accuracy. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 27-37, with the Clippers leading by 10 points. The atmosphere on the Clippers bench was jubilant, as this had been their most fluid first quarter of the season thus far. Only Little Jordan seized the opportunity to chat with Jason Young, saying, "Jason, I was counting on a 7-figure salary, yet today that Frenchman is shorter than I am. Not as strong, not as fast, and certainly not as capable of jumping. Why didn't you pass me the ball?" Jason Young certainly would not admit that his increased opportunities for shooting were a result of witnessing Griffin's provocation. He simply stated in a low voice, "A 1,000-year salary isn't easily earned. When you take the court, If you can assist in defending Blake and prevent Stoudemire from scoring while also ensuring Turieff is kept at bay, then I shall engage with you in pick-and-rolls on the offensive end. Jordan, with his characteristic nonchalance, responded, that should be simple enough. I haven't allowed that Frenchman to score a single point in the first quarter. However, the joyful atmosphere on the Clippers bench did not endure for long. On the Knicks bench, Tony Douglas and Wilson Chandler began to assert their prowess, complemented by the defensive advantage of the towering Russian Timofey Mozgov in the paint. The Knicks rapidly leveled the score with a surge of fast breaks. Del Negro had no choice but to call a timeout, reintroducing Jason Young to the court. As the Clippers bench unit had performed dismally during that stretch, Bledsoe, while defending Douglas, had afforded the opponent too much space, resulting in 2 consecutive three-pointers. Meanwhile, their primary scoring option, Gordon, found himself ensnared in the Knicks' stringent defense, and with the bench lacking capable scorers, the Knicks were free to double-team him without restraint. With a grim expression, Bledsoe was replaced by Jason Young, and Gordon's demeanor was equally troubled. Yang's return meant that he would once again relinquish control of the ball. Although he had accepted the role of sixth man, he still yearned for more opportunities to showcase his talents. As Jason Young stepped onto the court, he did not immediately seek the ball but instead approached Gordon, saying, "Eric, it will still be you handling the ball. But pay attention to my movements and focus more on penetrating the paint. If there's no opportunity, pass it back out." Indeed, Gordon once again stormed into the paint. Yet faced with Mozgov's block, he opted not to force a shot. Instead, he executed a clever behind-the-back pass to the awaiting Jason Young on the perimeter. With precision, Jason received the ball and effortlessly sank a wide-open three-pointer, marking his 10th point of the game. On the other end, the Knicks quickly responded as Chandler broke through Butler for a layup, scoring 2 points and leveling the score. Once DeAndre Jordan exited the court, the Clippers' interior defense became utterly unreliable. The Clippers continued their attack through Gordon, and with Jason Young stretching the floor, the Knicks could no longer concentrate their defensive efforts solely on him. In this play, Gordon penetrated the lane, drawing a foul from Mozgov and converting both free throws. As the second quarter progressed, both teams began to reintroduce their starting lineups, thanks to the impressive performance of the Knicks bench. They managed to tie the game at 45-45 within half a quarter, bringing both teams back to square one. When the Knicks passed the ball to Stoudemire for a strong attack, he took a step forward, only for DeAndre Jordan to swiftly slide over to assist. Faced with the double-team defense, Stoudemire was compelled to pass the ball to Turieff. Elated at receiving the ball without any defender in sight, Turieff, a player lacking offensive prowess, saw this as a rare opportunity to shine. As he took a step into the paint, preparing for a two-handed slam dunk, he was abruptly doused with cold water. DeAndre Jordan, having turned around, arrived just in time to swat him down with one hand. Amidst the roaring crowd, Jordan approached Jason Young with a playful gesture. His message clear: "I did it. Now it's your turn to pass me the ball." Jason Young, of course, would not go back on his word. He swiftly advanced to the front court and, with a deft touch, directed the ball towards the right arc. DeAndre Jordan, understanding his cue, moved forward to set a screen before promptly pivoting and sprinting towards the paint. Meanwhile, the basketball soon arced above his path. With a powerful step, he leaped, caught the ball, and in a surge of exhilaration, executed an astonishing slam dunk midair. This display of explosive power and aesthetic grace ignited the Staples Center, undoubtedly positioning it as the highlight of the day's top plays, with a strong likelihood of earning a place in the annual top 10. Amidst the thunderous applause from the audience, the referee halted the game. It turned out that the timer above the backboard had been damaged by the magnitude of this breathtaking dunk and required immediate replacement. At this moment, the Clippers players surged from the sidelines to encircle Jordan, showering him with congratulations while also insisting that he commemorate this spectacular score. Left with no choice, Jordan found himself compelled to agree to various celebratory commitments, such as hosting a small late-night gathering, likely leaving his already modest wallet significantly lighter for a while. Jason Young chuckled to himself. Although he did not relish visiting nightclubs, he never hindered his teammates' normal leisure activities. In the entertainment capital of Los Angeles, various nightlife venues held an irresistible allure for NBA players, particularly those with ample wealth and an abundance of energy that demanded release. Chapter 76. Stabilizing the situation, the timer was swiftly replaced, yet upon the resumption of the game, the Knicks struggled to regain their rhythm. After Stoudemire's offensive attempts were stifled by the Clippers' interior defense, the Knicks' scoring fell into a prolonged stagnation. Meanwhile, DeAndre Jordan began to assert his presence. His defensive prowess within the paint not only restrained Griffin's efforts against Stoudemire, but also enabled him to swiftly recover when Stoudemire passed to Turiev, leading to two emphatic blocks that rendered Turiev hesitant to enter the key again. On the offensive end, Jordan also excelled, executing pick-and-rolls with Jason Young to devastating effect, repeatedly tormenting the Knicks' rim. After an 8-0 run by the Clippers, Coach D'Antoni could no longer remain seated and called for a timeout. Have you all been drained by the little vixens at the nightclub? This is Staples Center, indeed, but you're not facing the Lakers. You're up against the Clippers, who only managed 29 wins last season. Look at your pathetic display on the court. Do you lack the courage even to commit fouls? D'Antoni roared at the cluster of Knicks players, finally fixing his gaze on Turiev. Feeling the intensity of the scrutiny, Turiev instinctively shrank back, further inciting D'Antoni's ire, leading him to substitute Turiev with Mozgov. Increase the pace. Seize any opportunity decisively, without hesitation. A deficit of 10 points is nothing to us. D'Antoni vociferously rallied his players. Indeed, for a fast-paced team, a 10-point gap was hardly daunting. Upon returning from the timeout, the Knicks exhibited a flicker of determination, abandoning their fixation on Stoudemire. With an uptick in tempo, Gallinari and Fields united to assert their dominance from the perimeter. Meanwhile, DeAndre Jordan persisted with his aggressive forays into the paint, only to be firmly held by Mozgov. When unable to contain him, he sent Jordan to the free throw line, resulting in 4 missed attempts, evidently. Jordan was overly excited and struggled to control his shot power. Seizing the opportunity presented by Jordan's consecutive free throw failures, the Knicks began to close the gap. In the closing moments of the second quarter, Gallinari sank a buzzer-beating three-pointer, narrowing the score to 60-63, leaving the Knicks trailing by merely 3 points. As one of the most talented players widely acknowledged, his performance after being selected by the Knicks with the 6th pick in the first round of the 2008 draft was far from commensurate with his ranking. Although he possessed a robust physique, his mobility was somewhat sluggish, and critically, his three-point shooting was exceedingly erratic. During his good moments, he could score effortlessly. Yet in his bad moments, every shot seemed to miss, making him reliant on fortune. Today, however, Gallinari evidently enjoyed the favor of fortune, sinking all 3 of his three-point attempts and disrupting the Clippers' defensive strategy entirely. In the Clippers' locker room, Del Negro was rallying the team, urging them to maintain their momentum in the second half, focusing on containing Stoudemire. If the Knicks were to score, he preferred Gallinari to continue shooting threes rather than allowing others to score easily, as that was not their typical scoring method, and sooner or later, he would cool off. Del Negro harbored no concerns regarding the starting lineup, yet apprehensions lingered regarding the rotation. They were solely reliant on Gordon for offensive output, lacking additional support, which allowed the Knicks to comfortably double or even triple team him. Moreover, defensively, they struggled to counter Douglas and Chandler's assaults. Jordan, you need to relax. You were too excited in the first half, which is detrimental to your free throws, Jason Young advised as he pulled DeAndre Jordan aside at the start of the third quarter. The Knicks had clearly reintroduced Mozgov to thwart the Clippers' scoring in the paint, likely intending for him to do whatever it took to pull Jordan down during pick-and-roll plays, even at the cost of sending him to the free-throw line rather than allowing a dunk. The Knicks commenced with Stoudemire assisting Fields for a three-pointer, creating an illusion of a strong inside play before swiftly passing to the perimeter, where Fields evaded Foy's defense to make the shot. Foy, having just recovered from injury, was not yet at his full capacity, yet to ensure offensive potency within the rotation, Del Negro had opted to start him in place of Gordon. The score was once again tied. After gathering the ball, Jason Young slowed the pace. The Clippers needed to respond. As if the Knicks were to take the lead on their next possession, their morale would surge. For a fast-paced team, elevated morale often translates to a superior shooting percentage, a scenario the Clippers were keen to avoid. Jordan moved up high to set a screen, and once Young created separation, he quickly rolled toward the basket. Mozgov disregarded Young entirely, focusing instead on Jordan, leaving the Clippers vulnerable to an alley-oop, which appeared to be part of D'Antoni's strategy. In light of the situation, they could only gamble, hoping Yang's mid-range shot would miss. However, Jason Young did not allow the Knicks to have their way. As he confidently sank a jump shot from the high post, D'Antoni could only sigh helplessly at the heavens, for Felton, stationed at the point guard position, was utterly incapable of disrupting Yang's rhythm. Once a player of immense talent, Felton's off-court indulgences were on the verge of undoing him. He had succumbed to the allure of sumptuous cuisine and found himself significantly overweight. As he crossed half-court, he passed the ball to Gallinari, showing no inclination to retaliate despite having just witnessed Yang's successful shot. Though his contract with the Knicks was only for 2 years, the financial terms were quite lucrative, thus diminishing any sense of urgency to strive for a subsequent deal. Gallinari, utilizing his robust physique, muscled his way to the front of the key against Gomez and attempted a hook shot. The ball grazed the rim but did not go in. However, Mozgov, rising above DeAndre Jordan with his long arms, managed to tip it in. This display of effort did not sit well with Del Negro on the sidelines, who erupted in a tirade, demanding that Jordan secure the boards. Jordan felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been rather careless, allowing the earlier strong performance in the first half to lead to a lapse in concentration. Jason Young swiftly responded. He sought no further screens, lowering his center of gravity. He deftly maneuvered past Felton and, faced with Stoudemire's defense, executed a sudden stop. He then elegantly altered his direction and surged past on the left side. Stoudemire promptly turned and gave chase, yet being outpaced and outmaneuvered by a shorter guard is hardly a disgrace, especially when he still had the chance to contest the shot from behind. Jason Young executed a left-handed layup, skillfully evading Stoudemire, who rushed to block him. With a swift pivot, he tossed the ball into the basket for another 2 points. The fans in attendance were unabashed in their exuberant cheers, and Jason Young, the Clippers supporters, glimpsed a long-awaited hope for revival. However, Jason Young did not revel in the adulation from the crowd. Instead, his expression remained grave. Against a fast-paced team like the Knicks, one must not afford them even the slightest opportunity, especially given the Clippers' current defensive shortcomings. Under Jason Young's vigorous leadership, the Clippers visibly intensified their defensive efforts, particularly in guarding the Knicks' perimeter, denying them easy three-point attempts. The Knicks struggled to find openings on the outside, ultimately resorting to Stoudemire attempting a challenging shot over Griffin's defense, which failed to find the basket, allowing DeAndre Jordan to secure the rebound. The ball swiftly found its way into Jason Young's hands, propelling him into a fast break. Upon reaching the front court, he effortlessly penetrated Felton's defense. But with Stoudemire and Mozgov guarding the paint, he opted not to force a shot. Instead, with a flick of his wrist, he passed the ball to the awaiting Foy on the perimeter, who, with time to adjust his rhythm, confidently sank a three-pointer. Jason Young's drive had drawn the Knicks' defense too tightly. The Knicks misfired on 3 consecutive possessions, while the Clippers seized the opportunity in transition, scoring repeatedly and igniting a 7-0 offensive surge that gradually widened the score gap. The Clippers fans inside Staples were elated, observing the shift in momentum. If they could continue to stifle the Knicks' perimeter offense, victory was undoubtedly within reach. Move. Don't just stand and wait. When the ball enters the paint, the others must cut without the ball. They cannot maintain high-intensity defense throughout the entire game. If we keep the score close, we will have a significant opportunity in the fourth quarter, D'Antoni bellowed as he gathered the Knicks players for an emphatic strategy session. The Clippers were showing signs of seizing control, and he had to call a timeout to disrupt their momentum and temper the Knicks' growing anxiety. He then turned to Felton, exclaiming, "Raymond, stop standing idly by. Get moving. Take advantage of screens to create opportunities." D'Antoni was not one to relinquish this contest easily. With the Knicks targeting the playoffs this season, they needed to secure as many wins as possible against a team like the Clippers, regarded as a weaker opponent in the league. Upon returning to the court, the Knicks players indeed increased their off-ball movement, and Felton, who had been stifled by Jason Young throughout the game, began to find his rhythm. No longer a passive observer from the perimeter, he became more involved in the team's offensive plays, utilizing Stoudemire's screen to penetrate the paint before delivering an exquisite assist back to him. Stoudemire deftly maneuvered the ball into the net before Jordan could execute a block. This basket finally alleviated a scoring drought that had plagued the Knicks for some time, invigorating their morale. However, Jason Young swiftly retaliated with a mid-range shot following a screen. The pace quickened, and D'Antoni vocally directed from the sidelines, aware that while they had yet to devise a strategy to contain Young, if his team could find their rhythm offensively, they would not fear any adversary. Felton once again executed a pick-and-roll with Stoudemire, but Jordan anticipated and obstructed Stoudemire's path to the basket, while Young extended his arms to intercept Felton's south passing lane. At this juncture, Felton wisely avoided forcing the play to Stoudemire and instead delivered a direct pass to the open Mozgov beyond the arc. Mozgov's mid-range jumper found its mark. Unlike Turiev, he possessed the ability to score from that distance without needing to penetrate the paint, rendering Jordan's task of defending 2 players nearly impossible. D'Antoni felt a slight easing of tension upon witnessing this basket. Although it merely leveled the score, Mozgov's ability to convert his shot meant that the Clippers could no longer focus all their defensive efforts on Stoudemire, igniting D'Antoni's hope for not just an equalizer, but a potential lead. Strategically, Mozgov proved significantly more effective than Turiev. When Jason Young once again utilized a drive-and dish to find Gomez at the three-point line, the latter's open shot clanged off the rim, allowing the Knicks to seize an opportunity on the defensive end. After receiving the ball at the high post, Fields slipped into the paint from the baseline to catch a pass, not only scoring but also drawing a foul from Jordan, completing the subsequent free throw. Ultimately, the Clippers were not yet a defensive powerhouse. Even if they could elevate their defensive intensity at certain moments, sustaining that level was beyond their reach, as they quickly relented, allowing Fields to exploit a backdoor opportunity. Jason Young remained unfazed, for the Clippers still held the lead, and it was far from the time for concern. Utilizing the advantage of his first step, he deftly maneuvered past Felton's defense, drawing in Stoudemire's attention before delivering a bounce pass to Griffin. However, Stoudemire seemed to anticipate Yang's intentions. Although he adopted an aggressive defensive posture, he swiftly retreated after taking a step forward, closely guarding Griffin as he received the ball. Griffin's powerful attempt once again missed the rim, and it appeared that he had yet to uncover a solution against the veteran Stoudemire on the offensive end. Following a brief surge, the Clippers' shooting touch diminished, while the Knicks began to establish their rhythm on offense. After the Clippers failed to score, the Knicks capitalized on the transitions, executing quick shots, with Fields sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the gap to just 4 points at 83-87. With the ball in hand, Jason Young cast his gaze toward Del Negro on the sidelines. Fields, having landed 2 consecutive three-pointers, clearly exposed significant defensive vulnerabilities for the Clippers, as no one tracked Fields during the retreat. However, Del Negro remained silent, prompting Jason Young to grit his teeth and initiate an offensive play. Thus far in the match, he had been primarily focused on orchestrating the offense, but with his teammates in a shooting slump, it seemed the moment had come for him to take charge. As a shooter, Jason Young once again seized the ball and activated his skills. The Knicks bench had delivered an exceptional performance tonight, and he sought to accumulate a scoring margin in anticipation of the ongoing contest between the two teams' benches. Confronted by Felton's defense, Jason Young lowered his center of gravity, executing 2 rapid crossovers before retreating beyond the three-point line, where he elegantly sunk another shot, extending the lead to 7 points. Felton's bulky frame struggled to keep pace with Jason Young's agile maneuvers. Fortunately, Jason refrained from further penetrating the defense, as losing his balance would have resulted in a public tumble. Stoudemire, displeased, rushed forward to reprimand Felton, saying, "Raymond, do not back off. Stay glued to him at the three-point line. Do not fear his drive. If he dares to enter the paint, I shall reward him with a taste of my firepower." When Felton held the ball on the perimeter, Stoudemire proactively stepped up to set a screen, allowing Felton to charge into the paint, aiming for a thunderous dunk. Yet, DeAndre Jordan would not permit any infringement upon his territory, decisively swatting the ball down. Griffin promptly retrieved the ball and passed it to the speeding Jason Young, who, facing Feld's defense, swiftly changed direction and surged into the front court. Rising at the three-point line, he launched another shot that found its mark. The cheers within Staples Center surged once more as Jason Young's 2 three-pointers restored the lead to double digits. Chapter 78. The decisive moment. D'Antoni had no choice but to call for a timeout. The Clippers' offense flourished, while the Knicks' defense remained in a perpetual state of reactive adjustment. They needed to retreat swiftly, preventing the opposition from executing transition plays, and if necessary, they must not hesitate to commit fouls to safeguard their defensive line. However, the subsequent adjustments made by the Clippers left everyone bewildered, as Del Negro surprisingly substituted the momentum-driven Jason Young with Bledsoe. Was the current score sufficient to allow the starters a respite? Jason Young found himself in a state of perplexity, as he had intended to seize the momentum and widen the scoring gap. It remained unclear what Del Negro's strategy was, but the results of his substitutions indicated a failure. The Clippers players were experiencing a slump in shooting, and Bledsoe was unable to replicate Jason Young's offensive contributions. Consequently, the Knicks managed to equalize the score before the conclusion of the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, Del Negro opted for Jason Young to spearhead the second unit's charge, seemingly intending for him to play the entirety of the final period after resting him at the end of the third. However, despite the initial collaboration between Jason Young and Gordon, they failed to extend their lead. D'Antoni's team, not typically known for their resilience, exhibited remarkable tenacity tonight. Although Jason Young effectively contained Tony Douglas from the perimeter, Wilson Chandler delivered an astonishing performance, frequently penetrating past Russell Butler to attack the paint. While he only made 2 baskets, he succeeded in drawing 3 fouls from Brian Cook, converting all 6 free throws. In a moment of desperation, Del Negro brought in DeAndre Jordan, as Comont's mobility was insufficient for interior defense, leading to repeated defensive fouls. Upon Jordan's entrance, Jason Young delivered a brilliant assist, positioning Jordan to turn and attempt a shot with Turiev trailing behind him. Turiev was left with no choice but to foul, grabbing Jordan in a desperate attempt to prevent the basket, sending him to the free throw line. As he steadied himself at the charity stripe, taking 2 deep breaths and mentally reciting Franklin, he successfully sank the first shot. With a triumphant fist pump and celebratory high fives exchanged among teammates, he felt elated. Yet, in a moment of overexcitement, his shooting form faltered on the subsequent free throw, resulting in a miss. Following this, the Knicks seized the rebound and initiated a fast break. When Chandler, as per usual, barreled into the paint for a layup, Jordan's emphatic block sent Chandler crashing down from midair, thwarting the Knicks' fast break, which ultimately allowed the Clippers to counterattack. Jason Young executed a ground pass that pierced through the defense of 2 Knicks players, allowing Gordon to surge in from the perimeter and score 2 points with a layup. However, the moment DeAndre Jordan entered the game, the dynamics on the court shifted dramatically. Not only did he force a foul with his aggressive play, but he also stifled Chandler's audacity with a formidable block, bringing the score to 94-97. Though the Clippers led by a mere 3 points, the tide of the game began to favor them, with cheers swelling within the Staples Center. In response, D'Antoni promptly substituted in all his starters with 6:54 remaining on the clock. For a fast-paced team, a 3-point deficit was hardly insurmountable. Del Negro, seizing the opportunity, also brought his key players onto the court, yet he kept Gordon in play. Having recognized the potential for synergy between Jason Young and Gordon in that previous play, as the game approached its climax. Upon resuming after the timeout, Stoudemire scored with a powerful drive, utilizing his footwork to gain an advantage over Griffin and converting with a layup. Meanwhile, DeAndre Jordan found himself unable to focus entirely on Stoudemire due to the presence of Mozgov. Yet, Jason Young swiftly assisted Griffin in a robust counter, executing a ground pass following a high pick-and-roll. Griffin leapt from just inside the free throw line and delivered a thunderous 2-handed dunk, igniting the crowd's fervor. Despite being heavily guarded by Stoudemire throughout the game, Griffin showcased his first-round pick prowess with that remarkable play, achieving a dunk without a lengthy approach, a feat not easily accomplished. As they transitioned back into half-court play, Jason Young vocally directed DeAndre Jordan, advising him to expend 80 of his energy on assisting against Stoudemire, allowing them to concede mid-range shots to Mozgov. DeAndre appeared puzzled, questioning why they would allow Mozgov to shoot, as he was not merely an unskilled player. At that moment, Blake was unable to withstand Stoudemire's onslaught. They preferred to let Mozgov take the shot rather than relinquish control of the Knicks' primary offensive threat. Indeed, the Knicks continued their interior assault. However, Stoudemire's attempt at a floater over Griffin from the left side was unexpectedly thwarted by DeAndre Jordan, who had heeded Jason Young's counsel and positioned himself in anticipation of Stoudemire's shot. With possession regained, the Clippers quickly launched a counterattack. Jason Young, upon receiving the ball, initially drove towards the basket, drawing the Knicks' defense towards him before deftly passing to the trailing Gordon. Unmarked, Gordon soared for a spectacular 360-degree dunk. The rare display of aerial prowess enraptured the home crowd, and with the Clippers holding the lead, the atmosphere within Staples reached a fever pitch. The elongated tones of Ralph Lawler narrated the breathtaking moment. Eric Gordon, a magnificent dunk, assisted by Jason Young. After enduring 2 emphatic dunks from the Clippers, the morale of the Knicks waned. Stoudemire, relentlessly attacking the paint, faced a double team and passed the ball to Mozgov, who unfortunately missed his mid-range jumper. DeAndre Jordan leapt high, snatching the rebound before Stoudemire could get a hold of it. "Get back, hustle back," shouted D'Antoni from the sidelines. As the Knicks struggled to cope with the Clippers' swift transition offense, a veritable disaster for a team that thrived on fast breaks. However, the Knicks had retreated too far, with all players collapsing under the basket, inadvertently granting the Clippers opportunities from beyond the arc. Jason Young glanced back before distributing the ball to the left corner, where Gomez unleashed a swift 3-pointer, finding the mark. D'Antoni was compelled to call another timeout, gathering his players into a circle to vociferously chastise them, declaring, "Your performance on the court is utterly catastrophic. The Clippers are playing more like a fast-paced team than you are. Run, and run again. I demand you take your shot within 7 seconds." Upon resuming, the Knicks substituted Chandler for Mozgov, opting for a smaller lineup to bolster their offensive endeavors. With the score at 96-104 and 4 minutes and 43 seconds remaining, the Knicks were not without hope. Indeed, D'Antoni's strategic adjustment bore fruit, as Fields promptly sank a three-pointer. Meanwhile, Jason Young, after utilizing a screen, faltered with a mid-range shot, having been on the court for an extended period, his stamina dwindling. This fatigue manifested in a slight alteration of his shooting form. Nonetheless, DeAndre Jordan capitalized on Stoudemire's presence, soaring to secure the rebound and emphatically dunking the ball into the hoop. The small ball lineup proved to be a double-edged sword, enhancing offensive firepower while simultaneously jeopardizing their rebounding efficacy due to diminished height in the paint. Chapter 79, Victory Through Free Throws. Jason Young confidently sank 2 free throws, retreating on defense amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd. They regained the lead, albeit by a mere point, with only 1 minute and 58 seconds remaining. As the Knicks initiated their offensive play, a synchronized chant of defense echoed through the Staples Center, employing the same strategy as before. Stoudemire struggled to penetrate inside and passed the ball to the perimeter, ultimately landing back in Felton's hands, nearly in the same position. However, this time Felton's shot clanked off the rim. Shooting was not his forte. After Griffin secured the rebound, he promptly delivered the ball to Jason Young. But the Knicks' defense was swift, denying the Clippers a chance for a fast break, an approach that D'Antoni had emphasized during the timeout. With no opportunity for a transition offense, Jason Young remained composed. Regardless of the tactics employed or the methods utilized, the ultimate goal was to place the ball through the hoop. Once his teammates were in position, Jason signaled for Griffin and Jordan to set up a double screen. Holding the ball, Jason Young drove forward, but Stoudemire blocked his path, preventing him from slicing toward the basket. With a sudden stop, Jason raised his hand. As Stoudemire rushed in to contest the shot, Jason feigned a release, only to draw a foul as Stoudemire soared past. When the referee's whistle blew once more, Stoudemire, visibly frustrated, slammed the ball against his head. His eagerness to thwart the play led him to hastily contest Jason's shooting motion, ultimately allowing Jason to exploit the opportunity. At the free throw line, Jason Young rubbed his aching body and took a deep breath. If given the choice, he would have preferred to resolve the situation with a jump shot. Being collided with by Stoudemire's considerable mass was, to be frank, quite uncomfortable for a backcourt player. Yet, he pondered whether his fatigued body could support a successful jump shot. He lacked confidence, as his previous layup failure was a direct result of insufficient energy. Scoring from the free throw line seemed to be the optimal choice at this moment. With poise, he converted both free throws. The Staples Center erupted in noise, the fans' cheers elevating the atmosphere, invigorating the Clippers while simultaneously applying pressure on the visiting team. D'Antoni called for his last time out of the game, instructing them to block and prevent easy penetration. Forget our current deficit. If we execute what we practiced, victory is within our grasp. Upon resuming play, Stoudemire proactively moved to the perimeter to set a screen for Felton. The Clippers opted for a switch on defense during the pick, and Felton, pivoting, passed the ball to Stoudemire. Faced with Jason Young's defense, Stoudemire turned to overpower him with a driving move. Griffin quickly came over to assist, knowing that Jason alone could not withstand Stoudemire's formidable advance. Stoudemire took one step and then dished the ball to Gallinari in the corner, who, entirely open, failed to convert the shot, his shooting consistency remaining elusive. Little Jordan secured the rebound and once again passed the ball into the hands of Jason Young. Amidst the resounding battle cry of the home crowd, Jason Young surged towards the heart of the Knicks' defense. Felton closely shadowed him, using his body to absorb the impact of his opponent's advance. However, as Jason Young suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble to pivot, the already off-balance Felton recklessly reached out to snatch the ball, prompting the referee's whistle to sound. As Jason Young once again stood at the free throw line, Stoudemire approached him, wagering that he would fail to make the shot. Should the Clippers score again, the Knicks would face significant challenges in their subsequent possession. Stoudemire resorted to minor tactics, hoping to disrupt Jason Young's free throw. However, the outcome was uncertain. In an instant, Jason Young released the ball from the free throw line, and with a swish, it found its way through the net. Stoudemire could only shake his head, bracing for Jason Young's second attempt, which also sailed through. With a score of 109-114, the Clippers had established a 5-point lead with 43 seconds remaining. If the Knicks failed to execute their offense, their chances in the game would be jeopardized. Felton brought the ball up the court and executed a pick-and-roll with Stoudemire, passing the ball to him. Stoudemire charged forward, determined to take control of the game after 2 missed attempts from his teammates. Yet, the Clippers seemed to anticipate his aggressive play as both Griffin and DeAndre Jordan converged for defensive support. Stoudemire ultimately could not secure a layup opportunity, and his shot, hindered by Jordan's defense, failed to find the basket. The arena erupted in cheers as Jason Young retrieved the rebound, signaling to his teammates and beginning a slow advance. With 32 seconds left, as long as the Knicks did not manage a steal or fast break, they could simply run down the shot clock. Regardless of whether the final shot went in, they would leave the Knicks with merely 8 seconds to overcome a 5-point deficit, a formidable task indeed. Despite the Knicks applying full-court pressure, Jason Young maintained firm control of the ball, steadily crossing half-court before the ball began to circulate among the Clippers players, consuming precious time. In the closing moments, Jason Young launched a high-jump shot, but alas, it ricocheted off the front of the rim. At this point, the Clippers players prioritized returning to defense over contesting the rebound. Stoudemire secured the rebound and passed to Fields. With no timeouts remaining, the Knicks had no choice but to rush the ball up the court for a quick shot. Fields attempted a three-pointer just a step beyond the arc, but it failed to hit its mark. DeAndre Jordan promptly grabbed the rebound and passed the ball to Jason Young. The Knicks had no option but to send Jason Young to the free throw line once more, making a desperate last effort with only 7 seconds left on the clock and trailing by 5 points. Such a foul held little significance at this stage. Jason Young displayed remarkable composure at the free throw line, sinking both shots and extending the lead to 7 points, effectively sealing the Knicks' fate. Amidst the thunderous celebration of victory from the crowd, Chandler made a last-second three-pointer, but it was of no consequence. Ultimately, the Clippers triumphed, thanks to Jason Young's steady free throw shooting in the final moments. On the Knicks' side, Stoudemire lived up to his superstar reputation, accumulating 39 points and 11 rebounds. Yet he could not secure victory, rendering his pregame bravado a mere jest. Meanwhile, Jason Young's extraordinary performance with 32 points and 16 assists earned him the well-deserved title of the game's most valuable player. Griffin's remarkable performance, boasting 28 points and 15 rebounds, certainly captured attention. The dynamic duo of Los Angeles combined for an impressive tally of 60 points, 19 assists, and 18 rebounds, undoubtedly thrilling the supporters of the Clippers and the media alike. Stoudemire gazed at Jason Young, who was celebrating with his teammates, his eyes filled with fervor. In due time, he believed that Jason Young could undoubtedly emerge as a figure comparable to Steve Nash within the league. However, on his way back to the locker room, Jason Young was intercepted by Stoudemire, who declared, "Jason, come to New York next season. Together, we shall create a spectacle." Jason Young remained silent, casting a skeptical glance at Stoudemire. "The Clippers have no future, believe me, Jason. James Dolan is undoubtedly a more generous owner than Donald Sterling. In today's league, aspiring to win a championship without incurring luxury taxes is akin to chasing a mirage." Stoudemire began to entice Jason from different angles. Yet, Jason continued to ponder. His gaze lowered, seemingly deep in thought regarding the matter. After joining the Clippers, he had received numerous unfavorable accounts regarding owner Donald Sterling, which would undoubtedly cast a shadow over his career in Los Angeles. Stoudemire, sensing some effect, leaned closer to Jason and added fuel to the fire. "Jason, I've already spoken with Carmelo Anthony. There's a strong possibility he'll be traded to the Knicks this season to join forces with me. Coupled with you, we could form a big three that rivals Miami. Amare, my focus is solely on the Clippers at present. I shall not entertain anything else until the season concludes. Should I decide to leave the Clippers afterward, I will certainly give you a call." With that, Jason turned and departed, as the uncertainties loomed too large for him to ignore. Chapter 80. The best of the week. Vivian stared intently at her computer screen, her face aglow with delight. Emails from Under Armour and Adidas arrived almost simultaneously, both conveying a similar sentiment. They were essentially amenable to the terms she proposed in Portland, though details remained to be negotiated. It was a feat that many prominent agents within the league had failed to achieve, yet she, a novice, had managed to secure. The thought filled Vivian with pride. Once finalized, she could hold her head high in front of Catherine. She sent identical replies to both brand representatives, with a singular request that the negotiation venue be shifted to Los Angeles, allowing her to leverage the home court advantage at the negotiating table. That evening, Jason Young's advertisement shoot went exceedingly well. Both commercials were completed in a single night. His performance in front of the camera impressed the director, who noted his sunny demeanor and striking good looks. Had he not already ascended to the status of an NBA superstar? The director would have sought to recruit him as a professional actor. Despite the exhausting nature of the shoot, Jason arrived at the training facility the following morning. Invigorated and on time, thanks to Vivian, who diligently fulfilled her dual role as his agent and personal masseuse. However, the other three teammates seemed distracted, directing most of their attention towards Jason, their eyes frequently wandering in his direction. During a lull in training, Jason summoned all three of them together. "What's the matter? Didn't you have enough fun last night? Speak up. What amusement do you crave today?" Last night, Jason Young experienced considerable turmoil, as the expenditures of the Clippers players at the Playhouse were entirely attributed to him. Upon hearing this, DeAndre Jordan's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, he had indulged quite liberally at the nightclub last night. He hastily waved his hand, suggesting that with today's announcement of the Player of the Week, Jason should be a shoe-in for the accolade. If so, he would become the Clippers' latest recipient of this honor in 5 years. A noteworthy achievement given the team's prolonged absence from such distinctions. Upon hearing this, Jason Young couldn't help but chuckle. After all, this was not something within his control. It was best to patiently await the final announcement without overthinking. "Jason, don't you care?" Bledsoe inquired with a look of skepticism. To claim that Jason Young was entirely indifferent would be a falsehood, for this matter significantly pertained to his ongoing series of tasks. Moreover, securing the title of Western Conference Player of the Week would greatly influence his market value. Vivian's recent buoyant demeanor indicated she was up to something. The title of Player of the Week is considered one of the most minor accolades within the league. "I hope that the next time you regard me with such looks, it will be on the eve of the MVP announcement." The three bystanders were rendered speechless by Jason Young's audacity, uniformly giving him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're amazing." At the Staples Center that night, Jason Young took the stage, basking in the adoration of the Clippers fans. The electrifying atmosphere in the arena showcased the fervor of the supporters. As DeAndre Jordan aptly noted, the Clippers had been distant from various NBA accolades for far too long. Thus, even this modest honor sent the fans into a frenzy. This was also his first time being recognized in such a manner while playing alongside the bearded star. Among the recently announced Western and Eastern Conference Players of the Week, Jason Young triumphed over notable performers such as Russell Westbrook and Kobe, claiming the title for the West. Upon learning of this news, Westbrook was filled with resentment. Despite the Thunder's unblemished record over 4 games last week, along with his personal statistics of 22, 5 points, 75 assists, and 25 rebounds, he felt that the Player of the Week title should not solely rely on individual statistics, but also consider team performance. "However, I shall not lodge any complaints. I won this title a year ago," Westbrook stated on his Twitter. Though the bitterness in his words could likely sour the Pacific Ocean itself, he did not place great importance on the accolade. But having it snatched from him by Jason Young was intolerable. Meanwhile, John Wall, who had always been in competition with Jason Young, remained silent this time. When a curious journalist approached him to inquire about Jason Young's achievement, Wall offered no response. Rumors later circulated that he replaced all the furniture in his home. And judging by the shattered remnants of tables and chairs found in the trash, it seemed Wall had channeled his frustrations into this task. Tonight, the Clippers were set to host the visiting Charlotte Hornets. Prior to the game, a throng of reporters surrounded Jason Young. "Jason, congratulations on winning the Western Conference Player of the Week award. The Clippers have been devoid of such accolades for far too long, and the fans are ecstatic. Do you have anything to say to them?" Ben Bullock was the first to pose the question, his excitement palpable. This recognition symbolized a burgeoning star power for the Clippers, promising increased attention. By aligning closely with Jason Young, he anticipated elevating his stature within the Los Angeles Times. "I am truly delighted to have secured this award for the Clippers and the fans of Los Angeles. This is just the beginning. I hope to bring them even more in the future." Jason Young's response illuminated Ben Bullock's eyes. This marks the first instance since Ben Wallace in 2003 that an undrafted player has received the Player of the Week award. "Do you believe this accolade serves as a source of motivation for you?" queried Howard Beck, a reporter from the New York Times. "Undoubtedly. I perceive honors as a tremendous source of inspiration for anyone. However, I never consider myself an undrafted player. As you are all aware, my circumstances differ fundamentally from those of previous undrafted players. I regard myself as the finest player of this season, and the finest players are expected to exhibit exceptional performances. Will you then set your sights on the Rookie of the Year award this season?" Beck continued with keen interest. "Certainly," Jason Young asserted, showcasing his confidence. Upon hearing this, Mike Lee, a reporter from the Washington Post, expressed his discontent, remarking that this displayed a significant lack of respect for other rookie players. "I do not believe you are superior to John Wall. I hold every player in this league in high regard and fear no competition. In fact, competition invigorates me. If Wall believes he is superior to me, he must demonstrate a more competitive performance," Yang responded candidly. Chapter 81. Trade speculation. Since the Hornets unexpectedly lost to the Clippers at home, their performance has exhibited some fluctuations. Although the team boasts commendable defensive efficiency, their offensive strategy heavily relies on Chris Paul and David West. Should either of these players struggle, Marco Bellinelli and Trevor Ariza find it exceedingly challenging to create space on the perimeter, as neither possesses significant ball handling capabilities. From the outset of the game, the Hornets played with vigor, aiming to secure a victory against the Clippers to recapture the winning momentum they enjoyed at the season's commencement. David West stood out particularly, executing a series of mid-range shots seamlessly through pick-and-roll plays with Chris Paul. After scoring only 4 points in the previous game against the Clippers, he became the scapegoat for the loss, and thus, he was eager to exact revenge and showcase his prowess as a star inside player. West's offensive resurgence posed a dilemma for the Clippers' defense. To contain his performance, they would undoubtedly need to allocate more defensive resources to him, possibly resorting to double-teaming. However, should the Clippers choose this route, it would grant Bellinelli or Ariza increased opportunities from the perimeter. Indeed, once the Clippers opted to double-team West, Ariza capitalized by sinking a wide-open three-pointer from the corner. Jason Young was filled with anxiety on the court, yet he found himself at a loss for effective strategies. With the return of the Beard, he resumed his position at shooting guard, and prior to the game, Del Negro specifically instructed him to allow the Beard to dominate the ball, coordinating the team's offensive efforts around him. However, the Clippers' offense frequently stagnated, with the Beard primarily relying on isolation plays from the post, while the Hornets keenly monitored his ball movement towards Jason Young. Nearly 5 minutes into the first quarter, the Hornets had surged ahead with a 22-8 lead, including a devastating 10-0 run. Del Negro preemptively made substitutions, yet his choices were bewildering. Instead of replacing Davis, he opted to substitute Jason Young for Randy Foye. Nevertheless, the Clippers' offense showed little improvement, as Foye's impact on the game paled in comparison to that of Jason Young. Breathless, the Beard was substituted out by Bledsoe towards the end of the first quarter. Although he had scored 8 points, he recorded no assists, and the entire Clippers team managed only 15 points, far from a typical performance for a point guard. After leaving the game, the Beard's mood soured. He sulked with a stormy expression, emanating an aura of despondency. As a seasoned player navigating the league for years, the Beard understood Del Negro's unusual decisions as indicative of the team's intentions. Typically, when a team disregards tactics and allows a player to play freely, it often foreshadows trade discussions. Only by showcasing impressive statistics can a player enhance their market value, a well-known, unwritten rule of the NBA. The Beard recognized that the team's future belonged to Jason Young and Griffin, and a generational shift was inevitable. However, he had envisioned completing his contract as the team leader before passing the reins to Jason Young. Yet, circumstances had shifted. Neil O'Shea appeared increasingly eager to elevate Jason Young's status. Given the team's unexpectedly favorable performance and the market value Jason Young could bring, a trade for the Clippers seemed imminent. Although the Beard felt a sense of reluctance, he was powerless to change the situation. The entire NBA operates as a business, and the prevailing adage within the league is business, with the media, fans, and front office all aligned against him. The Beard realized that his only recourse was to enhance his on-court performance to secure his standing with his next team. Observing the situation, Jason Young intended to approach the Beard for a conversation, but upon seeing the despondent expression on his face, he hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. Instead, DeAndre Jordan quietly approached and whispered to Jason, "It seems like things are not quite right." Jason Young remained silent, gazing at the commanding figure of Del Negro on the sidelines, and he let out a deep sigh. He had come to understand the team's intentions, yet he was entirely opposed to this method, believing it would disrupt the internal chemistry of the squad. In the second quarter, it was the Clippers' turn to shine with their rotating lineup. With Jason Young's presence exerting pressure from the perimeter, Gordon was exceptionally active on the court. After redefining his role within the team, Gordon's singular focus became scoring. He aimed to maximize his points during his limited playing time in hopes of securing a lucrative contract at the season's end. Though whether it would come from the Clippers remained uncertain. With a powerful surge, Gordon propelled the Clippers on a 10-0 run against the Hornets, narrowing the deficit to within 10 points. He personally contributed 7 points, with the remaining 3 stemming from his ability to dismantle the Hornets' defensive line. Upon penetrating the paint and facing a triple team, he distributed the ball to the perimeter, where Jason Young, drawing the entirety of the Hornets' defensive attention, passed it to the unguarded Aminu in the corner, who remarkably sank a three-pointer. The score stood at 42-33, and after more than 5 minutes in the second quarter, the Hornets' rotation managed to score only 3 points, prompting head coach Monty Williams to reinsert the starters. Upon returning to the game, West continued his scorching performance. After a pick and roll, he exploited a mismatch against Jason Young, and without help defense, he scored at will, routinely overpowering Young to reach the basket. Meanwhile, Gordon's drives were stifled. With West and Okafor patrolling the paint, even when Gordon managed to penetrate, his forced attempts were often swatted away. Fortunately, Jason Young maintained his shooting touch from beyond the arc, occasionally sinking a cold-blooded shot to prevent the score from widening too drastically. Noticing the unfavorable situation, Del Negro also substituted in his starters, while allowing Aminu to remain on the court to bolster perimeter defense. Aminu, after being selected by the Clippers, initially struggled to find playing time due to his glaring lack of offensive prowess, which led to considerable criticism directed at Neil O'Shea, as many believed he had squandered the hard-earned 8th pick. However, Aminu gradually earned Del Negro's respect with his unassuming style of play, though he spoke little within the team. He consistently completed training tasks with diligence and displayed remarkable effort on the defensive end, making him the first player Del Negro thought of when the need for enhanced perimeter defense arose. Chapter 82. Defeat of the Hornets. The Hornets continued to exploit West's mismatch against Jason Young, while the Clippers brought in DeAndre Jordan to strengthen their defense against West. Whenever West established position in the low post, Jordan would inevitably come to double-team him. However, after being thwarted once by the Clippers' defense, West ceased his back-to-the-basket attacks. Instead, he found his shooting touch from the high post, effortlessly scoring with a turnaround jumper over Yang's defense. Del Negro was left vigorously gesturing from the sidelines, urging his players to quicken their offensive pace. If they could not contain their opponents on defense, they would have to compensate by scoring more in the offensive realm. It is essential to recognize that the Beard served as the team commander under the renowned mad scientist, Old Nelson, who was celebrated for his innovative strategies. His comprehension of the fast-paced offense is rivaled only by that of Steve Nash. Upon entering the front court, the Beard executed a pick-and-roll with Jason Young, driving inward to compress the Hornets' defense before returning the ball to the perimeter, where Jason Young, facing Chris Paul's defense, successfully sank a three-pointer. The essence of a fast-paced offense lies in the imperative to shoot the ball regardless of the circumstances. Once the time is upon you, one must release the shot and elevate the tempo. Chris Paul, however, would not allow the Clippers to have their way. He is a masterful on-court strategist and a maestro of tempo control. Ignoring Jason Yang's attempts to disrupt him, Paul began to slow the pace after crossing half-court. If the Clippers aimed to accelerate the game, he would employ every tactic to decelerate the rhythm. Moreover, the Hornets are not inherently an offensive powerhouse. Players like West, Okafor, and even Paul himself struggle to adapt to a rapid pace. The Hornets exchanged the ball along the perimeter, waiting until only 10 seconds remained on the shot clock for Paul to initiate their offense. Utilizing a screen from West, Paul faced Griffin's mismatched defense, executing a deceptive drive that culminated in a layup. Although he primarily focused on facilitating for his teammates, his timely scoring alleviated the offensive burden on them, illustrating his prowess as an exceptional scorer. Del Negro's hands continued to signal for the Clippers to accelerate their offense. After 2 consecutive screens, the Beard surged into the paint, successfully executing a floater before the Hornets could react. While the Clippers endeavored to increase the pace, the Hornets, under Paul's leadership, remained unfazed. The two teams engaged in a fierce battle, each adhering to their respective tempos, yet the Clippers failed to close the scoring gap. As the first half concluded, the scoreboard read 64-51 in favor of the Hornets, who astonishingly managed to amass 64 points. Although the Clippers are not known for their defensive prowess, the Hornets are equally not characterized as an offensive team, averaging a mere 94.6 points per game, ranking them 4th from the bottom in the league. Yet, they achieved an impressive 64 points in just one half, showcasing the remarkable shooting efficiency of the Hornets players. In the Clippers locker room, Del Negro rallied the team for the second half, emphasizing that such a high shooting percentage could not be sustained. With a half still remaining, there is ample time for a comeback. Indeed, as the third quarter commenced, West's mid-range shot failed to find the basket once more, which not only allowed the Clippers to breathe a sigh of relief, but also ignited a glimmer of hope for a comeback. The bearded one, facing off against Paul, showcased his prowess once again, driving to the free throw line and executing a jump shot that swished through the net. West, receiving a pass from Paul, attempted another mid-range shot from the high post, but missed. Griffin seized the rebound and launched a long pass, facilitating a swift transition for the Clippers. The bearded one caught the ball, overpowering Bellinelli under the basket to complete a three-point play with a successful free throw, as the deficit shrank to within 10 points. West's shooting touch inexplicably waned, prompting the Hornets to shift their offensive focus to Paul. Utilizing a pick and roll, Paul faced Griffin directly after the Clippers switched defenses, stepping inward before sinking a mid-range jumper. The bearded one, still entangled with the officials over a perceived foul by Paul during his previous layup attempt, failed to convert his drive to the basket, allowing Okafor to grab the ball. In a rapid transition, Paul deftly navigated a 2-on-1 situation to score. Meanwhile, the bearded one continued to argue with the referee, convinced he was fouled on his layup. Seeking redemption against Paul, he attempted a jump shot at the free throw line, but it clanged off the rim. In the ensuing transition, Paul executed a quick stop and pop jumper, showcasing his scorching shooting touch. With a series of consecutive scores, Paul dismantled the Clippers' defensive structure, and as they began to double-team him, the Hornets capitalized on West's distribution, as Bellinelli and Ariza each sank a three-pointer. Jason Young cast a glance towards the sidelines, yet Del Negro had no intention of calling for a timeout. Instead, he replaced Jordan with Gomez, positioning Griffin at the center and mimicking the Knicks' recent strategy of employing a small ball lineup. It appeared that he had entirely relinquished the notion of defense. The Clippers continued to be orchestrated by the bearded maestro, pushing the pace of the game. Young, Gomez, and Aminu spread out on the flanks as stationary artillery, while Griffin served as a dynamic force in the paint. Although this arrangement indeed yielded a desperate offensive effectiveness, the combination of the bearded players' penetration alongside Young and Gomez's three-point shooting allowed the Clippers to reclaim a significant portion of the score. However, the Hornets swiftly adapted to the tactical shift, with Paul exploiting the Clippers' vulnerable interior defense, consistently assisting West and Okafor for scores. By the end of the third quarter, the Clippers failed to narrow the gap as Del Negro had hoped. Despite Gordon's impressive scoring during subsequent rotations, Del Negro could not devise further strategies in the critical moments, and the Clippers consistently struggled to seize control of the game. Ultimately, the Hornets triumphed on the road with a score of 117-106, avenging their previous defeat. Chris Paul delivered an MVP-caliber performance with 23 points and 13 assists, while David West emerged as the decisive factor in the match, achieving an impressive 38 points on 15 of 27 shooting. For the Clippers, Byron Davis was the standout performer with 23 points and 6 assists, followed closely by Eric Gordon, who contributed 20 points during his time on the court. However, the much-anticipated twin stars of the Clippers fell short of expectations. Young managed only 13 points and 4 assists, while Griffin fared slightly better with a double-double of 12 points and 11 rebounds. Though the game concluded, the ramifications of this contest continued to resonate with the Clippers, and it seemed unlikely that they would dissipate in the near future. Jason Young returned to the locker room, his head bowed, not out of dissatisfaction with his own performance, but rather due to his struggle to comprehend and accept Del Negro's arrangements. Although he sensed an unusual atmosphere, he believed it was not the appropriate approach. The locker room was devoid of its usual jovial spirit. Players exchanged silence, fearful that any misstep in expression might provoke discontent within the team. They hastily changed and departed. Chapter 83, The Best Curse After the Game. A throng of reporters surrounded Chris Paul, the standout player of the match. Although West's 38 points marked a season high, it was Paul who embodied the intellect and true essence of the team. You dominated the Clippers on the court today. Considering that the Hornets unexpectedly lost to them at home earlier this season, does this victory signify a form of revenge? One reporter inquired, microphone aloft. I believe this reflects the disparity in overall team strength. Sometimes, in sports, the stronger team does not always prevail, nor does the weaker team always falter. Thankfully, we all performed to our usual standards today. Revenge? It matters little. The Clippers and Hornets have yet to face each other in the playoffs, and the outcomes of regular season matches are hardly significant. Paul responded with equanimity, acknowledging the lack of a storied rivalry between the two teams. Jason Yang's performance today once again attests to the potency of the so-called best curse. What is your perspective on this phenomenon? Another reporter posed, addressing a widely intriguing topic. The best curse refers to the tendency of players who receive accolades such as Player of the Week or Player of the Month to underperform in subsequent games. In competitive sports, this occurrence is quite commonplace. I have encountered what is termed a curse myself. Chris Paul offered an alternative viewpoint, further elaborating, every athlete experiences peaks and valleys in their performance. After a period of explosive achievement, a decline is inevitable. The timing of this phenomenon often coincides with receiving accolades, thus giving rise to what is referred to as the curse. Jason Young has proclaimed his intention to win the Rookie of the Year award this season. As a former recipient of the 2006 Rookie of the Year award, do you have any insights to share with him? Insights? No, I possess no particular wisdom. However, if I were to convey anything, it would be the importance of focus. Dedicating oneself to performing well in every game is paramount, Paul admonished earnestly. Jason Young found himself surrounded by a throng of reporters, with Ben Borick securing the first opportunity to inquire. Jason, congratulations on being named the Western Conference Player of the Week last week. This must be your first accolade since joining the league. And the entire city of Los Angeles is thrilled. What do you have to say? I dedicate this award to all the Clippers fans. Their unwavering support has enabled me to perform at my best. I must also extend my gratitude to my teammates. Although this accolade is personal, it is truly a testament to the collective effort of the entire team, Jason Young replied with a smile. The Clippers have been distanced from various honors for an extended period. Do you have confidence in bringing more to the fans? Ben Borick continued. Absolutely. Jason Young responded without hesitation. I shall not be content with this alone, and I look forward to delivering even more thrilling performances in the future. It is important to note that this is merely the first phase of a series of tasks set by the system. There will undoubtedly be more challenges to conquer ahead. However, you faced defeat against the Hornets in this match, and your performance was not particularly stellar. Do you believe you were affected by the best player curse? This time, it was Lottie Simmons who posed the question. The best player curse? What is that? Jason Young asked, a look of bewilderment on his face. As a newcomer to the league, he lacked sufficient understanding of many aspects within it. Simmons took the time to clarify the meaning of the best player curse, to which Jason Young eventually responded, I suppose it is merely the fluctuations of personal form. It just so happened that my performance today was not up to par. His response echoed sentiments similar to those expressed by Chris Paul. In this game, you predominantly occupied the shooting guard position, and thus far this season, your performance at the 2 spot has been markedly different from that at the 1. Do you feel that your positioning has hindered your performance? Simmons posed a pointed question. Jason Young pondered for a moment before responding. The performance of a player is largely contingent upon their condition rather than their position. I anticipate being able to contribute more significantly to the team in this role. Jason skillfully sidestepped the crux of the issue with a clever reply. Previously, he believed he could excel at the shooting guard position, yet the reality of gameplay revealed his misjudgment. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his teammate, known as the Beard, is an offensive-minded point guard with limited passing acumen. He often capitalizes on the opportunities created by his teammates' off-ball screens, yet fails to deliver the ball in a timely manner. Despite Jason's underwhelming performance, the following day's media coverage remained fixated on him, as he had secured the Clippers' first Player of the Week award in 5 years. Many reports sensationalized the curse associated with this accolade. The Los Angeles Times published an article lauding Jason's phenomenal performance from the previous week, which enabled the Clippers to clinch their inaugural Player of the Week title in 5 years. However, it also noted the effect of the curse, suggesting that Jason could not replicate his prior success and ultimately succumbed to a loss at home against the New Orleans Hornets, led by Chris Paul. While Lottie Simmons acknowledged in his report that Jason was indeed affected by the so-called curse, his criticism was more directed towards the Clippers' head coach. In an article detailing the coach's tactical missteps that limited Jason's effectiveness, Lottie's argued that the reason for Jason's lackluster performance against the Hornets was not merely the curse, but rather the coach's poor decisions. He presented a series of statistics illustrating the stark contrast in Jason's performance between the shooting guard and point guard positions. Lottie's contended that coach Vinny Del Negro failed to account for Jason's unique attributes in his lineup decisions. Jason is the cerebral force behind the Clippers. The team must entrust him with the ball to orchestrate their offensive plays rather than relegating him to a mere finisher. When Jason occupies the point guard position, his usage rate soars to 33, enabling the Clippers to score 108 points per 100 possessions, ranking them 4th in the league. Conversely, when he assumes the shooting guard role, His usage rate plummets by 11 percentage points to just 22, resulting in a meager 99.8 points per 100 possessions, placing them at the bottom of the league standings. Undoubtedly, the future cornerstone of the Clippers is Jason Young. The first step in their rebuilding journey is to swiftly trade away Baron Davis, thereby establishing Jason Young as the starting point guard. Given that the competition between Jason Young and Davis for the starting position has been extensively reported by the media, the perspective offered by Lottie Simmons has garnered significant attention within the league. Although Del Negro's strategy is to have Jason Young play the shooting guard position, many commentators believe the Clippers should proceed with a trade. ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith asserted in his segment that, regardless of the current or future implications, a trade for the Clippers is inevitable. While there remains some time before the trade window opens mid-season, it is prudent for the Clippers to prepare in advance. On the distant shores of the Pacific, the Midday Sports News on CCTV-5 also reported on Jason Young being named the Western Conference Player of the Week last week. Despite Jason Young being a genuine American, his Chinese heritage has afforded him special recognition. The report lasted approximately 2 minutes, interspersed with a highlight reel of Jason Young's stellar performances this season. The allocation of 2 minutes in a brief sports news segment underscores CCTV's editorial appreciation for Jason Young. Although CCTV-5 has yet to broadcast any Clippers games this new season, it is anticipated that they will soon adjust their coverage to focus on the Clippers. Now featuring Jason Young. Chapter 84. Crucial negotiations. Upon returning to his apartment, Jason Young collapsed onto the sofa, surprised at how this was even more exhausting than training. "You're doing quite well. It's mostly a one-take shoot. If there were a few more NGs, you'd have even more to endure." Vivian entered the room and poured him a glass of water, placing it on the coffee table beside the sofa. Jason Young hastily rose and seized his water cup, drinking it in one swift motion. "So, does this mean I performed rather well?" he inquired. Vivian, gazing at his handsome visage, playfully remarked, "I sensed your talent during the last photo shoot. You seem to have quite the flair in front of the camera. Perhaps, if you ever choose to step away from basketball, you might find a niche in Hollywood." Jason murmured softly. "Did someone previously mock me on the court in a similar manner?" "What? Nothing," he replied, but his tone shifted. "Vivian, I have a feeling the team might consider making trades during the season." It appeared that O'Shea was finally poised to take action. Vivian thought to herself, then smiled at Jason, saying, "Trades in the NBA are commonplace. What's the matter? The player in question might be Byron. And what of it? You share a good rapport with him. Surely you don't wish for him to be traded?" Vivian replied nonchalantly. "If Davis isn't traded, how can Jason ascend? Our relationship is decent, yet that's not the point I wish to convey," Jason responded, lowering his voice. "I worry that the team is too youthful, and I'm uncertain whether I can bear the weight of the Clippers." Only in Vivian's presence could Jason reveal his most vulnerable side. "Jason, you are capable," Vivian asserted, gazing firmly into his eyes. "I don't believe this challenge is any more daunting than claiming an NCAA championship for Catherine despite your inexperience in basketball." Hearing this, Jason chuckled softly. Indeed, while he was not entirely prepared to assume the mantle of a team leader, the concept of challenge had accompanied him ever since that fateful night when he had hidden with a paper rose along a shadowy path, and he had never wavered. This time would be no different. Vivian continued, "Jason, you have already proven yourself sufficiently during Byron Davis's absence due to injury. You were the cornerstone of the team then. Fans, media, and even the players within the Clippers all recognized this." In a modest conference room at the Los Angeles Hilton, Vivian commenced the final push for Jason Young's shoe contract. Although they had reached an agreement on the general terms via email, certain details required face-to-face discussion. In the morning, she would meet with Adidas, followed by a discussion with Under Armour in the afternoon. The eventual choice of company for Jason's signing would hinge upon the outcomes of today's negotiations. Mark von Ludwig, accompanied by his secretary, arrived punctually at the conference room. Having previously conversed with Vivian in Portland, he had assumed the role of the final decision-maker for this contract signing. Gazing at the petite figure across the conference table, sipping coffee, Ludwig could not help but feel a surge of emotion. What seemed utterly implausible had, against all odds, been negotiated successfully by this young woman. Although his vigorous support played a significant role, it still felt miraculous. After hearing Ludwig's suggestion and considering the North American Player Director's evaluation report on Jason Young's potential, Adidas CEO Herbert Hainer ultimately decided to take a gamble on Jason. As Ludwig articulated, Adidas's dire situation in North America left them no time to wait. In times of desperation, transformation becomes imperative. They required a change distinctly different from the past, and Jason Young appeared poised to herald that change. Good morning, Mark. Did you indulge in Los Angeles' vibrant nightlife last night? Vivian teased as she spotted Ludwig, completely disregarding the female secretary beside him. Ha, Vivian. While the nightclubs in Los Angeles are indeed exhilarating, they are no longer a venue suited for my aging bones. I must rest early to alleviate the fatigue of travel. Only then can I muster the energy to contend with you, my cunning little fox, Ludwig replied with a chuckle, the two appearing to share a camaraderie that transcended age. Mark, you needn't contend with me. Your only task is to sign the contract, she stated matter-of-factly. Very well, as you wish. Let us discuss the contract, Ludwig said, settling at the negotiation table to deliberate the terms of the agreement. Prior to establishing a new brand, Jason Young would sign a 2-year contract with Adidas for $16 million, during which Adidas would release a signature sneaker each year, allowing him to partake in the design process. In return, Jason would be required to shoot 4 advertisements annually for Adidas. No, Mark, the 2-year $16 million deal was the previous figure. Jason just received the Western Conference Player of the Week award last week, an achievement that even LeBron James did not accomplish in his rookie season. Furthermore, his current sponsorship contract with the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China stands at $10 million for 1 year, so. Vivian directed a keen glance at Ludwig, preparing to assert her stance. Additionally, for advertisements a year is excessive, it would interfere with Jason's training. 2 ads annually is the maximum we can agree to. Moreover, Jason's promotional posters must not only be distributed in the United States, but also extensively in Europe and Asia. All right, then please share the price you desire, Ludwig replied, unwilling to dwell excessively on the financial aspect, as the essence of this agreement lay elsewhere. 2 years for $24 million. I believe Adidas could benefit from an opportunity to garner greater visibility, Vivian asserted in a resolute tone. After a moment of contemplation, Ludwig nodded and softly replied, agreed. For Adidas, the recent signings of star players have been rather mundane. Investing $12 million in a rookie for a year would undoubtedly create a sensation across the United States, subsequently bolstering the confidence of players, media, and fans in the Adidas brand. With this point settled, Ludwig's demeanor began to grow serious. The subsequent stipulations were fundamentally crucial to Adidas's future plans. Within 2 years, Jason Young must fulfill the following conditions for Adidas to even consider establishing a new brand for him. Should he fail to meet these criteria, he would be required to sign a lifetime contract with Adidas, the terms and amount of which would be determined by the company. First, Jason Young's attendance rate must exceed 80 over the 2 seasons, taking into account the risks of injury that players may incur. Second, he is expected to become an all-star during these 2 seasons. Given his Chinese heritage, this should pose no significant challenge. Third, he must secure the Rookie of the Year award this season. Fourth, he needs to claim either the scoring title or the assist title within these 2 seasons. Fifth, he must rank among the top 3 in the regular season MVP voting. Establishing a new brand for Adidas is by no means a simple endeavor. The conditions proposed by Ludwig are exceedingly stringent, akin to what even Michael Jordan struggled to achieve in the first 2 years of his career. Vivian pondered briefly. Engaging in a negotiation, points 1 through 3 posed no issues, but the last 2 felt excessively demanding. She hoped for a slight relaxation of these terms. The 4th point should be amended to rank within the top 3 in scoring or assists, while the 5th should be adjusted to the top 5 in MVP voting. Vivian, I want you to understand that this is an unprecedented undertaking for Adidas. The company has extended its goodwill, and Jason Young must demonstrate a tangible prospect of success for us to reach a consensus, Ludwig insisted, showing no inclination to relent on these conditions. This represented a monumental gamble for Adidas as they sought to enhance their chances of success. Very well, but I need to confirm these points with Jason before I can provide you with a response. Let us proceed to discuss the subsequent terms. Observing Ludwig's unwavering stance, Vivian had no choice but to defer the confirmation on those specific points. Fortunately, the remaining terms encountered little contention, and soon Vivian and Ludwig reached a preliminary agreement, pending Jason Young's confirmation on the 2 conditions. I look forward to your good news. I will be in Los Angeles for a few days, and I hope to finalize this contract with you before my departure. After the negotiations concluded, Ludwig rose to leave. All right, let us keep in touch. Tonight, the Clippers face the Kings at Staples. Mark, you should attend to witness Jason's performance. Of course, I shall. Chapter 85. The triumph of the king. Unlike the ease of negotiations with Adidas, Vivian faced a grueling session with Under Armour that afternoon. Much like the previous discussions in Portland, the Under Armour delegation was more numerous this time. Although both parties shared a common direction, Under Armour remained steadfast on the minutiae of the contract terms. Upon exiting the conference room, Vivian exhaled a sigh of relief. The conditions had largely been agreed upon, pending only Jason Yang's confirmation before the final signing. As for which brand to endorse, that decision lay solely with Jason Yang. Meanwhile, at the Clippers training facility, the players were preparing to board the team bus bound for the Staples Center, where their opponents for the evening would be the Sacramento Kings. In a discreet moment, Wang Ming seized the opportunity to pull Jason Yang aside. Jason, the Chinese sports brand Li Ning wishes to offer you a sponsorship deal, the financial terms of which will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. This matter is best discussed with my agent. You should have her contact information, Jason Yang replied, visibly perplexed by Wang Ming's involvement in this communication. Wang Ming could not disclose that Li Ning had previously reached out to Vivian but had not secured a chance to negotiate, ultimately turning to him in hopes of finding a breakthrough through Jason Yang. Jason, as a person of Chinese descent, representing a Chinese brand, is a match made in heaven. Furthermore, Li Ning harbors significant ambitions to make a mark in the international market, making this an extraordinary opportunity for you. As Jason Yang's eyes flickered, the reason dawned upon him. He must have encountered a setback with Vivian. Mr. Wang, I eagerly anticipate our future collaboration, but not under such circumstances. I hope there will not be a second occurrence, he stated, before turning on his heel and boarding the team bus. Watching Jason Yang's departing figure, Wang Ming could only let out a deep sigh. In the world of sports, one often finds oneself at the mercy of circumstances. The domestic sports arena is inherently limited, and since a request had been made of him merely to convey a message, it would be quite detrimental to disregard it entirely, as it would jeopardize his standing within the community. Fortunately, although Jason Yang was displeased, his reaction was not overly intense. Upon entering the Staples Center, the journalists' inquiries were far removed from the game itself. Instead, they were primarily focused on the authenticity of the Davis trade. To such questions, Jason Yang's responses were consistently terse, limited to a mere 3 words. I am unclear. Influenced by the reporters, the atmosphere in the Clippers' locker room had lost its former cheerfulness, with everyone quietly engrossed in their pre-game preparations. In the order of player introductions prior to the match, Jason Yang was designated to the final position, while Davis was positioned second to last, reflecting the deliberate intentions of the Clippers coaching staff. As Jason Yang made his entrance amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Zhang Zi turned to Vivian, her expression one of incredulity, and asked, did he truly only begin his journey with basketball just over a year ago? Familiar with both the sport and the NBA, she often participated in basketball-related events back in her home country, and since arriving in the United States, her fiancé frequently took her to watch games at the Knicks' home arena. Yet, in her understanding, basketball players typically begin their training at a young age, often reaching the NBA within a year and becoming pivotal members of their teams. This notion was entirely alien to her. Vivian, however, fixed her gaze on the figure on the court, responding with pride. What could have prompted him to suddenly pursue basketball? Zhang Zi inquired further. Vivian's expression dimmed, and she offered no reply, merely gesturing towards Catherine, who was also observing the game. Oh, Zhang Zi exclaimed, a look of understanding dawning upon her. Indeed, aside from that, she could conceive of nothing else that could exert such a profound influence over a man. A twinge of envy stirred within her. Such pure love seemed almost unattainable within the entertainment industry. Ultimately, Jason is the most handsome, Scarlett Johansson chimed in with a playful laugh. Catherine merely smiled slightly at this remark, choosing not to engage in conversation. Due to Jason Yang's game that evening, their filming had paused, prompting the 4 of them to attend the match at Staples Center together. Since the disbandment of the illustrious Kings team led by Chris Webber, Sacramento had consistently played the role of underdog in the league. Last season, they managed only 25 victories, performing even worse than the Clippers. However, they had acquired Tyreke Evans with the 4th overall pick in the draft, who excelled with an average of 21 points, 5.8 assists, and 5.3 rebounds per game, earning the Rookie of the Year award and becoming the first player since LeBron James to achieve a 25-5 stat line in his debut season. This season, the Kings selected DeMarcus Cousins with the 5th pick, who also demonstrated promising potential as an interior player and would be starting in this game. From the very first minute of the match, the Clippers asserted their dominance, showcasing a commanding performance on both offense and defense, perhaps spurred by pre-game media hype. The seldom dominant James Harden delivered an extraordinary display, overwhelming the young Evans at both ends of the court. Remarkably, the Kings roster was even younger than that of the Clippers, with their most seasoned player being former Rocket Luther Head, while the rest of the team comprised members who had joined the NBA after 2007. With no more than 3 years of experience, facing a rampaging Harden, they were momentarily taken aback. As the Clippers surged ahead with a 25-8 run within the first 7 minutes, inciting fury in Kings head coach Paul Westphal. After 3 consecutive timeouts, the Kings gradually stabilized their game. With Evans being neutralized by Harden, they began to rally points through their interior, with another former Rocket, Carl Landry, stepping up to the challenge. Griffin still appears rather inexperienced when confronted by power forwards with both range and agility. Landry consistently hits mid-range shots from the high post. The team's exceptional performance prompts the Clippers to initiate early substitutions, with Jason Young being replaced by Gordon. During the first quarter, he did not make a significant impact on the game, and Del Negro opted to stagger his playing time with that of the Beard. As the second quarter commences, Jason Young re-enters the game, partnering with Gordon to relentlessly attack the basket. Following Evans' exit, the Kings' feeble backcourt proves utterly incapable of offering resistance. In a matter of moments, backup center Samuel DeLimbert finds himself in foul trouble with 3 infractions due to lackluster inside defense. With no viable options left in the paint, Westphal grimly allows DeLimbert to remain on the court, yet the latter's trepidation in defense only exacerbates the Kings' vulnerabilities in the paint. Gordon's penetrations render the Kings' defense helpless, as he frequently exploits openings to score inside. When the Kings begin to tighten their defense, Jason Young resumes his assault from beyond the arc. By the midpoint of the second quarter, the Clippers have surged to a commanding 57-30 lead, a staggering 27-point advantage. The Kings struggle to find solutions, while the Clippers maintain a steady approach from the third quarter onward. In the end, the game concludes with a score of 110-82, as 5 Clippers players achieve double-digit scoring, marking a resounding offensive victory, with the 28-point margin being their largest of the season. The home crowd of Clippers fans is undoubtedly pleased with such a display. Yet Vivian remains discontent. In this match, Jason Yang's performance was rather unremarkable, with 14 points and 4 assists, a rather pedestrian showing, with his only notable achievement being a shooting percentage of 75 from three-point range. Chapter 86. Love at Adidas. The Beard delivered an outstanding performance, amassing 32 points and 6 assists, reminiscent of his prime. Post-game media reports no longer overwhelmingly advocate for the Clippers to make a hasty trade. Rather, many commentators suggest that Byron Davis's experience is an invaluable asset for the team. Although the future belongs to Jason Young, the Beard can still contribute meaningfully. Such perspectives have garnered the endorsement of numerous NBA analysts and fans alike, who believe that the Clippers' overly youthful roster struggles to navigate the complexities of the game. Retaining the Beard to facilitate a natural transition of authority to Jason Young is deemed the optimal choice, akin to the legendary handover from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to Magic Johnson with the Lakers. Charles Barkley once again voiced his opinion, stating on Twitter, "You cannot expect a group of youngsters to achieve greatness, nor can you anticipate an unseasoned sailor to transform into a legendary captain overnight." The media operates on this premise, seeking topics that captivate fans while remaining anchored in fundamental truths. Thus, when one excels, they are lauded fervently, yet should performance falter, they are often subject to harsh scrutiny. After Jason Young was named Player of the Week, the media unanimously opined that the Clippers should swiftly trade James Harden to elevate Jason Young to prominence. However, following 2 commendable performances from Harden, the narrative shifted, with commentators now deeming him a valuable asset to the Clippers, capable of guiding Jason Young on his developmental journey. Weary from the day's exertions, Jason returned to his apartment and reclined on the mat, indulging in Vivian's soothing massage. Regardless of the team's fortunes, he remained unwaveringly dedicated during training. "Jason, I need to discuss something with you," Vivian began, breaking the silence shortly thereafter. "What is it?" Jason turned, surprised by her unusually serious tone, as she seldom spoke to him in such a manner. "It concerns your sponsorship contract. There are 2 distinct models to consider, and it is imperative that you reflect on them before making a decision." Indeed, it was this very matter. Jason recalled the conversation he had had with Wang Ming earlier that afternoon but was uncertain about the specifics of the 2 models Vivian mentioned. Thus, he inquired, "What are the 2 options?" "The first is the standard sponsorship, approximately 1,000 units per year, which can be secured for 2 or 3 years with your signature, Vivian explained, her tone growing notably grave. The second option involves a slightly higher sponsorship amount, but it comes with an additional contingent agreement. If you fulfill the terms outlined in the agreement within 2 years, the sponsor will establish a brand in your name. However, should you fail to meet those conditions, you will be bound to serve this brand for life, with the sponsorship amount determined by them. Upon hearing this, Jason Young turned over and climbed up. A new brand? Just like the relationship between Nike and Michael Jordan? Indeed, it is precisely that kind of connection. After receiving an affirmative answer, Jason Young gazed into Vivian's eyes, filled with profound emotion. He had never anticipated that his mere expression of slight envy towards Michael Jordan's substantial sponsorship would inspire Vivian to achieve such a remarkable feat for him. Although he was still a novice in the NBA, he had already familiarized himself with the sponsorship landscape of the league's stars. A salary of $10 million per year was already exorbitant for him at this juncture, and the establishment of a new brand had not been seen since Michael Jordan. Even a powerhouse like LeBron James had not managed to elicit such commitment from sponsors. The fact that Vivian, a rookie in the agency realm, accomplished this was a testament to the hardships she must have endured along the way. Would you like to hear the terms of the betting agreement? Vivian asked with a smile, having completely grasped the emotions reflected in Jason Young's eyes. At that moment, all her past efforts felt worthwhile. No, that won't be necessary. I choose the second option, Jason Young replied resolutely. Vivian had already achieved such a level for him. He could not allow her efforts to be in vain. Vivian smiled. This was the Jason Young she envisioned in her heart, the brave and relentless young man from the East. Now, you must make another choice. This time, 2 brands have offered identical contracts, Adidas and Under Armour. Which one you sign with depends on your personal preference. What is your opinion? Jason Young was indifferent. As long as it was negotiated by Vivian, he would sign with either brand. Adidas is a venerable enterprise with substantial international influence. But they have encountered some challenges in the market in recent years, which is primarily why they are willing to establish a new brand for you. Under Armour, on the other hand, is quite young. They have achieved remarkable success in the niche market of compression wear, and now they seek to expand their brand strategy. Thus they have approached you. Vivian briefly outlined the fundamental situations of both brands and concluded with her perspective. I believe that, at present, Adidas will provide you with greater support. In America, Europe, and Asia, Adidas's influence is not something Under Armour can compare to at this moment. Undoubtedly, Under Armour holds significant potential for the future, but that potential will take 3 to 5 years to materialize. Then I will choose Adidas. I trust your judgment. Jason Young asserted firmly. Having made the decision, Vivian commenced the subsequent steps. She first informed both brands of Jason Young's final choice, then relayed this news to Aaron Andrews. Upon receiving Vivian's email, Ludwig let out a sigh of relief. The transformation of Adidas would commence under his leadership, and signing Jason Young would inject new nuclear fuel into the colossal ship that is Adidas. The representatives of Adima were profoundly disheartened. Following the loss of Jason Young, they would once again embark on the quest for a new target. Li Ning was unable to secure an opportunity to negotiate with Vivian, and after the departure of their prime candidate, they opted for this year's second overall pick, Evan Turner, as their initial stride towards penetrating the international market. According to credible sources, Jason Young is on the verge of signing a 2-year endorsement contract with a prominent brand, amounting to approximately $24 million, accompanied by additional stipulations. Aaron Andrews was the first to reveal this news on her Twitter. The 2-year deal, averaging $12 million annually, surpasses Kevin Durant's 7-year $60 million deal, and is only second to LeBron James' 7-year $90 million agreement, positioning Jason Young as the player with the second highest average endorsement deal in the realm of basketball shoes. The announcement ignited a fervor within the NBA and the American media. John Wall promptly reacted, taking to his Twitter to express his disbelief. This cannot possibly be true. Astute American agents would never allocate such a substantial amount for a minor player, unless it were a company from China, as only they would be willing to play the role of the Navi benefactor. Wall was consumed by jealousy. His rivalry with Jason Young extended beyond the basketball court into the commercial arena, where he was equally unwilling to concede to this adversary. Amidst the media frenzy, both he and Jason Young were characterized as lifelong rivals. Presently, his opponent had not only secured the title of Player of the Week before him, but had also outpaced him in the commercial sector. It is worth noting that Wall's contract with Reebok, worth $25 million over 5 years, was a painstaking achievement negotiated by his agent, averaging merely $5 million per annum. While Jason Young's trajectory ascended to the echelon of superstars, reaching the coveted $10 million level. Chapter 87. Who is the major benefactor? John Wall's remarks garnered widespread consensus. No one could fathom a brand willing to invest $12 million per year in Jason Young, with the sole plausible contender being a company from China. Soon, media outlets began to report that the financial backer of Jason Young was likely the Chinese brand Li Ning. This Chinese sports brand holds a remarkable 40% market share domestically and is currently making strides in the global market. It is widely acknowledged that Chinese enterprises possess substantial financial resources, making the notion of Jason Young securing a $12 million deal considerably more plausible. me.Windy, a staunch supporter of John Wall, not only retweeted this statement, but also added a note expressing his full agreement. He wagered that this was either a fabrication or the result of a Navi Chinese corporation. Otherwise, he would be willing to livestream himself eating a shoe. The media's narrative reflects the arrogance and prejudice prevalent among Americans, who struggle to acknowledge the potential of individuals of Asian descent within the predominantly African-American realm of the NBA. Despite the efforts of the U.S. government and various sectors of society to eradicate racial discrimination, this bias is deeply rooted in history and widely accepted, often surfacing unexpectedly, much like regional discrimination in China. This attitude was evident in the sponsorship contracts offered to Yao Ming in his prime. Despite being the first overall pick, he was presented with a mere 4-year contract worth $1.6 million from Nike, placing him at the lower end of the NBA's endorsement spectrum. Although Nike soon recognized its misjudgment and subsequently offered a staggering 7-year, $120 million contract, Yao, feeling insulted, indignantly declined and ultimately signed with Reebok. Although Jason Young is a native-born American, his identity as a person of Chinese descent is strikingly pronounced, and his standing within the American-Asian community is unfortunately not as esteemed as that of African Americans. This disparity has fueled the recent surge of protests and activism within the Asian community. Charles Barkley shares a similar perspective. During his discourse on TNT's program Inside the NBA, he elaborated on the phenomenon of exorbitant sneaker contracts in the league, asserting that such excessive financial incentives could lead players to lose their sense of self, ultimately diminishing their performance on the court. It is indeed absurd that an undrafted player, having only showcased a couple of commendable performances, might be offered multi-million-dollar contracts by brands. While I cannot categorically label this behavior as erroneous, it perpetuates a misconception among NBA players and aspiring entrants that there are alternate avenues to substantial wealth. Consequently, their focus may wane on the court, diverting their attention towards other methods of gaining notoriety.